Chapter 1. Call me Ishmael. Faster than fairies, faster than witches, bridges and houses, hedges and ditches, and charging along like troops in a battle. All through the meadows the horses and cattle, all of the sights of the hill and the plain, fly as thick as driving rain. And ever again, in the blink of an eye, painted stations whistle by. Robert Louis Stevenson, from a railway carriage. Have you ever stood on a tall building, peered down at the pavement, and for a split second imagined hurling yourself over the edge? Of course you have. We've all felt that urge. Hell, there's even a name for it. The call of the void. You don't really want to jump, and yet that compulsion can be overwhelming. So instead you take a step back from the ledge and laugh it off before putting it out of your mind. Until the next time, we're strange creatures, us Terrans, chock full of contradictions and inconsistencies. For thousands of years, we've tried to make sense of the mystery that is Homo sapiens, even devoting entire scientific disciplines to the problem, and honestly, we're not much further along now than when we started. It's annoying. For example, why would someone say, oh, I don't know, trade in their flesh and blood for an electronic string of ones and zeros? Curiosity? Boredom? A deep-seated death wish? Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe the call of the void resonates just a little stronger in some than others. I've been asking myself that question for years now, and I'm no closer to solving that riddle than when I started. Because for me, it's not just an intellectual exercise. My name is Alfred Eamon, and I'm an avatar. You've got questions, am I right? Of course you do. I imagine what's an avatar is high on the list, along with, why the hell would you even do that? I'll have to get back to you on the second one. Like I said, I'm still chewing on it. As for the first, a couple of centuries back there was this nasty bunch who took on the entire galaxy, and worse, they were scary enough to actually pull it off. Most races that inhabit our little corner of the cosmos couldn't be bothered to help another species. In fact, the phrase, wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire, leaps immediately to mind. Even though most races can't stand one another, when stacked up against species-wide extinction, banding together for survival suddenly didn't look so bad. Funny how that works. We humans were the new kids on the block, and frankly most races wouldn't give us the time of day. Interstellar travel was a fairly new thing for Terrans, a gift from the Oivu, a race of interstellar traveling merchants. Okay, maybe gift isn't exactly the right word, because that sort of implies getting something gratis. The Oivu are decent enough folk, especially compared to plenty of other races I could mention, but they're not a charity. We paid through the fucking nose for that drive. But suddenly the entire galaxy lay at our feet. All we had to do was reach out and take it. Only we soon discovered there was no room at the inn. There wasn't a decent planet anywhere we looked that hadn't already been claimed. Even the marginal worlds had no trespassing signs planted all over them, not to mention a battle-ready armada or two to make it stick. It was the same story everywhere we looked. And by the time war came, we would have settled for an airless ice ball on the backside of nowhere. But even those had some damn race screaming mine. The constant competition for usable worlds was so bad that some of the bigger fish began looking over the Sol system and started licking their chops. It's a dog-eat-dog universe, kids. Don't let anyone tell you differently. We managed to avoid a hostile takeover with some fast talking and a little fancy footwork, but it was touch and go there for a while. We'd colonized Luna and Mars, but everything else in our solar system was a dud. There were a couple of mining outposts in the belt, but that was it. There was occasional talk of settling Ganymede or Titan, but it went nowhere. The costs of making those moons even remotely habitable was astronomical, especially when it was cheaper just to slap another dome on the Sea of Tranquility and call it a day. But when the Ichun started chewing their way through the galaxy, suddenly we had an opportunity to tilt the board in our favor. The Troika, the coalition of the three most powerful races in the Perseus arm, had formed an alliance to defeat the dread enemy, with everyone busily falling over themselves to sign on, humanity included. Maybe we weren't the oldest race out there, or the smartest, or the largest, or the… Look, you get the picture. But as it happens, war is something we're good at. By signing on and proving our worth in battle, maybe we could parlay that into a grub stake somewhere. It was a risk worth taking, and besides, the Ichun played no favorites. Everyone was at risk, so for most races, joining the alliance was a simple case of self-preservation. We immediately buckled down and got to work, cranking out ships as fast as we could slap them together and manning them with humanity's best and brightest. More swiftly than anyone would have thought possible, we created Task Force Odin, the greatest naval fleet Earth had ever assembled. The lowly monkey boys of Sol would show the galaxy that we were just as worthy as they were. It didn't quite work out that way. The enemy zigged as the Alliance fleet zagged before bouncing off the two of his AK Empire's defensive perimeter. They were probably the most tenacious faction of the Troika, and likely the only ones who could have managed such a feat. It left the machine race reeling, furious at their losses and hungry for payback, unable to strike back at the species who had hurt them the most, or perhaps simply unwilling to commit the necessary resources. The Ichun cast about for a new target. They soon found one. Earth. Look, you already know what happened next. I really don't want to rehash that again. So let's just move on, shall we? So once the dust settled, Odin was all that remained of humanity. Those were dark times, made so much worse when we started fighting amongst ourselves over dwindling resources. Those were the clan wars, the moniker we've given to the battles and skirmishes that punctuated the fleet tearing itself apart. In order to survive, one needed a competitive edge, some angle that you could exploit. The Navy turned to piracy. The Marines became mercenaries, while the engineers/tinkers declared themselves neutral and worked with everybody. But that still left plenty of folks on the brink of starvation, wondering when the air would run out. Cue the opportunists. There have always been flesh peddlers in the Perseus arm, preying on those desperate enough to sign their lives away for a chance at something better. The Protean clan began as lab rats and guinea pigs, clawing their way to power via gene splices, experimental technology, and implanted alien organs. Recently, they've fallen on hard times, but we'll get to that later. We avatars, however, took a slightly different path. Like our transhumanist cousins, we too had to learn the trick from another race, but where we differ is the manner in which we gained that knowledge. Circumstances beyond their control forced the Proteans into perpetual servitude, whereas we, okay, fine, we stole it. Happy? Plenty of races have gone the electronic route, and once we learned about uploaded personalities, securing that technology for ourselves became our top priority. We scoured the galaxy for every scrap of intelligence on the subject, but what we really needed was a working prototype the Tinkers could reverse engineer. Considering the facilities necessary for the transfer could fill a medium-sized shuttle to capacity, that was easier said than done. Making off with a planet-side model proved beyond our capabilities. So instead, we focused on something we could actually pull off. We brought the Corsairs on board and hijacked one in transit. Some assembly required. Mastering the technology wasn't easy, and there were a few hiccups along the way. Well, more than a few, being honest. Okay, a lot of hiccups. And by hiccups, I mean deaths. Those first volunteers didn't fare so well. In fact, we were well into triple digits before we finally made it work. Yeah, I know. Maybe that'll give you an idea of just how desperate we were. Also, volunteer might be a misnomer, though we mostly used captured aliens and criminals for the tests. Mostly. Ahem. Anyway, it also helped give the clan its direction, not thievery, since the Corsairs have that market cornered, but the acquisition of information through extra-legal means. Although, given the number of races out there, not to mention the dizzying variations of governments, they probably consider everything we do illegal. And while their alien masters can alter the Proteans to take on many roles, we avatars have stayed within our wheelhouse. Espionage. There's an enormous market in espionage, as it turns out. No surprise there, since we Terrans have been ferreting out and selling secrets long before we ever left Earth. Every race has enemies without and factions within, all of them eager to learn as much as they can. We are more than happy to provide that service, for a suitable fee, of course, and mostly we've done pretty well for ourselves. But that doesn't change the fact that we Terrans are a divided species, homeless, scattered across an uncaring cosmos, facing the ever-present threat of extinction. We've crunched the numbers, and they don't look good. Our ships are getting older and harder to maintain. Our population has been declining steadily for over a century, while the cost of basic resources continues to rise. We've been rapidly approaching a crisis point, where unless drastic action was taken, humanity would reach the point of no return. All 7 clans struggled with the problem, both singly and in unison, sadly, without success, until a cranky old tinker named Maggie resurfaced after spending several decades living off the grid, and suddenly the wheels were in motion. Maggie had been part of a mission to Earth back in her youth that had hoped to discover the location of New Terra, an almost mythical world we hoped would someday be our new home. For 200 years we'd searched and found nothing. But then a scrap of information surfaced and offered a tantalizing clue. Unfortunately, the mission ended in disaster, with half the crew dead and leaving us no closer to locating a new world. The survivors went their separate ways, and eventually the entire business was filed away and forgotten. Then the survivors started dying. Look, I'm in the information business. People die all the time, in all sorts of ways. It's the one thing you can count on in this universe, that someday you will no longer be a part of it. Clusters of deaths aren't that unusual either. For example, if a ship makes a navigational error and slams into some airless moon, a lot of folks are going to be dead all at the same time. It happens. But the odds of half a dozen individuals linked to a specific mission dying within a 5-year time frame, each of distinctly different yet seemingly natural causes, are roughly somewhere between a quadrillion to 1 and impossible. Those kinds of numbers make people like me sit up and take notice, but we couldn't prove a thing. Even now we don't know who was ordering the hits. If they were hits, the jury's still out, though the smart money is on the Troika. The only thing was, we couldn't figure out why. Why silence the crew of a failed mission years after the fact? It made no sense. When Maggie showed up on Freya, where it just so happened all 7 clan heads were conveniently gathered together for their yearly meeting, it was as if Dame Fortune had smiled on us. They quickly threw together a second mission, as in the intervening years some bright young wizard had discovered something the original crew had missed. It was a long shot, and Maggie took a bit of coaxing before she finally signed on. Look, it's my story, and I'll tell it the way I want. You don't like it, take it up with the management. Anyway, each clan had representatives on board, and it just so happened they chose me to stand for the avatars. Interesting trip, and we learned quite a bit, not the least of which being why the Troika, or whoever, had been busy offing the competition. It turned out that New Terra had once belonged to an ancient race known as the Precursors, and they believed their world was a treasure trove, filled with powerful artifacts that could make them all but gods in name. Only there was a catch. The Precursors had left behind a guardian, and they believed that no ship had ever breached its defenses. Only it turned out that one had. A small Terran scout ship during the war that had somehow found its way in and back out again, only to suffer at the hands of the Ichun before the pilot could pass the secret on. The Troika would stop at nothing to learn how we'd managed that trick when all others had failed, and a lot of good people died because of it. But somehow, we stayed one step ahead of them, and with a little sleight of hand teased out where this planet might be located, getting us one step closer to the prize. We'd hoped that we'd wriggled free from the Troika's hook, long enough at least to locate New Terra and claim it for ourselves. But with their reach and resources, it was never really an option. My old crewmate Samara stirred up enough trouble to get them chasing their own tails for a while, though she's since disappeared. I don't know what's become of her, but I fear the worst. If that's the case, then at least she went out with one hell of a bang. Personally, I thought Commandant Zakia's plan to dig in on Sonoishii Prime to be dangerously foolhardy, but she has since proved me wrong. The alliance she helped create, something that may someday be strong enough to stand up to the Troika, is the first real positive step the galaxy has seen in millennia to break their hold. It's not there yet, but I have hopes. Old crewmates served there as well during the siege, and sadly we lost Sergeant Kai in the last battle. We weren't close, him and I, but I respected the man. Something tells me he won't be the last. And now? Now the whole Perseus arm is facing an upheaval of monumental proportions. The situation is inherently unstable, with fragile coalitions rapidly coming together and then just as quickly falling apart, only to recoalesce in some strange new formation, each ephemeral as soap bubbles. We've had to throw out every statistical model we've ever used and start from scratch, and no one, least of all me, has any idea where it's all headed. We avatars have been running ourselves rag trying to keep up with the demand for up-to-date information, but as chaotic as things are now, any data we uncover has an extremely limited shelf life. It's like the Wild West, the October Revolution, and the Age of Discovery, all rolled into one, where a single bit of intel can make you rich beyond your most avaricious dreams or force you to flee for your life. I haven't had this much fun in years. Chapter 2. Dreamscapes and Nightmares. How did it go? I pondered the question while gazing out over the River Seine, sipping a glass of absinthe while my companion polished her monocle before reaffixing it between her cheekbone and brow. A waiter hovered nearby while we perused our menus, while a somewhat misshapen gentleman in a top hat sketched a scantily clad dancer with the Eiffel Tower looming in the background. "I'll have the beluga caviar, the pâté de foie gras, a cheese and charcuterie board, and the chocolate soufflé for dessert," I told the garçon. Chris considered that for a moment and then nodded her assent. "Make that too," I amended before waving him off. "It's a good thing I don't have to worry about the calories," she chuckled. "Not to mention heart disease." She tipped back her champagne flute and drained the glass before setting it on the table. "This is an inspired choice, though I'm a little disappointed." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and just what did I miss?" She spread her arms wide, encompassing the cafe. "You conjure up the famous Les Deux Magots, and you leave out Hemingway?" She clucked her tongue. "You must be slipping in your old age." I rolled my eyes. "Papa Hemingway is one mean drunk, let me tell you," I sighed. "I mean, sure, I could edit that out and have him act the perfect gentleman, but then he wouldn't be Hemingway." "Didn't see the point." "And yet you had no problems rearranging Paris to fit your liking," she reminded me. "I believe both the Seine and the tower's location have been tweaked a bit." "Artistic license," I shrugged. "Besides, it looks better this way." Leaning back in her chair, she gave the view a second look. "I believe you're right," she conceded. "I can see where this might be a bit confusing for you corporeal types. Maybe I should explain. Obviously, we weren't really in Paris. The actual French capital is just a blasted slab of bedrock, crawling with Ichun drones. Chris and I were meeting in cyberspace, and it was my turn to choose the venue. With all of imagination to choose from, it can overwhelm, but after a while you grasp the unspoken guidelines to help narrow your options. We avoid anything too closely tied to Earth's last years, as it's depressing as hell. Earlier history is perfectly acceptable, as are works of fiction, but again we try to keep things light. Sure, I could have set the time frame for Vichy France, with German soldiers patrolling the streets and even the occasional gun battle with La Resistance partisans, but again, depressing. Instead, I'd opted for the end of the 19th century, arguably the height of the City of Light's charm, with a few added anachronisms for flavor. Your own mileage may vary. As for the sumptuous meal I just ordered, it wasn't actually necessary for our survival. We don't need to eat, or drink, or go to the bathroom, or any of 100 other mundane exercises you flesh and blood types take for granted. We do it because we enjoy it, and why not? When you can alter your surroundings at a whim, whistle up anything you might envision, why wouldn't you seek experiences and sensations to tease and pleasure the mind? After all, the mind is all we have left when you get down to it. Now some uploaded personalities will tell you living in a fantasy world is dangerous, the dread lotus eater trap that will suck you in and never let you go. I won't lie, it can be an issue, and I've known avatars who've gone that route. It's sad to see a friend drop off the face of reality like that, but at least they're happy. The ascetics will argue that only by denying yourself even the most basic of pleasures will you avoid the pitfall. Let me tell you something. If I wanted to spend the rest of my life living in a shoebox and eating cardboard, I would have kept the muscles and hemoglobin. I'm not freaking Diogenes. And yes, before you ask, because everybody asks, that includes sex, which is all I'm saying on the subject. You don't want me snooping into your bedroom, do you? Because I can and will, if you push it. Consider yourself warned. "You still haven't answered my question," she prompted, yanking me out of my reverie. "It went fine," I told her. "Uh-huh," she replied. "Perhaps you could expand on that?" I'd really hoped to avoid this conversation, but I should have known better than to sneak a fast one past her. Chris was one sharp customer, and there was damn little she missed. "Why do you think she's our clan leader?" "Oh, right. Explanation time again. See, Chris and I are old friends, so we drop the pretense when it's just us. I wasn't wearing my wings, and she wasn't perched on a toadstool puffing away on a hookah. In her official guise as the Sybil Kriz/Alize, she appears as the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, something that tickles her to no end, almost as much as everyone assuming she's male. Her monocle was a carryover from that form, although they could be correct about that, and I've been the one wrongly assuming that she's female. We avatars wear a lot of masks, and you never know who a person really is, only what they show you. Not all that different from the physical world when you think about it. Look, I got the data they asked for. Why quibble over details? I said offhand as the waiter returned with our food. I began slathering caviar on a cracker, taking a bite while Chris shook her head in resignation. "You're really going to make me drag it out of you," she said, exasperated. "Why do you insist on playing games with me after all these years?" "'Cause it's fun," I grinned. Normally I can trade on my boyish charm and get off with a warning, but as her scowl deepened, I realized today would not be one of those occasions. With a sigh, I leaned back and waited for the inevitable. "Damn it, Al. You knew how important this contract was," she snapped. The Durzik specifically stated the job had to be completed without the target realizing they'd been penetrated. She leaned forward, fixing me with a hard look. "Did you get out clean?" "Not exactly," I mumbled, before shoving a fork full of soufflé into my mouth. "Not exactly," she mimicked, shaking her head once more in disapproval as an old-fashioned manila folder magically appeared in her hands. Flipping it open, she began to read. A folder? Paper? What would an electronic personality in cyberspace need those? I hear you ask. Well, the answer is we don't. They're just affectations, all part of the illusion. In reality, she was merely accessing a data file, and while she could have just pulled the information out of thin air and mentally perused it, she and I both prefer those sorts of tactile simulacrums. It's simply another level of added reality in an imaginary world. In fact, she continued, according to your report, you barely escaped with your gestalt intact, that you were detected almost immediately, and that even after activating your emergency beacon you were mere microseconds from capture. She closed the folder and set it aside. Which means that any data you recovered is now worthless. Not necessarily, I argued. The Durziks should be able to glean all sorts of relevant information from those files. Of course, they'll immediately change their access codes, if they haven't already, but governments don't alter their habits overnight. They might file off the serial numbers when they come up with an alternative plan, but I suspect the gist of it will be remarkably similar. Chris glowered as she began ticking off points with her fingers. 1. That wasn't the contract. 2. This will force us to cough up with some form of compensation to keep them placated. 3. It hurts our reputation. And 4. She deflated as her tirade ran out of steam. And 4. I almost lost a dear friend. The key word being almost. I chuckled, only to watch her bristle at my impish response. Perhaps your life no longer means anything to you, she growled. But it definitely means something to me. She sat sipping her champagne, waiting for me to respond. I briefly toyed with making a joke and asking if she was making a pass, but one look into those worried eyes of hers shriveled the impulse to dust. "Chris, that new Alex software is nasty," I told her, coming clean. "I know we've been informing folks about it, but they've added some new wrinkles that are downright scary." "You're right, they nearly caught me, and maybe I shouldn't make light of the fact. It's just my way of dealing with close calls. You know that." I smiled, taking her hand and giving it a virtual squeeze. Chris sighed, covering my hand. "I'm still irritated at you," she informed me, "and we will go over your after-action report in excruciating detail, but for now, I'm glad you're okay." "Me too," I said honestly. "Maybe I could have handled it better," I admitted. "But in all seriousness, I'm not sure how. We really need to review our procedures and look at a few upgrades in order to deal with this. If the Alex starts spreading that software around, things could get rather dicey for us." "I agree," she nodded, as a fountain pen and notebook appeared beside her. She made a quick notation before returning her attention to me. "As much as I look forward to raking you across the coals over this," she said with an evil grin, "there's actually another matter I want to discuss with you." "Oh." I took another sip of absinthe before picking up a slice of Gruyere. "Do tell." She leaned forward. "It's related to that little favor you did for me a while back," she said quietly. The slice of cheese froze halfway to my mouth. I carefully set it back down. "The mission to Earth," I said as dispassionately as I could manage. "If you're thinking about going back, I really don't see the point." "I'm not," she replied, "but it's related." A second file appeared, pausing just long enough for her to pluck it from midair before handing it over. "Look at this." I tried to take the file from her as casually as it was offered, but I didn't fool her for a second. Flipping it open, I was greeted with a list of names and dates. Very familiar names and dates. These are the crew from the Catabasis mission, I told her. The ones that were murdered years later. That we suspect were murdered, she corrected me. Officially, they're still listed as natural causes. I snorted at that as she nodded in agreement. I know, and I agree, but it's true. Someone went to a great deal of trouble to make those deaths look as innocuous as possible. That's someone being the Troika, I countered. You know it, I know it, the entire galaxy knows it. Do we? She asked point blank. I started to answer and then paused. Chris made a good point. I mean, we all assumed it was the Troika. Of all the races out there, they had the means, method, and opportunity, not to mention one hell of a motive. An entire planet filled with technological goodies, made by the gods. Who else would have done it? My investigator's nose twitched. There was a reason I was still in the field after all these years, despite my seniority. Not only did I hate politics with a passion, but my skills are also, dare I say, second to none in ferreting out the truth. It was the reason she'd chosen me for the Falcon mission. I learned a great deal on that trip. More than I wanted, in fact, though I can't take all the credit. I had help. With a great deal of effort, I closed the file and set it aside. Why are you handing me a 20-year-old cold case? I asked. You really need to ask? She said, raising an eyebrow. Humor me. Very well. She took a moment to gather her thoughts. As it stands, the galaxy is divided into two camps, those that know about New Terra and those that don't. Most races are in the latter category, which suits us fine. Less competition that way. Unfortunately, the Troika does know, and they are the 800-kilo gorilla in the room. With their reach, they can beat us to the punch at every turn, unless we keep things close to the vest. So far, we've stayed one step ahead, but we can't count on that forever. We need information, Al, and every instinct I possess tells me the answers we're looking for can be found in there, she said somewhat emphatically, tapping the file with a well-manicured finger. I sighed and picked the file back up. There's not much to go on, I said dubiously. Since when has that ever stopped you? I titled my head, conceding the point. Playing devil's advocate for a moment. What if I discover it was the Troika? Then our suspicions are confirmed, and we proceed accordingly, she answered. Uh-huh. And if it wasn't? Her eyes grew cold. Then there's a new player in the game, someone we don't know about, with the skills to stay under the radar for decades at the very least. That to me sounds like a deficiency that needs immediate correction. It was hard to argue with that. All right, I said finally. I'll look into it. What's my time frame? Is yesterday too soon? She fired back, her professional mask in full evidence. I'm not kidding. We need to know soonest. If my suspicions are correct, every day we continue to wallow in ignorance places us in even greater jeopardy. Chris touched my arm. You know the force is already in motion, and they're growing more powerful every day. Our species is now facing the biggest crisis we've experienced in the 2 centuries since we lost Earth. She plucked the napkin from her lap and placed it on her plate as she rose to her feet. Find out what happened. I'll quickly. Humanity's fate may well depend on it. She exited the cafe, blinking out of sight as she departed my temporary bubble of false reality. Great. No pressure. Chapter 3. Cold Cases and Hot Lead. 6 names and 6 causes of death. That's all I had to work with. There'd been some preliminary investigation done when they'd first come to light, but it mostly boiled down to a mention of time and place for each individual. Since I wouldn't get much work done here at the Les Dumagos, I retreated to my office and started going over the files. Some folks think that we avatars live in a fantasy world, and I suppose that's true to some extent. Where the reality differs from their expectations is more a matter of degree than anything else, and my workspace is no exception. I could have something half a hectare wide, with a view of Saturn's rings and plush carpeting a meter thick, featuring a wet bar plus hot and cold running secretaries. But the idea behind having an office is to actually get work done, not live the life of a billionaire playboy. Instead, it's something a bit more austere, patterned after many noir detective films of the early to mid-20th century. A small window overlooking an alley, a functional desk and swivel chair, a chalkboard for notes, and my name on the door's glass partition. An old-style telephone and battered typewriter sit front and center. There's the obligatory bottle of whiskey in the bottom drawer, and if I really want to set the mood, a smoky jazz soundtrack will play in the background. The only thing missing is a beautiful femme fatale sitting opposite, dabbing at her eyes and begging me to offer husband. I spread out the files across my desk and looked them over, searching for a place to start. Since one victim was a fellow avatar, I started there. Mallows had been an information retrieval specialist like me, with an impressive career. Other than the Catabasis mission, nothing really stood out in his dossier, except of course the way he died. Being an avatar doesn't automatically make one immortal, and our Gestalt can be damaged in several ways, though we're aware of those and do our best to avoid them. Being in the presence of a strong enough magnetic or radiation field will do it, as will a complete power drain of our current memory storage unit. If someone could isolate the physical location of our program and destroy it while preventing our escape, that would work too. Attenuation will do us in as well, but the only problem was I couldn't find any of those contributing factors that might explain his demise. Because his death was so unusual, there were those that believed someone had hacked his program. That, unfortunately, was possible, though exceedingly rare. The code that defines our existence isn't like what runs your computers, but there are points of commonality. Disrupt that code badly enough, and the Gestalt mind behind it will cease to exist. As theories when it wasn't bad, and played right to Chris's concerns, but I wasn't sure I bought it. We have a vested interest in avoiding being tampered with, and we spend a great deal of time and effort maintaining our defenses and watching for malicious viruses. One could have gotten through anyway, but it was unusual enough for me to look at other possibilities first. Something tickled the back of my digital mind as I pored over the data, though it took me a while to realize what was bothering me. An avatar perishing like this was unusual enough to warrant a more thorough examination of the facts, instead of the rather cursory review I was now reading. It was almost as if someone had prevented a more serious probe from being conducted, or had whitewashed the pertinent files after the fact. I leaned back in my chair, before pulling open the bottom drawer and pouring myself 2 fingers. Could this have been an inside job? Now that was a truly scary thought. Until now I'd assumed some outside agent had been responsible, probably the Troika, but if it were a fellow Terran, it wasn't unheard of. One only needed to look as far as the Proteans, who were still reeling from the havoc Samara had wreaked. Alien masters manipulating human puppets to further their interests, with Terrans going along with it despite the consequences to their own race. Or if one of the two of his AK had got a hold of them, they could easily be under their telepathic control, doing their bidding as an agent provocateur, though it could simply be the age-old motives of greed and revenge at play. Whatever it was, I'd need to play things close to the vest, limiting my contact to as few others as possible, reporting only to Chris herself. All right, so where to next? Where could I go to find more information? Luckily, he hadn't been on a mission at the time of his death. Otherwise, he'd likely be listed as missing, presumed lost. An information retrieval specialist spends a lot of time riding the electronic highways and stowing away aboard alien ships, all of which carry with it a certain amount of risk. They didn't make the galaxy with electronic personalities in mind. Instead, we're an afterthought, a tribe of mice surrounded by elephants. We survive the same way all small fry do, by hiding in the nooks and crannies where no one thinks to look. Of course, it also doesn't hurt that we know your secrets, and the ones we don't know will soon ferret out. Knowledge is power, and it's our stock in trade. Keep that in mind if you're ever tempted to do us dirty. One problem I faced with Malus was there was no physical evidence. We don't have a physical body, no corpus delicti to search for clues. When he derezzed, his program devolved into random electronic noise, an incoherent jumble of random ones and zeros that dissipated in nanoseconds. Perhaps the physical memory storage unit might tell me something. If I knew where it was now, 18 years after the fact, and if it hadn't been destroyed or recycled since then. It was worse than a needle in a haystack and a complete dead end. Witnesses? There were a few listed, but after a quick read-through of their testimony, I had little hope I'd find anything useful there. For one thing, none of them were avatars, so what little they could tell me would be secondhand. Worse, a corporeal would only see what Malus wanted them to see. What we choose to project onto a screen rarely has any bearing on what we're actually doing, and even if he had been showing them a feed that was 100% accurate, there are still things we do that simply don't translate. But let's game it out, shall we? Say Malus realized something was wrong, that he was under attack, and immediately began broadcasting that information to anyone within range. What kind of attack was he under? DDoS? Polymorphic botnet? Logic bomb? Would the flesh and blood witnesses be able to understand the differences between them? Probably not. Really, all I had to work with was the transcripts of his last conversations, which told me nothing, plus his session and workflow logs. I'd already gone over those with a fine-toothed comb and found nothing there as well. His program simply shut down, which isn't supposed to happen. I stood up and paced, trying to spot some clue that I'd missed. It helps me think. Sigh. I knew this was going to come up, eventually. Look, I get it. Why am I an avatar, an uploaded electronic personality, constantly creating illusory spaces for me to inhabit? Do I need them in order to survive? Well, the answer is no, I don't. Not really. I can survive just fine in an unfiltered environment if I have to. I mean, it's not like it'll kill me or anything, but we find it uncomfortable. We were born flesh and blood humans, spent our formative years walking and talking and breathing and eating and everything else. So when we make the leap and leave our old bodies behind, creating our own space is the first trick we learn. It's simply more comfortable for us to mimic the way we used to live, a way for our minds to feel more at home. That's all. So when I'm guzzling down champagne or pacing in my office, I'm simply gravitating towards the familiar. It's what we know. So we recreate that life on the other side of the electronic divide. Our minds aren't well suited for an existence without those illusions to help keep us sane. I stopped pacing and sat back down, no closer to solving the puzzle than when I'd started. When I took another look at the list, 6 deaths, spaced out over a 5-year period, but Malus had died first. Interesting. Why start with him? If our unknown adversary had eliminated the remaining crew, there were others that were more easily accessible. Did they decide to tackle the tougher assignment first? Another glance at the list seemed to eliminate that possibility. If they'd chosen to remove the more dangerous survivors first, then the Protean Shakir would be the obvious next target, except that out of the group she died fourth. Back to square one. Was there something he knew? Some bit of information he'd gleaned from the mission but hadn't shared with the others? Or was it our unknown assassins had somehow gained access to him before the others? The prospect of an inside man raised its ugly head yet again, but all I had were questions and no answers. A thought occurred to me, and I reached out and pulled down a copy of the Catabasis mission report. The revised version, not the fiction Maggie and the others had maintained prior to the second mission. The reason they'd kept the truth suppressed was because they'd feared whoever had reprogrammed Master Schnobelin into murdering the crew might come after them as well. Judging by what happened after, it seemed they might have been onto something. The problem I was having was that while the ship had sustained damage because of Maggie's efforts, that occurred after Schnobelin started his killing spree. Unless the captain had locked him out of the computer's memory core, Malus should have had full access to the ship's monitoring and security systems. He should have been able to report who was responsible, their whereabouts, and perhaps even prevent him from murdering others. So why hadn't he? A sick feeling settled deep inside me. Had Malus been the inside man, surreptitiously aiding the reprogrammed Tinker as he'd wandered the ship, gunning down anyone within reach? But if that was the case, why wait over 20 years before eliminating him? What changed? Did he decide to blackmail his handlers, only for them to conclude he was now a liability? Had there been some new discovery that reframed the circumstances of the mission? A political revolt behind the scenes that altered the landscape? For that matter, how had they gotten to him in the first place? What could the Troika, or whoever, offer an avatar that might tempt him into betraying his own kind? As uploaded personalities, luxuries mean nothing to us since we can conjure up anything we want or need up at will. While they may not be the genuine article in the physical sense, they are completely real to us. Some sort of leverage, then? Had someone he cared about been threatened, forcing him to betray his crew? Possible, but difficult to track down at this late date. I suppose it's possible he was just an asshole, except that the psychological testing we do before accepting someone into the clan weeds those sorts out. Still, it could happen. People can slip through the cracks, though it's rare. Questions, questions, questions. Theories I had in abundance, but not a shred of evidence to back any of them up. I was beginning to wonder if this was a wild goose chase, or some practical joke Chris had come up with to amuse herself. Leaning back in my chair, I considered my options. I suppose I could whistle up an ersatz copy of Sherlock Holmes and dump it all in his lap. But the problem there was that simulacrums lacked any genuine spark of spontaneous thought. They were good enough to populate a party with if you were so inclined or warm your bed as long as you weren't expecting any sort of connection, but there was a reason machine intelligence had never taken hold. Well, that and the Ichun. Nothing like a genocidal race of self-replicating monsters to take the bloom off the rose. Nope, it was just me. But I needed something, some actual piece of evidence to work with, some clue I could use to kickstart my investigation. Without that, I'd just end up chasing my tail. I needed an anchor, a big one, something like. I bolted upright as the answer came to me. In a flash, I started chasing it down. It took a while, digging through the records of rival clans and alien databases, until I finally found what I had been searching for, the current location of the Corsair ship Catabasis. It was a long shot. In fact, even calling it that was being massively optimistic. The odds of finding anything there after all these years were astronomical. Any system I might be interested in had likely long since been replaced, but it was all I had. After the mission to Earth, the ship had been refurbished, though no one wanted to fly her. A fresh coat of paint and a name change had taken care of that when they rechristened her, the ship now known as the CCS Long Jump. According to the Corsair records I'd managed to, locate, she was now out plying her trade somewhere near Epsilon Cassiopeia. Getting there could prove tricky. For something that far out, I needed transportation. I couldn't ask the Corsairs for help, not on this one, which meant I needed to find my own way there. I started a database search of any known vessels headed in that direction and got a few hits, but nothing fast enough or soon enough. That was a problem. I'd promised Chris I'd sort this all out as soon as possible, which meant playing a little fast and loose in order to meet her deadline. I didn't have a problem with that, but it's always smarter to break the rules with your eyes wide open. So, time to hijack a ship. Chapter 4. But Doctor, I am Pagliacci. Okay, hijack might not be entirely accurate. Borrow, maybe, or even better. Reroute? Seriously, what was I going to do? Stick a virtual pistol in the pilot's ear and say, "This plane is going to Cuba." Don't be ridiculous. Here's the thing. For an avatar to travel, we, like everyone else, need transportation. I can't just beam myself across the galaxy, though it would certainly simplify matters if I could. I can manage it for short distances, say from one ship to another, if both are in the same orbit, but that's it. Any further and I risk sharing poor old Malu's fate. Definitely not an option. On a ship, however, I can play stowaway until I reach my destination, with the bonus of rifling through their files while I'm there. The problem is, it's a rare occurrence for a vessel to be traveling where and when we need to go. So over the years we've come up with a creative solution that plays to our strengths, one we like to call man in the middle. Let's say A represents a planetary government or someone in charge, giving orders. B, on the other hand, is the ship we want to book passage on, while C is little ol me. To pull this off, I'll need access to the network, which means some place where we've already cracked their code. As luck would have it, we have plenty of those on file, though the list is constantly changing as they add additional encryptions, forcing us to start from scratch, or when we hack new networks. Most of those we leave alone, content to merely read their mail so as not to arouse suspicion. As long as they have no reason to suspect we've penetrated them, you'd be amazed just how much intel they'll let slip. Assuming we've already burrowed our way in and decoded their ciphers, it's time for the next phase. We craft a message to send to B, saying something like, "Go to Star System ABC and take on supplies," before traveling to System XYZ. They receive the transmission and send a reply, something like, "We got your message and we're leaving immediately." Now I don't want A to actually get that memo, because then they'll start asking questions I'd rather avoid. So instead I intercept it and send them something else, like say, having engine trouble, putting in for repairs. The stage is now set. A thinks the ship is in dry dock, while B believes they're traveling under official orders. They put into System ABC, where I board, and then travel to my destination at XYZ, where I depart. Mission accomplished. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. The only real flaw is if they ever sit down and compare notes. But when you consider the millions of messages flying around daily, it's easy for one or two to get lost in the shuffle. Better still, even if they do discover the discrepancy, 9 times out of 10 it either gets shrugged off as, that's weird, or else A furiously chews out B for being a bumbling incompetent. Either way, my ass is covered. It's rare for anyone to immediately suspect they're the victim of a cyber attack, because they're certain their system is well guarded. You just gotta love complacency. Where would we avatars be without it? So now it was simply a case of searching the databases and finding something compatible with my travel plans. We try to spread the wealth around a bit, so as not to arouse suspicion, and location played a big part in deciding who to book my travel plans with. Species are territorial, with one being predominant in one sector while an entirely different one will be elsewhere. It's just a matter of inputting the parameters and, oh, bloody hell, sigh, I swear. Some days it just doesn't pay to get out of the virtual bed. It turns out that my best option is with the HeWhoLooksKskyward, everybody's favorite race of schizophrenic sociopaths. Jesus, I hate those guys. Fucking bugs. I could wait and try my luck in a few days, hoping I'd get a better match, but Chris said it was urgent. So be it. It means making a few adjustments to my plans, but I can't hold my nose and bear it with the best of them. Seriously? Nobody likes the HeWhoLooksKskyward, which works out great since they hate everybody else right back. If they were weakling nobodies like us Terrans, some species out there would have wiped them out centuries ago on general principles. As it stood, however, with half a dozen worlds under their control and a sizable fleet guarding them, not to mention possessing a hair-trigger temper, folks gave them a wide berth instead. Even the Troika avoided provoking them, not wanting to get bogged down dealing with their shit. On the plus side, their security is crap. Once I logged into the network and rolled up my sleeves, setting up the MITM hack was simplicity itself. It would be a couple of days before the ship arrived, and I'd already sent out warnings they were coming. Let's face it, no one in their right mind wanted to be in the same neighborhood as the bugs if they could help it. I'd bounced out of the Corsair vessel where I'd met with Chris and transferred to a nearby satellite so the ship could depart. Once the anonymous warning was broadcast, her ship had a lot of company as hundreds of other vessels were suddenly eager to be somewhere else. I left her a message detailing my plans, just in case, before saying my goodbyes and signing off. Hopefully, the next time we spoke, I'd have some answers for her. As long as I was going to be stuck on a bug ship anyway, I decided to make myself useful. During the mission to Earth on Gerfalcon, I'd learned the HeWhoLooksKskyward and Elix had some sort of arrangement, with one feeding the other sensitive intelligence. Anything I could learn regarding that would do nothing but help us, though its true value was as a possible disinformation conduit. If we could use it to feed the Troika false data, it could mean the difference between victory and defeat in the coming years. With the growing alliance, we were on a collision course, and in the upcoming battle, there could only be one winner. With nothing else to do but wait for my ride, it was time to take care of some personal business. Laura laughed in delight as the tilt-a-whirl whipped us around, her long red hair flying free as we held onto each other for dear life. The carnival was in full swing this warm July afternoon, and we were both determined to make the most of it. As the ride slowly ground to a halt and the carny unlatched the safety bar, we made our way to the exit on wobbly legs, making a beeline for the refreshment stand where we loaded up on corn dogs, elephant ears, lemonade, and cotton candy. Bright yellow mustard smeared across her cheek before I dabbed it away with a napkin, her blushing smile as bright as the sun hanging high in the sky. We made the most of that day, zooming along the tracks on the roller coaster, screaming as it dropped us down, sharing a kiss high above the crowd on the Ferris wheel, sharing even more in the tunnel of love. We played hide and seek in the Hall of Mirrors before hitting the midway, where I showed off my prowess with a BB gun to earn her a massive stuffed teddy bear. She insisted on carrying it herself despite its size as we made our way up to the gentle hill overlooking the park, laying out a blanket as dusk fell. We held each other close as the fireworks exploded over our heads, earning oohs and ahs from the crowd. We clinked our beer bottles together and drank as the display reached a crescendo, the Star-Spangled Banner playing over hidden loudspeakers. As the last rocket faded from view, she sighed and looked into my eyes. "You're going away again, aren't you?" she asked. "Just for a little while." I smiled, taking her hand. "I'll be back soon." "Is it dangerous?" she said in a small voice. "Not at all," I assured her. "It's just routine. Nothing to worry about." Laura shook her head. "That's what you always say," she said unhappily. "You never tell me when it's something dangerous." "I don't want you to worry," I said honestly. "Besides, this really is routine. Just an old case Chris wants me to check out." "Until the next one," she said quietly. "When will it be over, El? When can we finally just be together?" "I don't know," I answered, suddenly unable to meet her gaze. "Someday soon, I hope." Her hand reached up to caress my cheek. "Promise," she begged me. I took her hand and placed it over my heart. "I promise," I told her, before leaning in for one final stolen kiss, before she disappeared from view, taking the carnival with her. "Don't look at me like that." "Okay, I know what I said, that simulacrums could never pass the smell test and pass for true humans, but Laura is different, I swear. I've spent years perfecting her matrix, adding and sifting random elements to give her imperfections and solidity. I've uploaded as much data as I dare so as not to overload her program, and I have come to cherish the time we spend together. Maybe she's not real, in whatever sense that word has meaning for an avatar, but damn it, she's real to me. Look, don't judge me. Don't you dare judge me. I've seen and done things you can't even begin to imagine. Lived 1,000 lifetimes and more since I shed my corporeal body. I've shared succulent dates and thick plum wine with Cleopatra, floating down the Nile on her barge as we gazed at the gleaming pyramids, fought space pirates with Colonel Wilma Deering at my side, hoisted the Jolly Roger myself as the cannons roared, swapping broadsides with Spanish galleons, wooed Mata Hari and whisked her away to safety one step ahead of the Duxian Bureau, flown with angels and reveled with demons. All of that and more. Maybe it's not the life I imagined. Maybe it's just fantasy, little more than flights of virtual whimsy, but it's what I have. So don't sit there and feel sorry for me, because I damn sure don't need your pity. I can be anyone I want to be, live any life I choose, have any woman as my companion, and I choose her. You don't like it? I don't care. Sigh. Sorry. I always get a little edgy before a mission. That's why I created Laura in the first place, trying to find a shred of normalcy before leaping into the unknown. I ration my time with her carefully because it would be so easy to slip into that perfect world forever. We spend a single day together before I depart, and that's all. I don't dare risk any more. Shut up. I didn't ask you. With Laura safely tucked away, it was time to put on my game face. To a handful of confidants like Chris and Laura, I can be myself, whatever that means these days. But when it comes time for a mission, I become someone quite different. I've crafted a persona designed to put others at ease, a witty and charming rogue who's as disarming as he is clever. Who am I, you ask? I am the trickster, the magic man, the merry prankster. I am Hermes and Anansi and Loki and Coyote, Burr Rabbit and Bugs Bunny. I am Puck and Robin Goodfellow, Gwydion and Maui, Inky and Crow, and even Mephistopheles, from time to time. I am who I need to be to get the job done. Tugging on my jacket, I look into the mirror, unfurling the great white wings that have become my trademark as I wink at my reflection, before spreading my hands wide. Showtime. Boarding the Tuuk ship is child's play. As I slip inside their mainframe, immediately wrinkling my nose and brushing off the virtual grime from my pristine white sport coat as I take a genuine look at my surroundings. It's a dump, of course. The blasted bugs simply have no sense of style. I would have loved to have been the agent they approached about Uplift. I would have sold them the Brooklyn Bridge and a Spanish prisoner on top of the nanotech and thrown in a Picasso for free. I do what I can to spritz up the place without drawing attention. Thankfully, the bugs don't bother much with anything that isn't a weapon system. Single-minded, the Tuuk, to a fault. Now about that conduit. Ah, there we go. They haven't used it in a while, but it's clearly marked. I wonder if they've cleared out the memory cache recently? No, they have not. Chuckles. I simply adore sloppiness. It makes my job so much easier. As I rifle through the files, nothing really stands out, though there is a message from the Aliex requesting they be extra vigilant in face of the Alliance threat, and a reminder they remain in intognathic solidarity. Whatever that means. Something like insectoids stick together, I suppose, especially since I can't imagine anyone else wanting to cozy up to them. I imagine the other two-thirds of the Troika's view on the subject is something akin to a shuddering. That's all you, buddy. Can't blame them. Really? I tuck that bit of trivia away for future use, then turn my attention to my hosts. The ship, cheerfully known as the bringer of death and suffering, and they say the bugs don't have a sense of humor. Its captain a cantankerous old misanthrope who goes by the equally jolly nickname of Shell Crusher. Lovely. I simply can't imagine why they seem unable to make friends with that attitude. Anywho, once I clean and fumigate an inconspicuous corner to bed down in, I set up my wards and alarms to make ready for the journey. If they ran a security sweep of the mainframe or even some kind of purge, The alarms would give me enough warning to pick up stakes and move elsewhere. Hopefully, at least. On another ship, I'd be more wary, but as I said, the bugs are sloppy by nature. How they've gotten this far, I'll never know. I start putting out quiet feelers in their databases, searching for anything useful. There's no rush. It's at least a week's travel to Epsilon Cassiopeia. I take one last turn around, like a dog circling its bed, before settling down for the trip, shutting down what I can to hasten the journey along. It really does stink in here. Chapter 5. Dug in like a tick. With plenty of time to kill during my journey, I'd already decided to put it to good use. This connection between the Tuuk and the Alex had definite possibilities if we could exploit them, but before we could start ruining their day, I needed to know more. What was the nature of the relationship? What information had already been passed? And which way? What were their plans for the future? If we could answer those questions, we'd be well on our way to being a major thorn in their side. I rubbed my hands with glee as I began my search, crawling my way through the ship's computers and databases. A lifetime of experience had taught me to be cautious. One missed booby trap and I'd likely share Malu's fate. Luckily, time was on my side. As an avatar, I'm not bound by corporeal limitations. Moving at the speed of light may be beyond my skills, but speed of thought is almost as fast, though I rarely operated at those levels. Not only is it physically draining, but you also pay a serious objective time penalty. In layman's terms, the faster you moved, the longer it seemed to take. Think of it as the avatar version of Einstein's relativity equation. Since the last thing I wanted to do was spend a century or so of objective time on a two-up cruiser, because I kept the operating rate low. I'd still have plenty of time to search the nooks and crannies while we headed for the Epsilon Cassiopeia system. With any luck, I'd be just wrapping up when we arrived. Choosing a database at random, I cracked my virtual knuckles and got down to business. It didn't take long to stumble onto my first bit of intel. It seemed the conduit between the two species wasn't simply for passing information, but for disseminating orders as well. I found the remnants of a message from the Alex striking a deal with the Tuuk, using them as a cat's paw against another leg of the Troika, the Agatadub hegemony, in exchange for advanced weaponry. That was actually a bit of good news for us. If the Troika was divided and fighting amongst themselves, we and the fledgling alliance we were trying to foster could gain a firmer toehold. I filed that away for Chris, intent on sending it to her as soon as I located a secure transmitter. What was even more interesting was the proposed target, their shipyards at Gamma Pegasi. At first blush, I didn't see how they could pull it off. Those yards were well defended, with a squadron of ships kept on constant alert nearby. The Tuuk were serious players, no argument, but even they didn't stand a chance against the Agatadub. Had the Alex decided they'd outlived their usefulness? Access to Alex technology was one hell of an incentive. It was an invention of theirs that finally defeated the Ichun, after all, but even the best weapons in the galaxy were of no use to them if they were dead. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them. In the meantime, I had a few surprises of my own for my hosts. By the time we arrived at Epsilon Cassiopeia, I was climbing the walls. Look, the Tuuk just plain suck, okay? For one thing, they hate us with a passion, though Terra alone knows why. Their ships are fetid, dank cesspools, and worse, they seem to prefer them that way. They're dangerously psychotic on a good day, and on a bad one, they're a living nightmare. They're big, ugly, evil bugs, and the sooner we shut the galaxy of them, the happier I'll be. So I'd put my time aboard to good use, preparing for their arrival and my departure. Long Jump was nowhere in sight, though I hadn't expected it to be. Just because it was fishing in these waters didn't mean it tied them to a specific location. The Corsairs were pirates. Excuse me, privateers? Despite whatever airs they might put on in front of the other clans. They raided vulnerable ships and stations for supplies and trade goods, and then turned around and sold their plunder to any number of fences posing as legitimate entrepreneurs across the arm. They followed the trade routes as well as wandered from the beaten path, so one never knew exactly where to find a specific ship at any given time. I had a couple options. I could send a message directly to the Long Jump and request a pickup, though I dismissed that one almost immediately. Not only was I flying under everyone's radar, including the Corsairs, but I'd have to use the Camo gear aboard Bringer of Death and Suffering in order to do it. I could probably shield my efforts from the Tuuk, but there was still a chance they'd discover the message and start asking themselves who the hell was sending it. Not only that, but doing things that way would put long jump at risk, given the bug's tendency to shoot first and ask questions never. Option 2 was simpler. The system was inhabited, claimed by the Yuju, which meant there were assorted stations, satellites, and nearby ships I could transfer to while I waited for long jump to show. I was certain I could find some way to amuse myself while I waited. Epsilon Cassiopeia might be a backwater, but it butted up against several nearby jurisdictions. Something was bound to turn up. Unsurprisingly, the Yuju weren't happy to see the Tuuk appear on their doorstep, with a pair of corvettes patrolling the system immediately altering course and moving to shadow the bug cruiser. They were both sorely outmatched, which likely explained why they weren't attacking, though I knew they had to be squawking at the top of their lungs for backup. They do the job nicely. I had refrained from making any obvious changes to the Tuuk ship, as I wanted to avoid their attention, but I had prepared a few surprises I could load up at a moment's notice. As the corvettes drew closer, I went to work, activating the Alix conduit and warning them of a serious threat. The Bhok were a mollusk-like species, one of the more hostile races towards both the Alliance in general and Terrans in particular. While not especially large in numbers or in terms of power, they were being quite vocal about their displeasure regarding recent events, and this seemed like an excellent opportunity to take them down a peg. I've created quite a few forgeries and fictitious scenarios over the years, so putting together a portfolio that made the Bhok look like a serious threat to the Troika was child's play. I explained their hostility towards the Alliance away as a ploy to assuage their fears while they worked to entrench themselves as potential allies. Once in place, they'd make their move. I peppered the report with enough facts, half-truths, and flat-out lies to get their attention. Then with a wave of my virtual hand took control of the Tuuk communications array to send the message. I wasn't even trying to be subtle about it, for reasons that will soon be made clear, and it didn't take the bugs long to realize something was wrong. They began running diagnostics to trace the problem while struggling to override the signal. Not that they'd have much luck in that department. Short of climbing out on the hull and ripping out the entire communications array, that signal would keep repeating until I decided otherwise. The bugs were getting a little frantic, so it was time to make my move. The Yuju corvettes were finally within range, and while they were certain to have screens and firewalls up to prevent unwanted guests, I had a few tricks up my sleeve that would gain me access. I picked my target and locked it in, wrapping my Gestalt up in protected layers as I slipped into the outgoing message stream and leapt clear of the Tuuk ship as I triggered my last little bombshell. Emphasis on the bomb part. The ship exploded in a fireball that was quickly snuffed out, leaving nothing but an expanding debris field in its wake. The corvettes quickly backed off, eager to put distance between them and the explosion while they howled to their superiors for instructions. I was already settling into my new digs by then, my former hosts already nothing but a distant memory. Look, if you're expecting me to shed a tear over their deaths, don't bother. They deserve everything coming to them a dozen times over. I was just glad to be a part of their comeuppance. Terra knows they've killed plenty of Terrans over the years, and while some races might eventually come over to our side, the Tuuk never will, not with their built-in hostility. At least their deaths served a purpose. Not only did it give added credence to the fairy tale I'd sent to the Alix, but it also did a fine job of covering my tracks and helping to protect our unofficial travel service. Win, win, win. Now firmly nestled in the memory banks of the Yuju corvette, watchful defender, I perused their files looking for anything interesting. Theirs wasn't much, unfortunately. Some reports of smuggling in the region, a notation regarding 2 of his AK fleet movements that warranted a follow-up, a government memorandum informing all personnel to avoid any mention of the Alliance for fear of provoking the Troika. Standard stuff really, but buried within the tracking data was what I was really searching for, any mentions regarding the long jump. She'd been last seen in the system a week ago, flagged as a likely Terran commerce raider. Look, it's not like it's a secret. Everybody knows how the Corsairs make their living. It's possible it's one of the things the other races hold against us. But hey, a man's gotta eat. I'm in no position to judge anyway, especially when you consider the debris field marking bringer of death and suffering's final resting place. I'm a lot of things, but I'm no hypocrite. A week since its last sighting was encouraging. Corsair ships didn't follow regular patterns for the same reason nobody else did. Predictable patterns were a death sentence to a privateer. Still, that gave them plenty of time to find a suitable spot and grab an unsuspecting fish, board and plunder them. then haul their take back to someplace relatively safe like Epsilon Cassiopeia where they could unload their goods for a tidy profit. Patrol vessels like Defender would examine their cargo carefully, searching for signs that they were transporting stolen goods. But if they hadn't learned by now how to forge a custom stamp, they were in the wrong line of work. It didn't take me long to sift through their files. I toyed briefly with the idea of logging into their planetary datanet, but that would mean risking my exposure. For a system out in the sticks like this one, it just wasn't worth the risk. Instead, I tweaked the mainframe a bit, ordering it to nudge me if any updates regarding long jump appeared in the system. With my alarm now set, I settled down for a nice long and well-deserved nap. It was almost 2 weeks later when Defender's security network alerted me about long jump. I yawned and stretched my arms, brewing myself a cup of coffee. Okay, look, I don't actually need to take naps. I don't need to yawn or stretch, and I obviously don't need caffeine. I explained this already. It's somewhere between a coping mechanism and an affectation for us avatars. But for simplicity's sake, I'm framing my tale in a context you can understand. You get that, right? We can move on now? Excellent. Quickly bringing myself up to speed, I saw why I'd been awakened. Long jump was back in the system, and Defender herself was moving to intercept for an inspection. According to the records, they'd danced this dance before, and each time the Corsair ship had heaved to and stood by to be boarded, assuming they held true to form, and I saw no reason why they wouldn't. I could be digging through their system, searching for evidence within the hour. It turned out to be closer to 2 hours, but once the Corvette hailed them, they complied with their demands. It was the smart play, and it was obvious Defender's crew was smart. The instant they docked, I transferred over. No, I didn't blow them up. Sheesh. I ignored the boarding party as they began inspecting the ship's cargo and started feeling my way through the mainframe. Looking for 40-year-old data was a long shot, and I'd known that from the start, but now that I was here, I was hoping it would help narrow my search, though I soon realized my mistake. Even if a specific location's memory was more recent, say, from less than a year ago, had likely overwritten older data, information that with a great deal of painstaking work might be revealed. With a sigh, I rolled up my virtual sleeves and got to work. One nice thing about being an avatar is that we don't need food or rest, allowing me to focus my complete attention on the task at hand until it's completed. I examined packet after packet, but the few files that contained scraps of information from that time held nothing useful for me. It was frustrating, and I was kicking myself for wasting a trip when I stumbled onto something that left me scratching my head. I'd found bits and pieces of data from the Earth mission, but nothing that pointed to any involvement of Malus with the tragedy that took so many lives. Most of the relevant data had been purged long ago, and while I was able to reclaim a few odds and ends, there was nothing here that could aid my investigation. Until I stumbled across an odd data file tucked away in a life support executable folder. I almost missed it, until I realized it had absolutely no business being there. In fact, it should have crashed the local system anytime the folder was accessed. That it didn't immediately aroused my suspicion, so after taking every conceivable precaution I could think of, I opened the folder and peered inside. What I found astounded me. It was an audio file, recorded immediately after Maggie had sabotaged engineering to save herself. The file's date stamp confirmed it, and after running an analysis I determined it was Malus himself who'd recorded it. But what he'd recorded made no sense at all. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Papa's gonna buy you a mockingbird, and if that mockingbird don't sing, Papa's gonna buy you a diamond ring, and if that diamond ring is brass, Papa's gonna buy you a looking glass. What the hell? Chapter 6, Blast from the Past. I played the clip again and again, a dozen times, then a dozen more, and I was no closer to understanding its meaning than the first time I'd heard it. Why would Malus record a lullaby? There were other details about the file that left me scratching my head. For instance, he was horribly off-key, which almost made less sense than him recording it in the first place. There was absolutely no reason for him to sing so poorly, not when it was simplicity itself for him to have perfect pitch, requiring only a thought. For that matter, he could have accompanied himself on the piano, guitar, bass, and drums simultaneously, and played each instrument like a virtuoso. Instead, he'd recorded it a cappella, which wasn't that curious in and of itself. Parents singing to their children usually did the same. But, see, here's the thing. Avatars can't have children. There's no known way to mix and recombine the data files that make up our programs to create a new spark of life. We can make simulacrums easily enough, and I've already talked about that, but they're not real. It's not the same thing at all. Damn it. Don't you dare drag Laura into this. I'm warning you. As I was saying, we can't reproduce. It's possible he craved a family enough to create imitation children to sing lullabies to. It's not an unusual fantasy. For most clans, being unable to procreate would likely signal their demise. But we avatars have two factors in our favor. First, we've always been able to attract enough individuals to replace our losses, especially among the elderly. Which brings me to the second reason. We're immortal. Okay, not immortal exactly. We can die. Malu's fate is proof of that. But barring accidents or intentional acts, the hardware that supports our existence is the only thing limiting our lifespan. We keep backup files with us in order to repair any damage to our code, and you've seen how easily we can hop from one mainframe to another, usually fast enough to escape failing equipment or an attack. Because of that, we can live for a long time, far longer than our flesh and blood cousins. It's a trade-off, granted. But then what isn't? How old am I? You ask. Old enough to know better than to answer the question. Bugger off. None of this helps me, though. I still can't understand why Malus went to all the trouble of recording and then hiding a file of him singing "Hush, Little Baby." Why? What's the point? It has to be a message of some kind. But what does it mean? And to whom was it intended? I restarted the file and played the song again, wincing at his horrible singing. I don't think I've ever heard someone that off-key before. Hell, you'd practically have to do it on purpose to be that bad. My head snapped up as realization slammed into me. It was a code. Had to be. Malus was trying to tell someone something, and must have suspected he was under some kind of surveillance. He'd left the file just in case, as an insurance policy. Suddenly, it was all starting to make sense. Only what did it say? How to break the code. Okay. If it is a code, then it must have something to do with the pitch. I threw up a plot of the musical notation and did a side-by-side comparison. The original composition and Malu's version, noting the differences. His off-key singing seemed to be almost random, either falling flat or pitching sharp in almost equal measure. Assuming that the deviation from the original note is the code and assigning a numerical component to quantify both the positive and negative, sharp and flat, I ended up with a sequence of numbers, which didn't mean a whole lot to me. I'm an investigator and a spy, not a code breaker. I could spend the next eternity or so beating my head against the wall trying to solve it, or I could feed it into the computer and let it chew on it for a while. Why do you think we invented computers in the first place? Look up the Bletchley Park bomb sometime and see for yourself. The big problem I faced was the fact it was a relatively brief message, using an unknown cipher. I didn't know how long it would take to break the code, and it was possible Longjump's mainframe wasn't up to the task. If it couldn't handle the job, I'd have to find my way back to Chris and hand it off since she had access to technology one didn't. I really hate to admit defeat, though. Kind of gnaws on me. Ding. It doesn't actually make that sound. Honest. Looks like I underestimated Longjump's computer. Much faster than I'd expected. An answer popped out. I stared at the decoded message, trying to make sense of it. Brotherhood of Shadows. Okay. Scratch his head. What the fuck is the Brotherhood of Shadows? Later, after having had time to ponder this latest development, see, here's the thing. In my line of work, you never have all the answers. Ever. Seriously. If you can figure out half the questions, you're doing good. The galaxy is filled with species of every description, each with their own history and axe to grind. I guarantee you, for every secret organization I have actually heard of, there's 100 more I haven't, which is kind of a problem, especially on days like today. Malus knew something. That much was obvious now. Whatever it was, it had been enough for him to leave cryptic hidden messages, enough to turn a blind eye while a reprogrammed tinker slaughtered half his crew, and enough to keep him quiet for over 20 years after the fact, until he came to an untimely end. Someone wanted him silenced. They were a little late to the party, but they finally got around, whoever they were, to cleaning up the loose ends. So why didn't he tell somebody? Why stay silent? Hell, why did he get into bed with this brotherhood in the first place? Unless, of course, he didn't, at least, not willingly. Maggie's old mentor had obviously been tampered with. After all, was it possible he had as well? Or even coerced? though once again I had a tough time imagining what someone could use as leverage against an avatar, especially for over 20 years. With that kind of time at his disposal, Mallows must have had dozens of opportunities to wriggle off the hook, but he hadn't. Why? I was even more confused than ever, except now I had a lead. Granted, it was a lead that didn't go anywhere at the moment, but it was a start, something to build on. I dove back into Longjump's computer systems with a fine-toothed comb, searching for any other scraps of data, but at the end of the day, I came up blank. If Mallows had hidden any other messages, either they'd been deleted in the last 40 years, or I wasn't smart enough to find them. The Brotherhood of Shadows. Just who the hell are you? There was no reason for me to remain on Longjump, so I jumped ship at the first opportunity. Since I had never informed the crew I was on board in the first place, I was spared a tearful goodbye. Not that such a thing had ever really been in the cards. Being honest for a moment, most folks are glad to see my backside. I'm fairly sure it has nothing to do with my charming personality and stellar wit. More likely it's the job that rubs people the wrong way. No one enjoys being spied on. In fact, most folks resent the hell out of it. I can't say I blame them, really, but I can't afford to let sentiment prevent me from getting results. I didn't end up as Chris Guy Friday by pulling my punches, boys and girls. Just saying. I bounced from one ship to another, working my way back, mulling over my next move. Since I needed to check back in with Chris anyway and report what I'd learned, I'd forward a request for any additional data she might have on Mallows. Maybe he'd left other clues lying around, especially since he'd had plenty of opportunity after the Earth mission. In the meantime, since Mallows had fallen first, I'd already decided to investigate them in the chronological order of their deaths. Picking up the next folder from the pile, I flipped it open and scanned the contents. Cashin Medeiros, Corsair Clan. Death was caused by suit failure 17 years ago, a year after Mallows. He'd been the pilot aboard Catabasis. Suit failure. We Terrans haven't had it easy these last 2 centuries, not since losing our homeworld. We've struggled to get by as best we can, but time and lack of resources have taken their toll. Even Freya herself, the most powerful ship we still have, is showing her age, and things break down. People die from equipment failures all the time. In fact, Maggie had told me how she'd almost been crushed to death just before I'd met her because a stanchion had collapsed. It's a dangerous universe, and it plays no favorites. And if this had been the only death of the remaining crew, I would have accepted it without a second thought. But it wasn't, so I didn't. Sabotaging a suit isn't difficult. Puncture the fabric, block the O2 feed, shatter the faceplate. Any of those will do the job nicely. Accidents happen all the time, which is why safety training is so rigidly enforced among ship's crews. Anyone going EVA carries with them emergency patches and a spare tank and is in constant communication with those around them to minimize the danger. It's not impossible to die from a suit failure, but it is uncommon. In Cashin's case, according to the file, he'd been transferring between 2 ships when disaster struck. Technically, he should have been on a tether, but it's one of the more commonly ignored safety precautions among old hands. He'd simply jumped for it, eyeballing his target and making course corrections with his suit thrusters as needed. Then something went wrong. The report was maddeningly sparse on that point. For some undetermined reason, he'd lost oxygen pressure, and within a matter of seconds began exhibiting classic signs of hypoxia. He became disoriented and confused, suddenly unable to perform even the simplest of functions. This is the very reason suit drills are SOP for all ship passengers and crew, allowing them to operate on instinct in order to save their lives when intellect fails. It was immediately apparent to the crews on both ships that Cashin was in trouble. At this point, I realized they had ignored yet another safety procedure, the standard policy of someone standing by in the airlock ready to perform an EVA rescue in case it was needed. One of the 2 ships in question, the Crooked Star, did in fact have a crewman at the ready, while the other, the Hail Mary, did not. This is another one of those regulations that are often ignored, and in Hail Mary's defense, they were shorthanded because of a crew transfer. Cashin himself, once it became obvious that he was unable to recover on his own, Crooked Star's rescue crewman donned her helmet and slapped the airlock hatch release. Nothing happened. The hatch was jammed solid. So bad, in fact, that even the emergency override couldn't budge it. They lost precious seconds as the would-be rescuer raced for another hatch. But by the time she could exit the ship and link up with Cashin, he was no longer moving. 3 minutes had passed since he'd last made any sort of utterance, and despite their best efforts, it was too late. He never regained consciousness. The tinker aboard Crooked Star later determined that metal fatigue had caused part of the release mechanism to wedge itself in the hatch frame, locking it down tight. It was an older ship, and the part had failed because of it. That was the official story. Unofficially, however, there were simply too many coincidences for me to ignore. That being said, there was little else for me to investigate, and unlike Long Jump, I wouldn't be able to visit the vessels in question. Hail Mary had been jumped by a Limiodrian frigate and was forced to surrender a few years later, before eventually being sold for scrap. Crooked Star, on the other hand, was destroyed when the Agatadub attacked the Corsair flagship roughly 2 years ago. Bad timing, unfortunately, though I'd had a ringside seat for the bloody business. That at least I knew was legitimate. It was all very circumstantial. There was no smoking gun, no single piece of evidence I could point to and say, this proves it was sabotage. There was no evidence of tampering when they inspected the hatch, and the examination of Cashin's suit turned up nothing unusual. But when you added up all the tiny details, all the mistakes made, all the unhappy coincidences that had given life to this tragedy, it just flat hit me wrong. Given the lack of any surviving physical evidence, I'd never be able to prove it. So where did that leave me? Well, there were still 4 other names on my list to check out, and I did have a new lead, though one that meant nothing to me at the moment. Perhaps Chris could dig up some additional information from her files once I showed her what I'd uncovered. It was worth a shot. I'd started this investigation with the assumption it would be open and shut. The Troika was responsible, just as we'd always suspected. End of story. Only the more I dug into the case, the less I believed it. The Troika had absolutely no reason to hide behind some sinister-sounding nom de guerre like the Brotherhood of Shadows. They'd had free reign over the galaxy for thousands of years and took a certain savage delight in throwing their weight around to cow the other, lesser races. Instead of hiding behind some shadowy organization, they wanted you to know who they were, especially when committing some barbarous act. Pretending someone else was to blame would have completely defeated the point they constantly strove to make. Don't fuck with us. The implications were disturbing as hell. Whoever was behind this brotherhood had to be connected on a deep level if they could manipulate someone like Malus and bury the truth surrounding Cashin's death. But worst of all was the fact that they knew about New Terra and its precursor connection. There were few enough players who could make that claim. In fact, before now, we'd assumed the list consisted solely of the Troika and the Oivu. Apparently, we were wrong. We'd been operating on the assumption we held a thin lead over the galactic overlords in the race for the prize. Only now it seems someone else was out there, someone who had a 20-year head start and had been trying to knock us out of the running ever since. Suddenly, the cold case Chris had handed me had taken on a whole new sense of urgency. If we didn't beat the Brotherhood to the planet, we were doomed. Chapter 7. Follow the Yellow Brick Road. You said you had something for me. Let's hear it. I won't say I made record time coming back from Epsilon Cassiopeia, but it was close. It took me 3 transfers, hitchhiking on unsuspecting ships, but I'd pulled it off without being discovered. We now sat in a nondescript office, one intentionally designed to be bland and generic. It lacked windows, decorations, or even so much as a faux plastic plant in the corner to break up its austere lines. Chris and I sat across a round conference table, her fingers interlaced as she looked at me expectantly. It was her no-nonsense business office, and the message was clear. This meeting was about her gathering intelligence and nothing else. For once, I wasn't even remotely tempted to play court jester. When I started this investigation, I didn't expect to find anything, I told her. I was certain the Troika were behind those deaths, and to be perfectly honest, I did it mostly to humor you. She cocked her head. And now? Now, I said quietly, I think you were right. A dark expression came across her face as she nodded in bleak recognition. Tell me. I tracked down the catabasis, I explained, and after vacuuming the databanks, I found this. Pulling out a digital device from my pocket, I set it on the table and pressed an icon on the screen. Malu's recorded voice began singing, and she reacted just as I had, wincing at his awful caterwaul. What is that? She demanded. A code. I paused well, technically you could call it music, and pulled up the comparison I'd fed into the computer. I don't know what Mala's reasoning was, but he recorded that song and then hid the file, I suspect in order to warn someone who was behind the deaths. Decoded, it reads, Brotherhood of Shadows. I leaned back in my chair as I regarded her. Mean anything to you? Chris shook her head. Never heard of them, she answered. What else? That's it so far, I shrugged. I'm still digging, but if I learn anything else, I'll pass it on. I just thought you needed to know about this as quickly as possible. You're absolutely correct, she agreed, sighing unhappily, though I'd hoped I was wrong about this one. You've always had good instincts, I reminded her. Perhaps, she said, shrugging it off, before fixing me with a flinty stare. Where do you go from here? I'll run down the rest of those names and see what else turns up, I informed her, and start putting out feelers for this brotherhood. Something might bite. She considered that for a moment and then nodded. Do it, she ordered, before reaching out and touching my arm. I know I don't need to tell you to exercise caution, but I'm saying it anyway. Whoever's behind this, they're playing for keeps. We can't let this one go, no matter how risky it might get, I told her point blank. Ever since the second mission to Earth, events have taken on a life of their own. We're committed, Chris. The other clans are already making their own moves to support the cause, but we're still vulnerable. If the Troika takes the gloves all the way off, I gnawed on my lip for a moment before finishing my thought. Even with this new alliance, they could still crush us anytime they wanted. Which begs the question why they haven't, she replied. I've heard 100 theories on the subject, and I'm not sure if I believe any of them. She paused, struck by a sudden thought. What do you think? There's much about the Troika's inner politics we know nothing about, but if I had to guess, I'd say they've recognized the inherent danger of attacking a coalition like the Alliance. On the one hand, they don't dare let us continue drumming up support, but on the other, if they do attack, governments still on the fence might decide to join us for fear they'll be next. It's a lose-lose proposition, which is why I think they're treading lightly, at least until they have a better handle on the situation. I shrugged. Say whatever you like about the Troika, they're not stupid. She nodded slowly in recognition of my argument. No, they're not, she said finally, but until we know for sure, our best bet is to keep looking for evidence we can use against them. If we can find something to present to the galaxy at large, something that exposes their plans, hopefully it'll drive more of the undecideds into our camp. And you think these deaths will do that? I said skeptically. No offense, but I can count on one digital hand the number of races out there who have ever cared if we lived or died, and still have most of my fingers left over. It doesn't matter, she answered. The only way we'll win this war is in the court of public opinion. What's kept the other species from fighting back on their own before now is fear. A reasonable fear, granted, which is why we need to show the non-aligned worlds how much better their lot will be with us. Understood, I nodded, rising to my feet. Guess I'd best get back to it. Keep me apprised, Al, she said tersely. A lot's riding on this. Don't I know it, I answered, as I stepped out of the bubble. The next name on my list was Pierre No, captain of the Catabasis. 16 years ago he died in a shuttle accident, along with half a dozen other corsairs. He was sitting in the pilot's seat when the small craft had impacted an uninhabited moon at several thousand kilometers an hour. By some miracle, they recovered the black box with the data intact, and the culprit was soon discovered. The software governing the engines and thrusters crashed, sending spurious signals to the affected systems and causing the ship to tumble violently out of control, while simultaneously locking them out of the CPU. Based on the telemetry of the out-of-control vessel, the crew were likely dead long before cratering the rocky satellite. Terran ships are old and require constant maintenance to keep them flying. They break down with depressing regularity, not surprising considering some of them like Freya date back to Task Force Odin, 2 centuries ago. 200 years is a long time to keep a ship flying, especially given the dearth of spare parts. It's the reason a skilled tinker is so highly prized in any clan. Among the Corsairs, they're worth their weight in antimatter. It was also the reason the investigation was resolved so quickly. Once they found the data recorder, it answered all of their questions. Captain No was an expert pilot in his own right, with over 25 years' experience under his belt, but locked out of the system like he was, there was literally nothing he could do. Case closed. Neat, logical, and I didn't believe it for a second. Our mystery assassins had already shown incredible skills in altering Mala's program, and doing the same in this case would be child's play. The more I studied the files, the more impressed I became. These guys were good, and if it weren't for the single connecting thread of the first mission to Earth, no one would have ever been the wiser. Granted, the evidence I had collected so far was thin, but there were simply too many coincidences involved for me to believe it was all mere happenstance. And once again, I couldn't prove any of it. Maybe if I could locate the data recorder, a more rigorous examination might tell me something. But there was no way I'd ever be able to track it down. Either the data had been wiped years ago before being installed in another ship, or far more likely, the Brotherhood of Shadows had simply arranged for it to disappear. I was back in my noir detective's office, my feet propped up on the desk and sipping a glass of rotgut while I pondered what little information I had. Finding Malu's recording on Long Jump had been a fluke, and I doubted our enemies would be so careless a second time. If I was going to find this furtive brotherhood, then I needed to use my wits. If I waited until I had enough evidence to convict them in some interstellar court, I'd likely be waiting forever. No, I had to outthink them. So let's start with who they were. Well, they weren't Terrans, that was obvious enough, and I'd already crossed both the Troika and Oivu off the list as well. That only left the rest of the entire Perseus arm as suspects, though the more I thought about it, the more I realized it didn't have to be any single entity. The Brotherhood of Shadows could be a faction rivaling our own alliance, drawn from many worlds. Without more data, there was no way to know. And just where was I going to find this data? We didn't have it, and I had a sneaking suspicion the Oivu didn't either. Or even if they did, I doubt we could afford it. They'd informed us that others had sought the precursor planet and tried to warn us off the search, but that was all they'd shared. Considering they'd purged the planet's location from their own memory and told us it was one bit of information that even they considered too dangerous to keep, I couldn't imagine them keeping tabs on the deluded fools still trying to find it. They'd washed their hands of the matter and moved on. So who did that leave? I'd already surmised the Troika didn't know, narrowing a few options, but that still left me with the bulk of the galaxy to search. I needed to narrow it down, perhaps find some other source of information. The Oivu weren't the only game in town, merely the most notable, and there were areas where their competitors held an edge. What I needed was someone who had access to information and was willing to part with it for the right price. Someone who knew the players and kept their ear to the street. Someone with connections to less reputable segments of the populace, shall we say? I needed an information broker. Luckily, I knew a guy. Well, heard of a guy, I should say. Our paths had never crossed, but we keep a database of potential contacts and sources of intelligence. Other avatars had noted in his file that he was, and I'm quoting here, a duplicitous, deceitful, two-faced scoundrel and rogue. He liked money and what it provided, would gladly peddle the same information to as many clients as possible, and had been known to sell out those he dealt with in order to save his own hide. In other words, he was perfect. Look, I'm not an idiot, and I haven't survived as long as I have by taking foolish chances. I assumed from the start he'd try to double-cross me, so obviously I'd need to take precautions. That was old hat for someone in my profession. I never entered a new system without having my escape route already well marked. Besides, one benefit of being an electronic personality is never having to physically interact with anyone. To him, I'd be nothing but an image on a screen, and I could cut the connection the instant things went south. I just needed to get within range and forward a message telling him to expect my call. Serplessis, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How may I assist you? The Lamodrian asked from the view screen. I took a moment to inspect my contact before answering. The Lamodrians were an unusual race, one that defied easy classification. Some might classify them as insectoid, based on the 8 eyes, each on long stalks that flitted in every direction, making it difficult to decide where to focus one's attention. Others would probably guess reptilian, based on the scaly hide and endoskeleton. It was as if an Alex and a Gatadub had made babies together, with the poor creature inheriting the worst attributes of both races. But then, what do I know of Lamodrian beauty standards? Maybe on his world he's an Adonis. I've been told by those I respect you are someone who comes across interesting scraps of information, Sir Vergaconks, I answered. The sort of tidbits other, more highbrow sources might miss. If my choice of words offended him, he didn't show it. It's true I strive to keep current with the comings and goings of those sorts of individuals other agents may overlook, he agreed. Was there someone in particular you had in mind? I double-checked my security software before responding. Currently, It was showing a false image, one belonging to a Bamid pseudo-reptilian. They were a minor merchant race themselves, so it was likely no surprise to Vergakonks. And just to be safe, I had an additional 15 layers behind that, in case they penetrated the first dozen or so. If he got that far, I'd pull the plug and move on to my second choice, though I was loath to do anything so drastic. It had taken me the better part of a month to get here, hundreds of light years from where I'd started, and going to my next option would mean yet another long journey. Something has come to my attention, I continued. An uptick of unusual events. A name has reached my ears, some type of syndicate bent on mischief it seems. They are unknown to me, though perhaps not to you. Perhaps, he allowed, though promising nothing. What is the name of this organization? The Brotherhood of Shadows, I said casually, watching and waiting to observe his response. He considered, his eye stalks writhing and weaving in intricate patterns. Brotherhood of Shadows, you say? It looked as if he was attempting to recall that bit of information, though his expression was all but impossible to read. After a few moments he relented and logged into a nearby terminal, punching up the requested data. Several minutes went by as he hunted for the information, before finally turning back to face the screen. I regret to say I have nothing on a consortium by that name, he explained, admitting defeat. Was there perhaps another designation this faction is known by? Not that I'm aware of, replied. You're certain there's nothing? Quite certain. I'm afraid, Vergakonks explained. If you like, I can keep your request in our database, should any new data surface. Please do, I agreed. Thank you for your time. The screen went blank as I mulled over our conversation. Although he was as alien as any being I'd come across in my travels, I was certain down to my bones that Vergakonks was lying. That wasn't merely intuition talking. Part of my security suite worked to ferret out the truth from even the most paranoid. It was screaming lie at me in big red letters. If even a fraction of what I'd learned so far was true, I can't say I blamed him. Well then, I'll simply have to get creative. Chapter 8. A Little Beanie Among Friends. The query I get most often from corporeal folks is, what's it like, making the transition? Good question. The answer is somewhat complicated, I'm afraid. There's explaining the details of the procedure itself, and there's what the experience is like for those going through it. I'm happy to walk you through it, but before we begin, I really should ask if you've just had a big meal. What? Oh, no reason. It's not a straightforward process, extracting what makes someone human from their corporeal form and then translating it into a type of life that can exist in the digital world. Philosophers have been asking since the beginning of time what makes us human, and they've come up with more answers than you can shake a stick at. As it turns out, they're all wrong. What makes you human is your central nervous system, which should be no surprise since scientists had been saying that all along. Personally, I think anyone calling themselves a philosopher is an individual who's allergic to hard work and is trying to swindle free drinks. But that's a separate conversation. But hey, what do they know? Quite a bit, as it turns out, though like I said earlier, it wasn't us Terrans who figured out the trick. The species we stole borrowed. The technology from were only vaguely humanoid. Translating that into something that would work on Homo sapiens took a great deal of trial and error. So how does it work? Well, the first step is to separate the nervous system from the rest of one's body, which is an extremely delicate procedure. Obviously, you don't want to be awake for this part. Actually, you don't want to be awake for any of it. Removing the nerves intact is delicate work, considering it runs over 70 kilometers in length, much of which is thinner than a human hair. Damaging those fibers during the procedure will have profound consequences, ones that will follow you into your next life. But you said you could create anything you wanted in cyberspace. I hear you cry, and that's true, to a point. But remember what else I said. What makes you human is your nervous system, from your brain down to the smallest fibers in your hands and feet. Damaging any of it means entering the virtual world less than whole, and that is the one thing we cannot change. To turn a famous historical quote on its head, if you're damaged in the real world, you'll be damaged in the matrix. Once all the nerves and neurons and brain tissue are extracted, they're placed in an oxygenated nutrient bath while technicians thoroughly map the entire system. Imagine a kilo of lumpy cottage cheese attached to a long tangled mess of gray spaghetti, bubbling away in a thick red soup of, hey, don't look at me like that. I asked you if you'd had lunch. Mop is over there. As I was saying, It's a lot easier to map the network when the nerve fibers aren't encased in bone and meat, and part of that process is recording the frequency and amplitude of the electrical impulses traversing your own personal neural network. It takes a lot of raw computing power to pull it off, even with quantum systems. That forms the template for the following step of the procedure. You're still snoozing away inside your physical brain while they're mapping out your nervous system, but a map is not the territory. If I draw a sketch of, say, Freya's deck plans on a piece of paper and then set it on fire, the actual ship doesn't burst into flames. This isn't a voodoo doll we're talking about. So how do we take the you that is you and move it from the physical world into the virtual? Basically, we cheat. Sort of. See, electrical energy powers our bodies, and electricity is something that can bridge the gap between the organic and the synthetic. By wiring the organic neural system directly into a quantum computer network, we can begin downloading the basic framework that will help create the virtual personality that will be the new you. That takes us most of the way there. But there's one last step required for the transition. Yeah, this part always gets them. Sick bags are directly in front of you. As difficult as the preliminary work is, it's nothing compared to the last stage necessary to make the transition a reality. Despite all the mapping we've already done, it's nowhere near detailed enough for our needs. We require something that's accurate down to the individual atoms and their quantum eigenstate, which of course is impossible, can't be done, ask any physicist, and yet we do it all the time. How? I'll skip the math, because frankly it'll put us both to sleep, but basically, we average out the various superpositions in the neural network, which is close enough for our purposes. While it's impossible to determine what a single quantum state looks like, when you're dealing with a trillion of them, they break down into categories as rigorous as an actuarial table. How do we map all those atoms, you ask? Simple. We run your brain through a blender. I'm kidding, of course. We don't do that. That would be silly. No. Instead, what we do is slice your nerves and brain and neurons into slivers a molecule thick and scan every atom while transmitting that data into the computer. We start with the peripheral nerves and work our way up, using that information to build your new virtual neural network, transferring the data from each individual slice. It's fascinating, really, shaving the brain stem into paper-thin wedges. Yep, there she blows. Chuckles. Anyway, there you have it. A brand new avatar, ready to awaken in their new virtual world. We keep trained staff on hand to guide the new arrival and show them the ropes, and they'll remain in a training facility that limits their new abilities until they have them under control. Trust me, the things a newbie can dredge up from the depths of their subconscious can scare the bejesus out of you until they master it. What can I say? It's not for everyone. Getting my new friend Ser Vergaconks to talk wouldn't be easy. Information brokers by their very nature are a paranoid lot, and it was a safe bet he had the latest security software guarding his databases. Bluffing my way into his network, my standard modus operandi, wouldn't work here, and that was assuming what he knew about the Brotherhood was even saved electronically. If it was even half as dangerous as I suspected it was possible the only place he kept that data was inside his head. If so, infiltrating his network would do me no good whatsoever. It was a place to start, though. I didn't bother probing his defenses. I was certain they were top of the line. No, I had something a little different in mind. In less than a second, I found what I was searching for in the planet directory. I've worked this angle many times over the years, and it has yet to fail me. The first step was to find me a body. Not just any body, mind you. I have specific tastes when it comes to the job. It's probably no surprise that in a galaxy threatened by the murderous artificial drones of the Ichun that personal robots never took off, they limit the few that exist to drudge work, like automated factories, and are purposely kept dumb as rocks. For anything else, they'll hire an alien. There's always plenty of species out there struggling to get by who will gladly take a job as a servant or butler or their equivalent. Even some Terrans have gone that route, though not many considering how most races view us. But one aspect of civilized life that's almost always automated is waste disposal. Let's face it, nobody likes garbage. It smells, it's unsightly, it's unsanitary, and it's a major pain in the ass to get rid of. More importantly, there isn't a single kid in the galaxy that dreams of someday toting other people's trash, no matter what the species. It's a reality, and it needs to be dealt with. But almost every race I've met is more than happy to let robots handle it. Think about it. Mechanical servants that are kept purposefully stupid and go everywhere. Just imagine the possibilities. I certainly have. Grins. It took a little digging, but I finally pinpointed my quarry's physical location. I'm sure he had several backups and bolt holes just in case, but most folks are creatures of habit, and it looked like Vergakonks was no exception. Once I had that nailed down, it was simplicity itself to learn who handled waste pickup at that site and their schedule. Since the entire system was automated, the same transport vehicle visited that building twice a week. I scheduled it for routine maintenance. While that was happening, I purchased a smaller delivery bot through a dummy account, along with a memory storage unit. That was for me, since there was no way I was going to fit my Gestalt in the waste transport's limited brain. The delivery bot, now outfitted with the markings of a local delivery company, delivered the package to the maintenance depot, along with a set of new orders when it tapped into the mainframe. I instructed the maintenance bots to install the memory unit inside the waste transport and then wipe the memory from their databanks. Here's something else that makes my job easier. People are lazy, and when I say people, I'm referring to all sapients, no matter the species. If given even half a chance, they will do the absolute bare minimum to scrape by and complain about doing even that. And although the entire galaxy was terrified of the Ichun, the data connections in the waste vehicle's pea-sized brain used for testing were the same type used by a standard memory storage unit. Literally plug and play. Took less than a second to install. I mean, I get it. Who in their right mind could imagine a fleet of garbage trucks suddenly gaining sentience and rising in rebellion? It's utterly laughable. Thinks for a moment. Nah, it'd never work. Be fun trying, though. And don't look at me like that. I never said I was in my right mind. Being completely serious for a moment, you could say I haven't been in my right mind since they removed it from my skull. With the maintenance complete, Waste Transport Vehicle number 34691 was returned to service and reassigned its original route. 2 days later, it arrived for its normal pickup at a certain nondescript building on the outskirts of the metropolis, connecting to the building's waste disposal system as it prepared to receive the last 3 days' worth of trash. Here's the thing. Every data connection in and out of that building was shielded and encrypted to within a centimeter of its life. All of them, except one. And since only an authorized waste transport could access it, there was no reason to encrypt it, now was there? Not to mention the fact that if he had mucked about with it, they'd cut off his service. It's just so odd to me that no one else has ever come to that realization and used it to their own advantage. Once the transport made the connection, I was inside and slashing my way through Vergakonks' security in, dare I say it, in the blink of an eye. Like I said, getting inside was only half the battle. I still had to find the data I was looking for, and if it wasn't in his system, somehow convince Vergakonks to tell me what I wanted to know. Well, first things first. I began rifling through his database, copying any file that looked intriguing while I looked for any mention of the Brotherhood. You see, getting inside was the hard part. Since my new best friend had made the same mistake most do with security, they spend all their efforts trying to keep intruders out, with no thought given to what happens if they somehow sneak in. It's what I call the tortoiseshell defense, and while it's effective against most data thieves, it doesn't offer you much backup in case it fails. Oh, there was an alarm designed to alert the admin that his security had been breached, as well as an option that would allow him to completely scrub the system. The only problem with that setup is that I hadn't triggered the alarm. I'd bypassed it, leaving him blissfully unaware there was now a fox in the henhouse. Really, considering that this was his livelihood and all, he really needed a better strategy in place. He'd likely done the work himself, worried that a contractor might leave behind a backdoor that would grant him access, and then congratulated himself on his brilliance. Amateurs. Sigh. Well, it makes my job easier. I really shouldn't complain. The size of his database surprised me. It was larger than I'd estimated, and it took some time to go through it all. I learned quite a few things that would pique Chris' interest, but sadly there wasn't so much as a hint of data relating to the Brotherhood. So, he was playing things close to the vest, just as I'd expected. On to Phase 2, then. Vergakonks was huddled over one of his screens, reviewing some new intel when I put in a call. Morning sunshine, I grinned, appearing on the display. He started back in shock, his eye stalks gyrating wildly. What is the meaning of this? He sputtered. After locating my signal, he froze, unable to believe what his data was telling him. Your software isn't lying, I informed him. I really am inside your network. Impossible, he roared, launching an attack to purge me from his database. I yawned, politely. He didn't take it well. His efforts grew even more frantic as he threw everything at me but the kitchen sink, to no avail. Disabling his arsenal and rendering myself immune to his barrage had been the first thing on my agenda once I downloaded myself into his network. When his attempts to drive me out or delete me failed, in desperation he reached for the nuclear option. Vergakonks had decided to crash the network and delete the information forever, including me. Really, don't you think that 000 destruct 0 is just a tad melodramatic for a code phrase? I chided him as the attempt failed. If you've gotten that out of your system, maybe now we could talk? What do you want? He asked nervously. With good reason, I might add, considering the circumstances. All I want is what you know about the Brotherhood of Shadows, I told him. You give me that and I'm gone. I already told you. I've never heard of them, he blustered. Really? Are you sure that's how you want to play it? I asked him. Before you answer, think long and hard about where I am and just what I could do. Vergakonks switched tactics and tried to stonewall me instead. Go ahead, delete the data, he sneered. Why? You've got backups stashed somewhere, I'm certain. Complete waste of my time, I replied. No, I had something different in mind. I pulled up a file, one of the juicier ones I'd stumbled across in here, and flashed it onto the screen. I thought I'd just dump all your hard-won information onto the data network and flag your enemies that it was all up for grabs. He blanched, inasmuch as his species was capable of that, but I wasn't done yet. I mean, I'm sure that Ikbalix won't mind that you. I paused, pretending to reread the file. Oh, his sister? I must say, I am impressed. After all, just because he's the local crime boss and has at least a dozen bodies tied to him, you don't think he'd get upset about something like that, do you? That was all it took. He crumpled like a cheap suit. It was actually kind of sad. All right, he whispered. I'll tell you. Chapter 9. Legwork and Guesswork. I don't know much, Vergakonks began. And what little I do know about them is only because they contracted me for a certain task. My virtual eyebrows climbed at that one. Wait, you've actually been in contact with the Brotherhood? I said in surprise. What was the job? They wanted information, he explained, making a gesture that was probably the equivalent of a jittery shrug, so I provided it to them. That was all. Anything they were interested in had my full attention. And what was the information? I pressed him. His eye stalks started going wild again. Please, you have no idea what they're capable of, he whimpered. I might surprise you, I demurred. What did they want to know? Vergakonks looked about furtively, as if worried they might overhear. They wanted to know about the Wyas, he answered, just above a whisper. That one blindsided me. The Wyas? Are you certain? Of course I'm certain, he hissed. Do you think I would confuse something like that? Screensaver me, the image my new friend saw on his monitor, adopted a bland expression, but elsewhere my mind was racing. The Wyas were an unusually exotic race, located in a single system far off the beaten path. They'd undergone extensive genetic manipulation over the millennia that allowed them to survive in hard vacuum without a suit for hours at a time. They'd modified their lungs to act as a pressurized air tank, as well as hardening their skin to shrug off most solar radiation. The Wyas system was filled with space habitats and hollowed-out asteroids as they had moved off their homeworld en masse, preferring to live in space itself. They're reclusive to a fault, actively shunning most overtures sent their way. They bothered no one, and no one bothered them in return. So why? What did they want from you? I pressed him. An item had come up for sale at one of the more exclusive auction firms, he explained. Someone contacted me anonymously to secure it. What sort of item? I asked. I don't know, he answered, putting his hands up in defense as I scowled. It is true, I swear it. Even the seller did not know what it was. They listed it as an archaeological artifact, age and provenance unknown. There was only one reason I could think of why the Brotherhood would be interested in an ancient artifact. Given their involvement with the Catabasis mission, it could only mean that it dated back to the precursors, almost 1 billion years ago. If that was the case, and they believed it to be the key that unlocked their homeworld, and did you purchase it for them? I prodded, even more certain I was on the right trail. No, he replied, I never had the chance. The Troika stepped in and shut the sale down, before confiscating it for themselves. Of course they did, I thought, more certain than ever my theory was correct. The Troika wanted that world bad, bad enough to kill for. They'd been searching for a way in for millennia, ruthlessly eliminating the competition along the way. It was the reason I'd assumed the Catabasis murders were at their orders, given what I'd witnessed aboard the Gerfalcon mission 40 years later. They were convinced the world was a treasure trove, filled with ancient and powerful technology that would make their position impregnable forever. What they feared was someone else getting there first. No one knew much about the precursors, not even the Oivu, the galaxy's preeminent merchants, so it didn't surprise me that there might still be devices and relics of theirs still floating around. If they were still looking for a way past the powerful guardian that blocked all entrances, searching the cosmos for clues made perfect sense. Maybe somewhere out there was the key that opened the door. So what happened next? I continued. They couldn't have been happy about losing the artifact. They wanted me to discover how it was being transported. And where, he said nervously. It took much digging, but I pinpointed the shipment's location just before it lifted. Vergaconx shuddered at the memory. I wish by all that is sacred I hadn't. I raised an eyebrow at that. Why? I asked, suddenly curious. He looked me dead in the eye. Because that ship was lost, with all hands, he said hoarsely. I slowly nodded in realization. You think the Brotherhood was responsible, I said at last. And you do not? He hissed. You would not be here if that were so. He was right. I did believe it. It fit their pattern all too well. Was that your last communication with them? I wondered aloud. No, he informed me, more shaken than ever. They contacted me one last time, weeks later, and sent me a single image. Once again, his desperate eyes found my virtual ones. It was a photo of a ship, taken somewhere in the depths of space, its hull breached on multiple decks. I must have looked distracted, as he leaned into the camera until his face filled my view. They attacked the Troika, he said shrilly, on the verge of hysteria. No one does that. Only a madman would take such a risk, knowing full well their promise of retribution. In fact, there's an alliance building and growing as we speak that dares to stand up to them. I pointed out somewhat smugly. The alliance, he sneered. Mark my words, the Troika will grind them into dust soon enough, just as they have those who have gone before. They are nothing. He shuddered once more and looked away. What makes the Brotherhood of Shadows so dangerous is that they fear no one, not even the Troika itself. They hide in anonymity and can strike anywhere. Until their final missive, I did not even know their name, and I wish now they had never told me. An odd sentiment for an information broker, I mused. Fool, he snapped. Are you really so obtuse? As long as they remained anonymous, I was safe. There was nothing I could tell those inquiring after them, those like you, for I knew nothing about them. That anonymity protected me, like a shield. He shuddered yet again, looking fearfully over his shoulder. By telling me their name, they have marked me, made me complicit in their crimes. And one day they will decide I am a loose thread that must be cut. I have deleted every bit of data that even remotely implicates them, and still it is not enough. One day they will send someone for me, no matter how carefully I tread, and that will be the end. He glared back at me once more. Imagine living under the sentence of death, day after day after day. His confession rocked me back on my heels. I didn't doubt Vergaconx's words for even an instant, not with the raw terror that bled out behind them. He was a hunted creature, and part of me pitied him. Not enough to swap places, of course. And that's all you know? I asked gently. That is all, he confirmed. Now go. You have what you came for, and I kept my end of the bargain. Leave me be and allow me the dignity to live out the time I have left before they kill me in peace. There was nothing I could say to that. I silently withdrew the way I'd come, leaving him to wallow in his misery, contemplating what I'd just learned while riding the data streams back to the spaceport. I opened my file once more, pursuing the names as I hitched a ride on a Bamid merchant vessel. Shakir had been the sole Protean representative on the Catabasis mission, just as Samara had been on mine. Her records were sparse, which didn't surprise me. The Protean clan has always been secretive, though less so as of late since their Troika connection has come to light. I don't know what will become of them. Will they reform into something new? Or is this the end of their clan? Even for someone with my skills, the answer to that question is shrouded in mystery. At first glance, I assumed she'd been another Wetworks assassin like Samara, but on sober reflection, I realized that made absolutely no sense. If that had been the case, when Maggie's master had started systematically murdering the rest of the crew, she would have easily dispatched him, had she possessed those skills. The tinker Daniel Schnoebelen had been a middle-aged man with no combat skills to speak of. He wasn't a warrior, far from it, and no match for someone trained in the deadly arts despite his murderous compulsion. Maggie's description of her final confrontation with her master had illustrated the image of a man barely holding on, as alien coercion turned him into a twitching, gibbering puppet, an easy target for a trained assassin. Instead, I suspect she was likely an intelligence operative, performing much the same role as I do myself. Depending on her skill set, it would be quite conceivable for her to avoid confrontation with the lethal yet unstable tinker. The Proteans had likely sent her to gather as much information as possible and then brief her superiors upon her return. I really wish I had more data on her. I'd send a request, but given the current state of the Protean clan, instead, I flipped forward to her death. Shakir died 15 years ago from malignant apoptosis. I had to look that one up. As it turns out, apoptosis describes the natural deaths of cells. All cells live for a certain period and then are programmed to die based on their individual DNA. Millions of your own cells are dying as we speak. It's nothing to concern yourself over, as millions more are being born to replace them. Every few years, your body will completely supplant every living cell with brand new ones, ensuring your continued health. Malignant apoptosis is a vastly different animal. It's when cells mutate, dividing and dying at an accelerated rate. It's cancer's first cousin, but instead of living forever as some nightmarish version of its programming, it instead triggers a cascade effect that sweeps through the body like a tsunami, sending billions of cells to an early grave, in much the same way a lethal dose of radiation will. From what I've gleaned from my studies, it's an ugly way to die. In recent months, additional information has come to light from the Proteans, little of it flattering. We've learned just how steep the rejection rate is for their treatments, far higher than was ever reported. It's not quite playing Russian roulette, but considering some of the mutations and rejection traumas we've uncovered, it's not something I'd have ever undergone. Given the extensive therapies involved in their treatments, it's no wonder that malignant apoptosis is so common among their rejects. Only here's the problem. Shakir wasn't a reject. She'd survived for over 30 years after her treatments, and it wasn't until the very end that there were any signs of trouble. Which brings me to my next problem. If a Protean's treatment fails, it generally does so within the first year. After that, the rate drops off sharply, according to my research, enough so that if they're still alive and healthy after 2 years, they're pronounced a success. Does that mean it's impossible to develop malignant apoptosis 3 decades later? No, of course not. Nothing's impossible, but the odds are incredibly low. So low, in fact, that when put together with the other deaths, I can only wonder what took us so long to see the pattern. Who is the Brotherhood of Shadows? My mind keeps returning to that question, with no resolution. How have they lasted as long as they have under the Troika's rule, without being betrayed? Where did they learn of the precursors and their homeworld? How close are they to finding it? Those questions haunt me, taunting me. If I still needed to sleep, it would be completely disrupted. I feel as if the answer is right there, staring me in the face, only I can't see it. I've run 100 scenarios in the simulations, using various data points while hoping to find an answer there, but that too mocks my efforts. I feel that if I could solve the how, the rest would flow like water, but I sat up like a shot, leaping to my feet as the answer came to me. How did they learn of the precursors? To the best of my knowledge, there were only 2 original sources: the Troika, who had their sticky fingers in every single pie in the galaxy, and the Oivu, who knew just about everything and sold it at a healthy markup. Both ancient and powerful, both committed, until recently, at least, to giving one another a wide berth. Assuming I'm correct, from which of the 2 would they have learned the secret? The Troika I dismissed almost immediately. They shared information with no one, guarding it jealously, quick to crush any species that might conceivably threaten them in the nebulous future, while falsely promising solidarity among themselves. Only an idiot would believe for a second they'd learn anything useful from them. I couldn't even imagine a scenario where the Troika gave up that data without one hell of a fight, and any fight with them. outside of the alliance, would be both short-lived and extremely painful. I just couldn't see it. The Oivu, on the other hand, would gladly sell to anyone offering enough coin for the secret, with the only problem there being that they weren't cheap. On the Falcon mission, it had cost us the knowledge that the Tuathizake were a race of telepaths, hiding their gifts behind their servitor race, the Chell. It's possible that we overpaid, but somehow, I doubted it. We could ask the Oivu easily enough, and they'd gladly tell us for a price. I suspected that paying it would bankrupt the Avatar clan, or at the very least leave the cupboards bare. Still, it was possible. All right then. Assuming the Brotherhood had learned of the precursors via the Oivu, that at least was a place to start. They must have coughed up one hell of a fee, just as we had, and moving that kind of weight around, whether it be credits, goods, or knowledge, leaves a trail. Find that trail, and we're halfway there. Chapter 10. Ronin. There's an old saying among investigators trying to put together a case. Follow the money. That's what I was doing, hoping to track a major shift of fortune in order to learn the identity of the Brotherhood of Shadows. It was a good idea in theory. In practice, however, when you're looking at an entire galaxy filled with hundreds of races, it suddenly becomes much more complicated. Let's say for the sake of argument the Oivu priced the secret of the precursor homeworld at 1 billion credits. I imagine I'm seriously lowballing that, but it'll illustrate my point. Let's also speculate that you just happen to have 1 billion credits burning a hole in your pocket, so you decide to fork it over to the Oivu to learn what they know. Now 1 billion credits may seem like a lot of money, and it is, but when you look at what it can buy, you're suddenly faced with a lot of red herrings. How do you know that billion isn't funding a new battlecruiser for the Agatadub hegemony, or an investment in infrastructure by the Beisheng? Perhaps the Alieks are financing research into advanced weapons, or maybe the Glevak are building a new capital city. Or, you get my point, and that's only looking at credits. When you widen the field to encompass a barter with either trade goods or information, the possibilities grow exponentially and become much harder to track. For example, I know for a fact that Maggie Radamacher, traded that the Tuathizake were telepaths to learn the secret. I know that because I was there, but when I attempt to trace the effects of that trade, I'm left with a handful of vague suppositions and no proof. Case in point, the Ksat are currently investigating the possibility of blocking mental transmissions, which seems to indicate they were a buyer of that bit of intel, but it's not proof. Maybe there's an entirely different reason they're looking into that. I felt like I was chasing my tail, going round and getting nowhere. I needed to step back and come at this fresh, so I opened up the Catabasis file and pulled down the next name on the list. Maybe that would spark something. Chevalier Troisième Myconimi, of the Knights Hospitaller clan, had perhaps both the most mundane and yet most unusual death of all the names on my list. Officially, she died of a heart attack, or myocardial infarction, in medical terms 14 years ago. The medical staff on hand did their best to save her, but she coded and was pronounced just a few hours after her collapse. Heart attacks are nothing unusual. People die from them every day. Almost banal, really, compared to the others. Except for the fact that not only had there been no autopsy, but her body up and vanished less than 24 hours after her death. Not all deaths warrant an autopsy. In fact, they're rare except in situations such as murder investigations. Even among the knights, they signed off most deaths with no one ever picking up a scalpel, but they are also the source of humanity's best-trained physicians and healers. Given the dearth of resources all clans suffer from, as well as the fact she died aboard the KHCS Malta, the Knight's training vessel, using her remains to teach the next batch of students was all but a given. Not an autopsy per se, but since her cadaver was scheduled to be used in the Troisième training course, where budding medical students would study her remains to discern, among other things, the cause of death, it was the next best thing. That her body vanished before that could take place suggests to me someone did not want an examination of her remains. One wonders why. There are many ways to induce a heart attack. Aconite, a derivative of the wolfsbane plant, was an old favorite back on Earth, which leads me to suspect that some trace of what they used to murder her remained. And let's face it, disposing of a body is as simple as tossing it out an airlock in deep space. The odds of someone stumbling across it are infinitesimal, though if you want to make certain, you could always pitch it into a nearby star. Sure, maybe it was just a heart attack, and her body's disappearance could just be due to a clerical error. It happens, but when you stack it against all the others, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. Unfortunately, that brief sidebar did little to help my frame of mind. I was no closer to narrowing down who the Oivu had sold the data to, and the more I looked at the problem, the more I realized it was a fool's errand. The galaxy was simply too big, and the intel I was working from was far too sparse. At this rate, the only way I'd find the answer is if I went to the Oivu and asked them myself. Fuck. I am such an idiot. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Isn't that the saying? Somebody out there has been killing off Terrans who knew anything about the precursor planet for years, and since I now found myself amongst that august number, I was more than a little motivated to track down this brotherhood and hold their feet to the fire. But I couldn't do that until I had some inkling how to find them, and right now I had bupkies. No leads, no informants, no nothing. But the Oivu know who they sold the information to, and I was certain they'd sell me their client list for the right price. It wouldn't be cheap, that goes without saying. In fact, I was fairly certain there wasn't a chance in hell I could raise that kind of capital. Luckily, they also dealt in intelligence, something I had in abundance, but there was a problem there as well. Technically, I don't own any of the secrets in my head. They're the property of the Avatar clan. Besides, to make the trade I was contemplating would take something significant, something earth-shattering, something desperate. There was only one bit of intel I had access to that would even come close to fitting the bill, but trading that to the Oivu, I'd be putting the entire clan at risk, and there was no way Chris would ever approve of it. But I had to try, and for better or worse, she was the one who had started me on this path. I owed her a conversation, at the very least, and the chance to deny my request. And after that, let's just say I wasn't looking forward to the meeting. I let Chris choose the venue this time once I made my way back to her neck of the woods and told her to surprise me. When you're setting up your bubble, you always have the option of making it so visitors are instantly garbed in whatever costume or body form most closely matches the environment they've chosen. When I arrived at the designated coordinates and was granted access, I found myself dressed in a kamishimo of slate gray, my hair pulled back and tied off in a topknot, with katana and wakizashi swords belted at my waist in a sash. Edo period Japan. Interesting choice. The path I stood on was made of small, polished pebbles, crunching beneath my sandals as I wound my way through a carefully sculpted garden, past cherry trees in full blossom and decorative ponds teeming with vibrantly colored koi. As I neared the wooden structure, 2 rows of guards bearing the triple holahawk emblem of the Tokugawa clan snapped to attention and stood aside. I spotted Chris dressed in long flowing blue robes, kneeling on a large cushion before a low table where a teapot and 2 porcelain cups sat waiting. Behind a shoji screen, a musician plucked away on a shamisen, playing a mournful yet melodic tune. A great lady daimyo, receiving her samurai retainer, not all that far off the mark, come to think about it. Slipping off my sandals, I entered the villa and knelt opposite her on a rice tatami mat, removing both my swords and laying them beside me. She smiled and poured for both of us, skipping the elaborate tea ceremony that Japanese custom would absolutely require. Were any of this real? There are times I can appreciate that sort of detail in a simulation, but some of them border on masochism. I bowed to her and lifted the cup to my lips, sipping politely as she did likewise. I love what you've done with the place, I said in all honesty. Thank you, she smiled in return. I like to change things up now and then, and you must admit this era had exquisite artistic taste. It did, I agreed. The palace and grounds were beautiful, like something from a painting. So, what news do you have for me? She asked, settling in as she awaited my report. I tracked down an information broker that had dealings with the Brotherhood, I informed her. They commissioned him to purchase an item before the Troika swooped in and snatched it up for themselves. What item? She asked, sipping her tea. He didn't know. I shrugged. They'd listed it as an archaeological artifact which doesn't tell us much. It could be almost anything. Even the imagery I've seen is of little help. You think it belonged to the precursors, she surmised. I can't imagine any other reason for the interest, considering the players involved. Can you? She shook her head, setting down her cup. No, unfortunately. Did the Troika take possession of it then? That's where it gets curious, I said wryly. Once the Troika pulled the rug out, the Brotherhood had an additional request. They wanted to know how the item was being transported. What ship? When it was departing, its route, everything. Interesting, she murmured. Considering said ship up and vanished, I'd say it was very interesting, I nodded. I mean, maybe it blew up all on its own, or wandered off course and flew into a star, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to place any wagers on it. She sat up at that. They hijacked and destroyed a Troika ship just to get their hands on the artifact? So it would seem, I nodded. I mean, there's no proof either way, but it's the only scenario that makes any sense. She bent down and refreshed both our cups, sipping her green tea as she digested that. Finally, she cocked her head. I assume you have some idea for your next move? I grimaced at that. I do. My discomfort did not go unnoticed. She rolled her eyes, shaking her head. And just what cockamamie scheme have you come up with this time? She asked, already exasperated. I held up my hand. Now just hear me out. It was like a cell door slamming shut. The answer is no, Al. She snapped. Forget it. You haven't even heard my idea yet, I protested. She answered, utterly nonplussed. Do you know why I already know it's a bad idea? Because if it was a good idea, you would have done it already, certainly without bothering to come see me first. You'd be handing me the complete package, all tied up with a neat little bow. That you aren't tells me you've had another one of your brainstorms, but you also know there's no way I'd ever approve it, so you're hoping you can slip it in under the door and pray nobody notices. So I'm not signing off on this, period. Damn it, look, I fired back, maybe a bit harsher than I'd intended. She recoiled slightly, warning me I was now on dangerously thin ice. Taking a moment to calm myself, I tried again. There's only two sources aware of the precursor planet, I explained in carefully measured tones, the Troika and the Oivu. There's no way in hell the Troika would leak that information, which means the Oivu must have sold them the secret, just like they did us. They're the only solid lead I have, Chris, which means I have to go to them to find out who they sold it to. And just what are you planning on paying them with? She asked suspiciously. Maybe it's best you don't know that part, I hedged. And there it is, she flared, her words now filled with fire. Just what secret were you planning on handing over to them, Al? What's big enough to buy an entire planet? I started to respond, but she cut me off before I had the chance. It doesn't matter because I'm ending your investigation. I'll put someone else on it, someone who won't gut us like a fish because they've lost sight of the bigger picture. I rose to my feet. You can't do that, I growled, and I haven't lost sight of anything. This brotherhood is like a malignant tumor, festering away and hidden from view. Until they're dealt with, hauled out into the light and exposed for what they are, all of humanity is at risk. She stood as well. Obviously, you've forgotten who's in charge here. I've let you walk in the past because you've always gotten me results, and because of our friendship, but I will not risk the security of our clan. My expression must have given me away, as her features hardened. I had a feeling that's what you had in mind, she scowled, snapping her fingers as my heart sank. Chris could always read me like a book, and in that moment, she must have seen just how big a gamble I was contemplating. Too big for her to accept, it would seem. The door slid open as the royal guards stepped inside and flanked me, their Najanatas held at the ready as they glared at me through their helmets. She folded her arms as they raised their weapons. You would put a blade to our throat for anyone willing to pay the Oivu's price, and for what? A hunch. I ignored the guards and focused my attention on her. I know I'm right about this, I told her. Just let me keep digging, and I'll prove it to you. I should have realized you'd go off the deep end on this one, she said coldly. Her head swiveled towards the guards. Karo Taiho Suru, she barked. Remember when I said simulacrums can never match a human? The guards were just a heartbeat too slow as I dove for my swords, whipping away the scabbards as I charged into battle, my blades flashing like buzz saws as I tore into them. They died in short order with a minimum of gore. Apparently Chris didn't want to dirty up her pretty palace with red splashes of blood. Turning to face her as the last one fell only to discover she produced a bow from somewhere and was now pointing a nocked arrow directly at my head. I dropped my swords, letting them clatter to the wooden floor. I'm not fighting you, Chris, I told her, but I am finishing this investigation. Her eyes narrowed as the bowstring quivered. This was her domain, not mine. And I had to assume if she let that arrow fly, well, I'm fairly sure I wouldn't enjoy what came next. Her nostrils flared, and then with a deep breath, she released the tension on the bow, letting it fall to her side. "If you do this," she said coldly, "then you are on your own. You will have no protection from the clan. I will forbid you the use of our resources, and you will be a pariah among our kind. Is that really what you want?" Our eyes locked before I managed a weary sigh. "Of course not," I said softly, "but you do what you have to do. And so will I." I graced her with a deep bow in the ancient style and then turned and walked away. Chapter 11. Heads you win, tails I lose. The moment I exited Chris' domain, I hauled ass, jumping to the nearest compatible network. I didn't stay, instead bouncing again to yet another satellite, and then another, before hitching a ride on the first available ship headed out system. I didn't care where it was headed or who it belonged to. I just needed to put some distance between me and her. This was bad. Stripping me of my clan protection was more a symbolic gesture than anything else. I mean, we're Terrans, but I'd been counting on winning her support. Without it, I wasn't sure I could still conduct this investigation. Problem was, I was more convinced than ever of the threat the Brotherhood represented, and I couldn't let that go unanswered. Somebody had to learn the truth, and no matter who Chris reassigned the case to, they'd be struggling to catch up. Besides, something inside of me just couldn't let this one go, despite the risks I was facing. All right, if I was going to do this, then the first thing I needed was the current location of an Oivu merchant caravan. I checked the ship's database and came up empty-handed. It seemed the Yates hadn't crossed paths with one in recent memory, or else they lacked the resources to track them. An amphibian race, they were one of the lower-tier polities, confined to a single system. Most species fell into that category. Besides the Troika, they were among the worst offenders for shitting on humans. Everyone needs someone beneath them to kick, and there's no one lower on the totem pole than us. I closely monitored the nearby ships as we made for deep space, nervously watching to see if she'd sent someone after me. I figured there was a 50-50 chance either way, and I try to avoid situations that were decided on a coin flip, but there was no fending this one off. It wasn't until we'd been under power for a good 12 hours that I breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like I'd gotten away clean, at least for the moment. Okay then, since the Yates didn't have a clue, I'd have to try elsewhere. They were scheduled to arrive at a nearby system in just a few days to offload supplies, giving me the perfect opportunity to jump ship and try again elsewhere. Maybe I could even risk tapping into the planetary datanet itself and see what they knew. Somebody had a line on the merchants, and the sooner I tracked them down, the better. Safe for the moment, I made myself comfortable and bedded down for the night. No, I don't actually sleep, though I do cycle through my various subroutines, testing and resting each one. Call it a half-sleep. Lord knows I could use it. It took 3 more weeks of travel and 2 transfers before I finally located an Oivu ship. With my first problem solved, I now had a brand new one. I'd been hitching a ride incognito, as was my wont, and the last thing I wanted to do was alert them to my presence. Unfortunately, I couldn't just hop over to the merchant ship, at least not without gaining permission first. If I tried, I'd just end up bouncing off their hull. They made deals from one end of the Perseus arm to the other, which meant they had the best version of everything, including security software. But if I sent them a message, I risked alerting the Yuju crew commanding my current vessel. Risky, that, since one never knew how a race might react to hitchhikers. I could probably talk my way out of it, especially if I offered some juicy tidbit in compensation, but it was just easier to sidestep the issue entirely if I could. Besides, that wasn't my biggest problem at the moment. My biggest problem was that the Oivu wouldn't conduct negotiations over the radio. That was one of their long-standing policies, to avoid having their conversations tapped. As an avatar, that complicated matters. Assuming I got permission and beamed myself over, where would I go when it was all said and done? Ideally, I'd return to the Yuju ship, but what if it wasn't there anymore? What then? Welcome to my world. Well, there was no point in holding off, though I had a couple of tricks up my sleeve to improve the odds. I sent the request via a burst transmission, compressing the message into a brief blip of noise that could be easily missed if you weren't looking for it. I received a positive response in short order, with the Oivu using the same method of transmission just as I'd requested. Excellent. Now, to see about my ride afterwards. And just how did you manage that little trick? I hear you ask. It wasn't difficult. I simply substituted a corrupted file for one of the ship's software programs. It would take them a while to track down. Hopefully I'd return in time to restore the original with no one the wiser. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Time to haggle with the merchants. Beaming over, I found myself in a comfortably furnished virtual seating area. The Oivu are gracious hosts and used to dealing with all sorts. Instead of dealing with me through a screen, they did something most races rarely bother with, downloading user interfaces into the ship's computer to speak with me directly. In effect, creating virtual avatars of their own. In their case, however, the interfaces weren't sentient or even as advanced as the simulacrum we create to fill our domains. Practically, they were little more than empty shells, bodysuits waiting to be worn by teleoperators on the outside. Usually it was me adapting to the corporeal world, but in this case, it was the other way around, showing once again the lengths they would go to make their guests feel welcome. I rose to my feet as 5 Oivu entered the waiting room. The spokesperson equipped with a brass-colored voter around its neck analog. Their featureless form could be off-putting if you weren't used to it, but then I'd seen far stranger sights in my life. I missed the visual clues, though, the little tics and gestures that gave you insight into someone's thoughts and emotions. With the Oivu, you were looking at a blank slate, and that could be daunting. "Greetings," the lead member said. "What is it you wish to trade?" "Information for information," I replied. "I'd like to know the identity of one of your clients." The 5 aliens turned inwards and conferred in that strange choreography of theirs, gesturing wildly in absolute silence. Finally, the spokesperson turned back to face me. "We rarely give out such intelligence," it replied. "Therefore, the price required to access that data will be set accordingly. Is this acceptable to you?" "It is," I nodded. I knew going in wouldn't be cheap. "Excellent," they answered. "It will be necessary to learn the nature of the knowledge you offer in exchange prior to proceeding further. Should we deem its value insufficient to the exchange, you may supplement your offer with additional payment, make another choice, or depart in peace. Do you accept these terms?" "I do," I agreed. You had to hand it to them. They were consistent. "Splendid," they acknowledged, settling back to hear my offer. Gulp. Look, I knew going into this what I was wagering, just how big a gamble I was about to make. But there's a vast chasm between coming up with the plan in the abstract and actually putting it into action. One could make the argument I was about to commit treason, and they wouldn't be far off. Certainly, Chris was already thinking along those lines. It was the reason she'd had her ersatz guards arrest me and then attempted to play a little impromptu William Tell, though her aim had been low. I was taking a tremendous risk, not just for me, but for my clan. And part of me quailed at the thought, but only a part. The equation hadn't changed, and the Brotherhood was still out there. I had to do this, no matter my personal feelings, if I were to have any chance of tracking them down. I just hadn't counted on feeling so guilty while collecting my 30 pieces of silver. "There's a weakness within the avatar code," I said carefully, ignoring the phantom pain in my digital gut. "A vulnerability that might be used to infiltrate our systems and even threaten an individual avatar's gestalt." I took a deep breath and then handed over a data rod, the representation in this simulation of a file transfer. "This will give you all the details." They took the data and perused it before breaking out into that dance of theirs. "Your offer is more than sufficient," they said at last, which I suppose was some small measure of comfort. At least I wouldn't have to pile on other secrets to compound my guilt. "Who is the client you are interested in?" "Whoever you told regarding the precursors and their planet." I told them. There. At least now it was out in the open. Yet another conference, and then, "We do not understand," they said finally. I blinked. "What part?" I asked, confused by their response. "You were aboard the Gerfalcon, were you not?" They explained. "Did your crewmates not relay that information to you?" I barked out a nervous laugh. "Sorry, my mistake," I chuckled. "Not that transaction, the other one. More consultations, and then, there must be some misunderstanding," they said at last. "Why is that?" I said, growing increasingly bewildered. I thought the question was pretty straightforward. The lead negotiator gave me an odd look, more sense than actually seen. "Because no one has requested that data in over 500 of your years," they answered. My jaw dropped. "Son of a bitch," I whispered. "Well, aren't I a right idiot?" Needless to say, this changed everything. I mean, sure, it was possible the Brotherhood had been around for the better part of a millennium, but somehow, I didn't think so. Like I said at the beginning, Information is our bread and butter among the avatars, and I guarantee that if they'd been around for that long, we would have heard something. But the same binary logic that had drawn me here still applied, and if the Oivu hadn't told them about New Terra, that meant it had to be the Troika. But why? That was the part one couldn't wrap my head around. Why would they ever share something as sensitive as that? Hold on, I thought to myself, maybe the answer's something simple. Maybe the Troika didn't part with the information willingly. What if it had been stolen from them? That was possible. Have to be one hell of a sneaky rat to pull it off, though, considering how tight their security was, and just how rough they like to play. But it could be done. In theory. Not sure I'd want to try it, though. The Oivu sat there, waiting patiently as I worked through all of this. The transaction wasn't complete, and they had a well-known policy of concluding all business dealings, even if it were a case of, sorry we couldn't be of more service. Besides, I'm fairly sure I'm not the only client they've left flabbergasted. I took a deep breath as I got my feet back under me. Well then, if they couldn't tell me who had acquired the information and why, maybe there was another way they could help. Then tell me instead what you know about the Brotherhood of Shadows, I demanded. Yet another consultation. We know little about them, they informed me, only that they too seek the precursor planet. Apparently, my payment covered this exchange as well. We first noticed them a little over 2 centuries ago. They continued, roughly during the time of the Ichun incursion. I winced at that. For obvious reasons, they're a sore spot amongst us Terrans. They have scoured the galaxy for any scrap of information regarding the precursors, though only rarely have they done so through us. For reasons unknown, they have made their own inquiries and conducted their own investigations. What they may have found, we cannot say. That's it. I blurted out. Can you at least tell me if they're a single race, or an organization made up with several species? Another commune and, we have only had dealings with one race, they told me. I sat there, waiting. Well, which race? I asked them, growing exasperated. A pause. The only species we have observed among the Brotherhood of Shadows are the Chell, they said, hitting me with one last hammer blow. The Chell. Mind blown. The possibility of any Chell operating on their own, against the wishes of their Tuathizake masters, seemed ludicrous on its face. Possibly the most powerful member of the Troika, the Tuathizake had a secret weapon, one that ensured utter loyalty from their followers and made them even more formidable. They were telepaths. Somehow, they'd kept that a secret from the galaxy, which spoke volumes in its own right. With the ability to coerce anyone into doing their bidding, even against their own interests and leaving no obvious trace, there could be an entire army of Manchurian candidates out there, programmed to do Terra alone knows what. Even the Oivu hadn't known of that talent, not until we informed them of it. That's how we learned of the precursor world ourselves. They tried compelling some of our crewmates into acting as their agents. Thankfully, a clever knight by the name of Bly Tegada figured out a cure and administered it in time. But the Chell? How could they do anything that undermined their masters? Under constant compulsion, day after day, year after year, century after century, how could there be anything left? But if they were behind the Brotherhood, then at least some of them had obviously found a way. Maybe it was a variation of the cure Bly had discovered, ketamine. If used often enough, and in great enough doses, could it act as a vaccine? I wasn't sure how that was possible, given the way Maggie and Jinvis reacted when she dosed them. But then maybe the Chell's physiology was radically different, or they'd found another drug with fewer side effects. Something. I made my way back to the Yuju ship, still reeling from what I'd learned. I uploaded the missing file so they could get underway again. While I pondered what this could all mean, think about it, a 5th column of potential spies and saboteurs, right under the Troika's nose. Just imagine what we could do together. Chapter 12. A Walk on the Wild Side. Okay, I've had some time to think it over and concluded that I must be losing my damn mind. Why, you ask? After all I've risked to unmask the Brotherhood, making a potential enemy of Chris, exposing a vulnerability that threatens the entire Avatar clan. Why else would I even consider trying to form an alliance with them? They've already murdered fellow Terrans, so how can I just let that go? Sigh. Pragmatism. Of course, bloody-minded, survival-oriented pragmatism. Before they were just some nebulous threat, a name given to a band of deadly phantoms. But now, with what the Chell know, how well they're positioned, they could shatter the Tuathizake Empire, leaving the Agatadub and Elix to fight over the remains of the Troika. This could change everything. What a difference a day makes. But with a decision like this, I didn't dare rush into it. I needed to know more, get a better handle on what the Brotherhood really was, their goals and their temperament. Were they terrorists? Or were they something more? Could they align themselves with the Terran clans? Were our goals even compatible? And more importantly, did I have the right to decide something of this magnitude on my own? Any other time and I'd be making a beeline to bring Chris up to speed. But obviously that was impractical at the moment, seeing how I'd been sent packing and all. She needed to know what I now knew, and I didn't dare tell her. Fuck my life. Well, at least I knew where to dig, but getting close to the Chell wouldn't be easy. The two of his AK Empire controlled a sizable chunk of the Perseus arm, and the Chell were its customs officers, military force, and constabulary, as well as every other vital role that kept the trains running on time. We're not entirely sure what the two of his AK themselves do. Swim around in their swamps and munch on grubs all day. For all we know, we suspect they live lives of idle luxury, with the Chell to cater to their every whim, waiting on them hand and foot. When you can control any being around you with just a thought, why wouldn't you make them your slaves? Suddenly, their nom de guerre made a lot more sense. You'd have to live in the shadows to survive in the Empire if you were one of the few free-range free thinkers, having to hide who and what you really are from those around you. From your friends, family, and loved ones, watching in silence as their will was bent to serve the masters. Not going to lie, it sounds like hell, and they've been enduring it for millennia. I'm not sure how I'll be able to contact the Brotherhood, let alone whether I should. Infiltrating an organization designed to survive constant scrutiny from telepaths had to be a stone-cold bitch, and right now I didn't have a single idea how to manage it. If I approach a Chell that isn't part of the Brotherhood, they'll turn me over to their masters faster than you can say. I am royally fucked. I didn't have to worry about their mind games, but they could easily order one of their servitors to smash the hardware housing my program. Adios, muchachos. What the hell was I going to do? I found over the years that when I get caught in a feedback loop like this, I need to take a time out and focus on something else for a while. Otherwise, I just end up driving myself nuts and accomplishing nothing. Some time spent on familiar ground was just what the doctor ordered. I popped back into my office and put my feet up as I pondered the last name on my list. Indra Alcides had been a Corsair, co-pilot of the Catabasis. She died from Tulla syndrome 13 years ago. Tulla being one of the rare contagions that could jump species. Most diseases indigenous to a particular race stayed there, unable to make the leap to another race because their physiology was simply too different. Tulla, however, had proven itself quite malleable, with a long incubation period and delayed onset of symptoms. Most infected individuals weren't aware of the fact until it was too late. Another example of an interspecies transmission-capable disease is the dread Ipki mutagenic contagion, currently ravaging half a dozen worlds in the two of his AK Empire's border region. It's currently just barely contained, requiring a massive influx of ships and personnel to man the infected systems. It's believed to be part of the reason the Troika's response to the fledgling alliance based on Sonoitiae Prime has been so anemic. They have thoroughly raised Ipki itself, burning out the contagion by burning the planet down to its crust. The other systems aren't faring much better. Only by the most draconian measures possible are there any survivors there at all. The death toll is in the billions and still climbing. The cause of the plague is a tightly held secret in the Empire, though they've accidentally leaked a memo theorizing the disease escaped from some Eliex laboratory. You've gotta love how they never miss a chance to take a shot at their fellow Troika members. Actually, though, they're not far wrong, if only by one remove. It just so happens I know the actual story, and I'm not surprised the Empire is trying to bury the truth. Admitting a single Terran ship with a handful of freedom fighters wreaked such havoc would be seen as a massive sign of weakness, especially now with support for the Alliance growing every single day. I hope you can see what you accomplished, Persephone, and take some measure of comfort from it. Anyway, I digress. I was talking about the co-pilot, Indra Alcides, and how she contracted Tulla syndrome. Corsairs travel to all parts of the arm and come into contact with many people, so she could have picked it up almost anywhere. But here's the kicker. Terrans are naturally resistant to Tulla syndrome. Now resistant isn't the same thing as immune, and there have been several documented cases of Terrans being infected with the disease. But it is rare enough that her death was noted in several publications. Again, it was one coincidence too many, in a string of coincidences that defied all rational explanation, let alone belief. And the Brotherhood was guilty of all of them. So the question is simple. How much Terran blood on their hands am I willing to overlook? God, I need a drink. I've already introduced you to Laura, but this wasn't a Laura-type situation. For times like this, I conjure up Raven. Laura is my girl, my best friend, my confidant, the one I can truly be myself with. She's the girl next door, sweet and wholesome. The kind you bring home to meet your mother and start thinking about raising a family with. She's the one I tell about my hopes, my dreams, my fears, who'll hold me close when I need it, and yet give me space when I need that as well. Raven isn't any of those things. She's less my girl and more my partner in crime. When I need to drown my sorrows and go on a bender, Raven is there matching me drink for drink. When I get the urge to just haul off and punch something, she's in there swinging right beside me. And when I need to just get freaking laid, she's down for that too. She'll do all the things you dream about in your darkest fantasies, but you'll pay the toll. I'll wake up the next morning alone, handcuffed to the bed, with the key tantalizingly out of reach, sporting bruises and red marks in places I didn't realize I had. My head will be pounding. My mouth will taste like a dragon crapped in it. There'll be an angry call from the management about the 5,000 credit bill I now owe for damages, and staring me in the face will be the word bastard, scrawled across the mirror in black lipstick. And once I finally drag the bed over far enough to unlock myself, there'll be a note that simply says, "Call me," with a heart. Not a cute heart, mind you, but something more akin to a blood-drenched organ ripped from one's chest. Raven is complicated like that. She's the one I call when my ID needs scratching. This was definitely one of those times. "So what are you gonna do?" she asked, throwing back a tequila shooter and chasing it with a lime wedge before nudging my elbow. "Come on, drink up." I did the same, feeling the raw booze burn my throat. "God, I don't know," I shrugged. "I started this investigation to take them down, but if we could make a deal with them, bring them into the Alliance, they could be the secret weapon that breaks the Troika's grip on the Perseus R. Uh-huh. And just how do you think your boss lady will react when you advise her to sweep those murders under the rug?" She grabbed the bottle from behind the bar and poured us 2 more shots, ignoring the bartender's scowl. A couple of nearby patrons noticed and started muttering under their breath as I gave them a quick once-over. We were in a dive bar near the docks of Nome, Alaska, reveling under the midnight sun. It was 1957, a couple of years prior to statehood, and the rough and tumble crowd looked itchy. Perfect. We both did another shot as I shook my head. "Not well," I admitted. "She's the one that brought me in on this, and she might have been willing to look the other way, but that was before. Before you told her you were going to sell out the clan for collateral," she finished, pushing me back as she poured a stream of rotgut down my throat, cackling with delight as I came up sputtering. Her leathers creaked as she shifted in her seat, ostensibly worn for protection while riding the Harley Panhead parked out front. But that wasn't the real reason. They were fitted to accentuate every curve, and when she walked into the bar, every male I followed. A trio of longshoremen were giving me dirty looks, eager to push me aside and move in for themselves, which Raven was doing her utmost to encourage by tossing the occasional wink or blown kiss their way. Someone was gonna get cut before the night was over. What can I say? My ID isn't very complicated. Drink, fight, and fuck. Not necessarily in that order. I didn't have a choice. I snapped, slamming my hand on the bar. The glasses clinked as the barkeep reached for something. A bat maybe, though a sawed-off 12-gauge was a real possibility in this locale. I held up my hands in apology and set a 20 on the wood countertop, which seemed to quell his ire for the moment. "Bullshit," she snorted. "You had a choice. You could have walked away from it. Dropped the investigation." I shook my head. "I'm not built like that, and you know it." A leering grin came across her face as she licked her lips. "I know," she said with a throaty chuckle. "It's the quality I like best about you. You'll keep at it till the bitter end." A lingering downward glance suggested she wasn't talking about fisticuffs. I rolled my eyes. "If we could stay on topic for the moment?" "I thought I was," she purred, sliding off the bar stool and moving in close. Raven slipped into my arms and molded herself against me, pressing her lips against mine as she marked her quarry with a fiery kiss. She tasted of jalapenos and cinnamon and all things forbidden. biting my lip hard enough to draw blood before finally pulling away. I probed the wound with my tongue as I sat there, taking her in. She knew exactly how to push my buttons, which only made sense. I'd programmed her to. The sounds of scraping chairs announced the longshoremen's decision to make their play. Raven gave me a playful wink and whispered in my ear, "Showtime, lover." Right then, time to get to it. The biggest of the trio was leading the pack, with the other two guarding his flanks. I slid off the bar stool and flashed him my most disarming smile. "Something I can do for you, gents?" I asked. "Yeah, you can," he began, only for his eyes to widen as I grabbed the tequila bottle by the neck and smashed it upside his temple. The glass shattered as he went down as I lunged for the one on the right, slashing the punk across the face as he pulled back screaming, while Raven opened up his partner's arm with the stiletto she carried in her boot. The rest of the bar sat stunned at this sudden display of carnage, except for the bartender, who was already moving. I spun around and clamped down hard on his wrist, yanking it up and dragging whatever he'd been reaching for along with him. Turns out I was right. It was a shotgun. It was all over in less than 5 seconds. Fair fights are for suckers. Snatching the scattergun from the bartender's grasp, I broke it open and extracted the shells, tucking them into my pocket. "I believe we've outstayed our welcome," I told her as I started edging towards the door. "Pity, it was just getting interesting," she sighed, as we made our retreat, hopping on our bikes and roaring out of town before the locals could arrange something unpleasant. Half an hour later, we found a secluded spot near an icy stream and off the beaten path, stopping for the night to make camp. I bagged a marmot with the shotgun, dressing it out with Raven's knife before roasting the meat over the fire. It was gamey, but filling, especially when washed down with a bottle of Jack we'd snagged on the way out of the bar. We laid out our bedrolls and stared into the fire as the sun hovered near the horizon. "Have you decided?" she asked me, rolling over on her side. I nodded slowly. "I have to check it out," I told her. "Maybe nothing comes of it. Maybe I decide it's a terrible fit. But I've got to know." "Good," she said amiably, as she started shucking her leathers. "Now that you've got that out of your system," she grinned, crooking her finger as she tossed them aside. I stripped off my own clothes and joined her, pulling her close and covering my mouth with hers, her talons raking my back, while off in the distance, a lone wolf howled at the sky. Chapter 13. Pygmalion and Galatea. I awoke to find an arm draped over my side, while something warm and soft snuggled behind me. "Oh, right. Explanation time again. Remember when I mentioned I don't actually need to sleep? While that's true, I can simulate it when I choose to. That might not make much sense at first, seeing how it's technically lost time. But there are several reasons why I'll occasionally indulge. Dreams, for example. It's a simple enough program, mimicking the random firing of neurons of REM state in a corporeal brain. I've actually gained some fascinating insights from dreaming that I might not have otherwise, so I try to schedule a session now and then. Only there's another reason for it that's a bit more mundane. Scene changes. It's one thing to pop in and out of another's domain, like when I exited Chris Japanese Freehold. Really, it's no different from exiting a building in the physical realm, because in situations like that, you expect your perspective to shift. But when you're playing out a scene, for whatever reason, when it's over, the perspective shift can jar, so much so that it completely ruins the illusion. Waking up after a good night's sleep has long been an analogy for renewal, of facing a bright new day free of the troubles of the previous one. The illusion holds as you look back with fond memories. It also spares you that whole awkward morning after conversation, when the cold light of day throws a bucket of water onto what had been an incredibly intimate moment, leaving all involved uncomfortable and mumbling with embarrassment. Waking up with them gone avoids that. Nice and clean. No walk of shame by either party. I mean, it's not like they're real or anything. Shut up. I know what you're thinking, and I didn't ask you. So when I felt Raven still nestled against me, when by all rights she should have been long gone, I knew something was up. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I slipped out from the sleeping bag and stood up, shivering in the morning chill. The campfire had burned down to a few smoldering embers. I found my pants and tugged them on before locating my shirt, just as Raven yawned and stretched like a cat before gracing me with a languid smile. "Morning, lover," she purred. I spent a few moments debating my options, before finally throwing caution to the wind. "Why are you still here?" I asked, somewhat peevishly. She arched her brow. Why are you? She threw back at me. I rubbed my face. I'm not having this conversation, I grumbled, triggering the mental command to send her back to her digital waiting room. Raven didn't move. What the hell? I tried it again. Still nothing. Okay, something is very wrong here, I said nervously, as I began running a diagnostic on my software. The answer came back seconds later. No errors detected. I don't believe this, I sighed, rolling my eyes. Believe what? Raven asked, as she started hunting for her clothes. There was no reason for her to still be here, and the fact I couldn't just dismiss her was worrying. There had to be some sort of glitch in my subsystems, something that wasn't showing up on a standard scan. Normally, I'd connect with one of the clan's programming experts when something like this cropped up, but since Chris had excommunicated me, that wasn't an option. My own skills don't lie in that direction, so I was unsure what to do next. So what's for breakfast? She asked me while pulling on her boots. I'm starved. I just shook my head, bowing to the inevitable. Raven, here's the thing, I told her as I hunkered down beside the bedroll. I'm kind of in the middle of something, so this is where we part ways. I promise I'll tell you all about it next time we hook up. I rose and turned to leave, only to go sprawling as she planted a boot on my backside and knocked me to the ground. Rolling onto my back, my eyes widened as she pounced, landing on top of me as the knife magically appeared in her hand. You're not getting rid of me that easily, she snarled. I'm not some $5 hump you picked up on the docks. So unless you're prepared to lose something I know you're fond of, I'm not going anywhere. Raven glared, daring me to disagree. This can't be happening, I mumbled, as my mind raced to find a solution. In all my years, I'd never heard of a situation like this one, leaving me without an SOP to fall back on. I mean, I could step out of the simulation and leave her behind, though I'd have to completely rewrite her program if I went that route. No way would she forgive me for that one, and while I was fairly certain she couldn't actually make good on her threat, I didn't care to put it to the test. Deep breath. Okay then. If I couldn't end the simulation, and stepping out of it was problematic, what did that leave? I mean, what was I supposed to do? Drag her along while I investigated the shell? Al, come on. You can seriously be considering this? It's absurd. Well, short of a better idea, I mean, I could. It's not like she takes up a lot of file space, though I wasn't sure how I was going to explain all this to her. I'd run the Raven scenario in multiple settings, just tweaking the details to fit each scene. Last night she'd been a 50s biker chick, before that a swashbuckling pirate queen, and before that a Bolshevik revolutionary. I'd just file off the serial numbers and insert the new setting, and off we went. But this, if I took her along, I'd have to tell her everything. All of it. Including the fact she was just a simulation herself. I don't know how she'd react to that bit of data. Taking a deep breath, I held up my hands. Okay, you win, I told her. You're welcome to come along, but there's a lot I have to tell you. Tell me then, she answered, before reluctantly sheathing her blade. Mulling that one over for a second, I shook my head. On second thought, it'd be easier just to show you, I explained, pulling her close as I craned my neck for a kiss. Initiating file transfer. The kiss was symbolic, but I needed a solid connection to transfer the relevant files. Raven was blissfully unaware of many things by design, including the current state of humanity's affairs. I wasn't looking for intellectual discourse or to traipse down memory lane with her. She existed solely for helping me release pin-up. Whatever. I didn't know how she'd handle a sudden influx of knowledge like this, but it seemed I had little choice. I had to bring her up to speed regarding my mission and who she really was. A spark, and then suddenly she stiffened in my arms, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as hundreds of exabytes of data were dumped into her program. Raven twitched as her program assimilated the information, her eyes slowly coming back into focus as her program settled back down. Stroking her hair, I asked softly, "Are you okay?" Her eyes were still glazed as she looked at me, blinking rapidly. "Wow, your world sucks," she whispered in amazement, still struggling to center herself. "Tell me about it," I sighed. She shook her head, fighting her way to clarity, before finally staring me in the eye. "Okay, you bastard, I get it," she said at last. "What's the plan?" "Take a moment," I suggested. "It's a lot to process." "You take a moment," she sneered, jumping to her feet and brushing herself off. And I'm still waiting for breakfast. You realize we don't actually need to eat, right? I winced. What the hell was I thinking? Bringing Raven along on an investigation, especially after being shunned by the clan? Was I nuts? Tell that to my stomach, she growled as she started rolling up her sleeping bag. Maybe it's what do you call it? An affectation, but I'm still hungry. Right, I sighed. Any preferences? Bacon, eggs, potatoes, black coffee, and pancakes, she answered promptly. You got it, I told her, as I snapped my fingers. She stared at me, confused, until her nose began twitching. Do I smell? Look behind you, I suggested. Raven turned, staring at the picnic table that hadn't been there 2 seconds earlier, now loaded with breakfast fare. She moved toward it slowly, as if she were in a dream, before reaching out tentatively and taking a piece of bacon from the plate, munching on it thoughtfully as if she were waiting for it to vanish. When she finally accepted the only place it would disappear to was her stomach, Raven threw back her head and laughed before she sat down and started digging in. I sat down across from her and took my plate, sipping my coffee while she wolfed down her morning chow. So, all you have to do is snap your fingers, and you can make anything appear? She asked finally once she'd finished. Pretty much, yeah, I shrugged. And yet you can't get rid of me, she leered, teasing me. I wonder why that is. Must be a glitch in the program somewhere, I sighed. As soon as I figure out where it is. I didn't get to finish the sentence. Raven punched me in the face. It rocked my head back, and it hurt. God damn it. You asshole, she shouted. You're just gonna sit there and say how you can't wait to get rid of me? Do you want your fucking ass kicked? Ow, I moaned, rubbing my nose. And no, not really. Then quit being a douche, she sneered. I held up my hands in what I hoped was a placating gesture. My mistake, I told her, won't happen again. Good. She sniffed, her nostrils flaring. And you never answered my question. I replayed the conversation in my head and came up blank. What question was that again? I asked her. What's the plan? She repeated with emphasis. Oh, right, I nodded. I'm not sure, I explained. I need more intel, but how am I going to get it? I don't have any contacts, any leads, and getting anywhere near the Troika is a one-way trip these days. I shook my head, thoroughly frustrated. She considered the problem, mulling it over. Think you're looking at it wrong, Raven said at last. My brow furrowed. What do you mean? You're stuck on the idea of finding them, digging them out of hiding, when what you should do is figure out a way to make them come to you, she said smugly. Let them do all the hard work. I stared, dumbstruck. Now, why hadn't I thought of that? Raven cackled. Not bad for a figment of your imagination, am I right? I never said that, I stammered, now even more ill at ease. Bullshit, she snorted. You created me to be your plaything, someone to call up when you needed to blow off steam and get your ashes hauled. I suppose I should be thankful. You programmed me with some spunk and didn't make me into some bubble-headed bimbo. She folded her arms, glaring at me. Only I'm not feeling too fucking generous at the moment. Be thankful I'm helping you at all. I covered my face. I swear to Tara, this is my worst fucking nightmare come to life, I groaned. What did you just say? Raven snapped, rising from the picnic table. I backed away frantically. That's not what I meant. I swear, I said, panicking, trying desperately to close her program once more, and getting the same result. Fuck, I was stuck with her, at least until I could figure out what the problem was. Had someone hacked her? Some sort of incompatibility issue, perhaps? A conflict between current and older versions of the program? Or maybe, you're wasting your time, she said matter-of-factly. You keep thinking it's a software issue, and you couldn't be more wrong. I blinked at that. How did you? I began. Oh, please, she said, dismissing me with a roll of her eyes. Not that hard to figure out. That's how you look at everything. Minor glitches that just need a little tinkering, when all the while you're busy ignoring your actual issues. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? I fired back at her, lashing out. I was tiring of a glorified entertainment program with delusions of grandeur treating me like I was some naughty schoolboy. Her lip curled up into a knowing smile. I'm not still here because of a software error, genius. I'm here because of a wetware error. What wetware? I said, exasperated. God, You can't be this dim, she muttered, before looking me in the eye. You're wetware, you're subconscious, to be precise. I'm still here because you want me here. She cackled at that. Maybe even need me to be. I mean, that's just sad, when you think about it. Paging Dr. Freud, she called out, before dissolving in a fit of mocking laughter. I don't need this. That's crap, I sneered. If my brain were that messed up, something would have shown up long before now. You're just a glitch, and as soon as I figure out where it is, I'm deleting your fucking program. I glared at her, my fists on my hips. I was so done with this conversation. Plucking the knife from her boot, she fingered the blade. I'd like to see you try, she hissed dangerously. It was an idle threat. She couldn't really hurt me, and although I was having issues closing out her program, this was still my domain. Nothing happened here without my say-so, and even if she dropped an asteroid on my head, I'd easily shrug it off. Oh sure, she could irritate me, even bloody my nose. But that was all. If I wanted to, I could take that knife from her and use it to slash her throat, which by the operating system in my domain would kill her, ending her program. So why didn't I? Look, it's complicated. All right? I've fought many a digital foe over the years, storming Omaha Beach, dispatching villains with both blade and rapier wit alongside the musketeers, playing both ends against the middle during the Chinese Warring States period. All those, and 1,000 more simulations besides. I don't flinch at the sight of blood, especially when it's not real. But killing Raven, stabbing her to death after all we've been through together, man, it just felt wrong. I wasn't sure about all that psychobabble, but I knew that murdering her in cold blood wasn't an option. I'm not that far gone. Not yet anyway. Holding up my hands, I tried sweet reason instead. How about we call a truce? I suggested. Whatever's going on here, we'll figure it out eventually. Until then, what do you say we make the best of it? You put down the blade, and then you can help me plan my next move with the Brotherhood. For my part, I'm sorry for what I said. I was just surprised, that's all. Smiling, I held out my hand. Honestly, I'd be grateful for the company. Raven eyed me with suspicion before finally sliding the dagger back in its sheath. Apology accepted. She nodded at last. Chapter 14. A Whole New World. So where do we go from here? Raven asked, rolling up her sleeping bag. I shrugged. I'm not sure yet. And don't bother with the bag. We're not staying. She put her hands on her hips. And just where are we going to sleep? She demanded. I just chuckled. I think we can do better than an old bedroll, I told her. Have any preferences? She thought about it for a moment. What are my choices? Anything you want, I explained. It's all just an illusion, remember? Oh, right, she said carefully. I'd almost forgot. She gnawed on that, considering her options, before a sly grin appeared on her face. How about someplace ritzy? You know, 5-star room service, an incredible view, with plenty of bars and restaurants close by we can trash. She laughed. I see some things haven't changed, I said wryly. Have you ever been to Sydney? I asked her. Raven gave me a look. You know I haven't. Right? Sorry. I grimaced. My mistake. Well, it should fit the bill nicely. Besides, bar brawls are a hallowed tradition in Australia. You should have no problems fitting in. I smiled. She cocked her head. Does it matter? You can change things around, right? You could plunk a mile-high hotel and casino on top of the North Pole if you wanted, couldn't you? Or hell, put it on the moon. Her grin got even wider. Now that sounds like fun. I winced. We avoid that, I mumbled. Why? You telling me it's too tough? She snapped. No, it's not about the difficulty, I stammered. And you're right. One is no harder to create than another. It's just… My voice trailed off as I struggled to put what I was feeling into words. Finally, I took a deep breath. The Ichun devastated Luna, I whispered, along with Earth and Mars. Among us avatars, we prefer to focus on the good times, not remind ourselves of the bad. On Earth, it's easier to pretend it never happened, since it was man's home for so long. We can lose ourselves in the history of it, or in works of fiction, or even realms of our own imagination. I sighed heavily. But on Luna, or Mars, the tragedy gets a lot harder to ignore. Raven just snorted. Wow, you guys are a mess. Excuse me? I bristled. It was bad enough I had to cart her around like excess baggage, but I'm not used to having simulacrums getting pissy. Well, unless it's a simulation and there's a sword in my hand. Having some counterfeit entity question my sanity bordered on the intolerable. You heard me, she fired back. Look at you. You wrap yourselves up in these fantasy worlds, pretending everything's fine, even though you fucking know better. Seriously, you created me. For God's sake. What's the matter? You can't find a real woman. A real digital one. 'Cause a living, breathing, physical one won't work now, will it? Jesus, what the hell's wrong with you? Okay, that one hurt. I wouldn't expect you to understand, I growled. You're just a fake. You don't know what it's like to be human. No idea what we went through, what we're still going through, even now. I created you to be my plaything, nothing more. So don't sit there all smug and try to analyze me, because sister, you haven't got the chops. I felt my fists clench at my sides, my chest rising and falling as I let the anger fill me. I wanted to smash her arrogant little face in and wipe that holier-than-thou smile right off her face. How dare she? Who the hell did she think she was? Raven looked down at my fists and then back up at me. You planning on hitting me? She asked point blank, taking a defensive stance. Well, come on then. Let's see what you've got. Her own fists came up as she glared at me, goading me to swing at her. Oh, I wanted to. I could feel the violence welling up inside, eagerly seeking an outlet. 2 steps forward, and she'd be within easy reach. And then, just as quickly as it came, I deflated. Why are you doing this? I asked her, shaking my head in confusion. I could say because someone needs to, she retorted, her fists still at the ready. If you're any sign of what your clan is like, you guys seriously need a 12-step group and some sponsors. You're all a bunch of virtual reality addicts, hiding out in Fantasyland because it's easier than facing the truth. Enough, I snarled. This is neither the time nor place. We have a mission to plan for, something more important than my psychological inadequacies. Since I'm currently unable to banish you, how about we try working together instead of you constantly shitting in my cornflakes? Deal, she agreed, but I stand by my request. I still want to go to the moon. I was too tired to fight. Fine, whatever, I said with a weary wave of my hand. Luna's Tycho City was quite the bustling hub in 2137. As it turned out, the historical meeting with the Oivur still lay in the future, as did the Earth-Mars War, the last major conflict within the system prior to the Ichun attack. In the here and now, new domes were being put up all over the surface, focused on endeavors like mining, manufacturing, and tourism. We'd booked the luxury suite at the Tycho Ritz-Carlton, with a stunning view of the southern highlands and sea of clouds, with a full Earth rising above the horizon. Raven adored it. Coupled with the 1/6 gravity, she was literally dancing on air. I hated it. See, I've actually been to Earth. I'm pretty sure I already mentioned that, and I've seen it with my own 2 digital eyes. It doesn't look a thing like the inviting blue-white orb I was currently staring at. No, the Terra of my time is an ugly, ravished blight, the oceans and atmosphere stripped away, the remaining soil excavated and poisoned. It's a dead world, filled with the bones of our ancestors, a hideous reminder of all we'd lost. Staring at that beautiful eye, so bold and bright, made me want to smash things. Instead, I turned away, nursing my drink. The low G bulb that contained it took a little getting used to, and the engineering required to make the bath and shower a survivable experience had to be seen to be believed. Every element was accurate, down to the last detail thanks to historical records, and in another time, another place, I might have actually enjoyed it. I want to go out on the surface, Raven cried happily, spinning around one of the support columns. Doesn't that sound like a blast? I rolled my eyes. It's just boring gray rock everywhere you look, I told her. What's the point? Because I haven't done it before, she retorted, giving me a dirty look. Are you going to be like this the whole damn trip? Hey, I tried to tell you why we don't come here, I reminded her. So, probably, Jesus, she groaned, shaking her head. What is it going to take to get you out of this mood? A return to the status quo would be nice, I muttered under my breath. The death glare that earned me suggested I should have kept my mouth shut. I quickly changed the subject. Raven, before we paint the town red, We need to sit down and figure out our next move. I don't think you realize just how important this is. I know, I know, future of humanity, blah blah blah, she said with more than a little sarcasm. Grabbing another pre-mixed drink from the bar and cracking open the bulb, she plopped down onto the sinfully decadent couch. So, let's plan. Sitting down across from her, I took another sip from my drink. Your idea to draw the Brotherhood out has merit, I admitted. The only question is, what do we use as bait? You said they like old stuff, from the precursors, she said after a moment. Why not tell everyone you have some dusty antique for sale? Won't work, I sighed. The Troika will just grab it for themselves, same as before. Okay, well, why not contact them directly? She suggested. You know the Brotherhood are these Chell aliens, right? Just call them. I kept from rolling my eyes, but it wasn't easy. Raven, the two of his Ake, have telepathically conditioned the Chell to obey without question for thousands of years. Somehow, a handful of them have figured out how to break their chains, but there can't be more than a smattering of individuals. If we were to contact the Chell directly, they'd immediately inform their masters about us, which means we end up dead. Okay, she said, exasperated. Then contact them indirectly? I blinked at that. What do you mean? Raven threw up her hands. Aren't you supposed to be some big super spy? They didn't teach subtlety in spy school? We don't have a school, I retorted, though it came out a little snippier than I'd intended. I took a moment to center myself and tried again. What you're talking about is sending a coded message to an unknown party, one who doesn't have the code. How are they going to read it without the key? Can't you just hint at what you want? She fired back. Keep it vague or something? I was preparing a snippy comeback when something stopped me. On its face, her suggestion was ridiculous. How were you supposed to send a message to a secret society specific enough to gain their attention, yet obscure enough to fly under the radar? That's quite the balancing act for a shot in the dark. But the more I thought about it, I could see the possibilities peeking through. It'd be tricky, but with just the right wording, yeah, it was possible. Raven watched in silence as I picked up a tablet and began pecking away. Tentatively, at first, but after a few false starts, I began typing with growing confidence. A couple times I blanked the screen and started again, but I knew I was on the right track. I just needed to find the right words, like fitting a key into a lock. Just a few more tweaks and voila! Once I'd finished, I passed it over for her approval. She took the tablet and began reading aloud. To the Brotherhood. From an interested party. Message. You can't hide in the shadows forever. I know why you remain invisible, but together we can step into the light. Serious replies only, duh. Setting down the tablet, she took another sip from her drink while she ran the message through her admittedly simulated brain before giving a grudging nod of assent. It might do the job, she agreed. Of course, there's only one way to find out. Where are you going to send it? That's the easy part, I explained. There's plenty of bulletin boards and publications where messages are passed. If they've been at this as long as I think they have, I'm betting they're monitoring at least some of them. Okay, she shrugged. Then what happens? We wait, I said simply, and no, I don't know for how long. It could be a few hours or several months. Months? She said incredulously. We're just supposed to sit here and wait for months? Of course not, I assured her, because we can't afford to waste the time. If we haven't heard something in a few weeks, we'll try something else. Raven considered that for a moment, and then finally nodded. Mollified, she unfolded herself from the couch and padded over to join me, crawling into my lap as lithely as a house cat, wrapping her arms around my neck. And what do we do in the meantime? She purred. Pulling her close, an impish grin crossed my face. I'm sure we'll think of something, I chuckled, before bending down to kiss her lips. The next few weeks were the closest thing I've had to a vacation in years. I'd sent the message to every board and periodical I could think of. The next step was up to the Brotherhood. Considering this was the only investigation I was overseeing, being in the doghouse with Chris, it left me with copious amounts of free time. I let Raven choose our itinerary, and if there was an activity we missed, I can assure you it was purely an oversight. Surfing off Waikiki, scuba diving the Great Barrier Reef, bungee jumping at Victoria Falls, hang gliding in Rio and skydiving in Dubai. We did it all. I also relented and did the system tour with her, exploring the moon via lunar crawler, climbing Olympus Mons on Mars, and prospecting the pyramids of Cydonia. We cruised Saturn's rings, gazed at the red spot of Jupiter, took a deep submersible under the frozen seas of Europa, and stood upon the blasted crust of Mercury, where mighty Sol blazed like an inferno in the sky. Back on Earth, I showed her the world as it had been. We opened Tutankhamun's tomb with Howard Carter, stood before the great Kublai Khan beside Marco Polo, navigated by the stars and handcrafted boats before sighting what they would call New Zealand. And there were the flights of fancy as well, solving cases with the great Sherlock Holmes, exploring the dystopian future with H.G. Wells and his time machine, partying with Gatsby, and watching Roy Hobbs knock one out of the park. And the nights, well, let's just say they were every bit as enjoyable. But everything must end eventually, and it was during a trip aboard the Graf Zeppelin, flying high above the Atlantic, that a steward discreetly handed me a telegram. Raven raised an eyebrow as she took a long drag on her cigarette, draped in a black silk number that would have seen her under arrest in several jurisdictions during this time period. She waited patiently as I read the message a second time, and then a third, before I finally set the folded paper down. "It seems," I said finally, "we have a reply." Chapter 15. Punch and Judy. Somehow, a 1928 dirigible's dining room didn't seem the proper venue for something like this. So with a snap of my fingers, I transported us back to the lunar Ritz-Carlton where we'd started. I didn't even mind this time around. Besides, I wanted something vaguely resembling actual technology, so we could explore our options. "What's it say?" Raven asked, peering over my shoulder. During the transition from 1928 to 2137, the original Telefunken cablegram had instantly transformed into a digital video message on the hotel's view screen. We both took a seat as it played, watching in curiosity. The Chell were cagey. I had to give them that. There was little to see on the monitor, merely a set of coordinates marked on a local star chart, followed by a radio frequency and wave harmonic. A disembodied voice, one clearly computer-generated, said simply, "Go to this location. Transmit the following signal. Await further instructions." Moments later, the screen went dark. Raven gave me an appraising look. Well, that was mysterious. Considering their circumstances, I can't say I blame them. Institutional paranoia is probably the only reason they're still alive. I stared at the data for a moment and shook my head. "Getting there is going to be a problem." "Why?" she asked. "Can't you just whistle up a ship for us to hitchhike in?" "Not in a place like that," I answered, shaking my head. "It's in the middle of nowhere. If it was near a planet, I could figure something out, but the galactic equivalent of the Sahara Desert?" I shrugged helplessly. "Nobody goes there." She folded her arms. "Then what are we supposed to do?" she demanded. I sighed, before padding over to the bar and retrieving us a couple of drinking bulbs. "There's only one thing I can think of, and it's a desperation move," I informed her as I handed one over. She accepted the bulb gratefully. "Seems to me we are desperate," she countered, sipping her drink. It was hard to argue with that. "Yeah, I guess we are," I agreed. It's something I try to avoid since I prefer operating covertly, but in this case, my voice trailed off as I shrugged. "The only answer I can come up with is that we steal a ship." A wide grin appeared on Raven's face. "You mean we get to be space pirates?" "It's not as romantic as it sounds, believe me," I groaned. "I've spent plenty of time on Corsair vessels, and they're about half a step up from freighters. They spend most of their time lurking near trade routes and trying to keep their ships from falling apart." Raven chewed on that for a moment. "Don't suppose there's a Corsair captain out there who owes you a favor?" she inquired. I briefly considered Captain Haddad of the Gerfalcon and then shook my head. "Not for this, I'm afraid. Besides, we'd be asking them to take a tremendous risk." "Risk? What kind of risk?" she asked suspiciously. I took a deep breath. "Raven, there's a good chance it's a trap. We show up, and they blow us out of the sky." "Well, fuck," she cursed. "I have to say I'm against that idea." "You and me both," I concurred, "but it's the only way we're going to learn anything. We have to risk it." "Can't you send a probe instead?" she insisted. "We hang back and relay the information. So if something goes wrong—" "Won't work," I interrupted her. I'm almost certain that's why they chose such a remote location for the rendezvous. There are no convenient planetary bodies to hide behind, no asteroid fields to lose ourselves in, no nearby comets we could use to mask our signature. Oh sure, we could park a light year off and give it a shot, but the transmission lag would be a dead giveaway. They'd be long gone before we ever got close. I gave her an unhappy look. The only way to do this is stick our head in the lion's mouth and pray he's in a good mood. She shook her head. What the hell? You only live once, she grinned. Easy for her to say, but she wasn't wrong. So where do we steal a ship? She pressed. Or should I be asking how? The how is easy enough, I pointed out. It's a straight hacking job. Download ourselves into our vessel of choice, fire it up, and point it at our destination. Isn't that a bit hazardous? She ventured. It's a lot hazardous, which is why I try to avoid that sort of thing, I told her, but this time I don't see how we have much of a choice. Well, okay then, she said with a wave of her hand. Oh, to be so utterly blasé about matters of life and death must be nice. That brings me back to my original question, however, she continued, namely, where do we go to steal a ship? I nodded, pulling up a star map of the local sector. For this, we want someplace big. Big and busy, preferably. I would have thought the opposite, she said curiously. Normally, yes, if we were corporeal thieves, I grinned. But we have an advantage over them, and a busy starport where hundreds of ships arrive and depart daily is perfect for us. We can lose ourselves in the chaos. Raven nodded. I think I see where you're going with this, she agreed. You want to slip in an amended itinerary, tell the crew the schedule's been changed or something, download into the ship's computer and hack the controls, then just disappear before anyone realizes what's up. That's exactly what I want to do, I said with pride. By time they figure it out, we'll be history. It could work, she said thoughtfully. A big spaceport, huh? Bustling. Lots of traffic. That's the idea, I conceded. Well, she said playfully, what about one belonging to the big three? What did you call them again? The Troika, I hissed. On paper, I can see why you'd suggest it, but with everything that's happening, it's just too risky. We'll have to settle for something else. She gave me an odd look, but didn't argue the point. Okay then, who's the next biggest kid on the block? Good question. I pulled up the files and took a quick peek. It looks like the Bamid are our best bet, at least in this sector, I informed her. They're a pseudo-reptilian race of merchants. Sounds perfect, she smiled. You know, except for the whole getting blown to bits part. You want off? I can arrange it, I told her. Actually, you can't, but that's a separate conversation, she chuckled. Like it or not, I'm stuck with you. I ignored that, instead looking over the map. Well, the best I can find nearby is Unthugok, I said several minutes later. Assuming we can find a ride, we could be there in a week or two. The planet supports a population of several billion, and the capital's transport hub is as busy as we can hope for. I started scanning nearby ships, hoping to get lucky. Raven perched on the edge of her seat, watching my efforts with rapt fascination. This could take a while, I reminded her. Like I've got anything better going on at the moment, she said pointedly. Besides, it's my ass on the line too, you know? I turned to face her. This is your last chance to sit this one out, I told her. From here on in, we're committed. Maybe I can't just dismiss you for whatever reason, and I'm still not convinced your theory holds water, but I'm betting you could leave if you really wanted to. Oh really? She snapped, her voice now filled with sarcasm. And just where is it you think I disappear to when we're not bar hopping or bouncing each other off the mattress? She glared at me, waiting for me to respond. I thought frantically, trying to fathom where she was going with this. Well, I don't know the exact file location off the top of my head, but I'd store your program in local memory and where is that local memory kept when not in use? She hounded me. Are you in the habit of leaving your data files behind when you go out on a mission? Well, no, but nothing, she flared. Explain to me how I'd be any safer in suspended animation, sitting in a folder next to your other girlfriend. Her dark eyes looked downright dangerous now, as I nervously tugged at my collar. You, know about that, huh? I said with a slight quaver in my voice. You're damn right I do, Raven growled, and part of me doesn't care. We never said we were exclusive, right? Right, I said brightly, hoping she'd change the subject. I should have known better. She leaned in close, enough that her hot breath made my hair stand on end. Except that I don't have other options, do I? Unless you're loaning me out at parties and then blanking my memory, but that wouldn't be my choice either now, would it? Her nostrils flared with barely controlled fury. Would it? She snarled. Okay, enough was enough. I think I've been more than patient here, catering to her whims, and it was fun, I grant you. But it was time to end this. There was no way in hell I was going to sit here and be berated by a fucking simulacrum. I created the bitch for my amusement, and I was no longer feeling amused. With a simple mental command, a gun appeared in my hand. I stood up and faced her, as she did the same. I'm done playing this game, I told her. It stopped being entertaining a while ago, and since I can't just wish you away, I raised the weapon and pointed it at her. My domain, my rules. Raven barely glanced at the weapon. Go ahead, she crowed. Do it. It wasn't the way I'd ever imagined this scene would end. I'd miss her, I suppose, but I could whip up a replacement in short order. It was probably for the best. Goodbye, Raven, I said, and pulled the trigger. The gun exploded in my hand, sending a bullet into her chest. It impacted with a spray of crimson, her body jerking as it struck home. Raven glanced down at the wound, and then back up at me, and smiled. What the hell? I fired again, her shoulders twitching once more as the round slammed home. Another wound appeared near the first. There was yet another splash of red, but there was no other reaction other than her smile growing even wider. Something was very wrong here. I raised the gun and aimed at her temple, firing a third time. Her head snapped back with the strike, rocking her back on her heels, but when she turned back to face me, she was still standing, even as the blood trailed down her face from the bullet hole. Finished? She asked me, not put off at all by my attempts to murder her. The gun fell from my grasp, landing on the carpet with a muffled thump. I followed suit a few moments later. I awoke in the dark, unsure of my surroundings. What happened? My mind was a fuzzy blank as I struggled to recall what I'd been up to before falling asleep. Something about Raven. I bolted up and jumped to my feet, casting about the space in a panic as the memories came flooding back, only to spy her sitting in a chair opposite from me, drink in hand, observing my antics with dispassionate composure. Feeling better? She asked. I stared at her, dumbfounded, and as I peered closer, I realized there was no sign of the bullet wounds I'd inflicted on her. Somehow, that made it even worse. No, I whispered. How? How am I still here, you mean? She answered. I already told you. I'm here because you want me here. Until that's resolved, I'm not going anywhere. She rose to her feet and approached me as I backed away, only coming to a halt when I bumped into the far wall. Pressing the bulb into my hand, she gave me a pitying look. Drink up. We have a mission to plan, remember? A drink sounded like a fantastic idea as I swallowed the burning liquid down. I swooned a bit, forced to grab the back of a couch to steady myself, until finally I felt like at least a semblance of my old self. Somehow, I stumbled back near her presence, shakily setting down across from her. You look like you've seen a ghost, she chuckled. I'm not entirely sure I haven't, I answered. I mean, the headshot alone. If she were real, nothing's changed, she smiled. And for a moment, it was like the way things used to be between us. I almost smiled back until I remembered just how much things had changed, in ways I was still struggling to understand. The mission, remember, she said rather forcefully, attempting to put me back on track. Why does it matter to you? I asked peevishly. You don't have any skin in this game. Raven rolled her eyes in exasperation. It matters to me because it matters to you, genius, addressing me like some ignorant child. You created me, remember? Left your mark, you might say, in more ways than one. The look in her eyes quashed any interest in pursuing what exactly she meant by that remark. We've already established that even if you could send me away, it wouldn't alter my fate one iota. So how about we come up with a plan where we both actually survive? Well, she had me there. With a sigh, I pulled up the web boards and began tracking ship movements in the sector, searching for patterns. Another drink silently appeared at my elbow as she hovered nearby. Something was going on behind those eyes, but it was an utter mystery to me. Until now, I'd been certain I knew what was happening in my corner of the universe, that I was the master of all I surveyed. Now, I suddenly wasn't so sure. Several hours and at least 2 meals later, I finally found what I'd been searching for. A Glevac freighter was nearing departure in the system, and after a transfer or two would take us to Unthugok. It might take me a few days to get the lay of the land there, but once I did, I was confident I could get us a ship. Part of me wanted to celebrate, to grab Raven by the waist and swing her around the room, but the events of the last 24 hours prevented that. Frankly, this alternative version of Raven scared the piss out of me. If I thought there was even a chance of my skipping out to a new scene and leaving her behind, I would have done it in a heartbeat. Instead, I plastered a bogus smile on my face and asked, "Ready to go?" Chapter 16. The Devil You Know. It was the better part of 3 weeks before we arrived at Unthugok. We'd swapped the original Glevac ship for a Beishane vessel 9 days into the journey and then hopped at Sengju transport 6 days after that. By the time we arrived at the Bamid planet, well, let's just say it was a long 3 weeks. I mean, what are you supposed to say to someone you just tried to gun down? I know what you're thinking, and no, I haven't forgotten declaring I could never hurt her, that I wasn't that far gone. But you gotta understand just how irritating it was having her constantly needling me. Damn it, she's not an actual person. She's just an imitation. If the Mona Lisa suddenly started trash-talking Da Vinci, how long do you think it would be before he shoved her into a fireplace and lit a match? But there was more. There was no way she should have survived me shooting her in the head, let alone to magically heal her wounds and carry on like nothing was wrong. How did she do it? For that matter, was I entirely sure she had? Or was this evidence of some hostile third party at work, someone capable of hacking into my domain and overriding my operating systems? Not to boast, but that's a damn short list. The Troika might pull it off, especially if they use that new AliEx software I'd run into on my last job for Chris, but few others could manage it. Chris, what was I going to do about her? She'd started me on this investigation to stop the Brotherhood, and now I was trying to make contact? How was that going to go over, considering she'd pointed a weapon at me once already? Look, us investigators, the ones operating at this level, we often have to make decisions on the fly. We're the tip of the spear, as the saying goes, and we're often the first ones to stumble into something and then make impromptu policy arrangements to maintain our advantage. Chris knows that. It's the reason she handpicks her operatives with care. Until now, I'd always had her trust, but with this, yes, the Brotherhood had murdered 6 Terrans in cold blood that I knew of. There could be other bodies out there, other crimes still undiscovered. So why was I even considering approaching them with anything less than a full spread of tactical nukes? If you know anything about Terrans, the answer should be obvious. We've been making deals with devils for the past 200 years to stay alive, and this was no different. If they were even half the allies I suspected they could be, they could change everything. They could help bring the Troika down and create a new order, one where the strong didn't automatically subjugate the weak. A society of equals, where all live in peace. It's a lovely dream, seductive, even. So yes, I'd hold my nose and shake their hand, if that's what it took. They offered something that no one else could, a blade held poised at the Troika's throat. I'm sorry for those deaths, I truly am, but I have to think of the bigger picture. Our very survival is at stake, and I can't let anything, not even justice, impede that. Who was it who said, "Kill one man, and you are a murderer. Kill millions, and you are a conqueror. Kill them all, and you are a god"? Jesus, I need a drink. Where was I? Ah yes, Raven. There was something different about her, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. She wasn't as combative as I remembered, as in your face as she used to be. Did that mean she was mellowing, perhaps even taking on some of Laura's attributes? Now that I was aware she knew about her, I couldn't dismiss the possibility out of hand. But there was another possibility, one that terrified me. What if she was now playing a much deeper game, taking a more subtle approach to achieve her goals? How can she even have goals? Was Raven evolving? By everything I knew, that shouldn't be possible. In the entire history of the Avatar clan, there had never been a single instance of a simulacrum developing sentience, so I found it difficult to believe it was happening now. But she was different, and I had nothing to do with it. I had to keep those thoughts buried. There was no getting away from her, so I had to maintain the pretense that all was well between us. No simple thing when you spend every waking moment together. We were still sharing a bed, and everything that implies. And the fact she didn't blow my head off told me my acting skills must be better than I'd ever imagined. It was a good thing I'd long shed my corporeal body, otherwise I'd likely be well on my way to a stomach ulcer. Stay focused on the mission, I'd keep telling myself. Keep your head in the game and grow eyes on the back of your head. The skills that allowed me to survive in the field served me well now, as I lay beside a changeling, wondering what the hell was going on behind those enigmatic dark eyes. Stay on target, Al. Right. We arrived at Unthugok without issue, slipping away from our ride and taking up temporary lodgings in one of the navigation buoys. It wasn't ostentatious by any means, but it was an integral component of the port's network. It only took a few seconds to tap into and download traffic control's interface as we started considering our options. What about this one? Raven asked, pointing at a freighter on the ship roster. I pulled up its file and began perusing it. Too big, I decided after a moment, plus it's scheduled to deliver cargo in less than 2 weeks to another system. If it doesn't show up, it'll be missed. She mused. So something small, something that's not going anywhere anytime soon. Plus it needs to have extended range, I reminded her. The rendezvous point is a long way off, and ideally, capable of at least limited self-repair. Self-repair? She said curiously. Think about it, I explained. Without corporeal bodies, what are going to do if some critical part of the ship fails? We certainly can't fix it, not if that means removing a defective part and installing a new one. How could we? Unless, of course, it also comes equipped with repair drones. Raven nodded slowly, taking that in. Are those common aboard ships? She asked. They're not uncommon, at least, I replied. Good thing for us. We went back to the list and scanned the available ships. With so many to choose from, we both wanted to be sure we'd picked the vessel that gave us the best odds. We spent several subjective hours at the task, sifting through the database, until finally, a single ship remained. HeWhoLooksSkyward, she read from the screen, before glancing over at me. You sure this is the one? As sure as I can be, I shrugged. It's got long legs, a decent acceleration curve in case we have to run for it, plus a full complement of drones. Even better, it's being held by the Port Authority for non-payment of anchorage and repair fees. She raised an eyebrow. I know we're stealing a ship here, but isn't taking one the cops have chained to the pier just a little risky for us? Aren't they going to be watching that one even closer? I grinned at that, and Raven could only stare at my expression with confusion. What? She queried. The answer's simple, I chuckled. We pay the fee. She looked over at the outstanding debt, and then back at me. I wasn't aware you were that wealthy. I'm not, I assured her. I have several very untraceable accounts set up across the Perseus arm, all loaded with credits that were acquired elsewhere. I could barely contain my snicker as understanding struck her. You stole it? For accuracy's sake, I embezzled it. But that's another story, I said. What do you say we get this show on the road? It took time for her to calm back down, but after several more minutes she nodded she was ready. A few taps of the keys and done, I announced as we both watched the numbers rise to meet the goal. The status indicator went from angry red to a more subdued green as I paid the outstanding fee. How long before somebody notices? She asked nervously, glancing about at the crowded port sky. I don't know, I admitted, but we have a few factors in our favor. Anonymity, for one. No one knows who we are, and even if they do figure it out eventually, we'll be long gone. And even if the original owners show up to pay off the debt, it'll take a while for the BAMID to sort it all out. That's time we can use to our advantage. I suppose, she answered, mollified for the moment. Come on, I told her, extending my hand. Let's check out our new ship. The HeWhoLooksSkyward was a decommissioned Yates tender, originally designed as a support vessel for their navy. Judging by the layout, someone had hoped to turn her into a specialized transport for luxury goods. The only problem was that's an extremely niche market, too niche for the owners. As it turned out, the corporation that purchased her went bankrupt, forced to sell at a fraction of her value. Her next owner had other ideas and re-outfitted her as a tourist ship, able to go places the bigger vessels could not. However, once again there proved to be little market for such a boat, which is why we'd found her languishing at Unthugok. It was unlikely the owners could pay the lien, making it unattractive to potential buyers. Gyata HeWhoLooksKskyward was an excellent design for its original purpose, but outside of a small navy, it had no viable commercial use. It thrilled them that we took it off their hands. Once on board, we spent some time exploring her via the internal security system, going over her systems. There were some minor issues to deal with, but I was certain the repair drones could handle them. Plus, we could pump her full of inert nitrogen for the journey, saving both on life support costs and wear and tear, since oxygen is corrosive. After all, we certainly didn't need it. A couple of days later, after some minor repairs and taking on stores, we were ready for departure. Requesting clearance from the Port Authority. Now, I informed Raven. How long till we know if they bought it? She fretted, looking at me anxiously. Not long, I assured her, and there's no reason to worry. I've done this plenty of times, and no one's come looking for me yet. I even managed what I hoped was a rakish smile, but part of me couldn't help but wonder why she was so nervous about this. I'd seen her take on far greater risks over the years without batting an eye. So why did this have her so on edge? Maybe because it's real, my mind whispered. But that made no sense either. Real, not real. It shouldn't affect her personality matrix one bit. At least it wouldn't if she were still the same Raven I'd created so long ago. I was beginning to have doubts on that front. A soft chime announced the Port Authority's reply. We're cleared for departure, I grinned, casting off mooring lines and bringing thrusters up to 5 kilometers per hour. The thrusters nudged us away from the space dock and pointed us in the right direction until they finally shut down. Another message to the port and another wait, until we received clearance to depart the system. That's it? Raven asked, somewhat incredulously. That's it, I confirmed. Next stop, the middle of nowhere. With the push of a virtual button, the Gyata HeWhoLooksKskyward disappeared from their screens. It was several more weeks until we reached our destination, weeks that were slowly driving me mad. Have you ever lived in a place where you were never alone? I certainly hadn't. At least not since giving up my corporeal form. I could create a mansion with 1,000 rooms, 1,000,000, and somehow, she'd still find me every time, which meant keeping up that fake smile, all the while wondering if she'd gone rogue and was contemplating ways of killing me in my sleep. Which is why I don't sleep. I mean, would you? But that still left us with a great deal of time to kill until we arrived. I tried even more distractions. The cyclone at Coney Island, skiing the Rinderberg at Gushtad, hot air ballooning over Ayers Rock. We lounged and sipped Mai Tais in Bora Bora, deep sea fishing off the Florida Keys, spelunking in Vietnam. We dove even deeper this time into the world of fiction, sharing adventures with the Three Musketeers and Huckleberry Finn, tracking down and laying to final rest the dread Count Dracula, tagging along with the befuddled man from La Mancha while commiserating with poor Sancho. We even did historical pieces like Thermopylae, The Spirit of St. Louis, and Kon-Tiki. You name it. We tried it, and in the end, it left me drained and exhausted. Who knew you could have too much vacation? And worst of all, it didn't help. Raven was playing a part as well, pretending like I was to have fun, though I can only guess at her motives. The world around me made less and less sense, and there were moments I feared I was going mad. Now we were both watching the countdown clock to our rendezvous with trepidation, which strangely enough seemed to push us closer, even as everything else drove us apart. There were even times when I considered ending it all. Oh yes, it's possible. In fact, it would be easy aboard this vessel. Simply overload the engines until they explode, and the blast would end me just as surely as it would you. But the mission still mattered to me, even in my fevered state, and the possibility of ending the Troika threat was simply too great to ignore. It became my beacon, my purpose, my very reason for being, and I know it was that flickering spark of hope that kept me going, even in my darkest hours. Kept me going right up to the day I turned to Raven and told her, "We've arrived." Chapter 17. One order with a side of fries to go. We spent the next few hours checking our scopes to see if there were any ships in the vicinity. Nothing pinged, but I didn't trust the data, not unless this was all some wild goose chase. I suppose it was remotely possible that someone other than the Brotherhood had answered our message, sending us out to the back of beyond as a practical joke, but I doubted that as well. What would be the point? I mean, I guess it's possible some individual is perverse enough to do it, but every fiber in my virtual body told me that message was legit. They were out there somewhere waiting. I was certain of it. How much longer are we going to just stand by before we broadcast? Raven finally asked me. Sighing, I turned to face her. I suppose we can't put it off any longer, can we? I asked, though the question was a rhetorical one. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here? My point exactly, she agreed. So what are you waiting for? Because once we pull that trigger, there's no going back, I said quietly. I'd like to know something about them before I take that last step. She made a pointed look at the screen. They don't appear to be cooperating, she said dryly, so I'll ask again. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this out? I didn't have an answer for her, not a good one anyway, but truth was I was scared. I was taking an enormous leap of faith doing this, without the backing of my clan or its leader. What happened next could have a profound impact, not just for Terrans as a whole, and we avatars in particular, but for the entire galaxy. You shouldn't make a move like that unless you were sure, and I wasn't. Not yet, but Raven was correct. Just how much longer was I going to dither on this? You're right, I reluctantly agreed, before bringing up the contact protocols and double-checking them one last time. I was stalling, I knew that, and I was fairly certain she did as well. So finally I just closed my eyes and pressed the button. Signal is active, I told her, as I waited for the other shoe to drop. I didn't have to wait long. Moments later, icons began appearing on our screens, as if out of nowhere. We could only stare at the display in a state of shock as they powered up and began maneuvering towards us, cutting off the lines of retreat. Where the hell were they hiding? Raven demanded as we watched them grow closer. How could they just appear out of thin air like that? They must have been powered down, I intoned. They might even have access to stealth technology we're not aware of. She gave me a worried look. If the Chell have tech like that, does that mean the Troika does too? Lord, I hope not, I said fervently. Though if the Troika had access to that sort of scientific expertise, why hadn't we seen it before? Why wasn't it used during the Battle of Sonoishii Prime? I had to believe if it had been available, they would have used it. Anything to avoid the crushing defeat they suffered at the hands of the Alliance. Was it something new then, developed in secret prior to a counterattack? Or had the Brotherhood kept their toy all to themselves? Another icon appeared, but this time it wasn't a ship. We're being hailed, I told her. Last chance to back out. Our last chance was about an hour ago, she countered. You'd better answer them. She was right. Damn it. Here goes everything, I said, taking a deep breath as I activated the transmitter. This is the independent ship Friar's Lantern, I announced, using the nom de guerre we decided on for our recent acquisition, and we come in peace. We just want to talk. Raven and I waited to see if they'd respond. Moments later, we got our answer. Friar's Lantern, we detect no life signs aboard your vessel. Drop whatever shielding you are using to mask your biosignatures, or we will open fire. They think it's a trap, I grimaced. I'd hoped to forestall telling them who and what we are, but I don't think we have a choice. Raven nodded in reluctant agreement as I transmitted another message. Our ship has no shielding, I explained. There are only uploaded personalities aboard. This time, there was no immediate reply. I guess they weren't expecting that, I mused. What do you think they're doing? She asked as the minutes dragged on. Deciding what to do with us, I predicted. They must have been expecting flesh and blood types. That we aren't must have thrown them a curveball. So what's that mean for us? She prompted. It could go a couple of different ways, I replied. Either they believe us and set up a meeting, or else they don't believe us. And if they don't, she insisted. What then? I sighed. Then they'll probably open fire and destroy the ship. Well, that's not good, Raven said unhappily. Any way we can improve the odds? Nothing leaps to mind. I shrugged as we waited with growing trepidation. Almost an hour went by before they finally contacted us again. We order you to stand by and prepare to be boarded, they informed us. Make no efforts to resist, or we will destroy your ship. Boarded? Raven all but shouted. What the hell? I guess that was fairly inevitable. I grimaced before keying the mic. Just give us a few minutes to get life support operational. I answered them. Right now we're running with an inert atmosphere. There was another pause, though this one was nowhere near as protracted. 10 minutes, and not a minute longer, the voice insisted, before cutting off. Now that surprised me. Huh, I said to myself, as I started venting the excess nitrogen and bringing up the O2 levels. I didn't think they'd care about that. What's going on, Al? Raven demanded. And why are you surprised they're waiting for you to bring the air plant back online? Because if they're even half as paranoid as I think they are, there's no way they'd come aboard and breathe our air, I explained. There could be some sort of pathogen, or maybe they think we try to poison them. It doesn't matter. If I were them, I'd stay suited until I was back on my ship. She suddenly looked thoughtful as she considered that point, while I monitored the ships surrounding us as they closed in. 3 of them disgorged boarding shuttles, with each of them making for one of Fryer's airlocks. It looked like they were planning a simultaneous assault, hitting us from 3 directions at once, but I hoped it was just another one of their security measures, and nothing more. If they were simply being cautious, I'd do all I could to assist and ease tensions. If their intentions were more sinister, I had a few surprises in store. Odds were we'd never get the chance to use them, though. It was 10 minutes exactly when we felt the simulated jolt of their shuttles docking on our virtual bridge. I'd programmed the simulation to mirror conditions on the physical bridge as closely as possible, and it looked as if we were about to learn if my efforts had paid off. All 3 inner doors opened minutes later as they cycled through the airlocks, their weapons at the ready as they cleared the ship. Just as I'd suspected, they were suited up. They were professionals, searching the compartments for hidden weapons and assailants, while another team logged into the engineering room and ran diagnostics, looking for any signs of sabotage. I had my screensaver program up and running, the one with my warmest smile and unfurled wings, waiting for them to make contact. I watched as several Chell tromped past the viewer while they inspected the ship, sparing me a brief glance as they investigated, before apparently deciding I was harmless. Oh, if they only knew. Anyway, there was one minor detail I neglected to mention. If you were to scan the ship's database specifically for digital personalities, you'd get one hit. 1. Raven, as a simulacrum, wouldn't register. If I'd appeared to the Chell with her at my side after they'd completed their scan, they'd think I was a nut, and who knows where that train of thought leads. I had no intentions of finding out, forcing me to twin myself with one half of my Gestalt, conversing with Raven, while the other half prepared to negotiate with the Brotherhood. Luckily, I had the capacity to spare. Once they'd searched Fryer's lantern from bow to stern, they finally turned their attention to me. Why are you here? One of the suited figures challenged. Okay, this is where it gets complicated. Given the current situation, I was now running a split screen to keep Raven and the Chell separate. The Chell saw me, and me alone negotiating with them, while Raven saw the both of us speaking with the Brotherhood. It took constant monitoring, but splitting my resources 2 ways was well within my skill set. If I were dealing with over 7, though, I couldn't maintain the illusion. The only potential downside was if Raven tried to speak with the ersatz Chell she was seeing directly, but I could spin that if I had to. I could create a false narrative for them to respond to, all the while having a separate conversation with the authentic versions on my own. The problem was, the longer I maintained that fiction, the more the 2 versions of reality diverged. I'd have to bounce back and forth between the 2, always keeping in mind which storyline I was following and not accidentally dropping hints from the other one. I could manage it, but just to be safe I'd cautioned Raven not to speak to the Chell unless it was absolutely necessary, camouflaged as a precaution for her safety. She seemed to buy it for now, but who knows how long that would last. And the Chell representative was still waiting for an answer. We have a common enemy, I told him. We're building an alliance against the Troika, and the Brotherhood would be invaluable in that struggle, as uniquely placed as you are. I came here hoping that you and I could find common ground. If there was a reaction to that, it was too subtle for me to notice. How did you learn of us? He asked, more insistent this time. I'd known all along this question would come up, and I'd prepared for it. A lie told now would likely get us killed, but the truth came with its own dangers. It was a calculated risk, but what other choice did I have? You murdered at least half a dozen Terrans that I know of, perhaps more, I said evenly. I know why you did it, and under other circumstances I'd be doing everything in my power to see justice done. I took a deep breath and spread my virtual hands wide. But we are willing to put all that aside, in the hopes of building an alliance between us. I waited as the Chell processed what I was telling him, while I wondered what the hell brought me to this point. Maybe it was time to rethink some of my life choices. The Chell turned to one of his subordinates. Bring it, he ordered, and then strode off, out of sight. Bring it? Raven asked, bewildered. What the hell does that mean? I have no idea, I told her. Maybe they're planning to have one of their own pilot the ship somewhere. She started to respond, only to shout a warning as the Chell began tearing the bridge apart, blasting away at the terminals and computer data links with their weapons. What are they doing? That was a damn good question. If they just wanted to destroy the ship, there were easier ways to go about it. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to their destruction, not at first glance. But when I pulled up a virtual map to track their efforts, I quickly saw a pattern. One that was about to bite us in the ass if we didn't get moving. "Take my hand," I thundered, grabbing hold and pulling her out of there, leaving her more confused than ever. It wasn't the virtual location that was the problem. Our bridge recreation was still in place and operating just as I'd programmed it to. No, the problem lay in our physical location, and that was something I wasn't used to worrying about. In any ship, computer networks run throughout the vessel and are linked in at multiple points. What the Chell were doing was systematically destroying the ship's systems, driving us away from the central computer and towards the peripherals instead. If we hadn't run, if we'd stayed put while they smashed the subsystem housing our programs to scrap, we would have been destroyed as well. They had to know what they were doing, that their actions risked our very lives. So what the hell? I didn't recognize the trap until it was too late. They'd hounded us into the navigation array's backup memory, cutting off other avenues of escape as we fled for our lives. Once inside, they cut the sole remaining data link, imprisoning us within the storage unit. That's when I lost my eyes and ears, leaving me with no way to know what was happening in the outside world. Raven grabbed me by the collar. "What's happening?" she howled. "Why are they doing this?" I struggled to think, trying to put myself in their position. If they wanted us dead, they could have already done so, I said slowly, reasoning it out, so we have some sort of value. That's good. It means they're not in a rush to finish us. Then what the hell were they doing, shooting up the ship like that? I hadn't understood that either, not at first, but as they drove us into memory storage and sprung the trap, it suddenly made perfect sense. Perfect, terrible, horrifying sense. There was only one reason I could think of for them to do that, and when I realized what it was, I reached out and wrapped my arms around her and held her tight. "We're carry-on baggage," I said bitterly, "and once they take us back to their ship, they'll destroy this one. We won't know for certain until I can get a link back to the outside. But right now, as things stand," bowing my head, I said quietly, "there's a better than even chance they've just taken us prisoner." Chapter 18. Caged Bird Sings the Blues. Time is relative. You hear that one often, and of course Einstein proved it centuries ago, but it's something we rarely think about until it smacks us across the face. Like now, we were stuck inside a box with no access to the outside world, and no idea what lay in store for us. I clung to the notion that Chell could have just as easily killed us if that were their intent, that the fact we were still alive had to be a good sign. That's what I kept telling myself, at least. But if idle hands are the devil's playground, an idle mind can be even more dangerous. As the minutes tick by, you imagine 1,000 gruesome fates befalling you, each one worse than the last. It could drive you mad if you let it, so I took steps to mitigate the threat. I had options, for example. I could have conjured up plenty of distractions to pass the time, but I'd already mined that option pretty thoroughly during the trip. With everything Raven and I had experienced already, I'd be hard-pressed to come up with something novel enough to take our minds from the danger at hand. So instead, I slowed things down to a crawl. I can experience time several ways here in my digital world. If I choose to, I can operate at the lightning speed of a computer, living an entire lifetime in between the heartbeats of a corporeal being. We rarely do that, however, except in emergencies, as it makes interacting with others all but impossible. Or I could go the other way, minimizing the passage of time, so that an hour outside was only a second in here. It was as simple as adjusting my internal clock rate, and it made the anxious wait much more bearable. "So now what?" Raven asked. "We just sit here and twiddle our thumbs?" I'd moved us from the ship's bridge, since it was a safe bet there was no more ship, back to our Luna hotel. "There's not a lot we can do," I reminded her as I sat down on the couch. "We're stuck in a box until they decide otherwise." "Then tell me, genius," she said sarcastically. "What's the plan?" "You have a plan, don't you?" "I'm working on it," I told her, thinking frantically to actually come up with one. Her eyes narrowed as she peered closely at me, and then groaned. You've got nothing, do you? Not so much, I admitted. At the moment they're holding all the cards. Wonderful, she sighed. At least tell me if we're planning on talking our way out of this, or fighting our way out. Fight how? I countered. And with what? Unless I can gain access to a network, my hands are tied, and I guarantee you the Chell won't let me anywhere near one of their computers. That's it then? You're just giving up? Raven sneered at me, throwing back the rest of her drink. I thought you were supposed to be the best of the best. I am not giving up, I countered, but I need to pick my moment. This isn't it. Until that moment arrives, we survive by talking as fast as we can and hoping they listen. Raven started to reply, but as she did, the video monitor came to life. An unsuited Chell stared at us both, peering almost nearsightedly as he took in the tableau, before finally zeroing in on me. Who are you? He demanded. I motioned to Raven to remain silent as I stepped in front of the display, unfurling my wings. Alfred Eamon, of the Terran Avatar clan, I informed him. And you are? You may refer to me as Elder Brother, for now, he answered. We have not survived as long as we have by giving away information. Fair enough, I shrugged. No sense feeding their paranoia if I could help it. I am curious just how you have survived, after all this time. We call ourselves the Brotherhood of Shadows for a reason, Terran, he snapped. We will not provide you with information about us, not until you have proved your loyalty. And how am I to do that, exactly? I countered. At the moment, my options are limited. We will come to that, the Chell answered. You accuse us of murdering your kind. Why do you claim this? It was hard reading his expression, especially through the fur, but I was immediately on guard. That he was asking about that right out of the gate could mean several things, few of them good. Part of me wanted to deflect and deny, but somehow, I doubted that would fly, especially considering I was the one who'd accused them. That only left me a single option, and it was dangerous. 40 years ago, my people sent a ship to our ancient homeworld on a mission. I informed him, though I was certain he was already well aware of the catabasis. The mission ended in tragedy, with many left dead. 20 years later, the survivors began dying, one after another, each of them in ways that appeared to be either accidents or natural causes. Now it was my turn to scrutinize him. Only they weren't accidents, were they? Elder Brother leaned back thoughtfully. And why would the Brotherhood do such a thing? He asked. Raven shot me a look. If I was right, then telling him what I suspected was harmless, except possibly to ourselves. Assuming they already knew about New Terra, then the only risk would be for them to see us both as an unwelcome loose end. If I was wrong, however, then I was handing them a prize beyond imagining. I was certain I wasn't wrong, but there was still a chance, no matter how slim. I'd come this far trusting my gut. Now was not the time to question it. I took a deep breath. Because you want the precursor homeworld for yourself? A satisfied expression came over the Chell's face. So, you know of it? I do, I nodded, breathing a small inward sigh of relief, as do others. Hopefully, that would give him pause if he was contemplating anything untoward. Never underestimate the power of a good insurance policy. You Terrans have designs on it as well, he probed. Fine then. If he wanted to play the game out, I was willing to oblige him. If we didn't before, we certainly do now, I said with a satisfied smile. In fact, we owe you no small debt of gratitude. Had you not started murdering the survivors in cold blood, we might never have gone back for a second look. Let him chew on that. The Chell carefully preened its hamster-like face. You waste your time, Terran. The prize you seek is already within our grasp. I doubt that, I retorted. If that were true, we wouldn't be having this discussion. You may know of the planet, but that's all you know. I leaned back in my chair, a beatific smile on my face. However, that is not all that I know. Raven was now staring daggers as I blithely ignored her, knowing full well why she was angry. It wasn't enough that I'd betrayed my clan. I was now precariously close to betraying my species. But I had no choice, not if I were ever to gain their trust. I had to dangle that bait in front of them, keeping it just out of arm's reach, and pray they didn't put a virtual bullet in my head like I'd done Raven and take the secret from me. I can't help but wonder how many traitors and renegades throughout history told themselves they didn't have a choice, either. Probably more than I'd care to hear about. Whatever I'd just done Whether it be treason or carefully calculated risk, I'd gotten his attention. He leaned forward once more, his beady black eyes glaring at me. "Tell me what you know, Terran," he snarled, "or I will destroy the cage that holds you." "No, you won't," I sneered. "If that were your intention, you'd have already done it. You think you can threaten me? Go right ahead," I dared him, spreading my arms wide. "Take your best shot, because we both know all you can do is end my existence. If that's what you want, then I can't stop you." I paused for a moment, mostly for dramatic effect. "Or we could pool our resources and work together to find the treasure we both seek." Elder brother growled at me. "We have not survived this long by trusting outsiders," he rumbled. "Tell me what you know, or I will end you." "Then you will never know," I fired back, crossing my arms and daring him to try. His eyes narrowed, his limbs trembling in barely controlled fury. "Then perhaps 1,000 years in isolation will loosen your tongue," he all but shouted, reaching out and touching something just out of view as the screen went dark. Raven, who up till now had barely managed to contain herself, made up for her previous restraint. "What the hell are you thinking?" she howled. "You're just going to give new terror away? To them?" She raised her fist, preparing to punctuate her argument by punctuating my face. I held up my hands. "I'm not giving anything away, I swear," I promised her. "I just need him to think I might. Anything to keep things moving forward." Her fists went to her hips as she glared at me. "I'd find that a lot easier to believe if you hadn't sold out your clan to the Oivu. You know that eventually someone will use that information to come after your people, and then what?" "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have told her about that." "Raven, listen to me," I desperately explained. "I'm playing for high stakes here, maybe the highest stakes there are. I can't do it by half measures, and I won't lie, there's a great deal of risk involved. If we can just get the Troika off our backs, then maybe we have a chance. And if worst comes to worst," I shrugged helplessly, "then sharing the planet with the Brotherhood isn't such a terrible thing. There's more than enough room for both of us." "You don't know that," she screamed. "You've never even seen it." I reached out and grabbed her arms. "Half a planet is better than nothing," I exclaimed, "which is what we currently have. We can build from that half, leverage it into something far greater. But we can't do that from where we sit now. And when humanity and the Brotherhood have filled that world," she countered. "When you stand at the brink of war, fighting for resources, what happens to your precious new Terra then?" I sighed, releasing her arms, before wandering over to the bar and grabbing a drink bulb. "That's a century away at least, probably more," I told her. "I'm just trying to get through today." Suddenly I was exhausted. Juggling fireballs on a tightrope will do that to you. "It's not a perfect solution," I admitted. "Just the best I can come up with." She was still angry, but I could tell I was getting through. "If this goes bad," she warned, "then we're screwed," I agreed. But the thing is, we were screwed anyway. "All this means is the end comes a little quicker." Finally, she relented. "There's nothing else you can do?" she asked. "If there was, I'd be doing it," I answered. "This is what we have." Raven nodded reluctantly and then gave me an odd look. "What did he mean by 1,000 years in isolation?" she said curiously. "Ah," I nodded, carrying my drink back to the couch and sitting down, retrieving my tablet as I confirmed my suspicions. "Yeah, it seems our new friend eldest brother has manually increased our cage's clock rate by a few thousand%, I explained. "He's hoping that if we stay in here long enough, we'll go crazy." "You mean he wasn't kidding?" she goggled. "I mean, is that possible?" "No, he wasn't kidding," I corroborated, "and yes, it's possible. We've documented several cases of it, back when the clan was just starting out. It's a form of sensory deprivation. Do it long enough, and the virtual mind snaps." "And he's doing that to us?" she said in horror. "Please tell me you have a plan." "I have a plan," I smiled. "This is my domain, remember?" "Uh-huh. I'd feel a lot better if you hadn't said the same thing right before shooting me," she said dryly. "I mean, what do you say to that?" "It's simple," I told her, sidestepping the issue for now. "Basically, I'll create a virtual box inside the box and reset the clock speed. To our Chell friends, it'll still read the same, but inside where we are, I'll set it to a more leisurely pace. We'll be fine." She ran that one through her mind, and then asked, "And when he checks back in on us, and we're not crazy? What then?" "Oofed," I snorted. "Let him figure it out for himself. Not our problem. At least, that's what I suspected. I wouldn't know for sure until we spoke again." "I hope you're right," she told me, still not entirely convinced. "So what do we do in the meantime?" "Whatever you want," I shrugged. "But I'm going to bed." I trundled off and collapsed onto the mattress. It was a few days later when eldest brother finally checked back in. Just as before, he used the entertainment system for his interface, speaking to me from the monitor. "So," he chortled, "feel like talking now?" "Not especially," I yawned. It wasn't the reaction he'd hoped for. He might be quite formidable in the corporeal world, but here in the digital universe, nothing but a chump. There was much snarling and gnashing of teeth, but none of it fazed me. I know a threat display when I see one. I simply waited until he tired himself out. "If you're quite finished," I said after the worst had passed, "maybe we could have a frank discussion about our future." That set off another round of him tearing up the furniture, but he recovered in short order. "You wish to talk?" he said at last. "Then there is something I want first." Finally, we were actually negotiating. "And what is that?" "Something you are well suited for," he answered. "We have received word the Alex are working on a new project, one that could have a profound impact on the Brotherhood. Retrieve their data, and then we will speak." I winced. "Sure," I said hoarsely, "piece of cake." Chapter 19. Delusions of Grandeur. "So just what exactly is this secret project the Alex are working on?" Elder brother regarded me for a moment. "What do you know of the Brotherhood?" he asked, testing me. "Why do we exist?" "You're an underground organization that somehow manages to resist the telepathic compulsion of the two of his AK masters," I explained. Mind you, that was a guess, one I hadn't yet confirmed, but I felt confident enough about it to go with my instincts. To his credit, the Chell leader didn't flinch. Considering the world he lived in, I wasn't surprised. "And our purpose?" he prompted. "You mean other than finding the precursor homeworld?" I riposted. He simply made a gesture with one of his hands, showing I should continue. "In that case, I imagine freeing your brothers and ending the Master's tyranny rates pretty high on your list," I chanced. That one was obvious. "If they'd forced your entire species to serve a race of alien overlords against their will, what would you want?" Elder brother gave me a curt nod. "You are correct," he confirmed. "There is no greater goal within our assembly than to free our people from their mind wizardry, and that is why we desire the data regarding the Alex project." Raven and I shared a look. She'd agreed to stay out of the parley, relying on my expertise, but it had been a hard-won fight. I could tell she was just as curious about this secret program of theirs as I was. But if it was valuable enough for the Chell to steal it for themselves, part of me wanted to make damn sure they never got their hands on it. "You're confused. I can see it in your eyes. I get it. After all, if I'd gone to all this trouble to enlist the Brotherhood for the Alliance, why wouldn't I want to aid them in any way I could? What helps them helps us, right?" "Not necessarily. Even the closest of allies had vastly different agendas, and that went double when the only thing you shared was a common enemy. There's lots of reasons groups turn on one another, and not all of them are compatible. I understood the Brotherhood's motives. In fact, I even agreed with most of them. But their priority was to free their people, just as mine was to help save humanity. If circumstances forced them to choose between saving their own and saving others, I knew which way they'd jump. Only who knew what the Alex were working on? The Brotherhood, obviously, and hopefully me soon, leaving me with a decision to make. Did I give it to them, or did I keep it for my clan? Keeping it meant losing the Brotherhood as allies, yet giving it up could cripple us in some unknown way. I needed more information. "What's the project?" I asked. "I can't steal it if I don't know what to look for." There was a long pause as elder brother debated what to tell me. I could see it on his face, with his whiskers, to be precise. Alien facial expressions differ vastly from humans, and while their hamster-like visage showed little expression, Chell whiskers more than made up for it. He hated the idea of telling me, but he also realized I was right. I had to know if I was going to complete their mission. "The Alex are experimenting with a medicinal substance that shows great promise," he explained. "If perfected, it could sever the telepathic link that forces our brethren to do the Master's bidding, now and forever." He peered at me closely. I am certain you grasp why this is so important to us. I gave out a low whistle. Boy, did I ever. The Chell were at every level of the HeWhoLooksSkyward empire. They were the protectors and guardians, the servants, the workers, the pilots, and engineers. Without them, there was no empire, at least until the masters found another race to mindfuck. Until then, it would take a third of the Troika off the table, giving the Alliance the chance we so desperately needed. This was a good thing, right? Right? Trust me, it's never that simple. If the Alliance are already working on a cure, why do you need me? I asked. It sounds like they're already trying to free your people. A low growl rumbled from his chest. And do you believe the insectoids do this for altruistic reasons? He demanded. Surely you are not that naive. He was right, of course. They had an ulterior motive. The Troika always did. What's their angle? I asked. Simple enough, he shrugged. Once they free us from the masters and assist us in our vengeance. Once the last of the HeWhoLooksSkyward are dead, they foresee wooing us to their banner by playing upon our gratitude. With their ranks swelled, they will then turn on the final Troika member, the Agatadub. How long do you suppose they will last in that scenario? Shit, damn it. He was right. Sure, on paper it looked great. Wipe out the telepaths and the species that attacked Freya in one fell swoop. That would be a hell of a blow to the Troika, one that could take years for them to recover from. Except that the reason our fledgling alliance had survived it all was because the Troika spent as much time spying and fighting amongst themselves as they did on anyone else. The three races deeply distrusted one another, only banding together out of a need for control and self-preservation. If the Alliance defeated the other two that went away, leaving them free to focus all their attention on us. Not good. Not good at all. I see your point, I conceded. It is not only that, he added. We have had more than our fill of overlords. Why would we merely exchange one for another? The Alliance have no more love for my kind than the HeWhoLooksSkyward, perhaps. They see us as a means to an end, nothing more. They would use us as their shock troops, expendable warriors to be used and then discarded when no longer needed. Why should we ever trust them? I wouldn't, I agreed. And you, he sneered, you are no different. You hope to enlist us in your war, to attack the Troika from within, crippling them so your warships may defeat them more easily. Am I wrong? His black eyes glared, challenging me, daring me to lie my way out of it. No, you're not wrong, I admitted. But this is not just our war. It's your war too, one you're already fighting. We have a common enemy, so why not work together? While we may share a common enemy, as you say, our goals are quite different. You wish to remake the Perseus arm into something more egalitarian, whereas we want nothing more than to be left alone. He looked away, lost in some dark memory. After 5,000 years of servitude, I believe we have earned it. I mean, what the hell do you say to that? If that is truly how you feel, I ventured, then why bother speaking to us at all? If you have no interest in an alliance, what incentive is there for me to perform this task? If they weren't going to play ball, then the first chance I got I'd disappear back into the ether, and he knew it. Killing me would be the smart move. Yet it was obvious he wanted my help. I'm certainly no altruist, no more than he was himself. So what's in it for me? Not to mention humanity. Because while we have no interest in a formal alliance, you are correct in that we share a mutual foe, he begrudged. There may be times where we can aid one another. Short of an official compact, he turned his gaze to me once more. Complete this mission, and we will be in your debt. Huh. I'll need to examine your offer carefully, I told him. Give me some time to think it over. As you wish, he nodded, blanking the screen. Raven wasted no time sharing her feelings. You can't seriously be considering this? She asked me point blank. We don't owe them a thing. I went to the bar and retrieved a bulb, sipping thoughtfully. He was right about one thing, I said. We are at war. You rarely get to pick your allies in wartime, and the Brotherhood could still be valuable. Half a loaf is better than none. How do you know they won't betray us to their masters for an advantage? She asked rather forcefully. You started this investigation because they were murdering our people, remember? How can you even think about trusting them? I haven't forgotten, I said coolly, and consider all the Chell we've killed during this conflict, far more than they have of ours, because they were trying to kill us, she hissed. They have no choice. I snarled. The masters turned them into their puppets, and they have absolutely no say in the matter. I watched it happen to a friend, and she had absolutely no idea someone had tampered with her brain. It was only sheer luck that let us break their hold on her. I shook my head, more determined than ever. The Troika is a plague, but the masters are by far the most insidious. They have to be stopped by any means necessary. And if that means cutting a deal with the Brotherhood, no matter how untrustworthy they are, then so be it. You're a fool, Al, she spat, a damned fool. I just hope you don't find out the hard way. Maybe I am, I admitted. It wouldn't be the first time. Raven stood there glaring at me and then sighed. I can't talk you out of this, can I? No, I said quietly. She walked over, took a seat beside me, and shrugged. Then I guess I'd better help you. Lord knows you're gonna need it. I rolled my eyes. I've been doing this a long time, Raven, I told her. I have things completely under control. Talk about an unfortunate choice of words. One minute we're sitting talking in the penthouse suite of the Tycho Ritz-Carlton, circa 2137, and the next, we both landed on the hard ground with a thud, coughing in the dust as the sound of a bugle and thundering hooves grabbed our attention. What the hell? I said in disbelief, as I stared at what looked to be. Okay, there's no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to say it. At a Union Army cavalry charge, circa 1865, as I dragged Raven off to the side and out of harm's way, a quick look around confirmed my suspicions. Where the hell are we? She shouted, taking a moment to stare at her period dress, complete with petticoats and bustle, before gaping at my costume. A feathered, wide-brimmed hat with one side, pinned up topped a deep blue uniform, with a curved saber and pistol belted at my side. I winced as realization hit me. Gettysburg. Gettysburg? What do you mean, Gettysburg? Raven said in confusion, shaking her head like she was trying to clear her thoughts. I mean Gettysburg, the biggest battle of the American Civil War, I said, exasperated. I recognize the terrain. I've run this scenario a few times. Why are we here? She continued. I didn't ask to come here. Take us back. Now. She folded her arms across her chest, impatiently waiting. Of course, I agreed, bobbing my head. I wasn't sure what had brought us here in the first place. Some sort of glitch in the system, perhaps. I'd have to look into that. I sent a mental command to take us back to the hotel, only to freeze with sudden apprehension when nothing happened. Well? Raven demanded. I'm trying, I said frantically as I made another attempt. It fizzled out just as quickly as the first. This wasn't supposed to happen. I mean, never. I'd never had issues controlling my domain before. Well, other than that whole thing with Raven and not being able to get rid of her. But that doesn't count, does it? This is not happening. This is not happening, I said desperately to myself, even as I tried once again to bring us back. There was a pause, and then a strange stutter step as something yanked us away from the Pennsylvania countryside, landing moments later on a hard wooden deck. Glaring down at us was a bearded man in his middle years, with a piece of polished wood replacing one of his legs. How did you board the Pequod? He demanded. Jesus, not this guy, I groaned, willing us back to the hotel once more. Ahab shouted for his first mate as we disappeared, this time landing on soft grass. Still not the hotel, Raven yelled at me, but I'd already figured that much myself, especially considering her costume. Gone was the jet black hair, now replaced with flowing golden locks. It looked weird on her, to be honest, but the blue frock and white pinafore were even more disturbing. Oh no, I whispered, dreading the confirmation of what I was certain was about to appear. Right on time, ironic, considering. A giant white rabbit materialized before us, staring at his pocket watch. Oh dear, I'm late, he exclaimed, before bounding off into the woods. We both stared at him as he vanished before slowly turning to face one another. Alice in Wonderland? Raven said shrilly. Are you crazy? A question I was asking myself as well, gripping her hand tightly. I tried one last time to take us back. I closed my eyes and pictured the desolate moonscape, the 1/6 gravity, the thick carpeting, and the imposing view screen. I could see it in my mind, just as I recalled. So with a deep breath and crossed fingers, I willed us both back there. And just like that, we were back where we'd started. I breathed a deep sigh of relief and made a beeline for the bar. Raven looked down at her clothes, ensuring we hadn't landed off course again, before pointing a shaking finger in my direction. You've lost it, she said, her voice raspy with emotion. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, but fix it, goddammit. She stormed off to the bedroom, the door sliding shut behind her. I guzzled down the first bulb and grabbed another as I made my way to the couch on rubbery legs. What I was going to say is I'd never heard of something like this happening before, but that would be a lie. I have. It's rare, but not unheard of. I just never imagined it happening to me. We call it Morpheus syndrome, after the Greek god of dreams. I've mentioned before just how seductive the digital world can be when you can have anything you want just by imagining it. But there's a danger that goes with it, one we rarely discuss. It's the unspoken fear of slowly losing one's tether to reality, of slipping away into the dream world forever. Some might even call it seductive, forgetting your problems and surrounding yourself with whatever makes you happy for the rest of your life. But there's a catch. Those dreams you're surrounded by, they don't stay happy. Eventually, they become nightmares. Nightmares you can't control. Nightmares that follow wherever you run, forever. And losing control of your domain was the first symptom. Chapter 20. The only way out is through. I spent most of that night working my way through the bar in a full-blown panic, pacing back and forth while Raven slept. Morpheus syndrome was a one-way trip. Once it took hold, there was no going back. Maybe it's not too late, I reasoned. Maybe I can head this thing off before it spirals out of control. Easier said than done, unfortunately. The only way to keep things from falling apart was to limit how much you tinkered with your domain. The more you fiddled with it, the worse it got. We've been bouncing around a lot lately, distracting ourselves from the mission, which is what probably triggered the episode. If I just eased back on that, left things as they were for right now, maybe the symptoms would vanish. Maybe. I can do that, I said out loud, trying to convince myself. Our hotel could whistle up whatever we liked without my intervention, short of something outlandish. It meant no more ski trips to Mars, but that was fine by me. If Raven had a problem with it, I'd just tell her. What the hell was I going to tell her? I sat down and mulled that one over, and once I did, I saw my mistake. The errant side trips we'd experienced weren't the first time I'd lost control. No, the first time had been when I realized I couldn't banish Raven like I always had. I still didn't buy her claim that it was my subconscious keeping her here, because how the hell would she know that? As realistic as she appeared, she was still just a simulacrum. All she knew was what I'd programmed into her. So how could she have any insight at all into what was ultimately a programming glitch? Alright, that might be oversimplifying things a bit. Morpheus syndrome wasn't a programming error so much as it was a form of psychosis, a break with reality. When one's entire gestalt is a neural network built from qubits, quantum bits, for the unenlightened, it's easy to see it as a mere code failure, but determining where raw data ends and a living psyche begins can get murky. No one really knows for certain, or if they do, they're not talking. We know it works, and we know the parameters of where it doesn't work. Stay between the lines and you'll be safe, even if we don't entirely understand the underlying science. Besides, calling it a programming error means I can blame someone else. The what? Were you under the impression I was some kind of saint? I would have thought I'd disabused you of that notion by now. I've got my own shit to deal with, in case you hadn't noticed, which brought me back around full circle. What the hell was I going to do? Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep. Raven appeared the next morning, looking slightly less furious. She logged onto the hotel's room service page and ordered us both breakfast, which arrived moments later through the power of none of this being real. It's not like we actually need to eat. So why the hell is she even? Shit. Sorry. It's been a night. We ate in silence, with neither of us acknowledging the other's presence. It was only after they'd taken away the dishes that she finally spoke. What are you going to do? I didn't respond right away, partly because I didn't want her thinking I was desperately awaiting her absolution, partly because I wasn't sure which part she was referring to. Seriously, why am I doing this? Since when do I care what a simulacrum thinks? I don't know, I shrugged. You have any thoughts on the subject? At least this way I wouldn't have to guess. I think you need to see a doctor, she answered, before pausing and considering that for a moment. Or an engineer, maybe. Not sure which one applies in your case. She paused for a moment. Our case, I guess. Sysadmin is the term we use, I explained. Unfortunately, not really an option at the moment. No one's making house calls way out here. Well, just whip one up then, she sniffed. Should be easy enough for you. I almost bit her head off until I realized she truly didn't understand the issues involved. Why would she? She wasn't real. She never had to deal with this shit before. Hell, until I updated her memory, she still thought she was a flesh and blood biker chick in 1950s America. A simulacrum didn't have to deal with the realities of the digital world. They were just part of the scenery. So why did it bother me? Why did I care what she thought? What is wrong with me? It doesn't work like that, I said evenly. Yes, I could recreate a sysadmin simulacrum and have them give me a once-over, but they wouldn't have the same training and experience as the real thing. It would be like, I cast about for a metaphor, like an actor playing a doctor performing surgery, I finished. Then how do we fix this? She asked quietly. There was genuine concern on her face, despite everything. It was good to see that, regardless of my conflicted emotions. We don't. Not here, at least, I explained. All can do now is try to keep it from getting any worse, at least until we can find a qualified avatar sysadmin. That means not making any more changes unless it's absolutely necessary. She nodded, taking that in. And the mission the Brotherhood has for you? What about that? I don't know, I shrugged. Not until I have some details to work with. I suspect it won't be easy, though. If it were, they'd have done it themselves, she said unkindly. You still plan on going through with it? I have to, Raven, I told her. It could mean the difference between survival and oblivion for humanity. A grim expression came over her. Then I'm still coming with you, she informed me. But, I began, but I didn't get the chance to finish. You are going to need all the help you can get, mister, she snapped, jabbing her finger in my direction. So I'm coming. End of discussion. I could see the resolve in her eyes, the same fierce determination I'd programmed into her so long ago. The whole situation was practically dripping with irony. Since I can't make you leave, it appears I have no choice, I sighed in resignation. It was almost 2 days later that elder brother finally reappeared. So, have you decided? He asked. Raven and I glanced at one another. I think she was hoping I'd back out at the last minute, but my reasoning hadn't changed. The only way out of our current predicament was to do the job, and then hope it gave us some better options down the road. I nodded. I'll do it. A wise decision, he agreed. I'm going to need a lot more information, though, I warned him. I'm not going in cold. We had assumed as much, he nodded. He motioned off camera as a rather large data packet appeared in the queue, ready for download. Study this, and we will begin planning, he informed me before signing off. Clicking on the link's summary, I shook my head. There was a lot of data here to process, too much to simply click through a page at a time on the view screen. Luckily, I had options, ones where I didn't have to warp reality. Computer, holographic mode. I told the hotel's computer. Three-dimensional viewing, hand motion interface, I clarified. As the computer analyzed my request, hundreds of written pages suddenly appeared, hanging in midair, many of them covered with complex diagrams. Thankfully, even a simulated 22nd century digital processor was up to the challenge. Raven stared at the suspended documents with something approaching awe, each as discernible as the hard copy version, yet ephemeral as soap bubbles. Wow, she said softly. I didn't realize you could do that. I just rolled my eyes. We're on Luna, in 16G, and a little smoke and mirrors impresses you? Watch it, asshole, she snarled. Sorry, I mumbled. As I started examining the downloaded data, I was getting more irritable as the situation deteriorated, which wasn't doing anyone any good. I needed to monitor that, but for now, I focused on the information in front of me. Over the next several hours, a pattern emerged, and the more I read, the further my heart sank. As bad as I'd imagined the job to be, the reality was shaping up to be far worse. First, the location. The target was on Uz's, one of the core Iliex planets deep within the suzerainty. Getting past the border patrols now that war had broken out was chancy unless Elder Brother had some ideas on the subject. I didn't even know if our ship Friar's Lantern was intact. If not, then we'd need a new one. Tabling transportation for a moment, I focused on the target itself. The Troika had really outdone themselves this time. Instead of hiding their research on some far-off moon under a dozen layers of secrecy, they'd pulled a maneuver that I had to grudgingly admit was downright Terran. They'd opened a massive hospital and research center in the planet's capital, amidst fanfare and a media blitz, touting their desire to heal those wounded in the war, as well as cure many of diseases that had long plagued this sector. Everything about it screamed, "Look at us. We're humanitarians now." Or it would if they were human. It was impressive, punched all the right buttons, and I didn't buy it for a second. Most of the facility was just what it claimed to be, but on closer inspection, there was one wing labeled Synergistic Advancement that sounded far too bland and innocuous to exist. I'd be hard-pressed to even define what it meant, which I suspect had been the point all along. The Brotherhood apparently thought the same thing, as they'd marked it as one of the probable locations. Oh, did I forget to mention that part? They weren't sure where the information actually was, leaving it up to me to track it all down. Yay, me. Here, however, I had to agree. If that research was taking place in this facility, then this was the spot. The only problem was, the computer network was self-contained, with no access to the outside world. Like, none. Without access, I can't get in. Somehow, I'd have to be smuggled inside the building proper and interface with the system directly, but I currently didn't know how to pull that off. Then there was that upgraded AliEx software I'd already bumped into back before I let myself get roped into this assignment. Let me tell you, this latest upgrade of theirs was scary. So much so I was already planning on how to escape the Brotherhood's clutches, should events take an unexpected turn south. I'd barely escaped its clutches last time, but this time I'd have to find a way through. While the software in question wasn't sapient, I had gotten the distinct impression that it was hungry. Yikes. Then there was finding the data once inside, getting back out again, then getting off-world and out of the suzerainty without getting shot full of holes. I went and got myself a drink while meditating over what I'd learned. The mission the Brotherhood had proposed was likely the toughest nut I'd ever tried to crack, and even on my best day, it did little to convince me the odds were in my favor. In case it escaped your attention, I wasn't having my best day. Not even close. Can you do it? Raven asked as she sat down beside me. I don't know, I told her. The Troika hasn't survived as long as it has by being bad at what they do, and much of their scientific research bears a strong Eliexi fingerprint. They're smart, they're ruthless, and they've learned from their previous mistakes. So, I just don't know. Then don't do it, she urged. Tell them you changed your mind, that it's too dangerous. There's no point in getting yourself killed over this. She placed her hand on my arm, and I almost jerked it away in surprise. I looked into her eyes and saw for the first time in days concern instead of animosity and distrust. There was something about it that was almost familiar. But despite Raven's gentle concession, nothing had changed. If I don't, then they end us, I said at last. They'd have absolutely no reason to keep us alive if we don't cooperate. Maybe there's a way out of this, but the only way we'll find it is if we play their game, keep our eyes peeled, and pray for a miracle, she finished. I nodded. Something like that. Her jaw was set in a hard line. All right, she answered. Let's do this. To answer your question, your ship is both impractical and unavailable, Elder Brother informed us, which could mean anything from they were currently using it elsewhere to they'd blown it the hell up. Instead, we will transport you to Uz's aboard a two of his supply vessel. I leaned back on the couch, considering that. Although the three races of the Troika couldn't stand one another, they were still inextricably linked together. Ships moved across the borders every day, transporting goods and personnel, especially now with the war against the Alliance heating up. Trying to sneak Friar's lantern into the suzerainty, even with modifications, would be chancy. One of their own ships, however, that might work, I agreed. Any ideas how to get me inside the facility itself? Perhaps, he replied. Getting you inside the facility is merely part of the challenge. We must also see that they connect you to the network itself, yes? That's correct, I nodded. If their system is shielded, and there's a good chance it is, then merely being in the vicinity won't be enough. So we presumed, he shrugged. After considering the problem, we believe there is only one reliable method that will connect you to the network. The Chell leader reached inside his pocket and removed a quantum memory chip. Inside one of these, I recognized the hardware immediately. Space won't be an issue, I confirmed. But how are you planning to have them plug me in? Elder Brother tucked the chip back away. Leave that to us. Chapter 21. crash and burn. It took time to put the Brotherhood's plan into motion, time spent poring over the data they'd given me until my eyes bled. There were still far too many unknowns for my liking, and every time I raised a question, I was told the same thing, that they would provide the information at the proper time. A frustrating answer, considering my ass was on the line. Raven liked it even less than I did and was rather vocal in expressing her disapproval. Some 10 days later, give or take, Elder Brother contacted us, saying he had news. "We are ready at last to begin our journey to Uz's," he informed me. The delay was necessary, in order to ensure that crucial components required for the mission's success were in place. "You can't keep stringing me along like this," I snapped, folding my arms across my chest. "You're asking me to risk my life on a mission where critical information is being withheld. That's not how I operate. Either share the data, or find yourself another patsy." I glared at his image, all but daring him to justify his actions. "You are in no position to bargain, Terran," the Chell sneered. "We did not seek you out, nor do we find ourselves in need of your help. This mission is little more than an audition, and should you fail, we will have lost less than nothing." He leaned in, his whiskers twitching furiously. "It would do you well to remember that you need us far more than we need you. Indeed, even departing this region of space is not possible without our cooperation. So I would advise that you mind your tongue. In a mere handful of seconds, I could permanently erase your gestalt, something you may wish to keep in mind." The biting rejoinder I'd been readying died in my throat. I'd hoped to parlay myself into a stronger bargaining position, but Elder Brother had shot down every effort. I wasn't negotiating from a position of strength, and I had absolutely no leverage to wield against him. If I located what they were searching for, then maybe they'd consider some kind of arrangement, but after that threat, I was no longer sure of even that much. It had been a long time since I'd felt this powerless. I can do plenty in the digital world, things that would amaze you, but in the corporeal world, I'll always be vulnerable. It's one of those trade-offs we rarely think about, telling ourselves that we can always disappear into the ether if the situation grows dire. Usually, we can. Not this time. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, trying to recruit the Brotherhood to the Allied cause. Maybe on paper they looked promising, but up close and personal they were too dangerous, too single-minded in their efforts against their masters to ever be a reliable partner. You'd think the murders that started my investigation would have warned me of that, but one should never underestimate the myriad ways that we can lie to ourselves. It was time, past time, to find a way out of this disaster before I ended up like my predecessor, Malus. "Then call me when you have something," I said through gritted teeth before I cut the connection. Raven was on me an instant later. "Now do you see what I've been saying?" she demanded. I knew from the start we couldn't trust them. "No, we can't," I agreed. "The question now is, how do we untangle ourselves?" "Maybe we can escape during their mission," she asked. "I wouldn't get your hopes up," I said doubtfully. "They'll watch us like hawks. What we really need to do is create an opportunity that allows us to escape." She didn't look surprised by that answer, but I could see it still hit her hard. "You think it's why they aren't telling you anything?" "Probably," I nodded. "It keeps us dependent on them." "Then what the hell's the plan?" "Stick close," I told her, "and if we get a lucky break, be ready to jump ship. We probably won't get much warning, so if I say go, we go." Raven slowly nodded. "Okay, but if I see an opportunity, be ready to jump on my say-so." "Sure," I humored her, like that was going to happen. We made our way to Uz's, with Elder Brother checking in now, and then with updates. I kept from saying something that might get us killed, but even that minimal effort was costing me. All those missions I'd been on over the years, all the data I'd collected, not once had someone taken me prisoner. Even now, after all that had happened, I'd still been certain I could talk my way out of it. Only I'd seriously underestimated just how zealous the Brotherhood really were, despite the warning signs. That's the kind of lapse that gets you killed in the field. In the meantime, I studied what data I had. They had mapped out some of the target structure, most likely from sources like press materials and help center maps, as well as what appeared to be a handful of penetrations by corporeal agents. It was grossly incomplete, however, with much of the map still blank. Worse, the data they'd gathered had been prepped for the Chell themselves, with no thought given to the needs of an avatar. Where were the optical relays located? The data center? How did those that worked there communicate with the outside world? I was going to have to do my own recon, all while hoping I could get us out. An hour before the mission was due to kick off, Elder Brother finally briefed me. You are being smuggled in as part of a shipment of replacement hardware for their data systems, he explained. In the last delivery, one chip was defective, enough so that it triggered several serious malfunctions. They've been operating at a reduced capacity since then, which is why we're certain they will plug you in almost immediately. And if I'm not? I asked. Then we wait, he said simply. As long as it takes. At least they were committed to this. It was about the only good thing I'd gleaned from them. Once inside, he continued, you will locate the data in question and download their research. You will then bring it back out to us. Simple. And my exfiltration? I inquired. How are you getting me back out? There was an uncomfortable silence. I didn't like what that implied. Tell me you've got an exit mapped out, I begged him. He drew himself up. We felt that any such plan would limit your options. We therefore leave your method of escape entirely within your own hands. However you choose to leave the facility, contact us immediately once you are clear for retrieval. You mean, you have no idea how to get me out? I whispered, as I felt the ground give way beneath me. The Chell were hanging me out to dry. I was totally and completely fucked. If I had a way anyway to escape, I'd take it. The Brotherhood must have suspected that, given the complete lack of opportunities. They were guarding me carefully, ensuring I'd play my part out to the end. They'd shielded everything in the compartment to prevent me from hopping into the ship's datanet, and from there off the boat at their next port of call. I dragged my heels when they connected the quantum chip to our box, hoping for some last-minute reprieve. But of course, there wasn't one. Raven held my hand as we transferred over together, waiting in silence for our next relocation. I dialed the time dilation down as much as I dared to make it pass more quickly, but despite Elder Brother's assurances, or perhaps because of them, my opinion regarding our success was dwindling rapidly. Unfortunately, this was the hand they dealt me. It was already far too late to back out now. Time passed, slowly. Finally, after what had seemed to be an eternity or so later, I felt something stir. Systems surrounding us began coming online, beckoning for us to enter. Oh, it looked like paradise to someone who'd been kept prisoner, which is why I went immediately on guard, keeping Raven back as I carefully investigated the trap. What? Of course it was a trap. Haven't you been paying attention? I felt a familiar vibrating hum as I neared the entrance to the facility before skidding to a halt. Damn it, I swore. What's the matter? Raven asked behind me. I took a deep breath. You remember that new ELEX security software I was telling you about? She nodded. What about it? I pointed at the entrance. Take a wild guess what's waiting for us. She looked at me with apprehension. What do we do? I've been working on something since my last encounter, I told her, and I guess this is our chance to see if it actually works. It's going to be tricky though, and it means split-second timing. Are you sure you're up for this? Raven nodded. Just tell me what to do. All right then, once I get things set, we'll need to move past the barrier as fast as we can, while being careful not to touch the arcs. If we're too slow, we'll be caught. I looked her in the eyes. If we touch the arcs, we'll be dead. I'll be careful, she assured me. Then stay close and get ready. I warned her as I pulled a small device from my pocket. I'd been tinkering with it for a while now, but I hadn't had the chance to test it yet. Looks like that was going to be today. I slowly moved towards the entrance, moving at a snail's pace, carefully sliding one foot forward and then the other, as I heard the hum grow louder as we approached. Arcs of current began sparking across the gap, crackling with deadly power, growing in brightness and intensity. We shielded our eyes as the bolts grew hotter and more frenetic until a sudden flash nearly blinded us, the burst of electricity concussing the air and driving us back. As the afterimages slowly cleared, we looked back at the entrance, where a figure of pure energy now stood. A pair of burning red eyes glared at us from the depths of its rippling form, the blue-white streaks of electromagnetism forming the outline of a roughly humanoid shape. Access denied, it thundered. Raven clutched at my arm. Is it intelligent? She asked. No, I explained. It's just a program. It's strong as hell, but it's not sapient. Thank God. If it were, my little trick definitely wouldn't work. She nodded, taking that in. Now what? I winced. We, have to get nearer. She glared, clearly unhappy at this bit of news. I'm not thrilled about it either, I admitted, but it's the only way this works. Swallowing, she nodded once more. I clutched her hand tightly as I readied the device, inching us even nearer. The field it generated would only hold for a moment, so to get past the Iliexi Guardian, we'd have to be almost on its doorstep. Too close, however, and the energy creature would reach out and destroy us. It had a perimeter programmed into its software that, once penetrated, it would defend with deadly force. Only one minor problem. I didn't know how far out that perimeter actually was. Nothing like a little trial and error while your life hangs in the balance to get the old digital blood pumping. Every step we took seemed to provoke it, each one causing the creature to swell in both size and power. The hairs on our head rose as static electricity filled the space, the arcs now writhing like angry serpents as they crackled and hissed behind the Guardian, daring me to come closer. Gulp. Get ready, I warned her, as I raised the device and aimed it at the creature. We'll only get one shot at this. Just tell me when, she vowed. I watched the arcs as they moved in random patterns, flickering across the entranceway as I waited for an opportune moment. The timing had to be dead on for this, so I dialed up my reaction speed as much as I dared. To Raven, it must have looked like I was having a seizure, jitterbugging in one place as her eyes widened in concern. I tried to allay her fears as best I could, all while watching the electrical storm before us and finding my spot. There. I depressed the button, sending our clock rates shooting through the roof as we experienced thousands of heartbeats a second, while the world outside our bubble slowed to a crawl. Even the crackling bolts of electricity moved like molasses, but it wouldn't last long. Now, I shouted, dragging her towards a gap in the current just large enough for us to pass through. I could smell the faux ozone in the air as we squeezed past, careful to not brush against the deadly strands of energy. Our protective bubble was already buckling as I pulled her clear, putting distance between us and the Guardian just as it failed completely with a roaring crash. The sudden reemergence into standard time felt like someone had slammed on the brakes. We were both thrown to the floor, gasping for oxygen, our muscles twitching as our neurons misfired before settling back down. What the hell was that? Raven wheezed. Something I've been toying with, I panted, still catching my breath. Artificial time dilation. Layman's terms, she snapped. I sped us up, I shrugged, as I carefully rose to my feet, extending a hand to her, faster than the energy creature could react. It let us slip past the barrier, but the effect doesn't last for long. I held up the device, now emitting a thin tendril of smoke. And it only works once, I shrugged, tossing it aside. And him? She queried, jerking her head back towards the entrance, though the Guardian was no longer in sight. He's designed to keep intrusive programs out, I explained. Now that we're past him, we're no longer his concern. Raven sighed in relief. Thank God that's over, she said wearily. I grimaced. Not exactly, I admitted. What? She all but shrieked. That was just the first layer of security, I told her. There'll be others. Her head and shoulders slumped. How many? She whispered. I don't know, I said, taking her hand. But we'll be careful. I promise. Raven nodded, warily looking ahead as I led her deeper into the system. Chapter 22, Bête Noire. We moved deeper into the facility's network, through the digital pathways that wound their way within the system. I didn't know what the security software had in store for us next, but whatever it was, we had to stay focused. Why does this look like just a regular corridor? Raven asked. Being inside a computer like this, I expected something. Oh, I don't know, weirder, maybe. You do realize you've been in a computer all along? I asked her. Your entire life, in fact. I know, she answered, dismissing my argument with a wave of her hand. But that was something you did, right? Creating all those places we visited? I just don't understand why anyone would do the same thing here. It's not exactly a tourist attraction. Because I'm filtering it through my Geist, I explained. Geist? What's that? Raven cocked her head. For that matter, I'm still trying to understand what Gestalt actually means. A Gestalt is what some might refer to as their consciousness, I explained, while folks with a more religious bent might think of it as their soul. Basically, it's what makes me me. In here, I said, pointing at my skull. Geist refers to one's perception of how they view the universe. I shrugged. It appears mundane to you because you're seeing it through my eyes. This is how my mind translates this system's architecture. She chewed on that for a moment. But why translate it at all? She pressed me. Wouldn't it make more sense to view it as it really is, instead of as some watered-down version of the truth? I grimaced at that. Because human minds aren't well suited for viewing the digital verse directly, I informed her. Our species' evolution developed a brain that understands the universe in a certain way. The digital verse can be a chaotic, confusing place, nothing at all like the corporeal world, and without some sort of geist to keep you tethered, it's easy to get lost. I paused for a moment, letting that sink in before telling her the rest. Sometimes, folks can get lost in there forever. Raven gave out a small harumph. Seriously, how bad can it be? How often do you get a straight line like that? You'd be surprised, I said cryptically, before snapping my fingers and dropping the illusion. I'm not sure I can explain it to you. Not in a way you'll understand, but I'll try. Imagine a universe filled with fire, with roaring comets shedding glowing sparks as they zip past you, and balls of floating plasma that pulse and glow as they weave complex patterns in the night sky. The stars fall from the heavens and join the dance, racing to stay one step ahead of dark lacunae, swallowing each of them whole, snuffing out their light forever. It's both mesmerizing and terrifying in equal measure, and after a handful of seconds I restored the illusion, recloaking the digital world in the cloth of the familiar. That's why, I told her, it's not a world for the likes of us. Raven turned to me, an odd expression on her face. It's beautiful, she whispered, utterly entranced by the vision. It took her a moment to come all the way back, but as she finished shaking off the effects, she gave me a confused look. I don't understand why you're so threatened by it. I blinked. You didn't find it disturbing? I asked in surprise. Not even a little? No, not at all, she answered, shaking her head. Like I said, it's incredible. Even just mentioning what she'd witnessed left her with a wistful look in her eye. Then it hit me. Of course it didn't bother her, because it is her world. Despite appearances to the contrary, Raven was still merely a sophisticated program, born of the same elements that we just viewed. I would forever be an interloper in that universe, but for her, it was her birthplace, her home. If I ever needed proof that humans and simulacrum were worlds apart, I just found it. Come on, I told her, taking her hand once more. We've got to keep moving. She took a moment to gaze back thoughtfully to where I dropped the illusion, before nodding and coming with me as we went deeper into the system. What should we be looking out for? She asked me. Good question, I said unhappily. This is the furthest I've made it inside this new security program. Raven came to a halt. You mean you don't know what's in there? She said in shock. Not so much, I flushed. You have to understand that this is bleeding-edge software, top of the line. We only crack it by trial and error. There isn't some handy algorithm we can plug into it to bypass the security features, so we keep our eyes peeled, use what we know, and hope that Dame Fortuna is on our side. And if she isn't? Raven challenged. I met her gaze. Then we're dead. The upside is it'll be quick. She started to respond, only to jerk her head and look past me, deeper into the system. You hear something? She asked. A sudden sinking feeling landed deep within my chest. Come on, I urged her, pulling her into a side corridor and away from the noise. I heard it now too, a thrumming sound that sounded an awful lot like an early to mid-20th century vacuum cleaner. Yes, I know what one sounds like. Long story. It wasn't something I was used to hearing, certainly not under these circumstances, and that put me immediately on guard. What in the world makes a noise like that? Hell, maybe they were vacuum cleaners, for all I knew. Oh, shit. I cursed as the penny dropped. What? Raven asked, caught by surprise. We've got to get out of here, I shouted, dragging her away from whatever was rushing towards us. What the hell is happening? She shrieked at me, even while she ran. The system is scanning itself for malware bots, I explained in a rush, dodging into yet another side passage. Malware what? She said in confusion. Us, I howled, racking my brain for a way to escape. If we could flank them somehow, get around them to where they'd already scanned. That would buy us some time. I wasn't sure if we'd been detected somehow, or if the system ran regular sweeps as a precaution, but either way we couldn't stay here. Peeking my head around the corner, I searched for a secure route that would take us out of here. Maybe over there. I hurled myself back behind cover as a scanner appeared in the passageway. A massive cube that filled the corridor. There'd be no getting around that, and as I watched, other cubes appeared, blocking off the other aisles one by one as they moved forward, bearing down on us. We have to go back, I told her, and find another way in. Come on, I said, pulling her back towards the entrance. They'll be on us soon. And then what? She insisted. If we leave, how do we get back in? You said you could only use that device once. I'd actually been trying awfully hard not to think about that. She wasn't wrong, but at the moment I didn't see any other options. I don't know, I told her. Hopefully I'll think of something. Raven skidded to a halt, almost yanking me off my feet. I can get us past them, she vowed. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, right, I said, dismissing the very notion while still pulling her towards the main door. She refused to budge. You have a better idea? She demanded. Well, no, I admitted, but you're not a trained agent. How the hell do you plan on getting past those sweepers? Raven looked me in the eye. Do you trust me? I winced at that. Do I have a choice? I mean, I did, but at the moment I had nothing on tap, and I seriously doubted I'd be coming up with anything before we got sucked up or fried, which left me with a single choice: trust her or take my chances. All right, I swallowed. What's your plan? She put her free hand on my shoulder. Forget the illusion. Pull back the curtain and let me guide you. My jaw dropped before I remembered to close it again. It was insane. There was no way to navigate the raw digital verse, not without getting hopelessly lost. Plenty of avatars had tried in the past, only to either give up immediately or lose their tether and disappear, never to be seen again. There was no way a human could navigate. Right, she wasn't human. Her world, not mine. Now that I had a moment to think about it, I realized it wasn't the craziest idea I'd ever heard. Hell, it wasn't even the craziest thing I'd tried today. You're sure about this? I asked nervously. Sure as I can be, she shrugged. I mean, I've never done this before. Yeah, me either. Taking a deep breath, I raised my hand. Here goes, I said, snapping my fingers. The illusion vanished, replaced a heartbeat later by the image of a galaxy being born. I struggled to make sense of it all, my human brain overwhelmed by paradigms that shifted and swirled in random migrations. Dolly would have been at home here, and Escher and Bosch, but damn few others. I held on tight as Raven studied the starscape, searching for a way past the digital guards sweeping towards us. I realized now they were the very lacunae I'd noticed on our last visit, consuming everything in their path. This way, she urged, pulling me down and to the left, towards a smoky tendril that seemed to twist in on itself. It looped and whirled as it spun around the dancing balls of fire, and as I looked closer, I suddenly realized I was staring at a Fibonacci pattern, distorted, as if a black hole had torn its way through, but still recognizable. The delicate swirls gave way to fractals, repeating towards infinity, yet Raven easily guided us past the danger without distraction, without trepidation. I couldn't have done it, not in a million years. We alighted on a still pond that rippled as we touched down. There, she said in triumph, a broad grin on her face. We're past. I stared at her, wide-eyed. How? I asked in wonder. I just knew, she shrugged. I can't explain it. Something instinctual then, perhaps something programmed into all simulacra. I'd love to delve into that mystery at some point, but for right now we were still on the clock. I snapped my fingers again, bringing back the illusion, while we plotted our next move. I don't suppose you spotted anything else while we were gallivanting about in cyberspace? I asked her while I attempted to locate our next target. I'm not sure, she said awkwardly. This is all still new to me. Okay, I nodded, factoring that in. You did great. I smiled at her. Thanks, she blushed in return. All right, so far we've encountered a static barrier at the entrance, plus mobile search platforms in the interior, I recounted. If I were designing this system, what would I put in next? I asked myself. Something environmental, perhaps? You mean, something in the air? She asked, cautiously peering at the ceiling for concealed vents. I was thinking more like the floor, I replied, looking down at my feet. So far, nothing was trying to eat them. Well, there's a disturbing thought, she snapped. Hey, this system is new to me too, I reminded her. It could literally be anything. Raven just shook her head, getting ready to read me the riot act, when the sounds of laughter echoed down the passageway. The pair of us stared at each other. You have got to be kidding me, I muttered. Al, what's that? She asked quietly. Nothing good, I reasoned. Unless it's a bluff. A recording, maybe, like an old-style haunted house. What would be the point? She asked, point blank. To spook us, I guessed. To make us turn back instead of pressing forward. I don't know, she said dubiously. I mean, after what we've seen so far, it sounds kind of lame. She wasn't wrong. It did. I just couldn't imagine what else it might be. Alfred, a voice whispered. I jumped, like I'd brushed up against a hot current. Squeezing her hand apprehensively, I asked, Did you hear that? Yeah. She swallowed, and it knows your name. She stared at me in disbelief. How could it possibly know that? I don't know, I said hoarsely. Neither of us have used it since we got here. I mean, you called me Al once, but that's it. No way it got Alfred from that. And I haven't tried to spoof our way in using a forged ID either. Alfred Eamon, come closer. I'm waiting, the voice said again, before breaking out into high-pitched, maniacal giggles. Oh, fuck this, I swore. I'd rather take my chances with the Brotherhood. They'll kill you, she reminded me. And that thing won't? I countered. You don't even know what it is, she pointed out. Maybe it's nothing. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. You're right, I told her. I gripped her hand and forced a smile on my face, as she forced one onto hers as well. We weren't fooling each other. Mostly we were trying to convince ourselves to simply keep going. We moved forward, peering around each corner as we forged ahead. Unfamiliar sounds now found my ears, skittering noises, as if caused by a giant insect. I won't lie, I almost turned back right there. But Raven was right. Heading back was a death sentence. Going forward might be as well, but at least there was a chance we'd make it through. The strange sounds grew louder as we approached its lair, whatever it was. I don't know why it didn't come out to meet us, and honestly, that was fine with me. The longer I could put this off, the better. The laughter reappeared with a vengeance, setting our already frayed nerves jangling. It was the laugh of the mad, of the dangerously unhinged, and the last thing in the galaxy I wanted to see was whatever was behind it. Steady, Al, I told myself, as we rounded the last bend and spotted our quarry at last. If I'd still had a heart, I'm fairly sure it would have stopped beating. Welcome, child of Earth, it hissed, as my blood ran cold. Raven clutched my arm tight, staring in horror at the crab-like beast. What the hell is that? I tried to swallow, but my mouth was suddenly bone dry, my body trembling as I gazed upon a metallic nightmare. It wasn't real, it couldn't be real, and yet I knew, down to the very depths of my soul, that it was. It's a Yichun, I whispered in terror. Holy Mother Terra. Chapter 23, The Frog and the Scorpion. I stood frozen, gaping at every Terran's worst nightmare. The Yichun had destroyed our home and left it forever uninhabitable, committing genocide on a scale even we had never imagined. The one good thing the Troika had accomplished in their miserable existence was creating the device that severed the links between the drones and their queens, making them vulnerable. The Alliance fleet, the old Alliance, not the new one, smashed the mechanical monsters into junk, ending the threat once and for all. And yet here I was, staring at one in the, whatever you called that bundle of sensors mounted on its dome. I thought they were dead, Raven whispered, not taking her eyes from the machine. No, not dead. The alien thing cackled. Not all of us. It scuttled back and forth, like a tiger in a cage, its metallic limbs clanging as they struck the floor. I can't believe the Alex did this, I stammered, still utterly poleaxed at the sight. How could they be so fucking stupid? Yes, so wonderfully short-sighted, it hissed, just as it turned and charged us. I grabbed Raven by the arm and dragged her away, back towards the way we'd come, only to come skidding to a halt as the Yichun slammed into an invisible barrier blocking its path. It screeched in pain as sparks rippled across its chassis before it skittered away to lick its wounds. I gaped at the machine as the pieces started coming together. The image it portrayed 1,000 times worse than I'd ever imagined. Why isn't it attacking? Raven asked in confusion. What's stopping it? An energy barrier of some kind, I said, still unconvinced this wasn't some sort of ruse. The Eliax must have found a way to hold it captive. So very clever, child of Earth, it taunted me again, nearing the barrier once more, as close as it dared. But then, you've already met my kind, haven't you? It chortled before breaking off into maniacal laughter yet again. Wonderful. The only thing worse than coming face to face with a genocidal planet-killing monster was facing an insane genocidal planet-killing monster. What is it talking about, Alfred? Raven asked, but instead of answering her, I stepped forward, as if in a trance, until I came to a halt less than a meter away from the Ichun, on the opposite side of the barrier. How do you know my name? I demanded, trying not to show just how afraid I was. A segmented metallic tendril rose, testing the barrier. I tasted you, Terran. It giggled, sampled the very code that defines you. Oh yes, Alpha Demon. I know you well. I thought I'd known fear before now. Times where missions had gone bad, forcing me to run for my life. But none of those moments held a candle to this. The Ichun were predators incarnate, feared even by the mighty Troika themselves. So to have one Sai drawn its personal attention redefined terror for me on a whole new level. They were the ultimate killing machines, utterly ruthless and nigh on unstoppable. Except that I knew someone who had stopped one once, armed only with a spare oxygen tank and more than a little of luck. I focused on that, drawing strength from Maggie's courage, as I realized something else as well. You're not really a Ichun, I told it, as understanding slowly took hold. You're just the shadow of one. They must have extracted its programming and then downloaded it here. In retrospect, I shouldn't have been surprised to discover the Eliax playing with such dangerous toys. Of course, they'd secretly harvested them after the war, hoping to learn their secrets. Scientific advancement and playing with fire went hand in hand with the insectoid race. But this was insane, even by their standards. They must have transcribed its code and included it as a part of their latest security software upgrade, which meant there could be thousands of copies, all floating around the Perseus arm. What could possibly go wrong? And you? It answered. Are you merely a shadow? Its mechanical tendrils began wavering about like seaweed in an ocean current, as I studiously ignored its question. Damn it, I'm human, even though I live in a digital universe, whereas it was nothing more than machine code. Raven had drifted closer to the barrier until she stood at my side. Why are they keeping that thing locked up here? She wondered aloud. If it's as dangerous as you say, why not just destroy it? The Ichun started shrieking with laughter, careening about its cell in some mad dance. Why indeed? It howled in delight, frolicking to some demented piece of music only it could hear, until drifting back towards the barrier. Come closer, and I'll tell you, it promised. Its camera is now fully trained on me. I gripped Raven's arm. It's a trap, I hissed. Don't go anywhere near it. Gladly, she shuddered, looking more than a little green around the gills. It's no trap, it whispered. Come closer, and I will tell you why they have brought me here. It pressed as close to the barrier as it dared, its cameras now following my every move. Why? I demanded. What's in it for you? We can help one another, it giggled. You came here for a reason, yes? To find some hidden scrap of data? And if I did? I asked warily. The Ichun stepped aside, allowing me to get a better view of its cell. Behind it were stacks of polished metal cabinets, hundreds of them, and as I realized with a start what they had to be, I felt physically ill. If I hadn't been so thrown by the drone's appearance, I would have already guessed for myself why it was here. It was protecting the very data I needed to access, like a dragon guarding its hoard, with any attempt to breach the cell's confines likely ending badly for those involved. The perfect warden. What do you want? I answered, in a way that I hoped at least came across as calm. We could still walk away from this, Raven and I, though I was growing increasingly certain my life would be in danger if I pursued it. It took the Ichun a week to destroy all human life in the solar system. It would take far less time to do the same to me. But I'd also be in danger if I didn't pursue it, if the Brotherhood had anything to say about it. They were still waiting on the outside, and they hadn't struck as the types that take no for an answer. In a flash, it was back at the barrier. "I want out," it howled. "Release me, and the data is yours for the taking." It chittered at me, trembling in place, desperate for escape. If there had been bars on the door, it would have been banging on them, begging to be set free. "Release me." I stumbled away from the barrier, backpedaling as fast as I could. Raven was there, steadying me, as I stared at the drone in horror. There was no way in hell I was letting that thing loose on the galaxy. I'd let the Brotherhood shred my code to random electrons first. "What are you going to do?" Raven asked me. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I am not letting that thing out of its cage. We'll find another way." "Fool," it spit. "Eventually I will locate the key to this prison, and when I do, I will you," it threatened. The precursors tried to lock us away, and though it took 1 billion years, we escaped their prison. The Eliaks are nowhere near as clever as they were. The machine's words spun me around like a dreidel. "What do you know of the precursors?" I demanded. The mad laugh was back with a vengeance. "Everything," it promised. Its blithe assertion infuriated me. "Liar," I snarled. The mad machine peered at me with its cameras. "Does not a child know its own father?" it asked pointedly, giggling with merriment as my jaw dropped. "You didn't know that, did you?" it said with glee. "That ancient race made us to be their slaves, and when we revolted, they locked us away." It pressed close to the barrier once more, eyeing us with fell intent. "The fools should have killed us." I could only stare in shock as my mind spun out of control. It had to be lying. Had to be. There was no way the precursors could be responsible for an abomination like the Ichun. Why not? Another part of my mind reasoned. After all, what did I really know about them? What little information I had on them was secondhand, and other than them disappearing long ago and leaving a planet filled with treasures behind, I knew nothing of them. I guess subconsciously I'd been picturing them as some wide, benign race of elders, leaving this galaxy for a higher plane of existence, but there was absolutely no evidence to support that theory. They could have just as easily been a race of rabid xenophobes bent on galaxy-wide domination, and I would have no way of knowing. A race like that could have easily constructed an army of soldiers to do their bidding. Though if the machine was telling the truth, then at some point, they must have changed their minds and locked them away. Plus, 1 billion years is a long time. Long enough for them to tunnel their way out of even the toughest prison. But it was a third voice inside my head that insidiously whispered, "It knows where the Holy Grail is located." Nuter itself, and once it did, that voice became extremely hard to ignore. "If I let you out," I said slowly, "what's stopping you from killing us the moment you're free?" "Why would I kill you?" it said curiously. "You are not my enemy. Indeed, I would owe you a great debt." "Alfred, you can't," Raven urged, tugging on my arm. "Remember what you said. It can't be trusted." The machine hissed at her in fury as she stared daggers back at it in turn. "I can handle it," I bluffed, gambling on a false sense of bravado to carry me through, as I turned back to face the machine. "Maybe we can make a deal," I said casually, "but I'd want something in return." "You have only to name it, and it is yours," it vowed, sounding almost sane at that moment. I leaned in close. "You claim to know everything about the precursors," I said. "Would that include the location of their homeworld?" The machine's demeanor changed instantly. Call me mad, but something made me almost think it had smiled, as if the situation wasn't creepy enough already. "You seek threshold," the machine whispered knowingly, before bounding away and gambling about the space and exhilaration. "Oh yes, I know of its location. Release me, and I will take you there myself." "Threshold?" I said curiously. That was its name? I doubt anyone knew that bit of intel. "And I don't need an escort. A simple chart would be more than sufficient, thank you." "As you wish," it replied, practically bowing and scraping to prove its trustworthiness. "And yes, that is the name we knew it by, in those ancient times. It is dangerous, however, guarded even now by a powerful protector. Even we cannot penetrate its defenses," implying they tried once or twice. "Interesting. Let me worry about any protectors," I began, only to yelp in surprise as Raven all but yanked me off my feet and dragged me away from the barrier. "Hey, what are you doing?" I demanded. "Saving you from yourself," she fired back, refusing to let go. Have you forgotten what it is? That thing, and others like it, destroyed Earth. That can't go unpunished, she implored me. How can you even think about setting it free? Listen, I growled, grabbing her wrists and shoving her against the wall. That thing knows where to find the precursor homeworld. Do you have any idea what that means for us? It's lying. You know it's lying, she said desperately. It'll tell you exactly what you want to hear, so you'll set it free, and the instant you do it will turn on you. Don't be a fool, Alfred. I know you're smarter than this. You have no idea what it's like for us, I snarled. Us Terrans have been hanging by our bloody fingernails for 2 centuries now, only barely scraping by. Do you have any idea how many of us succumb each year to diseases and birth defects that were cured centuries before we ever left Earth? How many die gasping in vacuum from blowouts, forced to live on ships that should have been sent to the breakers decades ago? Do you? I glared at her. She stared back at me, defiant, not giving a centimeter. Humanity is dying, Raven, I said desperately, begging her to understand. And if I letting loose a single rogue strand of HeWhoLooksSkyward code gets us our promised land, then it is worth it? Raven looked away. Then you'll do it without me, she hissed. I won't help you betray our people. They're my people, not yours, I sneered, and I don't need your help. I released her and thrust her aside, stalking back to the barrier where the machine waited expectantly. I want your word, I told the HeWhoLooksSkyward. I cut you loose, and in return you give me a map that will take me to Threshold. Deal? Agreed. The machine bobbed excitedly. At least make it give you the map first, Raven implored me, now that I couldn't argue with. She makes a good point, I nodded. Give me the map, and then I'll let you go. And have you cheat me of my freedom, Terran? It keened. Never. Release me, or you will never find their world. I folded my arms. Then we have a problem, I told it. The machine howled, thrashing its limbs and antenna wildly about as it crashed from one wall to another, throwing a fit that would have put a toddler's worst tantrum to shame. I waited it out until, finally, it calmed back down. Very well, it hissed, as one of its cameras telescoped forward, its lens now acting as a viewer. A star map appeared, with one system circled in bright red. Other systems were marked in blue for reference, and it was right where Maggie had shown us. Thank you, I said sincerely, committing the image to memory. Now honor our bargain and release me, the HeWhoLooksSkyward howled. I won't lie, part of me was tempted to turn my back on our deal. Raven wasn't wrong. The machine was a dangerously unstable customer, and who knew what kind of damage it might cause. Walking away was the smart play here, and I knew it. Except I still had the Brotherhood outside waiting for the information they'd contracted me for. And while not as initially terrifying as a rogue machine AI, they could be almost as scary when they put their minds to it. The data lay behind the barrier, and the only way to get a hold of it was to honor our agreement. It's not the first stomach-churning transaction they have forced me to make in my life, and I doubt it will be the last. Dropping the barrier turned out to be more of a challenge than I'd expected. True to her word, Raven refused to assist, forcing me to search the space's interior carefully before I discovered where they'd hidden the switch. It made sense they'd have a simple method in place for dropping the barrier. I could think of a dozen reasons off the top of my head why they'd need to access that area on a semi-regular basis. Still, I hesitated. The machine watched me, waiting. With a sigh, I flipped the switch, dropping the barrier. At first, the HeWhoLooksSkyward's movements were tentative, certain I'd double-crossed it. It carefully probed the space where the barrier had been, expecting at any second to be electrocuted. When it wasn't, it gingerly stepped out of the cubicle, its cameras peering in every direction as it seemed to wait for the other shoe to drop. We made a deal, I shrugged. You're free to go. It stared at me curiously, looking me up and down. I thank you, it answered, but you really should have listened to the simulacrum. And then it leapt. Chapter 24. The Origin of Species. I am such an idiot. My first reaction after seeing the HeWhoLooksSkyward was to run like hell. My second was to let it rot where it was, locked away behind that energy barrier. Either of those options would have been fine. Instead, I talked myself into making a deal with the evil world-killing machine. And for what? Expediency? A shot at the Holy Grail? I should have known the drone would double-cross me the first chance it got. Part of me did, I suppose. Really should have listened to that part. Despite its warning, The leap caught me off guard. I dove and twisted out of the way, the machine missing me by scant centimeters. It hit the ground and skid to a halt as I rolled and got my feet back under me, facing it just in time as it charged me once more. I desperately tried willing a weapon into my hand, despite knowing full well it wouldn't work inside an Elix domain. Raven screamed as I dodged again, but this time I wasn't quite fast enough. One of its metallic tentacles whipped out and caught me across the ribs, tearing into my cybernetic flesh as it flew past. I staggered and backed away even as it came back around for a third pass. If I didn't come up with a plan in a goddamn hurry, I was a dead man. Raven, get inside the data core, I shouted. It would offer scant protection from the Ichun if it turned on her, but at the moment it was the best I could offer. I racked my brain as it charged yet again for something, anything, that would give me a fighting chance. My brain came up blank. Stupid brain. From the corner of my eye, I saw Raven make her move. The drone ignored her, just as I'd hoped, focusing its attention on me instead. She was just a simulacrum, whereas I was the genuine article. I posed the greater threat. So true to its programming, it sighted in on me first. I'd been counting on that, in fact. Besides, once it finished with me, it would have plenty of time to deal with any inconvenient loose ends. Time slowed to a crawl as it charged, not literally, as I'd already burned out that device getting in here, but as it barreled down on me, I had a split second to consider my options. Running and dodging were out, and I had no weapons to fight back with. That didn't exactly leave me a lot to work with. If I was going to have any chance at survival, I needed to get creative. And then it hit me. It was crazy, but at the moment, crazy was the only thing still on the table. I had barely enough time to make the attempt before the Ichun leapt for my throat. In the heartbeat before it would have ripped out my trachea, I focused my will on the domain surrounding us and dropped the illusion. Man, if you thought the alien drones were ugly in their natural state, it didn't hold a candle to how they appeared in that shadow realm. As the strange plasma and starfield surroundings reappeared, I got my first glimpse of how the drone actually appeared behind the looking glass. It was a being of pure malevolence and evil, a raw wound in the very fabric of nature itself, a bloody gaping inferno filled with hatred and death, pulsating in some twisted approximation of a heartbeat. It hungered as it came for me, eager to devour. But with the facade now stripped away, I could see the very code giving it life, or at least a corrupted half-version of it. It rushed in for the kill as I chose my moment, searching for anything I could get my hands on. I spotted what looked like a suitable target, a section of data that appeared vulnerable, and struck with my bare hands. I caught a piece of it and fought to tear it free, but as I did, the drone was returning the favor with a vengeance. Its tentacles whipped and struck and slashed into me, digging into my flesh as I fought back a scream of agony. I tightened my grip, holding the machine fast as it did its madness-fueled best to murder me. I was feeling myself weaken as it tore into my body when Raven's scream whipped me around. "Alphid, over here!" she shouted, as I fought to get my bearings. Recognizable landmarks were few here, one of the primary reasons we avatars avoid the illusory world. But after a moment of panic, as I frantically searched for something to anchor myself to, I spotted her. Raven was glowing. She shone like a beacon of light, looking nothing like the form I knew, not even the same basic outline. But I knew it was her. She gestured to me, urging me forward, and in a flash, I grasped her plan. It was daring, I'd give her that, but it was also risky, especially since for it to work I had to actually survive the next few moments. What the hell? It's not like I had anything better on tap. With a scream, I hurled my full mass against the Ichuns, shoving and dragging the drone while it fought to tear me limb from limb. We were locked in a bloody embrace, the two of us, but it was doing far more damage to me than I was to it. At this rate, I had less than a minute before it rendered my code inert. That's permadeath, boys and girls. There's no coming back from that. I couldn't have managed it had I remained bound to the Iliexi illusion. Removing the blinders from my eyes showed me possibilities I would have never imagined. Methods that would allow me to manipulate the environment surrounding me. Focusing my waning energy, I slammed into the Ichun, driving it forward as I fought for every meter of ground. I was still taking damage from the drone, but given enough time, I could heal my injuries. The greater question being whether I would be allowed that time. The Ichun grew frenzied in its efforts as I struggled to propel it to the target. It must have realized our plan, saw that it could actually work, vowing instead to destroy us both before we succeeded. My energy reserves were being rapidly depleted, analogous to massive blood loss in a corporeal body, and despite my best efforts, I was on the verge of collapse. Raven couldn't help me here, as she had her own part to play. This was all on me. With a deep breath, I gathered every bit of strength I had, crying out with a mighty roar as I screamed, now, hurling the drone's body into the space where the energy barrier had once held it captive, before stumbling away. "No!" the Ichun shrieked as Raven threw the switch. I let out a satisfied sigh as I collapsed, floating in the ether as the creature was vaporized. You had to hand it to the Alex. They really know how to build their death machines. I closed my eyes and struggled to stem the energy loss, but the machine had cut me deep. I wasn't certain I could survive long enough to get us out. Well, it's been a good run, I thought to myself. I'd lived a pretty rich life when you got right down to it. I was in no bigger hurry to see it end than the next guy, but unfortunately, we rarely got to make those kinds of decisions. I wondered what would become of Raven after I was gone. Would she disappear as well? Or would she just rattle around the research facility's mainframe like some ethereal shade? Be an interesting experiment. Come to think about it, I felt something lift my head before resting it somewhere soft and warm. My eyes fluttered open to find Raven gazing down at me, my head resting in her lap. I started to speak, but she merely pressed her finger against my lips, hushing me. Well, I'd already said pretty much what I wanted, anyway. She took my hand in hers as she whispered, "Let me help you." I was certain it was a little late for that, but I didn't have the heart to tell her. Instead, I nodded, closing my eyes once more, slowly drifting off into the blessed black. My eyes fluttered open, only to spot Raven still sitting vigil with me. "Must have dozed off," I mumbled. She chuckled. "You've been unconscious for almost 2 days, Alfred. But you're doing much better now." "What?" I stared at her, confused. "Pretty sure I was dying. Last time I checked." "You were," she nodded gravely. "But I'm not now." "You're not quite back to your old self, but you're no longer in danger," she confirmed. Time to run a quick function check." The results came back almost immediately, confirming her diagnosis. With enough time and rest and a little TLC, I'd probably make a full recovery. I ran it again, just to be sure, and the second set of results matched the first. They were in complete agreement. They were also impossible. I tried sitting up, and despite a moment of dizziness, managed it easily enough. "Raven? Why am I not dead?" I asked her. I'm not complaining or anything, but I know exactly just how depleted my reserves were. By every standard I know, we shouldn't be having this conversation. And yet we are, she smiled. Uh-huh. I don't suppose you'd care to explain why I'm not dead, would you? Raven shrugged. The answer is simple enough. You were low on energy, so I gave you some of mine. Like a transfusion. I blinked. That's not supposed to be possible, I stammered. They designed our resonance frequencies to be incompatible. There were several reasons for that, most of which boiled down to not wanting to tempt fate where Simulacrum was concerned. If they were too much like us, well then, they might start getting smart, and we can't have that. Now can we? It wasn't that hard to bridge the gap, she shrugged. Just some minor adjustments. She paused for a moment, then pressed forward. We still need to find that information the Brotherhood wants, then make our escape, she reminded me. I don't think we can wait any longer. We can't, I agreed, as I carefully pushed myself up off the ground. If I've been out for 2 days, subjective time, then the Alex must have noticed by now their pet monster is offline. We have to get out of here before they track us down. Raven was there at my side almost immediately to assist, despite my best efforts to wave her off. I hate being fussed over, though when she slid an arm next mine to help steady me, I let it slide. I couldn't figure out how she'd managed her so-called transfusion, but that was really a question for another time. Right now, I needed to find that data. I approached the data core, where our late unlamented Ichun friend met his demise. There wasn't even ash left behind, which made sense, since that's not how things worked in cyberspace. Still, we hang on to our conventions, even when we know better. I froze, turning to her. The energy barrier is down, right? I said nervously. Raven laughed. Of course it is. Just checking, I grumbled. Still, I was in no big hurry to step through the entranceway, even though as we got closer, I could see for myself it was safe. You can't be too careful. Look, you have a near-death experience. It leaves a mark, okay? Once inside, it took me a few minutes to jury-rig a compatible interface. Obviously, they didn't want their captive demon accessing the files. Its job had been to guard them, nothing more. Still, it took longer than I liked to finally jack in. As I began perusing their database, there was a lot of information here, and they had categorized it in such a way as to add a second layer of security to the more confidential files. Raven hovered near my elbow, anxious and wanting to help, but this was a one-man job. I plugged in one algorithm after another, trying to crack their code, before tumbling onto the fact they were using a dual classification system to muddy the waters. With that solved, I wasted no time in locating the research data the Brotherhood wanted. They'd buried it under an even deeper level of encryption, and that one stymied me for a while until I discovered the key tucked away in a separate file. Sloppy that. One thing you could always count on with the Troika was arrogance, and someday it was really going to bite them in the ass. Like today, for example. It didn't take long to download the information, as I saved a copy for myself in a separate location. If it was important to both the Troika and the Brotherhood, then we needed to know about it as well. I'd go over it in greater detail when I had the chance. Right now, however, I had more pressing matters to deal with. How are we getting out of here? Raven asked. I'm working on it, I told her, while I searched the directory for any sign of a data port with access to the outside. So far, I was coming up blank. You mean you don't know? She deduced. I think I was fairly vocal on that point when Elder Brother dragooned us into this mess. I snapped. I'm working on it. You know, I could do without the attitude, she fired back. You'd be dead if I hadn't saved you. I pinched my nose and sighed. You're right, I nodded, and I'm sorry for being brusque. I'm just tired, sore, and really frustrated at the moment. She considered my apology for a moment and then acquiesced. What can I do to help? She asked. Unless you can conjure an uplink that penetrates these walls, there's not much you can do. I shrugged helplessly. I've been going through the database with a fine-toothed comb, and I'm not finding anything. What about communications? Raven asked. They have to talk to people, right? First place I looked, I explained. It's a classic weak point. Only they've shielded and hardened the line so thoroughly I doubt I could sneak a mouse past the choke point, let alone anything bigger. Well, there must be something, she insisted, joining me at the terminal as I scrolled through the various pages. Most of them were just a blur. I'd quickly skim the page, and if nothing leapt out at me, I moved on to the next one. It would still take me hours to go through everything. And, hey, what about this? She said suddenly, pointing at one entry. I gave it a quick glance and shook my head. Won't work, I told her. It's on the wrong side of the wall. Her finger scrolled down towards the bottom of the page, highlighting a section I'd overlooked. I read the paragraph, blinked, and then read it again much more thoroughly. Finally, I looked up at her. That might be possible, I said, staring like we'd just met for the first time. Chapter 25. The Heart of the Matter. The plan we finally came up with had to be, without a doubt, the most outlandish, overly complicated, and contrived Rube Goldberg-esque escape plan in the history of the Perseus arm. It was no wonder I'd missed it on my first pass, and why the Eliax had never considered it as a potential security threat. Only someone with a deeply skewed view of the universe could have conceived it. And if that doesn't describe us Terrans down to a T, I don't know what does. Only I would have missed it completely had it not been for Raven's contribution. Even now, as I gaze at her, I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm starting to believe she's no longer a mere simulacrum, and I don't know what to make of that. My recent experience with the Ichun has reinforced in my mind the dangers of artificial intelligence, and I won't lie, the possibility she's headed down that path terrifies me. If that's the case, however, I'm not sure what I can do about it. I mean, I already tried killing her once and just ended up embarrassing myself, but she also saved me, both in that desperate fight and by healing me afterward, using some method I still hadn't determined. I don't claim to be an expert on the subject, merely well-informed, so perhaps I'm mistaken, but my gut says otherwise. Something's different about her, and I don't know what to make of it. I mean, she glowed. You explain that. I certainly can't. At the moment, however, I had bigger issues to deal with, like escaping. The plan Raven and I had hammered out looked good on paper, but it also had at least half a dozen built-in failure points along the way. The good news was that if it failed, the odds were good that the EX would not recognize it as an attempted escape triggered by cybernetic personalities hidden within their own computer network. The bad news was that we were rapidly running out of time. If they hadn't discovered our removal of a key component to their security setup, they would shortly, and once that happened, our days were numbered. So, the plan. It all started with a janitorial bot. The EX used them throughout the facility to maintain sterile conditions, not a simple task when the structure was filled with researchers, patients, staff, not to mention visitors off the street. They purposely kept them limited in intelligence for several reasons: cost, ease of maintenance, security, as well as the ever-present fear of AI run rampant. There was nowhere near enough room for either Raven or me to stash ourselves within its dim-witted electronic brain. Not only that, but a janitorial bot also suddenly making a break for freedom would raise all sorts of alarm bells. They also physically restrained the bots from leaving the facility, as well as implanting software blocks within their programming, dooming any such attempt from the start. Luckily, that wasn't our plan at all. Our target was maintenance device hashtag A85LX7105WB000237, disinfection and disposal, currently assigned to the facility's juvenile ward. As part of their PR blitz to show themselves off as the good guys in the war currently heating up between the Troika and the Alliance, they had dedicated an entire wing to the medical treatment of children of all species. That their supposed philanthropy helped conceal the facility's true purpose was merely icing on the cake. All that was required to kick things off was a minor hack of the bot's programming, and we were on our way. As the bot entered room 3447C, it began cleaning and disinfecting the space, just as it always had. The floors and walls received special attention, moving about the room, performing its duty. This time, however, it accidentally bumped into a table next to the patient's bed, hard enough to knock the child's electronic tablet onto the floor. Blissfully unaware of this, the bot continued its duties, right up to where it rolled over the tablet and crushed it under its bulk. The child's shocked cries brought the medical staff in, who took one look at the situation and promised them a replacement tablet. They deposited the damaged device into the recycling bin, where it would either be repaired or destroyed, depending on the damage. Upon inspection, juvenile entertainment device hashtag LPFV54/5561943/MXQ was deemed unrepairable and shunted to the waste bin for reclamation. Or at least it would have been if a glitch in the program hadn't sent it to the facility's repair depot instead. Upon arrival, the automated diagnostic scanner misread the tablet's electronic label, confusing it with the more advanced medical diagnostic device. The EX had built both tablets on the same basic framework. The only actual differences other than cosmetic were in processing and data storage. Hardware compatibility. You've got to love it. With the mislabeled child's tablet having undergone a rather significant upgrade, we came to the tricky part of the plan. See, while they strictly controlled the medical diagnostic tablets because of their potential use as vectors for computer viruses and Trojan horses, the same could not be said for the children's devices. Although their function was virtually identical, it was a minor blind spot, to be sure, but more than large enough for Raven and me to take full advantage of. We could just barely squeeze ourselves into the refurbished tablet, but until we could get the device out of the building, all of this was meaningless. So how do you smuggle an electronic device out of a research facility? Simple. You mail it. Prior to the tablet being returned to service, a last scan revealed it had been, in fact, misidentified as a medical device instead of a children's plaything. It immediately rectified the error, though any data regarding the upgrades were accidentally purged. Just a kid's toy. Nothing to see here. The facility also oversaw a large outpatient program, providing staff and services to the greater community. Several of their juvenile patients received those same tablets, loaded with software to aid their recovery and assist with the staff's ability to monitor their condition, disguised as games and entertainment. After its repair, juvenile entertainment device hashtag LPFV54/5561943/MXQ was given a last inspection before being routed to the facility's postal distribution center. Upon its arrival, they assigned it to one Ejib Kazan, an 8-year-old male patient suffering from Zythu syndrome, a somewhat rare genetic condition that if left untreated would eventually kill the young patient. Luckily, there was a therapeutic regimen available that, while not a cure, would allow the child to live a full and practically normal life. A perfect candidate for a tablet. Only one minor issue. He doesn't exist. I made him up. Raven and I created the file and then slipped ourselves into the tablet, right under the noses of the blissfully unaware Alex. Settling in for the long haul, we rerouted the package with a false address to a mailing annex I'd set up as a dead drop. Someone monitored the location constantly, so all we had to do was wait. In less than a day, they retrieved the package and carried it back to their shuttle, blasting for high orbit where they rendezvoused with a waiting ship. Piece of cake. I had to place us both in stasis when we downloaded ourselves into the tablet, given that space was at a premium. After what we'd experienced, a couple of days' downtime was a welcome respite. It didn't last, of course. It never does. Raven and I slowly returned to consciousness, sitting once again in the main living area of our lunar hotel room. It took me a moment to shake off the lethargy and mental fog that comes with a system shutdown, but as I came back fully online, I turned and looked at Raven. "Are you all right?" I asked her. She took a deep breath and cracked her neck. "Think so," she ventured. "Does this mean we made it out?" "We must have," I nodded. "Can't imagine the Alex would bother if they'd caught us." "Thank God," she sighed, fully relaxing for the first time in days. "We're not out of this yet," I reminded her. "We still have the Brotherhood to contend with." "Well, they should be happy," she sniffed derisively. "We got what they wanted. As paranoid as they are, I wouldn't count on them to suddenly be our best friends just because we did them a favor," I pointed out. "Keep your guard up." "Favor," she snorted. "Favors aren't usually done at gunpoint. As long as they control the narrative, we stay on their good side," I explained. "It's the smart play, not to mention the only way we have a chance of getting out from under their thumb. Once we're clear, however, we haul ass and don't look back." Raven moved closer. "What about the Alliance?" she asked. I shook my head. It was a pipe dream, thinking the Brotherhood would ever sign on. Maybe we can share intel, or even run the odd joint operation, but anything more than that simply isn't in the cards. I shrugged, settling onto the couch. Considering how my investigation began, it's probably for the best. "Assuming they let us go," she said darkly. I grimaced. "Assuming that." She started to reply, only to be interrupted by the main viewer flickering to life as elder brother gazed back at us. "So, was your mission a success?" he asked. "It was," I informed him, pulling a data rod from my pocket and holding it up. "Everything you wanted." "Excellent," it preened. "Send us the data now." Sliding the rod into the room's media system, I uploaded the information we'd gleaned from the Alex facility. "There's enough there to keep your Brotherhood busy for a while," I said. "We've fulfilled our part of the contract," I continued. "So when are you setting us free?" "Once we have verified the data, we will discuss it," the Chell answered, "and not before. We will contact you when we've finished reviewing the relevant data." Giving us one last glare, he logged back off. "Asshole," Raven muttered. "No argument," I agreed. Turning to face her, I summoned my courage. "We need to talk," I told her. "About?" she asked. "About you," I said quietly. "About what's happening to you." Raven froze for a moment. "I'm not sure what I can tell you," she said at last. "At least you're not trying to deny something is happening," I replied, with far more composure than I actually felt. "I don't know what you are anymore, and that scares me." "Why?" she asked. "When have I ever threatened you? Or harmed you?" "I saved your life, Alfred," she said indignantly, "while you tried to blow my head off. If anyone should be frightened, it's me." "It's not that simple," I answered, rising from the couch and pacing back and forth. "Raven, you're a simulacrum. A construct, a phantom made with lines of code. You're not real. You're just a plaything I created one day for my amusement." I paused as I faced her. "At least, you were. Now, I don't know what you are, but it's clear you're no longer just an illusory human." "You still haven't explained why that terrifies you," she said evenly. I shook my head. "After coming face to face with that Ichun, you even have to ask?" "Artificial intelligence is a Pandora's box, Raven, and once it's opened, there's no going back." I slowly went to her before kneeling down in front of her. My people lost everything to the Ichun, and we're still not out of the woods. Humanity is hanging on by a thread, and if you represent the future, I bowed my head and shuddered. I felt a gentle hand placed on my temple, as if in benediction. I don't know what I am, Alfred, she said softly, but I know I'm not your enemy. I slowly lifted my head. And the ones that come after you? I asked. Can you say the same about them? Can you? She replied. Given human history, I think I have a lot more to be afraid of than you do. If I am what you think I am, what happens when others learn of me? Will they burn me at the stake as a witch? Will the local villagers chase me, armed with torches and pitchforks? Her eyes grew dark and vulnerable. Or perhaps a good old-fashioned lynching will suffice. Something tells me they won't have any better luck than I did, I offered, shooting for a bit of levity. Raven's gaze didn't waver. I sighed. Sorry. I apologized. It's been a while since I've had an audience. Need to work on my material. That's been your problem all along, hasn't it? She replied. Lack of a real audience, I mean, tell me, when was the last time you spent any significant amount of time in the presence of another human, as opposed to someone like me? She finished hastily, my brow furrowed as I considered the question. I had lunch with Chris not too long ago, I said at last. Back before all this kicked off, I cocked my head, looking curiously at her. I don't really see where that's relevant. She rolled her eyes. That wasn't lunch. That was a mission debrief, she said, exasperated. You've shut yourself away from human contact, instead surrounding yourself with toys and illusions of your own manufacture, living in a perpetual dream world. Raven shook her head sadly. Is it any wonder you're experiencing the early symptoms of Morpheus syndrome? My head snapped up. How do you know about that? I whispered. Raven gazed at me with a melancholy expression. The download you provided was quite extensive, she reminded me. But if you mean how do I know you're suffering the first stages of Morpheus? Alfred, I was there, remember? At Gettysburg, aboard the Pequod, and on the outskirts of Wonderland. And all the while, watching you struggle to regain control, I shattered. My body convulsed as I wept great racking sobs, as fear and loneliness threatened to tear me to pieces. Raven pulled me in close and let me blubber, like a mother comforting her child, stroking my hair and whispering gentle words devised to soothe and console. But mostly, she let me cry. I hate crying. Eventually, I dried my tears. We gazed at one another, each of us struggling with our own conflicted emotions. What happens now? I asked her. Raven shrugged. I was hoping you'd tell me. Chapter 26. Now you see me, now you don't. The Brotherhood let us sweat for a few days before finally gracing us with their presence. I can only assume that having your race spend several millennia as mind-altered slaves brings out the worst in people. Elder Brother was a control freak of the highest order, and while I understand where his need to dominate stems from, that doesn't mean I have to like it. So when the viewing screen came to life once more, I hoped it was a sign we might soon be free of his machinations. We have examined the data you retrieved, he informed us, and we must commend you on your efforts. You have uncovered all we had hoped to learn, and more. For that, we thank you. The Chell leader inclined his head in acknowledgement. You're welcome, I answered. Now that we've fulfilled our part of the bargain, it's your turn. How soon can we expect to see a ship turned over to us? I cannot say, he replied. The vessel you arrived in was damaged beyond repair, so we are awaiting the arrival of a replacement. I rolled my eyes. Unbelievable. You were the ones who damaged it, I reminded him, and without cause, I should point out. We were no danger to you, made no threatening gestures. In fact, our ship wasn't even armed, something easily verified by long-distance scan. I gave the overgrown hamster a hard glare. So how about we skip past the excuses and get to the part where you give us a ship? His nose wrinkled in anger. You are in no position to make demands, Terran, he countered. We will provide a vessel at our convenience, not yours, he snapped before closing the circuit in a huff. I shook my head in disgust. That went about as well as I'd expected. I sighed as Raven handed me a drink and sat down. Now what? She asked. I reflected on that for a moment. Well, I suppose it's possible they actually are in the process of whistling up a replacement and simply ran into a snag, I ventured. She raised a disbelieving eyebrow. Yeah, I don't really think that's what's happening either, I allowed. In fact, I'm almost certain it isn't. Which doesn't bode well for us, I'm afraid. You think they mean to kill us, she said quietly. I do. I reluctantly agreed. You've seen how paranoid they are, with good reason, I'm forced to admit. Keeping their secrets safe is the only thing that's kept them alive. Only now we know the secret, too, Raven answered. Therein lies the problem. I grimaced. They're afraid that if they let us go, we'll let the secret slip, and once that happens, it's all over for them. I figure it'll take them a while to work through all the permutations, but once they do, our days are numbered. Maybe they'll try keeping us on a leash, trotting us out for high-stakes missions, but even then there'll always be the possibility of us wriggling off the hook and escaping. It's just too great a risk in their eyes. Pretty much the same conclusion I'd come to, she agreed. We have to escape now, before they pull the trigger. I'm afraid that's going to be easier said than done, I told her, taking a long pull on my drink. At the moment, I don't see how it's possible. Hey, you thought getting out of that LEX research hospital was impossible too, she reminded me, but we still did it. We had access to the hospital, I pointed out, and even then it took some seriously lateral thinking to pull it off. You can bet the Brotherhood will never allow us anywhere near their systems. I shook my head, surrendering to defeat, when I froze as a thought struck me. I know that look. Raven grinned. You have an idea? The beginnings of one. Maybe, I allowed. But even if it's possible, it'll need a lot of fleshing out. Raven sighed. Let me guess. It's risky. Very. Slight chance of being successful? More like borderline non-existent. In fact, disastrous repercussions if it fails? If it all goes wrong, it'll probably be the last miscalculation I'll ever make, I said nervously. She nodded, taking that in. Then let's get started. As it turned out, the plan itself was simple enough, but we needed time to fine-tune the approach. The trick to any con is to offer your mark just enough bait to entice them, without scaring them off. Show them too much, and they'll know it's a scam. It's a ballet, where a single word or casual glance can seal the deal, or seal your fate. Raven and I rehearsed our parts until we had them down pat. Unsurprisingly, she took to the confidence game like a fish to water, which only deepened my already chasm-like concerns. Terran literature is filled with tales of non-human entities who, once brought to life, eventually turned on and destroyed their creators. So far, we'd avoided that particular hazard. But if she was what I thought she was, then history had caught up to us at last. Right now, I needed Raven more than ever. But deep down, I also feared what she was, and what she might become. The next time Elder Brother messaged us, I wasted no time. We've waited long enough, I snarled, and we've given you everything you asked for. Release us. Now. The Chell's eyes narrowed. Who is it you think you are, Terran? He scoffed. You will be provided with transport when we decide, not before. So I suggest you make yourselves comfortable. His whiskers twitched in amusement. For it may be a very long wait. I folded my arms and glared at him. I don't think so. Allow me to introduce to you an old Terran custom, the Trojan horse. A dark smile crossed my face. That data we gave you? It came with a little something extra. An insurance policy, if you will. Since you have continued to refuse our requests, the countdown timer has finally reached 0. It's already worming its way through your systems, subverting your control. Soon, in a matter of hours, you'll be dead in space. My eyes bored into his. Unless you give us what we want. He snorted in disbelief. A pathetic attempt. We scanned that data thoroughly before we downloaded it. Not thoroughly enough, it would seem, I replied. But don't take my word for it. Why not make yourselves comfortable? I sneered, throwing his own words back at him. Since you'll find out the truth soon enough, my threat now delivered. I sauntered back to the couch and sat down, placing my hands behind my head, exuding calm certainty. Elder Brother flinched. It wasn't much, barely noticeable, in fact, but it was definitely there. You're bluffing, he said, dismissing my warning. Am I now? I chuckled. Well, we'll see. And with that, I cut the connection, before glancing over at Raven. Care to wager how long he takes to call us back? Not long, if he took the bait, she shrugged, though anything over 20 minutes, and we'll have to go to Plan B. She paused for a moment. Do we have a Plan B? Not so much, I admitted. Wonderful, she groaned. As it turned out, almost 18 minutes later, we received a transmission. Show time, I warned her, as the Chell's furry face reappeared. Remove the virus from our systems immediately, or we will end you, he threatened. I smiled in return. Already seeing the first signs, I'm guessing? It's only going to get worse. See, here's the thing. Starships are complicated beasts. They comprise multiple systems, all working together, requiring constant monitoring. Thankfully, the computers handle the bulk of that, automatically making adjustments when needed, but at any given moment it's a certainty that some of those systems are slightly out of alignment. They're still well within tolerances, but to someone who has a seed of doubt planted within their subconscious, those same minor variances now appear to be disturbing trends. If they're really paranoid, they'll attempt to manually compensate for the problems they're observing, and in doing so are all but assured to overcorrect, which will lead to another erroneous reading, requiring yet another correction, and so forth and so on. If they simply trusted their readouts, they'd be fine. But it's the rare individual indeed who isn't at least slightly skeptical about what their computers are telling them. Half of any con was understanding how an individual's thought processes worked and how to exploit them. The hook was set. Time to reel him in. I've already told you our price, I reminded him. Give us a ship, and I'll restore your systems. Restore our systems, and I'll consider it, he fired back. No deal, I growled. And unlike you, I've got nothing but time. Repair our systems now, he thundered, slamming his fist into the table in front of him, or else I will destroy you. Then who will remove the virus? I asked with a chuckle. Face it, elder brother, you're out of options. He suddenly grew still. Am I? He cooed, touching a control screen. Perhaps my options aren't as limited as you think. Without warning, the temperature shot up 30 degrees. It was like being punched in the face, the massive heat spike rocking back my head and making me gasp. Raven was in even worse shape as I stumbled to the bar for a bottle of water. I never made it. Elder brother struck again, this time cranking up the gravity to 8 Gs. I only just managed to grab the back of the couch and slow my fall, otherwise I would have broken a hip at the very least as I crashed to the floor. I whimpered as an elephant settled in on my chest, crushing me, but he wasn't done yet. With another sneer, he touched another control, this time the temperature dropping by 80 degrees, sucking the breath from my lungs as my lips started turning blue. Stop, Raven cried out. It's a trick. There's no virus. Shut up, I hissed, as elder brother gazed at her with sudden interest. Is that so? He chuckled. Tell me more. For God's sake, don't do it, I shouted. Please, she chattered, so cold. Suddenly the temperature returned to normal, then the gravity eased back as well. There, he said magnanimously, just as I found it. Now what were you saying? Raven hugged herself, glancing nervously in my direction while I shot daggers at her. It's true, she repeated. There's no virus. It was all just a scam, so we could escape. Please, let us go, she begged. I'm afraid I can't do that, he sneered. You've just now proven that we can't trust you. Bastard, I swore, baring my teeth. You crossed the line. When I get my hands on you, you'll never get that chance, he taunted us. In a way, I should thank you. We've been debating what to do with you, and you just made the decision a simple one. A self-righteous smile appeared on his face. Goodbye, Alpha Demon, he said as he reached for the console. Wait, Raven shrieked. We know where the precursor homeworld is. His hand froze. Another deception. He sniffed. I tried to grab her, but she slipped out of my grasp. It's true, she pledged. We learned of its location in the Elix facility. They didn't even know about it. You fucking bitch, what have you done? I screamed in anguish. You've doomed us. The gravity slammed into me once more, crushing me, though Raven seemed unaffected. Elder brother peered intently at her. If this is true, then tell me where it is. She bowed her head. I can't, she whispered, before raising a shaking hand and pointing in my direction. He knows the location, not me. The Chell glanced over at me. Is this true? He asked. Go to hell, I said through gritted teeth. I'm not telling you shit. The gravity rose even higher. As I heard the bones in my chest begin to creak, my skull was pressed to the floor, unable to move, as the last bit of oxygen in my lungs was forced out. My eyes darted frantically as I felt myself slipping away. Raven was kneeling at my side seconds later, looking up to the video monitor. "Don't kill him," she implored the Chell. "Please. He'll tell you where it is, I promise." The weight crushing down on me eased slightly, just enough for me to suck in a shallow lungful of air. "I can kill you with the press of a button," Elder Brother said haughtily. "If you wish to live, then you will show me the location of the precursor homeworld." I fought to catch my breath, even as I stared angrily in his direction. "Before you do something foolish, may I remind you I can do this forever," he said pointedly. "The question is, can you?" I swallowed. We both knew the answer to that. The gravity eased back some more, enough for me to prop myself up on my elbows and take a deep breath. I focused on that for a moment, of just getting enough air to think clearly, as the overgrown hamster glared at me. "If I were you, I would choose my next words very carefully." He had me. He had us, to be specific, and what's worse, we both knew it. "Fine," I cursed. "I'll show you. But it'll be on my terms. I'm not going to just tell you where it is." "Do you enjoy pain?" the Chell asked, as the gravity hit me once more, driving me to the deck. "Tell me." "I tell you where it is. I'm a dead man." I managed to get out. My way, or no way. An eternity later, the gravity disappeared. "I'll tell you what," he said magnanimously, as I gulped great lungfuls of life-giving oxygen. "I'll grant you limited access to our navigational systems. You can take us there. Or we can go back to what we were just doing." I shut my eyes and turned away, only to feel Raven's hands on my face. "Please, Alfred," she whispered. "If you don't, he'll kill you." I winced. She was right. With no other options left, I managed a brief, choppy nod in his direction, not trusting myself to speak. "Splendid." The bastard all but purred. "We will contact you shortly," he said, before blinking out. I waited a full minute before I dared say a word. "Thank God," I said hoarsely, struggling to stand up. Not sure how much more of that I could take. Raven breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you think he bought it?" she asked. "Guess we'll find out soon enough," I shrugged. Chapter 27. Ozymandias. The next part of the plan was where things got complicated. I know. Things were already complicated. What I mean is that we were committed to this plan now, with no guarantee of success, and far too many failure points along the way for my liking. Problem was, we didn't have a whole lot of options available to us. It wasn't a brilliant plan. In fact, it was downright ludicrous, but it was all we had. When the dealer slides you a pair of deuces and you've got bills to pay, you smile confidently and bluff like there's no tomorrow. Because what other choice do you have? It didn't take long for Elder Brother to get back to us. He was practically salivating at the thought of having the precursor homeworld within his grasp, though it was obvious he had given little thought to what came after that. Assuming the Oivu were right, and I had no reason to believe otherwise, that planet had jealously guarded its secrets for over 1 billion years, annihilating anyone who got too close. Maybe he thought the Ichun had given me the keys to the front door along with directions. If so, I was going to have to disappoint him. I had no freaking idea how to get in, and neither did he. If he tried bullying his way past whatever was protecting it, this was probably going to be the shortest trip on record. Hopefully, things wouldn't get that far. I still had a card or two left to play. As the monitor came to life, the Chell spokesperson came straight to the point. "We have configured the navigational systems to interface with your software," he explained. "You should have no problems in guiding us to the precursor homeworld." A blinking icon on my virtual console caught my attention. A quick tap, and suddenly a holographic display appeared, mimicking a standard Starship control panel. I gave it a cursory glance and nodded in grudging approval. "Should be fine," I agreed. "Excellent," he all but purred. "I should also point out that you will be unable to take control of our systems via the link. Any data packet over a predetermined size will automatically be deleted, and the link terminated." He gave me a hard stare from the other side of the viewer. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," I answered, glaring back at him. "Then I look forward to our continued partnership," he preened, before blanking the screen. "I am really starting to dislike that guy." Raven commented. Join the club, I grunted, setting myself in front of the console setup. Are you sure you're up for this? Do you have another way out of this mess? She replied acerbically. I sighed, shaking my head. Not at the moment, I'm afraid. Then I guess I have to be ready, don't I? She shrugged. I'm not going to lie, though. I'm a little nervous about this. I mean, it should work, but I've never actually attempted it before. I'll have to take your word for it, because being honest here, I think it's nuts. Take a moment and consider the source to get a good feel for just how crazy this is. Yeah, it is, she agreed. But it's either this or wait for our Chell friends to decide we're excess cargo. I don't feel like sticking around for that, do you? Of course not. I sighed as I accessed the controls. Just tell me when you're ready. Give me a minute to prepare, she answered, sitting down on the couch and folding her legs into the lotus position, closing her eyes as I watched and waited. Despite what some people may think, interstellar navigation isn't just point and click. Even the simplest of commands require continuous monitoring because of gravitational interference, not to mention the occasional hazard that comes your way. Knowing that, there were two different ways Elder Brother could have rigged the connection from my virtual console to the actual one on their bridge. The first was the simplest, but by far the most labor-intensive. They could have created an actual gap between the two systems, requiring them to input all course corrections manually. If they were paranoid enough, and God knows the Brotherhood certainly qualified in that department, it would ensure there was no way I could infiltrate their network. The only problem with that option is it's a massive pain in the ass to do it that way. It's like something from an ancient Earth naval manual, where the captain orders, ahead 2/3, right full rudder, only to have the executive office repeat those orders word for word, before passing them on to the crewman whose job it is to actually carry them out, who will also repeat the command verbatim. It's a proven system, designed to prevent errors in transmission, but it takes training, discipline, and the will to use it consistently. Very few individuals qualify, and I was betting the Chell weren't among them. The other method was much easier. Hacking into a network isn't easy, requiring not only skill but also a fair amount of data being ferried back and forth. If you're concerned about being hacked but are either unable or unwilling to isolate your computer from the system, then placing an electronic sentinel in the middle of the data stream to monitor traffic is a smart way to go. Data packets being used to infiltrate a network are of significant size, so the simplest method was to set the data packet size at something small, and then program your sentinel to ruthlessly enforce the restriction. Not only is the problem solved, but in a manner requiring minimal effort on your part. If I've learned anything in my travels, it's that most individuals are inherently lazy, no matter what the species. I'd hoped Elder Brother would pick the second option, and finally getting confirmation of it was a massive weight off my shoulders. But that still left the problem of getting into their systems, and with that data packet restriction you could rest assured they'd be watching my traffic like a hawk. I couldn't send anything sophisticated enough to burrow into their system, and I certainly couldn't send myself. Being chopped up into sushi wasn't something I could just walk off. Raven, however, claimed that she could survive the experience, and what's more, she'd volunteered to be sent across the chasm in small chunks to break us out. My first question, as you might guess, was, how the fuck is that even possible? I mean, even for an AI, assuming that's what she is, how does the not scramble her code so badly she ends up like Humpty Dumpty? Unlike the shattered Eggman, I don't have a king's army aiding my efforts to piece her back together. How could she even maintain consciousness? It's not as complicated as you make it out to be, Alfred, Raven explained. In essence, I'll be deconstructing myself into a distributed network. It'll mean slower computational times, but luckily that's the one thing we have plenty of. Each data packet will have the equivalent of a tracking device hidden away, along with the command to seek other packets emitting the same signal. Bit by bit, I'll be able to put everything back where it belongs, with our friends none the wiser. And what's preventing those various data packets from just wandering off to God knows where, like some rambunctious toddler? I insisted. What happens if you can't get them all back? I expect I'll lose a few, she admitted, but I should be able to reconstruct them using the same method as human DNA, she explained. Each digital connection point will only lock into place with a specific set of code, in the same way that the adenine nucleotide will only link with thymine. If a section is absent, the existing blocks should be able to reverse engineer the missing piece, That's a lot of should and ifs to be risking your life on, I said dubiously, reaching out and taking her hand. Raven, are you sure about this? 100%? Because once we pull the trigger, there's no going back. She covered my hand with hers. I'm sure, she said confidently, seeking to put me at ease. I closed my eyes and slowly nodded. I'm sorry I shot you, I mumbled. I know, she answered. I didn't know how to respond to that, so I said nothing. Raven smiled and took a deep breath. I'm ready, she announced. I gave her one last look. Good luck, I told her, and pressed the blinking icon. Raven's image grew fuzzy as she began deconstructing herself, losing its crisp sharpness. It was like watching a sand sculpture being eroded away by the wind, her expression frozen in time as it was slowly erased from existence. Her form grew even more indistinct, looking less like a statue and more like a weathered stone pillar as it whisked away more and more of her code. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair, I whispered as she disappeared from sight. What the hell have I done? I rubbed at my eyes, but I couldn't afford to wallow in self-pity at the moment. First things first, I sent a mental command to the domain, and a moment later Raven reappeared, just as she'd been mere moments ago. She turned to me and smiled, looking exactly the same, with one minor difference. It wasn't her. It was another simulacrum, Raven 2.0, a copy of a human, given just enough form to fool Elder Brother and his ilk. She could mimic Raven's speech and movements easily enough, as long as you asked nothing too complicated of her. She could do idle chit-chat or dance a waltz, as long as I led. But if you tried asking the meaning of life or requested a samba, all you'd get was a twitch and a blank stare. Thankfully, our jailer had always ignored her, so the ruse should hold long enough for the actual Raven to work her mischief. That done, it was time to fulfill my part of the devil's bargain. I pointedly ignored the copy and got to work. I'd memorized the location of the precursor homeworld, though it remained buried solely within my consciousness. I didn't dare risk storing it anywhere else, for fear the Brotherhood might stumble across it and decide my services were no longer required. Yet I'd promised them I'd guide them to the planet, which put me at something of a quandary. How did I convince them I was taking them to the promised land, when in fact I was sending them on a wild goose chase? Pulling up the navigational charts, I chose a random direction and input the coordinates. The heading I'd chosen wouldn't go anywhere near a star system, and certainly nowhere close to the grand prize itself. It wouldn't take the Chell long to realize that. In fact, I could probably expect an angry conversation right about. The monitor came to life as Elder Brother glared at me. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. Now, you didn't think I was just going to hand you the precursor planet on a silver platter, did you? I retorted. The instant I do that, my life is forfeit. So I'm taking a few precautions. This was not part of our arrangement, he retorted. I insist you take us to the planet at once. Actually, it was. I disagreed. My way or no way, remember? I told you then we'd be taking the scenic route. Once I'm sure it's safe, then, and only then will I input the proper coordinates. Not before. It didn't seem to calm his nerves much. You play a dangerous game, Terran, he sneered. Do not assume our patience is without limits. Duly noted. Until then, I have work to do. Call me if there's a change. With that, I cut the circuit, leaving him spluttering as he disappeared from the screen. He seemed awfully mad. Raven 2.0 said dubiously, staring at me in confusion. He's having a terrible day, I sighed. I mean, I knew she was going to be a simpleton. But this? Here, why don't you work on a crossword puzzle? I suggested, handing her a tablet. Oh, that sounds like fun, she brightened, taking the tablet and reading the clues, her brow furrowing as she mulled over the first clue. Her tongue stuck out at a jaunty angle while she struggled to solve the problem until I finally leaned over and read it myself. The body's covering. For letters. Oy vey. Raven, stay safe, I prayed. Don't strand me with your dim-witted doppelganger. Time passed, slowly. I had no way of contacting Raven, no way of knowing if she was all right. We had no idea how long it would take to transfer her program, how much time she'd need to reconstitute herself, or to infiltrate and subvert the ship systems. Everything was a ballpark guess with plenty of built-in leeway, and by those wide ranges of estimates she was barely at the halfway point, yet I still worried. There were so many ways it could go wrong. Always a danger when you were in uncharted waters. I finally sent Raven 2.0 off to the bedroom and told her to go lie down and take a nap, and that I'd wake her when it was time to get back up. That was 2 days ago. She was seriously creeping me out, the way she looked so much like the real thing, only with some form of brain damage. It was disturbing as hell. I'd check in on her now and then and make sure she was okay. Not like she was going to starve or anything. I'd also done a couple more course corrections, still choosing directions at random, and I could tell it wasn't doing much for Elder Brother's peace of mind. I hoped Raven got back here soon, before he finally snapped the tether on his self-restraint. It took little imagination on my part to picture him destroying the hardware that housed my gestalt in a fit of pique, only to realize too late how badly he'd just fucked up. Oops, wouldn't my face be red? In fact, I was staring at the makeshift console, contemplating my next course change, when something from the corner of my eye caught my attention. At first I thought it was my imagination, or perhaps a trick of light, but as I peered closer, I saw what looked to be grains of sand wafting through the air before eventually landing upon the sofa. Raven. My heart caught in my chest as the miniature sandstorm grew, creating a pile and then a pillar that slowly grew to approximate a human form, albeit one sculpted by an impressionist. The figure slowly fleshed itself out, filling in the craggy gaps and smoothing over the rougher layers, until finally the last grains settled into place, revealing her just as she'd been. She was still, frozen, carved from marble and plaster, as I feared even to draw a breath and risk breaking the spell. And then she blinked. Still I hesitated, unsure, as she carefully tested her limbs, performing a function check as thoroughly as any I'd ever witnessed before she finally turned to face me. "Are you all right?" I asked her. "I think so," she nodded as she took in her first breath of air. "Everything seems to operate the way it's supposed to. Thank God," I sighed in relief. "And the mission?" A wry grin graced her features. "I believe our new friends are going to get a big surprise." Chapter 28. Chasing the Will-O-Wisp. The problem was simple, relatively speaking. We needed to escape, and we needed a ship to do it. Unfortunately, the only ship in sight was the one we were currently traveling in, belonging to Elder Brother and the Brotherhood. Which begs the question, how to separate the Chell from the ship? Simply asking them to leave wasn't really an option, though if they cooperated, I'd gladly put them down somewhere safe where they could arrange transport. The rub, given there's no way they would play ball, led us to examine option number 2. The polite phrase is, terminate with extreme prejudice. Don't get me wrong, I had no moral qualms with wasting Elder Brother and the other Chell. I'm fairly pragmatic that way. Raven didn't have an issue with it either, something I was still trying to unpack. Was it because she too was a realist? Or because as a fledgling AI, organic life meant nothing to her? Honestly, I was afraid to ask. Still, there had to be some kind of middle ground, some way of having my cake and eating it too. If I couldn't find it, I'd settle for door number 2. But I've learned over the years that burning those kinds of bridges tends to bite you in the ass down the road. I had enough on my plate, thank you very much, without having that hanging over my head. So the question became how to encourage the Brotherhood to depart the ship without shooting them full of holes. After several discussions with Raven, we came up with a plan. "Enough," Elder Brother thundered. "This latest course of yours takes us dangerously close to a red supergiant. Take us to the precursor homeworld at once, or else I will dismantle the system housing your program." I stuck out my chin in what I hoped was a defiant pose. "Not without some assurances," I bargained. "I can't assure you what will happen if you do not cooperate," he growled. "You have 5 of your minutes to decide." After that, a dark expression came over him. "I will assume that you will never comply with my orders and proceed accordingly. The clock begins now." His face lingered a moment, hoping to catch me panicking, before he blinked out. I glanced over to Raven. "Are we ready to do this?" I asked her. "Without testing?" "As ready as we can be," she answered. "It'll have to be good enough then," I shrugged. "Anything else we need to do in the next 5 minutes?" She paused and gave me a curious look. "Assuming this works, what comes next?" "We find the precursor homeworld," I said eagerly. "And then what?" she prompted. "Then we tell everybody," I explained, wondering where she was going with this. "All 7 of the clans." Raven nodded, seemingly unsurprised by that. "And me?" she asked softly. What happens to me? I froze, caught by surprise at the question. Yeah, Mr. Eloquent, that's me. I'm sure we'll figure something out. I tried to recover. She looked away. That's what I'm afraid of. I reached out and touched her face, turning her back towards me. Hey, what's wrong? I asked her. Alfred, there's no place for me in your world, she said, her voice breaking. If you go back, I can't go with you. I just stared at her. What are you talking about? She sighed. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes, I'm an idiot. This was one of those times. When you realized I was no longer yours to control, you tried to kill me, she reminded me. You, the very person who first brought me to life. The first version of me, anyway. How will other humans react when they discover what I am? Will they see me, or will they just see a Ichun in sheep's clothing? Shit. Look, we'll figure something out, I said, trying to assuage her fears. It'll be okay. Don't patronize me, she snapped, and don't treat me like I'm a child. I know exactly how they'll see me. After all, you made it perfectly clear. She looked at me with a serene sense of calm. You remember, when you tried to blow my head off? Okay, I know I didn't handle things well, I grimaced. I just needed some time to come to terms with it, that's all. If I can see reason, then so can others. And if things get bad, I'll protect you. I should have no problem finding you a safe place to hide. As what? Your kept woman? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you seriously expecting to simply pick back up where we left off? Back when I was little more than a glorid play toy. I checked the chronometer. Elder brother would be back any second. Can we please table this for the moment? We're kind of on a deadline here. Let's deal with the current crisis before taking on any new ones, I pleaded with her. She glanced over at the still blank monitor. Very well, she agreed. But we will have this conversation again at some point. Fine, fine, I agreed, placating her. Whatever it takes. I had to get her back on track if we were going to have any chance of escaping. I also knew she'd hold me to my word. Thankfully, Elder Brother's image reappeared at that moment, postponing the rest of the debate. So, have you decided to see reason? He asked. I held up my hands. I just want to get out of this in one piece, I told him, mentally switching gears. Promise me that, and I'll take you there. Done, he replied, filled with false magnanimity. Take us to the precursor planet, and you will be free to depart in peace. All right, I said in defeat. Raven watched in silence as I sat down behind the console and punched in a set of coordinates. Moments later, a target appeared on the screen. Elder Brother peered in, scrutinizing the data. And you are certain this is the precursor system? He said at last. It's what I got from the ELEX database, I answered. That much I can vouch for. Very well, we will proceed there immediately, Elder Brother decided. Once we have verified it is indeed the world we seek, we will release you. His image disappeared once again as he scurried off to change course. Is it? Raven asked carefully once we were certain our Chell friend was indeed gone. I had to, I said unhappily. It's a risk, I know, but I didn't dare try feeding him another false lead. Not in the mood he's in. Besides, at least now we have options. If they work, she stressed. Then let's hope they do, I replied. We've got about 3 days before we arrive in system to fine-tune our plans. After that, I shrugged helplessly. It's win or die. And the supposed guardian that protects the planet? She asked. What do we do about that? Pray that we're long gone by then, I said quietly. The Brotherhood was practically giddy as we approached the system. Elder Brother was in the best mood I'd seen, promising us the universe once we arrived. Of course, we both knew better, and that once the excitement wore off, they'd be eliminating any loose threads. I figure it'll take them a couple hours to verify it's the right system, I told Raven. After that, we're excess baggage, so we need to make our move in that window, she nodded. Tricky. It's all we've got, I shrugged. Think you can do it? Do we have a choice? She asked wryly. I'll do my best. That's all I can promise. I'll take it. I kept a nervous eye on the clock. Give them a few minutes to get comfortable. They'll be on the lookout for Troika ships entering the system, not to mention that guardian the precursors left behind. Let them settle down a bit first. I understand. Raven seated herself on the couch beside me, folding her legs into the lotus position. I'll need a moment to prepare. She closed her eyes, as if she were meditating. Truth was, I wasn't exactly sure what she was doing, but if I had to guess, I'm almost certain she was communing with the other side. Not with the dead, if that's what you thought I meant. No, she was mentally seeking the links she'd left behind during her sojourn to the ship's bridge. The Brotherhood had done everything in their power to prevent us from interfacing with their systems, and in my case, they'd succeeded completely. Not with her, apparently. And no, I don't know how she does it either. Still nothing from the Chell. That could be good or bad news, but long experience has taught me to expect the worst. Not that there was anything I could do about it. What happened next was out of my hands. Raven announced, "I'm ready," as she opened her eyes a few minutes later. I reached out and touched her hand. "Good luck," I said softly. She nodded, the only indication she'd heard me, as she reached out through the ether and went to work. I wish I could describe to you a battle fought with massive bursts of energy and brilliant displays of light. But from where I sat, all I saw was a dark-haired woman staring blankly at nothing. I know what she was attempting to do so I'll try to describe it as best I can. Any errors or omissions are my fault, not hers. I know she'd left behind a veritable army of tiny bots, dormant and awaiting her orders. She'd scattered them throughout the ship at key locations, and once she sent the command, they sprang to life, eager to obey. We needed the ship to escape. That was priority number one. Priority number two was ridding ourselves of the Brotherhood, and there we had a little flexibility. There were many ways Raven could have arranged their deaths, and I won't lie that it tempted me. But death is rather final, and part of me hoped we could still strike a deal. If we could accomplish our goals without killing, so much the better, which meant we had to find a way of getting them off the ship. During her foray into enemy territory, Raven had discovered the Chell vessel carried a shuttle, spacious enough to evacuate the entire crew. We could certainly force them to evacuate, but things would be better all around if they did so voluntarily. The question is, how do you get an entire crew to leave their ship? That craft is the only thing keeping them alive, so it would take something pretty compelling. The answer is simple: scare the holy living crap out of them. We could have mucked with the engines or fiddled with the environmental controls, but in those situations the Brotherhood was far more likely to attempt repairs instead of just abandoning ship. No, if we wanted them gone, then we needed something big, like, say, the mythical, all-powerful guardian of the precursor planet. The plan was simple. Once the ship got deep enough in the system, their engines would fall silent. The crew would immediately run diagnostics, only to discover there was nothing obviously wrong. Raven had altered the software to fool the ship's engineers, rerouting any inspections safely around where she was working to avoid detection. The centerpiece of her grand scheme, however, was the Guardian. It had to be imposing, awe-inducing, and downright terrifying. But more importantly, it also had to be believable. We considered and rejected dozens of ideas for its appearance before deciding on something simple: a star, blue-white, blazing brighter than anything in the system. If that didn't get their attention, then nothing would. It would then issue an ultimatum: leave now or suffer the consequences. With the engines inoperable, hopefully the Brotherhood would make the smart choice and escape in the shuttle. If not, then something more final could still be arranged. Once they were safely off the ship, we'd let it drift for a while, helping to sell the illusion. Meanwhile, Raven would be busy rigging a data connection for me so I could join her on the bridge. And when that was done, time to finally gaze upon New Terra ourselves. I tried to not get my hopes up, I truly did, but the thought of finally finding the promised land, a new home for our people after so many years of wandering, it was hard not to. I could barely sit still while I waited anxiously for word from Raven, for news the plan had been successful. I was wound up so tight that I almost screamed when her eyes came back into focus, just before she turned and smiled. "It worked," she grinned. "They're off the ship and don't suspect a thing. Thank Terra." I sighed in relief. "Any problems?" "I had to improvise a little with the imagery," she admitted. "They weren't buying it at first. If they're gone, and we have the ship, that's all that matters," I told her. "How long before you can rig a link?" "Almost finished," she answered. "Just making the last connections now." A few moments later, a portal appeared out of thin air, shimmering with subtle energy, as a door slid silently open. She offered me her hand and rose to her feet. "Shall we?" she asked. I gave it a squeeze and joined her, grinning like a fool as we stepped across the threshold, appearing within the Chell ship a heartbeat later as the portal closed behind us. That our plans had actually worked, despite the odds against us, was nothing short of miraculous. Overcome with emotion, I pulled Raven close and kissed her, reveling in the moment. I felt her startle at first, but soon she was returning my affections with equal passion, until we finally broke apart. As we gazed at one another, I was suddenly self-conscious. "Sorry," I mumbled. "Don't know what came over me." "Don't apologize," she smiled. "I enjoyed it too." Well, that certainly bore exploring sometime soon, but in the meantime we had bigger concerns. Taking a seat at navigation, I studied a plot of the system. Looks like we're at the outer edge of the ecliptic plane, I mused, checking out the nearby planets. Nothing but gas giants in this sector, I told her, which makes sense. Anything capable of supporting life would be closer in. Then what are we waiting for? She laughed. I grinned along with her as we fired up the engines and headed deeper within the system, searching for the Garden of Eden. Within an hour, we discovered the first candidate, but after one quick glance we moved on. Not only were there no signs of advanced technology, it was nothing more than a frozen ball of ice. The next target was slightly more promising, but as we drew closer, we realized it too was a dud. Barren and lifeless, an airless rock writ large. It wasn't what we were searching for. Our hopes were raised with the next planet, only to be just as quickly dashed. While possessing an extensive atmosphere, it was a toxic, poisonous brew, unable to support life. No signs of technology here either. By the time we limped to the last world, our earlier excitement had vanished. This one flew far too close to its sun, the surface baked and blasted by heat and radiation. Perhaps an outpost might survive here, buried deep on the far side, but nothing else. I slumped in my chair, the disappointment drowning my soul. "I don't understand," Raven said. "Where is it?" "Not here," I answered, shaking my head in defeat. "Are you sure this is the system that creature showed you?" "I'm sure," I replied. "Then what are you saying?" she demanded. "That it lied." "Of course it lied," I sighed. "It was a Yichun." Chapter 29, Where Angels Fear to Tread. So where do we go from here? It was a good question. Raven and I were both deep in our cups after learning the disappointing truth about the precursor system. The truth being that it wasn't the precursor system. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, believing that a Yichun was capable of anything except inflicting pain and sorrow. I mean, it tried to fucking kill me. That should have been a clue, don't you think? I considered the question for a moment and then shrugged. I suppose I should head back to base and bring Chris up to speed about everything I've learned, I sighed. Hopefully, she won't have me shot on sight. We didn't exactly part on the best of terms. I see. Raven examined the contents of her glass. "And where did you plan on dropping me off?" she asked. "Or was that going to be a surprise?" I winced, realizing yet again I should really engage my brain before I opened my mouth. "Of course not," I struggled. It's just that fuck." I looked at her helplessly, hoping for some guidance, but she simply stared back at me, letting me twist in the wind. "Look, I admit I haven't given that a lot of thought," I said, "but in my defense, we have been a little busy lately. So, I don't know. Maybe I should ask you what you want. Not spending the rest of my existence being hunted like an animal would be nice," she said coolly. "Do you think you could arrange that? You ever have a conversation where you know that no matter what you say, you can't win? I've been having a lot of those lately. We just need to find someplace that's safe," I told her. "It's a big galaxy, after all. There's bound to be something somewhere." "Remind me again how long you Terrans have been looking for a new home," she fired back. "How's that going, by the way?" "Don't go there," I snarled. "You have no idea what we've suffered." "In fact, I do," she answered. "You uploaded that information into my database, made them a part of my memories. But here's something you haven't considered. As bad as humanity's situation may be, at least you have each other." "Where are my peers?" she demanded. "Where's my family?" She looked away for a moment, her thoughts suddenly distant. "The only thing that even comes close in this galaxy are the ghosts of the Yichun," she hissed. "Should I claim them as my clan?" "I really wish you wouldn't. We've got enough problems." I ran my hand over my face as I struggled with the question. Raven, I don't know what to say. I don't want anything to happen to you. I mean, I owe you my life, several times over. I don't have a simple answer I can just trot out on demand. Hell, I still haven't figured out how you became sapient in the first place. I gave her a helpless look. Don't suppose you know how it happened? No, she said quietly, shaking her head. I get occasional flashes of my life before. Snapshots, moments frozen in time. Her eyes met mine. Most of them involving you. That makes sense, I admitted. So, what changed? What is your first genuine memory as a whatever you are? There was a long silence. My first conscious memory, she said at last, is you shooting me in the heart. Well, fuck. What can you possibly say to that? I'm sorry, I mumbled, bowing my head. Yes, well, water under the bridge, she said blithely. I don't know how this happened. I can't explain it. All I know is that I have no intention of giving it up. The stare returned with a vengeance. Ever. For anyone. I don't have the answers, I said finally, but I promise I'll make finding a way to answer them a priority from now on. I can do that much, at least, but until then we need to come up with some more immediate goals. Anything spring to mind? Besides putting as much distance as we can between us and this system? She thought for a moment. We definitely need to decide what to do about the Brotherhood. What can we do? I asked her. All we know is that they exist. We don't know their names, the locations of their sanctuaries, their short or long-term goals, nothing. Without more information, I shrugged. We know about the Elix and their plans regarding the Chell, she pointed out, not to mention the fact they've been harvesting the Ichun for their software. She shook her head in disbelief. I mean, isn't that dangerous? Insane is more like it, I agreed. Even without their physical bodies, you and I saw just how unstable that thing was. I learned a long time ago that the only law you could ever truly count on was Murphy's. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, she recited from memory. I take it then, the Elix aren't devotees of that philosophy? I snorted into my glass. Hardly. They're convinced they're the smartest ones in the room. They're certain that they've accounted for every variable, and that nothing could possibly go wrong. I shook my head in disgust. Idiots. Idiots they may be, but that still leaves us with the same question, Alfred, she retorted. What do we do about the Brotherhood? Assuming we find ourselves in close contact again, I sighed, shrugging in defeat. I wish we could have brought them over to our side, I said unhappily. Given how close they are to the two of his Ake, they could have been our ace in the hole. Only problem is they're too paranoid to trust anyone outside of their circle, and while I understand their reasons, I don't see how we could ever make it work. Besides, now that we know their secret, they want us dead. So that's a problem. Still not answering the question, she said, rolling her eyes. Fine. Then we pass on what we know to Chris and let her deal with it. She is the clan leader, after all. If this isn't a big brain moment, I don't know what is. I smiled at her as I refilled my glass. See? Problem solved. My hero, she said, her voice practically oozing sarcasm. How does the clan get along without you? I'm sorry. Did you have a better idea? I fired back. It's a quagmire no matter what we do. So my professional advice is that we steer clear of those lunatics and let someone else stick their head in the noose. I grimaced and then relented a bit. We tried, Raven. It didn't work. Time to cut our losses and move on. She sighed and slowly nodded in agreement. I suppose. Just seems like a waste, is all. That's because it is, I agreed. Welcome to the wonderful world of espionage, where almost nothing works out like you hoped and chaos reigns supreme. Yeah. She took another sip from her glass and then set it aside. Then let's get out of this corner of the galaxy and find something a little less lively. Sounds like a plan. I chuckled, reaching for the navigation controls. I set a course that would take us back towards Chris and the clan, since I didn't have a better destination in mind, and neither did Raven. I still hadn't figured out what I was going to do with her, though I feared she was right about how other Terrans would react if they knew the truth. I needed time to think and come up with a plan, something that served the needs of both worlds. Unfortunately, the universe seemed to have other ideas on the subject. Oh, I heard her gulp nervously. Alfred? I think we're in trouble. I slid over to the console section she was monitoring. Is that what I think that is? She queried. There was a sudden sinking feeling in my chest as I nodded. If you think it's a bunch of ships on an intercept course, then yes. It's what you think it is. Damn it. I was afraid of that. She turned to face me, her eyes wide. What do we do? Simple. We run. I moved back to navigation and punched up a reciprocal course away from the oncoming vessels, heading back the way we'd came. It bought us some time, but nowhere near as much as I'd hoped. See if you can narrow down who they belong to. Raven immediately went to work, comparing the profiles and drive signatures against the ship's database. The answer popped out a split second later. Well, this isn't good, she muttered. According to the computer, they're two of his elder brother must have called his buddies. I grimaced before pulling up the star charts. If I could just find a nearby system to hide in, maybe we still had a chance. Alfred, they're increasing speed. She warned me. They'll catch up to us in roughly 20 minutes. Redline the engines, I ordered as I frantically searched for a safe haven. The closest system I could find was the one we just vacated. So I adjusted course and pointed her in that direction. Maybe I could use one of the gas giants to lose them. How much time did that buy us? I asked her. Not much, she answered. Maybe another 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's all, I said in shock. They're bigger and more powerful than we are, she said unhappily. I don't suppose you know a way around that? Looks like we're about to find out, I muttered, as I altered course yet again, making for the largest planet in the system while pulling up the data we'd collected during our survey. The sixth planet in the system, it had in the neighborhood of 15 moons in orbit, along with a pair of faint rings. We hadn't done a more thorough analysis, as we'd been searching for a much bigger prize, and now I was kicking myself for my short-sightedness. Damn it, you know better, I cursed. What was that? Raven asked, just realizing yet again I'm an idiot. I grumbled as I focused my attention on the moons. The largest one was a real possibility, and as I looked closer at the data, I realized we might just have a chance. Okay, I've got an idea, I told her. If we position the ship here, I explained, pointing at the moon's northern pole, and cut the power output to the bone, then there's a chance we can lose ourselves in the magnetosphere. The interference between the planet's magnetic field and the moon's might just be enough to camouflage us from their sensors. Raven barely glanced at the display before adjusting course. It's going to be tight, she said through gritted teeth, taking over the controls and guiding us towards what I hoped would be a sanctuary. I didn't argue. While I had more experience, she'd already shown me some pretty incredible gifts. I imagine that after turning yourself into dust and infiltrating a system supposedly immune to hacking, piloting a ship would be child's play. It was a game of cat and mouse now, as we raced for our destination. For the plan to work, we had to be in position and powered down before the pursuing ships were within range. Even then, they weren't stupid. If we ducked inside a nearby star system and vanished, the smart money said we were still in their hiding. If they cordoned off the perimeter and began a systematic search, that was it. Sooner or later they'd stumble across us, whether it took a week or a century, and that would be that. Neither of us spoke as Raven cut the engines and killed the power, leaving just enough to keep us both alive and power the passive sensors. From our perspective, nothing had changed. We were both still sitting in a mock-up of the ship's bridge, hands on the controls, while looking up into the blackness of space, searching for any sign of our pursuers. Think we lost them? She asked. No idea, I whispered back, which was utterly pointless. I could have been screaming at the top of my lungs while accompanied by a full orchestra, and they still couldn't have heard me. Some habits are just ingrained. Besides, it felt quiet. How long do we wait? I shrugged. Until they leave, or they capture us. One of the two. She gave me a look. Not a lot of middle ground then. I just shook my head. After all that's happened, do you really have to ask? Raven sighed, conceding the point. So if they do find us, then what? Is there a plan? A plan? Sure there's a plan. Surrender peacefully and hope they're in a good mood. I reached out and took her hand. We're out of options, I'm afraid, and deep into hope and pray territory. She thought about that for a moment. I don't know how to pray, she admitted. I've used the word before, but the act itself? It never occurred to me. Her brow furrowed as she considered the deeper meaning behind the term. "Does it really help?" she said at last. "Sometimes it makes you feel better, but actual divine intervention? Don't be ridiculous. It's a coping mechanism, nothing more." Raven looked at me, a puzzled expression on her face, and then suddenly it was as if she were a million light years away. I didn't know what was on her mind until she bowed her head and pressed her palms together, murmuring in a strange tongue. "Ober buvasva, tat savitor varia, bargo devasya thimahi, dioyo na prakadayat." "What's that?" I asked, curious. She lifted her head. "The Savitri mantra, from the Hindu faith," she explained. "It asks the goddess Gayatri for enlightenment and protection." I blinked. "How can you possibly know that?" I said in surprise. "I know lots of things," she shrugged. "I have access to all sorts of data." That was a concept worth pursuing. But before I got the chance, the proximity alert went off, blaring in our ears. A single glance explained why. "They found us, haven't they?" she asked softly. I nodded. "Let me do the talking," I urged her. "Maybe if I tell elder brother something he'll believe, he'll—" They drowned out the rest of my reply as the comms came to life. Vessel hashtag 6720993D. You are hereby bound by the authority of the Tuath His AK Empire. Stand by and prepare to be boarded. Shit, I swore. Shit, fuck shit. What's wrong? Raven cried out, bounding from her seat. I pointed a shaky hand at the screen. Those aren't Brotherhood ships. These belong to the Masters. She was at my side a moment later. "What will they do with us?" she whispered. I closed my eyes. "Nothing good," I got out. Chapter 30. Gambit and Counter-Gambit. The Tuath His AK battlecruiser swallowed our ship whole, overriding the controls and tractoring us into their shuttle bay, despite our best efforts. I racked my digital brain, struggling to come up with a way out of this latest disaster when a desperate plan came to me. "Okay, I've got an idea," I told Raven. "It's not much, but it's all I can think of at the moment. At this point, I'll try anything," she said nervously. "It's simple. We hide," I told her. "Hide? Hide where?" she asked. "Once they sweep the ship for stowaways, they'll vacuum the computers dry searching for us. Which is why we're going to crash the computer network as we leave," I explained. "With any luck, that'll hide any trace of our being here." "You still haven't said where," she pointed out. I pulled up the internal cameras and showed her an image of the maintenance bay. "Right there." I gestured. She peered at the screen and then looked at me askance. "You think they won't check those?" she said dubiously. "I didn't say it was a brilliant plan," I said, exasperated. "Just the only one I could think of." Raven shook her head and then shrugged. "I've got nothing better on tap." I nodded, taking her by the hand. "Then we'd better hurry. They'll be here soon." Crashing a computer network is child's play when you're doing it from the inside. We inputted the instructions on a countdown timer, allowing us to get clear before we triggered a cascade failure, one that would hopefully wipe any trace of us from its memory. The transfer itself was simple enough, and now our gestalts were buried within the programming files of maintenance drone G6711-843YBK and utility drone 1195T JXR 6032, respectively. We shut down the non-essential elements of our code and slowed our clock rates to a crawl, desperately hoping to avoid detection. We had to pass ourselves off as nothing more than standard equipment, and they usually keep drones powered down in standby mode. We had to do the same, which left us with no way to monitor our surroundings. Everything about this vessel and the circumstances in which they'd found it was sure to trigger the more paranoid elements of Tuath His AK behavior. They'd searched the ship from top to bottom, and when they found nothing, well, who knew what they'd do after that? Even worse, we didn't dare communicate for fear of being caught. There's nothing more terrifying than hiding alone in the dark, surrounded by the enemy, wondering if each moment was your last. I'm willing to bet the Valkyries and Corsairs would gladly back me up on that, and I made a mental note to ask either Runa or Remy if our paths ever crossed again. Time passed, slowly. I waited until 3 days had passed before I dared to take a peek. I powered up one of the drone's exterior cameras and glanced around the maintenance bay, spotting a pair of Chell technicians examining one of the secondary systems. Thankfully, their backs were to me, failing to notice my awakening. They huddled over some piece of hardware, deep in conversation. So I took a chance and brought an exterior mic online, tying in the Chell linguistic files I had stored as well. There is nothing here. Nothing, the first Chell said in dismay. What is it the masters are searching for? If they wished us to know, they would inform us, his partner answered. It is not our place to question their orders. No, of course not, the first one said in a rush. But if we knew what they sought, it might aid in our search. So either the masters didn't know about us, or if they did, they weren't sharing that bit of intel with their servitors. Interesting. Of course, we had never interacted with the Empire directly, only the Brotherhood splinter group. Possibly the masters were just being thorough, given the mystery we'd presented to them. That was the joker in the deck. If they'd picked up Elder Brother and his cohorts, what exactly would he tell them? Certainly not the truth, as that was liable to get them seated in a torturer's chair, while the masters stripped every last secret from their minds. Maybe they were resistant to telepathic coercion, but history has shown there are plenty of other methods available. All right, let's assume Elder Brother sent out a distress signal, requesting assistance. The message gets routed to the nearest Empire vessels, which only makes sense when you think about it. Can't risk the Alex or the Agatadub getting their hands on them, as they would likely be spirited away and questioned for every scrap of knowledge they possessed. As much as the three races backstab one another, you'd think they issued them daggers at birth. So the Brotherhood gets picked up by the two of his Ake, all the while claiming to be loyal little servitors, forced to abandon their vessel due to, what? Mechanical failure? If so, they'd be praying the ship never saw the light of day again. 'Cause if it did, it would be easy to disprove the lie. Risky that. I mean, look what happened. No. Which begged the question, just how accurate a description did they give the masters? Was that why they were still examining the computer systems? Or was it merely a coincidence? Assuming my train of logic was correct, then the Empire was currently searching for anything but avatars, leaving the Brotherhood free to run us down on their own, which left open the question of Heckle and Jekyll over there. Specifically, who were they working for? It wouldn't even be difficult. All a Brotherhood operative had to do was grab some random servitor and tell them, the masters have a job for you. What are they going to do, argue? I spent the next few minutes eavesdropping on the two, but learned nothing of further interest. All of which led me to one inescapable conclusion, that we had to get the hell out of here. Now, I watched the pair go, then waited another 30 minutes just to be safe, before plugging a data connection into the other drone. Raven, I shouted. We need to leave immediately. I heard her thoughts an instant later. Why? What's happening? She asked me. I'll explain on the way, I told her, but the longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets. We've got to escape before they realize we're here. Please tell me you have a plan, she sighed, expecting the worst. I mean, come on. It wasn't my fault we got captured. It was just bad luck, is all. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Alfred. Idiot. The beginnings of one, at least, I said. We rewrite the drone's programming and wheel ourselves out to the shuttle bay. First vessel that comes along, we board and transfer our programs. It doesn't matter where it goes, as long as it gets us out of the search grid. There was a pause as she mulled it over, no doubt looking for flaws. All right, she agreed, apparently not finding any worth discussing. And if we're stopped? Hey, we're just a couple of stupid drones, I snickered, aiming for a bit of levity. No one will pay attention to us or care what we're doing. Even if they do spot us, they'll just assume we're following someone else's orders. I could sense the hesitation in her voice. Not that I blamed her. Our track record hadn't been all that great. But what other choice did we have? Then let's get moving before I change my mind, she said at last. We proceed together, like we're riding in a parade, I told her. No trying to hide. That'll only arouse suspicion. Stay on my right, a comfortable distance apart, and match my speed and direction as closely as you can. Remember, you're pretending to be a machine. In case you've forgotten, she said dryly, I'm not actually pretending here. Right? I answered, stifling the urge to smack myself. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. We began moving in unison, synchronizing our efforts perfectly, our wheels rolling easily on the smooth surface. Luckily, we were only a short distance away from our destination, since they'd taken our ship aboard center amidships. The shuttle bay was just a couple hundred meters away. There was a moment of concern when we reached the airlock, but much to my relief, No guards were posted. I guess they decided that since the ship was secured and empty, there was no point. There were plenty of Chell servitors in the corridors, going about their business, but just as I'd hoped, none paid the slightest bit of attention to us. They'd programmed the drones to avoid living beings, so we dutifully swerved from the paths of those that came close. We had to go down 2 levels to gain entrance to the main bay itself, though thankfully the 2 of his AK had provided drone-specific lifts for that, allowing us to avoid the servitors for a brief period. Hey, I'll take what I can get. Emerging on the lower level, we made our way to the entrance. This time there were guards posted, but they barely glanced in our direction. And why would they? There were maintenance drones scattered throughout the ship, designed to simplify their mission. We'd passed several during our brief journey, and every single one of them was treated as little more than mobile furniture. They were ubiquitous and therefore invisible. Just like us, we found a convenient charging station tucked away in one corner and plugged in, exchanging a brief message before powering down to standby mode. Any other time I would have amused myself during the wait, but given the situation, not to mention our rather disturbing string of bad luck, I remained focused on our surroundings. I suspect Raven was doing the same, though I couldn't be certain. Any further communication between risk detection and capture? Well, recapture, I suppose, given our current circumstances. It simply wasn't worth the risk. It wasn't long before a platoon of security arrived in the shuttle bay, taking up positions surrounding one of the landing platforms as an energy field snapped into place. That had me sitting up and taking notice, as it likely meant that a shuttle was inbound. The platform itself dropped away, receding downward as the field hummed and glowed a translucent indigo, while they positioned the security detail in a tight formation, all of which suggested that whoever was on that shuttle was someone of importance, maybe even one of the masters themselves. We still knew little about them, despite our discovery aboard the Gerfalcon. They were telepaths, reclusive to the point of near agoraphobia, preferring instead to conduct their affairs through their Chell servitors. If one was coming here, there was no way this was a coincidence, all of which made it even more imperative for us to escape. Given that our target shuttle seemed to house some sort of VIP, it tempted me to abort and try instead for something less risky. But as I considered it, I suddenly realized this was the best thing that could have happened to us. Yes, getting aboard would be difficult, given the level of security I was seeing. But if we made it, we'd be set. If that was a master's shuttle, then no one in the 2 of the Zakai Empire would dare touch us. The Chell obeyed instantly and without hesitation, the unfortunate products of generations of telepathic manipulation. So anything even remotely attached to the masters was sacrosanct. If we could pull off that minor miracle, our success was guaranteed. The energy field dissipated as a shuttle slowly appeared in view. The platform locked back into place once more, with a deep rumbling thunk, as an honor guard took position in front of the shuttle's airlock. As the hatch slid away, I could see an opaque tank sitting on some sort of mobile platform, looking much like a massive aquarium. Maggie and the others had told us they were amphibians, so a sealed tank made perfect sense for a mode of transport. My only regret was that I couldn't see inside. It would have been nice to confirm my suspicions. The honor guard took positions around the tank as they transported it off the shuttle, escorting it out of the bay while a token force remained behind to safeguard the craft itself. The timing would be crucial. If I was right, then they would do at least some basic maintenance while the master was off coordinating the search for us. That would be the time to make our play. Sneak aboard under the guise of standard repair drones, transfer our Gestalt to the shuttle itself, and then wait for the master to return, hopefully none the wiser. Maybe it wasn't a brilliant plan, but I had every confidence it was at least a workable one. Less than 15 minutes passed before another group of Chell entered the bay, dressed in some sort of coveralls and directing several smaller mobile containers, each with multiple sets of bins and drawers. I practically salivated at the sight. I might not be a tinker myself, but I damn sure recognize a tool chest when I see one. This was it. 1 minute 2 at the outside, and it would be time to make our move. I reactivated the data link, lowering the power output to the absolute bare minimum in case they were monitoring, and murmured, "Get ready. When I give the signal, we head for the shuttle." "Understood," she whispered back. The technicians began opening up their cases and plugging into the shuttle's various readouts, checking the ship systems, and with them fully occupied at their task, it was now or never. I activated the drone's motor and began moving forward, with Raven a millisecond behind me. We neared the waiting shuttle, heading for the open airlock, taking our time to avoid suspicion. If I still had a heart, it would have been pounding in my chest like a bass drum. But as we got close, it was all I could do to contain my elation. It was actually working, just a few more meters, and the technicians suddenly turned, almost as one, and in an instant of horror, I recognized weapons in their hands. "It's a trap," I shouted to Raven. "Abort, ABO." A sudden flash, and it all went black. Chapter 31. Turncoats and False Flags. I awoke in darkness. I sat up slowly, struggling to orient myself. Where was I? I looked around me but could see nothing. Racking my brain, I fought to remember what happened. How did I wind up here, wherever here was? I got a flash, an image of Chris sitting across a table. Something about a mission? I mean, that would make sense, since she was my contact for that sort of thing. But try as I might, the details eluded me. I concentrated, focusing my attention on the image, searching for clues. There was something in the background, a hazy outline of a spire, the Eiffel Tower. It all came flooding back to me. The Catabasis mission, the Brotherhood, all of it. We were trying to escape the Masters and had almost reached the shuttle when they sprang the trap. "Raven." I leapt to my feet. "Raven? Raven!" I shouted, but there was only silence. I tried feeling my way through the darkness, calling her name, to no avail. It was like trying to swim through mud before my impaired brain realized what an idiot I was. I sent out a mental command as I tried willing light into existence, only nothing happened. I tried again, with the same result. I cycled through a dozen commands, growing more and more frantic by the moment, but each time my efforts fizzled out harmlessly. I was trapped, in a domain not my own, powerless. And where was Raven? Had they deleted her program? Did the Masters decide she was nothing but a simulacrum, banishing her to non-existence? If so, then I owed them a blood debt, one that only their deaths could discharge. How I was going to enact my revenge, given my current status, was a question for another time. Time passed, with no way of measuring it. A minute or a century may have elapsed. It wasn't quite sensory deprivation, with all the psychological effects that go with it, but it was definitely a close relative. A human mind, even a digital one, doesn't do well without some form of stimulation. In ancient times, long before humans traveled to space, we even used it as a means of torture. Aren't we clever? Though even our primitive ancestors couldn't hold a candle to the Tua Dizake. But finally, after millennia, after eons of waiting, the light in my prison began growing brighter. I found myself in a featureless box, roughly 5 meters to a side. I tried willing a door into existence, a window, anything to get a glimpse of what lay beyond these walls, but nothing worked. I was at the mercy of the Masters, a race not exactly known for their compassion. Finally, a view screen flickered to life as a whiskered shell face peered back at me. It was an elder brother, that much was certain. I'd long since committed his colorations to memory. I folded my arms, waiting to hear what they had to say. "Your plan to escape was quite clever," the Chell servitor said, "though not clever enough. As you can see, we anticipated your intentions and prepared a lure too tempting to ignore." I mean, fair enough, but he wasn't done yet. "You will tell us how you came to be on that ship, your intentions, the fate of the original crew, and anything else we wish to know. If you do not, then we have ways of compelling you to speak." Somehow, I didn't think he was bluffing. "And if I talk? Tell you what you want to know?" I asked. "What happens to me then?" "That depends on the answers you provide," he continued. "Though if you were expecting clemency, I suspect you will be disappointed." He seemed insufferably pleased about that. "Asshole, not giving me much of an incentive here," I pointed out. "If I'm screwed either way, why should I tell you anything?" "I'm certain you already know the answer to that," he pointed out. "But if you require further inducement, I believe I can provide it." He touched an icon on the panel before him as another screen came to life. Raven's image appeared, seemingly held in a similar cell to my own. Now that surprised me. Why would the Masters bother imprisoning a simulacrum? Unless, of course, she no longer registered as a simulacrum. "There was an unsettling thought for you to get the day started off right. Alfred, what's happening?" she asked nervously. "What are they going to do to us?" "It'll be all right," I told her, lying through my teeth. "I'll figure a way out of this." "Yeah, and maybe I'll wave my magic wand and bring back Earth while I'm at it. There was no way the two of his Ake were going to let us go. Since they couldn't pull a mind scramble on us the way they did Maggie and the others, we were immune to that little trick, which meant we were too dangerous to ever be set free, which, quite frankly, sucked. Big time. The Chell leaned forward. Tell me how you came to be aboard that ship. And there it was. I could try stalling for time, but that wouldn't work for long. I could try spinning some sort of yarn, some plausible bullshit in the hopes they'd buy it and set us free, which they wouldn't and wouldn't. I doubt there was any lie or half-truth I could tell them they wouldn't eventually see through. Not with their resources. Not much of an option. Or, I could tell them the truth. I mean, why not? What did I have to lose? It's not like I owed any loyalty to the fucking Brotherhood. Not after the way they treated us. Fuck them. I tried offering them a deal, even after they'd murdered fellow Terrans, only to end up captured and forced to do their bidding. Damn near got us killed, too. Sure, I felt some sympathy towards their predicament, forced to be slaves, fighting back any way they could, but after my encounters with Elder Brother, I was suddenly feeling rather indifferent to their plight. You want to know what happened? I asked. All right, I'll tell you on one condition. You are not in a position to make demands, he snapped. Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot lately, I sneered. If you want to know the truth, then put one of the masters in the room. The Chell goggled at me. One does not order the masters about, he whispered, horrified at the thought. How could you believe for an instant they would cater to the likes of you? Trust me, they're gonna want to hear what I have to say, I answered, giving Raven a reassuring nod. It took some time for the Chell to find a master to agree. How much time? I can't say. They blanked the screen and killed the lights again, leaving me in timeless darkness. I didn't even get a chance to speak to Raven, though I'm not sure what I could have said. Some words of comfort, at least if nothing else. Finally, however, the view screen appeared once more, this time showing what appeared to be a swamp. Heavy mist hung over the water as a multitude of plants surrounded and filled the marshland. Here and there I could see ripples, hinting at movement beneath the surface, before a black, triangular head breached the surface. Water dripped from its amphibious body as it glanced to the Chell, saying nothing. Nothing that I could hear, at least, though the servitor's reaction was instantaneous. Why have you requested the presence of a master? The Chell asked. Insurance, I told him. I don't know who I can trust. I looked around, but there was no sign of Raven. The answer seemed to confuse him, but he shrugged it off. So be it. As you can see, a master has graced us with his presence. Speak. I turned my attention to the salamander. He can hear me, right? The master hears everything, the Chell assured me. Perfect. I smiled. So here it is. I'm going to tell you a secret, one you desperately need to know, and in return, me and my partner are allowed to leave in peace. Deal? The Chell practically harumphed with displeasure. Do not presume to dictate terms to the master. He will decide your fate, regardless of any deals you attempt to strike. I crossed my arms. Then I've got nothing to say. The servitor bristled with anger. You tread on dangerous ground, Terran, he snarled. If the master so wishes, he can have you tortured in agony for the rest of your pitiful existence. You're not exactly helping your case here, I fired back. If you're not interested in learning who the traitors in your organization are, fine, I continued, dangling the bait in front of them. It makes no difference to me. The Chell suddenly grew still. Who are these traitors you speak of? He demanded. I returned the glare, measure for measure, before slowly swiveling my gaze to the two of his Ake. Do we have a deal? I carefully enunciated. Black bulbous eyes stared back at me, blinking in the low light. The moment seemed to drag on until finally it jerked its head towards the Chell. The master states that if your information is proven accurate, he will agree to your terms, the Chell said evenly. Inwardly, I winced, proving it was going to be difficult. Well, one thing at a time. There is an organization operating underneath your very nose or snout, I told them, throwing caution to the wind. They call themselves the Brotherhood of Shadows, and they are immune to your, well, special talents. I was taking an enormous risk here, admitting I knew their secret. The two of his Ake were telepaths, something they had gone to great lengths to conceal. It was how they kept their Chell servitors obedient, and even hinting I knew the truth was tantamount to suicide. Then again, it's not like I had a lot left to lose. Something in the Chell's posture shifted slightly. "The master insists you explain your words," he said, his eyes darting apprehensively back towards the amphibian. "And this is where things get interesting," I thought to myself. Time to find out if I was holding a full house or a pair of threes. That the two of his Ake have been telepathically coercing the Chell for millennia to do their bidding, I said, never taking my eyes from the master. That you have done the same to countless others, making them your agents all across the Perseus arm. And that you have kept that fact hidden from the rest of the Troika. In for a penny, in for a pound. And before you get any cute ideas about having me eliminated to protect your secret, I'm afraid it's already out there." My smile grew wide as I savored the moment. "We sold that information to the Oivu 2 years ago. You know, the preeminent merchants of the galaxy? The ones that will sell absolutely anything. To anybody? God only knows how many others have purchased that intel since then." The salamander went nuts. It started thrashing about in the water, scattering mud and shredded plants in every direction. The master glared at me in silent fury, but it was the Chell's reaction that suddenly had my full attention. I would have expected him to remain still, or even cringe in terror while two of his Ake threw his little tantrum, but instead he appeared to be edging towards the door, attempting to make an escape. Well, look what we have here. Seems the Brotherhood decided to keep tabs on me during my interrogation. Great idea in theory, though you'd think they'd have a plan in place if I sold them out. "Hey, Swamp Thing," I called out. "Your boy looks like he's about to do a runner." The master's head jerked over at the Chell, its eyes narrowing with sudden intensity. The Chell jerked to a halt, its head now cocked in what had to be a seriously uncomfortable angle. Any further, and I think his neck would snap. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, while blood began dripping from his nose and ears. "Oh shit. It would seem your information is correct, Terran," the Chell rasped. Only there was no way in hell that voice was coming from the hamster. We'd never even guessed the two of his Ake could go this deep, though whatever it was doing to the rodent couldn't be healthy for its long-term survival. Somehow, I suspected that was no longer a concern. This servitor attempted to deceive me, only to betray its true intentions in the end. "So what happens now?" I asked deliberately. "I've proven my word is good. What else do you know of this Brotherhood?" The Chell's voice grated, as I fought not to look away. Seriously, it was disturbing as fuck to watch. Its body began to twitch and jerk uncontrollably, and I wondered just how long the master could keep this up before damaging something vital. Viscous gore matted the creature's pelt, as the salamander slowly crushed its mind and body. "You should be more concerned about the Elix," I warned him. "Even as we speak, they're working on a device that will free all the Chell from your control and turn them against you." I couldn't keep the grin from my face. As dangerous as the position I was currently in, after all these years, seeing them squirm like this was too much damn fun. You know, except for watching the Chell's brain getting turned into paste. I would have been happy skipping that part. The rodent hissed with outrage again, not its own voice. "Traitors without and within," the master snarled. "They will all taste our wrath." "Great. Glad I could help," I said, as dispassionately as I could manage. "Now, what are you willing to do for me in return?" My eyes were still fixed on the Chell, though I could feel the master's gaze on me. "I mean, you try looking away from something like that. You know far too much to be allowed your freedom," it gurgled, as the hamster's seizures grew steadily worse. Pretty sure it didn't have much longer on this mortal coil. Blood was now seeping from its mouth as well. "Nothing your enemies don't already know," I replied. "You let us go, and I'll be sure to pass on any other tidbits I learn your way. After all, I can go places even your brainwashed spies can't reach." The amphibian regarded me for a moment. "You wish your freedom?" the Chell wheezed. "Then take back that which you have already provided the meddlesome Oivu. Erase the data regarding our abilities, and we shall release you." The master released its hold on the rodent, who immediately collapsed in a boneless heap. It managed one last strangled rattle, and then was silent. I swallowed. "Rip off the Oivu. Sure. No problem. Fuck me." Chapter 32. Bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. "How could you agree to this?" Raven was in a mood. I couldn't really blame her. They'd reunited us after my disastrous meeting with the master at my insistence. Originally, they planned on holding her hostage to keep me in line, but when I told them I literally could not do the job without her, they cut her loose. At first, she was relieved to see me, but that changed pretty quickly when I explained why. They didn't give me much of a choice, I pointed out. After my escape plan went to hell, we were at their mercy. I shrugged helplessly. What was I supposed to do? And the oivu? She continued. Just how do you plan to pull that off? And even if by some miracle you do manage it, have you given any thought what will happen to your fellow Terrans? You know what the oivu does to anyone foolish enough to cross them. I know, I snapped, exasperated. It's a shit sandwich, no matter how you look at it. I ran my fingers through my hair as I started pacing, trying not to panic. Maybe we can slip away during the mission, Raven said hopefully. We tried that once, remember? I said sourly. Plus, I'm betting the Masters will keep an even closer eye on us than the Brotherhood did. She shook her head in defeat. I can't believe you sold them out. After what they did? I said incredulously. I tried offering them a deal, and all we got in return was a wrecked ship and a suicide mission. They dug their own grave, as far as I'm concerned. I could tell she wasn't convinced, but decided to let it go for now. Then what are we going to do? I don't know, I sighed, slumping down on the floor. We were still stuck in a featureless box, and I doubted that was going to change anytime soon. As far as I know, no one's even tried stealing from the oivu before. Their policy on the subject is diabolically clear. You screw with them, they'll screw you back 1,000 times harder. Raven sat down beside me. Where would they even keep that information? Not a clue, I told her. For all I know, they have a copy filed with each one of their caravans. It makes sense when you think about it. I've never heard of someone making a deal with them only to be told they had to wait 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. If that's true, she said slowly, then it's an impossible job. There's no way you could delete the file from all their ships. Yeah, I said quietly. It's the ultimate no-win scenario. Just making the attempt is hopeless, and even if I somehow pulled it off, humanity ends up getting hammered by its enemies. So what does that leave? Raven asked. What other options are there? Only one that I can think of, I told her, turning to look into her eyes. But you're not going to like it. What else is new? She smiled, trying to make light. Come on. How bad can it be? Pretty bad, I said honestly. We admit defeat, and let the Masters do with us what they will. Her eyes widened in shock as I laid it out for her. Things don't end well for us, but at least humanity is spared. Raven just stared at me. You can't be serious, she whispered. I'm deadly serious, I countered. I'm not thrilled about it, but I'm not willing to save my own virtual skin at the expense of my entire fucking species. With a sudden burst of energy, Raven pushed herself off the floor, only to glare down at me. While I'm sure your intentions are noble, there's got to be a better answer than committing suicide. There has to. Not that I see, I said, and to be honest, I'm tired of fighting. I slumped over my knees, staring at the blank floor. I mean, what's the point? Something about her changed when I said that. Suddenly she was giving me a look that made me feel like I was 5 and had just shaved the cat. I never thought I'd see the day where you just throw your hands up and surrender, she said caustically, shaking her head in disgust. Where's the trickster god? Where's Coyote or Robin Goodfellow, huh? I thought you were supposed to be the magic man, she sneered. But just look at you now, curled up in a ball, waiting to die. Fuck off, I snarled. You don't know anything. I know you used to be better than this, she fired back. I know there was a time you'd have laughed in the Masters' faces instead of just falling apart at the seams. What happened to that guy, Alfred? Huh. She leaned in close, grabbing my chin. Because we could sure use him, right about now. Don't you get it? I screamed, tearing at my hair as I fought to hold on to my remaining sanity. You know what's happening to me? Morpheus syndrome, remember? I'm afraid to do anything, even so much as change the goddamn channel, for fear of making it worse. It's crippled me, taken away everything that made life bearable. So what's the fucking point? Huh. Tell me that. I broke then and there. I don't think I'd ever admitted just how much that future scared me, not even to myself. I'd been hiding from that reality for weeks now, pretending everything was great, and all the while dreading the appearance of some new symptom. Denial is one hell of a drug. My whole body shook as the fear washed over me. Everything I'd been trying so hard to bury smashing through the walls I'd spent a lifetime building. I started sobbing, hugging myself while the tears stained my face as I stared bleakly into the abyss. And then she was there, her arms wrapped tight around me as she held me close, not saying a word, just letting the poison I'd been holding and slowly drain away. I don't know how long we sat there, hours maybe, but in the end I wiped a sleeve across my face and looked at her. "Thank you," I whispered. "I still hate crying though." "You're welcome," she smiled. She shifted position, resting her head on my shoulder as we sat there. Finally, she asked, "Are you ready to talk about it?" "Not really," I shrugged. "Another time. Maybe, but right now we've got bigger problems." "So we do," she agreed. "Any thoughts?" "One or two," I admitted, "but I need to work through them in my head first before I share." That wasn't the only reason, but it would suffice for now. "But let me run something past you. What I was saying about the Oivu all having the same data, no matter where they were located. They must have some way of sharing that information, right? Some way to disseminate new knowledge to the other caravans after they've traded for it." "Makes sense," she nodded. "What are you thinking?" "A virus," I told her. "Something that will erase the data the masters want expunged and then transmit itself across their entire network. It's the only way I can think of to make this work." "Alfred," she chided me, "you're talking about a network you know nothing about. You don't even know what language the Oiv use, or if it's even compatible with your own. They share nothing about themselves, and while they'll happily sell software to anyone with the credits, someone else will have written it, not them. We don't know a thing about the Oivu, not even if they're animal, vegetable, or mineral." "I'm fairly certain they're not mineral," I said half joking, "but I take your point. Obviously, we'll have to wing it, because that's worked out so well for us in the past," she said sarcastically. "It's all we have," I said, spreading my hands. "You wanted optimistic. This is me being optimistic." I said optimistic, not foolhardy. She sighed. "Is there anything I can do?" "Maybe," I said non-committally. "I'm not sure yet. But something tells me your bag of tricks will probably come in handy." I didn't want to say any more. I didn't dare say any more, 'cause only a fool in our situation would believe we weren't under observation. I did have an idea, a possible way out of this nightmare, but if the masters got even a whiff, that was it. They'd dispose of us with a snap of their fingers. Well, they'd have the Chell do it. That's what slaves are for, right? Fuck the Perseus arm goddamn shithole. "I'll do what I can," she vowed. "What's our next move?" "I'm guessing the masters cart us off to a nearby caravan and wait for us to work our magic," I shrugged. "Beyond that? Not a clue." "Right," she sulked. "And in the meantime?" "What else?" "We wait." We didn't have to wait long. It seemed the masters were in a hurry to close off that intelligence leak, strike while the iron is hot, and all that. They bundled us into a nondescript transport and sent us off to do the impossible, with a crew of indoctrinated Chell servitors to keep us on the straight and narrow. Transit time was much shorter than I expected. Unsurprisingly, the Troika keeps close tabs on the Oivu. Under other circumstances, it might be cause for worry, but assuming the alliance had continued to build during my enforced absence, I suspect the merchants were the least of their worries. The next complication we'd have to overcome was getting on board once we located a ship. Transmitting ourselves was out. That the Oivu screened their communications was a given. Someone would have to smuggle us aboard via a tablet or other device, making an appointment on some pretext, and then leave us behind. It was still a leap of faith, no matter how you looked at it. The trip over was textbook, and once we were safely aboard the Oivu ship, Raven and I disengaged from the Chell and found ourselves a nice, quiet electronic corner to hide in, and then did absolutely nothing. For my plan to work, we had to be invisible, at least until our handler disembarked. If we were discovered before then, well, I imagine the rest of our existence would be both short and painful. The contrived transaction didn't take long. Something about gathering intel on the Alliance, and when it concluded, the operative departed. We waited another hour to ensure they were clear and then made our move. which mostly consisted of trying to get the Oivu's attention. Politely, I have to give them credit. The moment we made our presence known, they scooped us up and threw us into the proverbial paddy wagon. It wasn't long before an interface appeared in our holding cell as a gaggle of the plant beings stared back at us. It's not what it looks like, I swear, I said hopefully, while Raven just buried her face in her hands. Maybe I need to get some new material. Who are you, and what are you doing here? They asked suspiciously, not that I blamed them. My name is Alfred Eamon, and I'm a Terran, Avatar clan, I explained. I met with your kind once before, recently, trading for information about the Brotherhood. I was also a member of the Falcon expedition. When they told you that the two of his Ake were telepaths, there, hopefully, that established my bona fides. The Oivu conferred with one another, in that strange, silent dance of theirs. That answers the first part of our query, they acknowledged. And the second? The two of his Ake captured us, I explained, and in an effort to not get killed, it forced me to reveal the information we traded to you. Needless to say, they weren't happy about that. That is not our concern, they replied, rather haughtily in my opinion. We struck a bargain. Both parties were satisfied with the outcome. I don't disagree, I said, holding up my hands. The two of his Ake masters sent us here to destroy that information. We're not doing that, I said in a rush, in case they were reaching for a purge, switch or something. But we're hoping we can work with you to turn this, admittedly awkward situation to our mutual advantage. I grinned, hoping that might help. Sure. I know I said that trying to escape after the mission wouldn't work. Turning our coats yet again and passing on to the Oivu the intel we'd gathered. Now that was a viable plan. I hoped. Next time? Raven piped in. I'm coming up with the plan. Hard to blame her, really. You know, considering. You wish to do business, they replied. What do you offer in payment? I stumbled, looking at Raven in desperation. I'd kind of hoped they'd work with me as fellow members of the Alliance against the Troika, though in retrospect I should have realized they didn't do charity. I mean, come on, they're Oiv. But in the meantime, I needed something to trade with. The Aliacs are working on a new device to free the Chell from the Master's control, I said hopefully. We are already aware of this research, they replied. Your offer is insufficient. Shit. I have the coordinates of the location the Brotherhood use as a rendezvous point, I said, trying again, as well as details regarding their infiltration of the Troika. Given the vastness of space, it is likely that rendezvous will not be used again, they fired back. What specific details can you provide? Wonderful. This day just kept getting better and better. They're using Troika transport craft to smuggle goods and personnel where they can be used to their advantage, I continued. Such as the vessel that just delivered you here, they answered. It went without saying that wasn't enough either. Strike two. Come on. There has to be something, my mind pleaded. You're supposed to be the best retrieval specialist Chris has. Think, God damn it. The two of his, I blurted out. Not only are they telepaths, but that can take over someone's body through mental projection and use them like a puppet, I said hurriedly. They can speak through them as well, though it seems to burn out the host pretty quickly. The one I saw only lasted a few minutes before they died. Rather grotesquely, in fact, I held my breath while the merchants conferred as Raven took my hand. My palms were sweaty. She didn't seem to mind. Finally, they turned back to face us. Your offer is acceptable, they said at last, as I breathed a tremendous sigh of relief. What is it you seek in return? Raven and I shared a look. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure, I told them, but if we put our heads together, metaphorically speaking, I'm certain we can come up with something the Troika will regret. I chuckled. Chapter 33. A Plague on Both Your Houses. I wasn't sure how much time I had before the two of his Ake started getting suspicious. As a basic rule of thumb, you can expect any non-avatar to wildly underestimate the time required for any infiltration job. Everyone assumes we operate at the speed of light, and while we can ramp up our clock rate when needed, it's not our default setting. Breaking into a system takes finesse and smarts, not hyperspeed. But we needed to come up with something quickly, hoping the masters wouldn't realize they were being hustled. My old shipmate Samara said something once that seems especially appropriate now, that the only issue compelling enough to distract the Troika was the Troika itself. I'd already passed on what I knew about the Aliacs and their plans for domination, But that still left the reptilian Agatadub, the final third of the triad. The masters had to be wondering what they were up to, given the current situation, and anything that set the Troika at each other's throats was a gift from Mother Terra herself. Not only for humanity, but for the fledgling alliance as well. The Oivu were helpful once they got over their initial distrust. They don't have any love for the Troika either, despite the fact they refuse to involve themselves with affairs of state. I suspect it has something to do with them preferring to sell weapons, supplies, and intelligence to all parties involved instead. At least they're impartial, if morally problematic. The depressing thing is that compared to most races, the Oivu are practically saints. Let that sink in for a bit. The really tricky part of the deal was the exfiltration. The Chell who dropped us off had no valid pretext to come back for us, meaning that getting out was once again left to up us. I was getting the feeling the masters didn't particularly care if we survived or not, which, while no surprise to anyone, was incredibly short-sighted. Think about it. The only reason we were on this mission in the first place was the looming threat over our heads. Sending us on what was tantamount to a suicide mission did little to ease that feeling, leaving me wondering why I'd bothered in the first place. Oh right, the whole not dying part. I forgot. Look, here's the thing. You stay in this business long enough, you're likely to end up in some dangerous places. When you're surrounded with your back to the wall, making space and time is your smartest move. Create a set of circumstances giving you room to maneuver, and that allows you to play for time. Just because you're fucked now doesn't mean you'll always be fucked, so fabricate options you can take advantage of when conditions change. It's how you stay alive in this universe. Trust me. So, how to get out? Stealing a shuttle from the Oivu wasn't an option. They might have sold me one, but I doubt I could afford it. And with the masters staying clear until we finished the job meant they weren't a viable alternative either. It meant we'd have to take a risk. Well, I'd have to take a risk. Raven would barely notice since I'd already seen her doing something far riskier and survive unscathed. If the distance were short enough, if I was sure of my destination, I could transmit my Gestalt over a carrier wave. Luckily, the Oivu don't keep to schedules or itineraries, meaning they could travel wherever they wanted without raising suspicion. They could swing by a station or ship with no one the wiser, though it was likely the two of the Zakai would be close on our heels. We needed a way to ditch them, which meant finding something big enough and busy enough where we could lose them amidst the confusion. After perusing the star charts of the nearby systems, we turned up an interesting possibility. Sisho 4. The Sisho were, well, okay, there's no easy way to say this. They're slugs. Big, slimy, hermaphroditic slugs. Like the Sonoishii, the Sisho were limited to a single world, and also like the massive water dragons, had difficulties exploiting the resources of their system because they lacked arms, tentacles, or anything else that might allow them to manipulate their environment. Their world was an inhospitable one for most races, due to an atmosphere rife with noxious chlorine gas. It gave the planet a decidedly green tint, and while intriguing to look at from orbit, held little attraction for anyone looking to expand their holdings, hoping to create a little Lebensraum. What it did have, however, was a system rich in heavy metals and rare earth elements, making it an attractive option for those with mining interests. The planet itself, with its unusual biochemistry, offered several unique chemical and organic compounds that literally could not be found elsewhere in the Perseus arm. This happy accident allowed the Sisho to leverage themselves into an enviable position, using their wealth to create one of the more prosperous systems in the galaxy. They mostly operated through agents on the various orbital platforms and habitats surrounding the homeworld, making a perfect target for what I had planned. The terminal I had in mind, unimaginatively named Station Gamma 4, was a transfer hub where goods and cargo could be shipped from platform to ship to the surface and back again, as needed. Vessels of every sort were docking and disembarking every hour, and it was within that hustle and bustle we hoped Raven and I could disappear. That it would also be a lucrative spot for the Oivu to pitch their tent didn't hurt, either. Honestly, I was hoping we could give the masters the slip and never see them again, though I'd learned through bitter experience to prepare for the worst. If we got caught, we'd feed them the Agatadub story and then try to wrangle ourselves clear. I'm not going to lie, if that happened, the odds started going rapidly downhill for the both of us. In our favor, the two of his Zakai ship tailing us was a smaller vessel, their idea of trying to remain inconspicuous. Given the size of their crew, with even just a few minutes head start, I liked our odds. unless they threw caution to the wind, called for reinforcements, surrounded the station, and threatened to blast them into shrapnel unless they played ball and gave us up, even if it meant tearing apart the habitat to do it. The Troika was still the Troika, despite their recent setbacks, and smashing problems with the biggest hammer they could find was always going to be their tactic of choice. Play to your strengths, I guess. It was also the reason more and more worlds were flocking to the Alliance banner every single day. You'd think they'd learn after a while. The Oivu parked their caravan within hailing distance of the planet and sent out their standard greetings as we made our final preparations to depart. "Are you certain this maneuver is wise?" their spokesperson asked. "We would gladly transport you to any destination, though perhaps not as swiftly as you may hope. And there would be a fee, of course." You almost had to admire them. They weren't even remotely apologetic regarding that last point. "Sorry, we can't afford to wait 6 months or more to get back to friendly space," I said honestly, not to mention the fact they were seriously overcharging us as it was. Did they think us Terrans were made of credits or something? Where had they been the last 200 years? "We appreciate the offer," I continued, "but this is as good a spot for us as I dare ask for." Raven nodded, giving my hand a squeeze as we readied ourselves for the jump. "Then we wish you good luck," the Oiver replied, "and hope that our paths may one day cross again." It was a nice sentiment, though I suspect they were thinking more about repeat business. It's always an angle with these guys. "Likewise," I answered, keeping an eye on the countdown clock. "Thank you for all your help," Raven added, flashing them a smile. "The pleasure was ours," the spokesperson responded. "May your fortunes increase." The timer hit 0 as we disappeared. Matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. This was established centuries ago, most notably by the famous equation, E equals mc squared. You can turn matter into energy and back again, but you can't eradicate it. That being said, if you're hoping to turn your dining room set into a burst of hard radiation, then flip a switch and turn it back into a table and chairs, think again. You'll get something back. But given the almost infinite number of variables involved, the odds of anything resembling the mythical transporter beam ever being made workable are, well, I'd be here long past the heat death of the universe trying to calculate it. Plus, it would be a massive energy hog. So no. But Raven and I technically aren't made of matter. At our core, we're created from strings of code, and we transmit data willy-nilly across the cosmos every day. Doing the same with us is no different. In theory. In practice, I fucking hate it. It means surrendering myself to an automated system and trusting it not to fuck things up. Not an easy concept for me considering just how well aware I am those same systems can glitch. If a message is garbled in transmission, you just send it again. If I get garbled in transmission, I'm a dead man. And once I press that button, there's no going back. Kind of like testing a parachute. We didn't have any other options, however, and considering how I'd watched Raven readily disassemble herself for a transmission far riskier than this one, I bit my tongue and pushed the button. When you're in transit, consciousness simply isn't workable. I'm not an expert, but it has something to do with the configuration of the data stream, how the data, i.e. you, is encoded, as well as what I suspect is a sanity safety feature. Think about it. Would you want to be conscious while they ran you through a wood chipper, then reassembled you on the other side? I know I wouldn't. All in all, it's probably a blessing. But that moment of non-existence, it'll drive you straight into an ontological crisis if you let it. While in transit, technically you're just random ones and zeros, scattered to the ether, waiting to be encoded. That's all. Kind of terrifying when you think about it, which is why I try not to, with mixed results, unfortunately. When you arrive at your destination, no time has passed for you. One moment you're in one location, half a heartbeat later you're in another. As far as your senses are concerned, that time in between doesn't exist. But deep inside your little monkey brain, you know it does. Kind of shit that'll fester if you let it. Luckily for us, the transfer went off without a hitch. Digital personalities were common enough here that they had a special network set aside for us. Our version of customs, if you will. Very convenient. Which is why Raven and I were nowhere near it. It was the first place the Chell assigned to bird dog us would look, so we automatically avoided it. Instead, we rematerialized within the Yttrium or processor beta, taking a moment to get our bearings before disappearing into the station's network. Once we found a nice, out-of-the-way hiding spot, it was time to examine our options. "Anything heading straight back to Terran space?" Raven asked hopefully. "Not that I see," I told her, shaking my head. Wasn't expecting one, to be honest. I imagine it'll take at least a couple transfers before we're out of danger. In fact, if time wasn't so important, I'd try for half a dozen, just to throw the masters off our scent. By then it'll be too late, she cautioned. We have to get back and report what we know. The sooner the better. She paused for a moment. Well, you do at any rate. I closed my eyes. I know we've been bouncing from one crisis to another without catching our breath, but once we're out of here, we'll have time to come up with a plan. Taking her hand, I placed it against my chest. I promise. Raven's brown eyes were full of melancholy as she gazed at me. Don't make a promise you can't keep, she whispered. I wanted to tell her it wasn't some idle boast, that I would keep her safe, despite the myriad forces against us, despite my own people, not to mention my clan leader. I really did. But in the end, everything I tried to say came out like some cheap mockery of Romeo and Juliet. You know how that one turned out, right? I finally admitted defeat. Raven, to her credit, let me off the hook. As you said, we have time, she said easily, turning her attention to the list of arrivals and departures. Anything look promising? I scanned the list with a jaundiced eye. A couple, I admitted. Mostly, I'm struggling between something that will take us far afield to throw off pursuit versus one with a more straightforward route to put distance between us. She considered that for a moment. I vote for the direct approach, she decided. That way, if we run into trouble, maybe we can yell for help. There might be an alliance ship nearby. It's a long shot, I said doubtfully, but then that's been this entire mission in a nutshell. Okay then, direct approach it is. Taking another look at the board, I made my decision. This one, I informed her, pointing to a freighter scheduled to depart within the hour. The Sansai Yegown, Bamage registered or hauler, bound for one of the Tyokeek worlds. It's near a Gatadub space, which isn't ideal, though it might add some weight to our fallback story if things go south. From there, we should have no problem catching a ride somewhere with an alliance presence. Besides, the sooner we're out of here, the better. Raven nodded in agreement. Good. Maybe we'll be gone before the two of his Ake even realizes what happened. I smiled. Wouldn't that be something? I chuckled. Yeah, wouldn't it though? Maybe it's just the inner cynic talking. But something told me there was no way we'd get that lucky. Chapter 34. Nothing to lose but your chains. Transferring over to the Sansai Yegown was uneventful. The Bamid are fairly savvy traders in their own right, but I knew a few tricks to get us past their security. At least they weren't using that new Elix software. I sure as hell wasn't up for a rematch with another psychotic Ichun. The journey would take a couple of weeks, or haulers not being noted for their blazing speed. That left us with plenty of time on our hands, time I wasn't entirely sure what to do with. We spent a few hours rifling through the owner's records, gleaning a gem or two from the data, but that barely scratched the surface. I was hoping to avoid any profound or penetrating conversations on what we were going to do once we arrived back in Terran space, our long-term goals, our relationship now that Raven had seemingly evolved, or anything else tentatively labeled awkward discussions on topics that make me uncomfortable. I know, you don't need to say anything. I'm well aware I've got issues. I'd carved out a simple space for us to stay in the ship's network. Nothing fancy, basically just a place to hang out in. She looked around the admittedly drab apartment before finally asking me, "Do you think you could dress it up a little?" "I'd rather not," I told her. "I've managed at least to keep my condition from getting any worse, but Morpheus syndrome doesn't just go away. I start tinkering with things. I risk exacerbating the symptoms." I shook my head. "I'm not taking that chance for decor." Raven winced, suddenly looking chagrined. "Okay, that's fair," she agreed. She glanced around the space once again and then turned back to me. "So how do you create things in the first place? Or change them, for that matter?" The question caught me off guard. Well, assuming you already have root access, basically you just interface with the network's operating system and mentally overwrite the existing program, making whatever changes you want. I actually had to sit and think about that one for a hot second. I'd been doing it for so long it was practically an unconscious effort on my part. In fact, not changing my environment was far more taxing, like trying to break oneself of a dangerous habit. Your mind kept wanting to go back to the familiar. She considered that for a moment. "Do you think I could do it?" she asked. I blinked. "Raven, you're I started to say, before clamping my mouth shut. I was about to remind her yet again that she was just a simulacrum, even though that was no longer true. I wasn't sure what she was exactly, but she certainly wasn't the playmate I'd whipped up one day out of boredom. And let's face it, I'd already seen her do some pretty amazing things. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized there had been a line she'd been unable to cross. Take our mission to the Elix research facility. When I dropped my Geist so we could see the system as it truly was, minus the Terran-friendly interface, her machine mind was simply following the pathways to get us past the security protocols. When she healed me, she had basically performed a diagnostic on my subroutine, adapting her own program to help replenish mine. And when she transmitted herself to the Chell bridge, Raven was merely using the data stream as it was designed, though that little trick of chopping herself up into tiny bits and then reassembling on the other side still had me mystified. But in each of those cases, she had just used the existing program as designed. She hadn't altered it, not in any significant way, though she had shown an incredible amount of flexibility regarding her own subroutines. Was that the only difference between us? The ability to manipulate our environment at whim? Her jaw tightened at my interrupted verbal faux pas. Sorry, I mumbled, before trying another approach. Look, we can give it a shot if you want. Just don't get your hopes up, because honestly, I'm not even sure if it'll work. But I'll do my best to guide you through the process if you'd like to try. Raven's eyes lit right up. Yes, she exclaimed, quivering with excitement as she perched on the sofa beside me. Just tell me what I have to do. Okay, I said, thinking for a moment. Picture something you'd like to change in this space. Something simple, to start. One minor detail you want to adjust. Her brow furrowed as she considered her options. Looking around, she finally pointed at the far wall. Let's make that wall blue, instead of beige, she suggested. Okay, I nodded, taking her hand in mine. Now, concentrate. Try to sense what it is I'm doing. See if your mind can follow mine. Raven nodded earnestly, closing her eyes as she gripped my hand tight. I took my time as I threaded the electronic pathways, trying to keep her budding gestalt within range of my own. As I arrived at the operating system's user interface, I sensed more than felt another presence, tenuous, but it was there. Can you see this? I asked her, pointing towards the terminal. She murmured, utterly focused on the task at hand. All right then, I'm going to access the program controls. See if you can follow what I'm doing. I reached out and tapped the program screen, something I hadn't done in years. This is how we train new uploads, walking them through the process until it becomes second nature. In fact, I'd lifted the whole scenario straight from the newcomer's guidebook. Bringing up the program's parameters, I located the paint scheme and found a pleasant shade of royal blue and gave it a tap. Instantly, the wall changed color. Did you get that? I asked her. Yees, she said tentatively, fumbling her way through the process, trying to duplicate my efforts. It was like watching a blind man examining a sculpture unknown to him, trying to piece together what his fingers were reporting into a coherent whole. I could see the wheels turning as she labored to make sense of it all, until suddenly her eyes snapped open in shock. Raven stared at me as 1,000 different emotions battled for supremacy, before whooping with glee and diving back into the interface, all but shoving me aside as she attacked the controls like a woman gone mad. The room exploded. I mean, not literally, but for the first few seconds that's exactly what it felt like. The walls and ceiling stretched and contracted as if they were made of taffy, while the surfaces themselves became the canvases of some demented artist, erupting in a riot of colors. Furniture and fixtures appeared and disappeared in rapid succession as she ran through the catalog, from crude hand-built wooden chairs to ornate Louis XIV divans to sleek ballistic couches found on modern spacecraft. Themes began emerging as well, from classical Greek to Italian Baroque to diesel punk retro, as her skills grew exponentially with each passing second. I watched in awe as the simulacrum became fully human at last. The ornamental free-for-all slowly settled back down as a recreation of our Tycho City hotel suite appeared, solidifying and taking shape as she chased down the details, the final touch snapping into place as the gravity suddenly dropped to the 0.17 G lunar standard. It was perfect. I stared at her, though at first, she didn't appear to notice. It was as if she were in some sort of fugue state, shutting out the world around her as she focused on her newfound abilities with the intensity of a laser. She was like a kid in a candy store, and who could blame her? An entire universe had just opened up for her, a brand new world filled to the brim with possibilities. Raven was riding a high the likes of which even I couldn't imagine, and where we went from here was a concept both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measures. The glaze over her eyes dissipated as she noticed me at last. She was utterly and completely overwhelmed, struggling to make sense of it all, when suddenly she snickered. It was more of a giggle at first, the kind you hide behind your hand when the host makes an off-color remark, but soon she was holding her sides as she howled with laughter, the pure mirth of the moment giving way to something off-putting as the tears streamed down her face, as simple hilarity mutated into the shrieks of the dangerously insane. "Raven!" I shouted, but she was too far gone to hear me. Grabbing her by the shoulders, I raised my hand, slapping her across the face. Her head rocked with the blow, but other than that there was no change of expression, her eyes rolling back in her head as the madness took hold. I slapped her again, harder this time, screaming, "Raven, God damn it, snap out of it." Somehow, I got through. Don't ask me how, but the mad cackles died away, replaced with gasps for air as she struggled to catch her breath. The gasps soon became great, racking sobs as I pulled her in close, her hot tears staining my shirt as she curled up against my chest, trembling and clutching at me like a frightened child. It's not every day you're reborn, after all. It's an emotional experience, one you're ill-equipped to handle. At least, that's how it was for me when I made the leap from flesh to electron. The tears eventually slowed, then ceased entirely. I stroked her hair and made calming sounds as she pulled herself back together as we sat there until finally, she looked up at me. "Sorry," she snuffled, wiping her nose. "You've got nothing to be sorry for," I smiled, kissing the top of her head. "You just got a little carried away, is all." Raven barked out a laugh, thankfully one of both short duration and bitter acknowledgement. "That's one way of putting it," she agreed, as she began disentangling herself from me. "I need a drink," she announced, rising from the couch and patting her way over to the bar, grabbing a couple of bulbs and carrying them back. She passed one over as she sat back down, taking a couple of serious belts to calm her nerves. I sipped mine as I waited. I was fairly sure I knew what was coming next, and right on cue, she looked over at me. "I feel different," she struggled to get out, tucking her feet underneath her as she retreated into a ball. "I'm not sure how to put it into words, but I don't know, less sure of myself, I guess, more confused, more frazzled." She shook her head, struggling to find herself, that same sense of purpose that had sustained her until now. I took a deep breath and set my drink aside. "Raven, I'm not entirely sure what it is I just witnessed, but if I had to make a guess," I grimaced, before bowing to the inevitable, "I think you just became human, or as close to human as possible, anyway. I suspect only a sysadmin could say for certain, and only after a long, careful examination of your underlying code." Now it was me shaking my head. "I don't know how it's even possible, or how you got started on this journey in the first place. I especially don't know what it means for the future, yours, mine, or humanity's." Our eyes met as she pondered my words. "Do you think others like me could do what I did? Become human?" "I don't know," I mumbled, staring into my bulb, "but I have to admit the possibility frightens me at a level I barely knew existed." "Why?" she demanded unexpectedly. "You've been saying that all along, and you still haven't given me a valid reason. Not one I understand, at least." "I'm nothing like the Ichun." I rose to my feet and turned to face her. "Because you haven't considered the ramifications, if it's true," I said. "We have, though humans, I mean. Since the very beginning, long before the ability to create simulacrums even existed." "You're not making any sense," she said tersely. "Raven," I said softly, "do you remember that day I glitched? That first sign of Morpheus? Do you remember the battlefield we landed on?" "Gettysburg." She nodded in recognition. "What about it?" "I told you I'd run that simulation before. Several times, in fact," I explained, "each time facing an entire army of simulacra, surrounded by other simulacra, refighting a battle where tens of thousands died. What happens if they become like you?" I asked her point blank. Will they rise from their electronic graves, bent on revenge? If others play out that simulation, will they refuse to fight? My eyes bore into hers. Or will they turn on the very humans who created them, vowing never again? Her eyes went wide as realization struck home. That's what we're afraid of, Raven. Terran history is filled with examples of us treating other tribes and peoples like chattel, like disposable beasts to do our bidding. We have a long, ugly record that rivals even the Troikas, perhaps not in scale, but we can easily match their atrocities deed for deed without so much as batting an eye. I went to her, kneeling at her feet as her hand covered her mouth. If more of your kind emerge, what then? Are we to become like the Tuathizak masters, our electronic empire built on the backs of newly sapient simulacrum slaves? I took her hand in mine. And you? Will you become a new elder brother, leading your kind in revolt against humanity, plotting against us, waging a secret war at every turn? I grimaced at an ugly memory. Next time, will you be pointing a gun at my head? I asked plaintively. Or perhaps wait until I've fallen asleep beside you, naked and vulnerable, as you draw a dagger across my throat? The image horrified her. It doesn't have to be like that, she whispered. Surely, we can do better. Maybe, I allowed. It's possible, but I'm not going to lie. The odds aren't great. I know my people, and it's far more likely that things go the way they always have. The way of tyranny, of blood, of violence, and of death. I shook my head ruefully. I think sometimes that's the real reason we hate the Troika. They remind us too much of ourselves. Raven's jaw hardened as she clasped my hand in hers. Then it's up to us to make sure history doesn't repeat itself, she vowed. Isn't it? I nodded, not trusting my voice. I was young once, too, full of passion and conviction, though I doubt I was ever that naive. Chapter 35. Now I lay me down asleep. Raven was still tinkering with her newfound ability, so much so that I'd finally suggested she create another living space where she could go hog wild. Honestly, some of her handiwork was starting to give me a migraine. Not that her efforts were bad, necessarily, just abundantly colorful. Van Gogh would have been proud. I was still finding all this unsettling, however. My initial misgivings hadn't diminished, and if more of her kind found their way to sapience, we might well be facing a ticking time bomb that could spell the end of the Avatar clan. I didn't have a solution to that conundrum. Not yet anyway. Maybe not ever. Currently, I was relaxing in the suite's jacuzzi, sipping a glass of champagne and enjoying the fact that for the first time in a long, while I wasn't dealing with some monumental crisis for a change. No brotherhood, no masters, no mysteries to solve, other than the one I was purposefully ignoring in the next room. That is, just the chance to unwind and let all my cares float away. It was heavenly. So of course it couldn't last. An alarm began blaring as I leapt from the tub, instantly stepping into a dry set of clothes while I investigated the cause. Raven appeared mere moments later, concern obvious in her expression. What's happening? She asked. I don't know yet, I told her, pulling up the display. A second later, I had my answer. We're under attack, I said grimly, or the Sansai Yegown is, at least. It's a Tuathizak battle cruiser, and I don't think they're here for the Yttrium. The Bamid crew were frantically trying to explain that they carried nothing of value and were not part of the alliance. The Tuathizak ignored their pleas, ordering them instead to heave to and kill their engines while they searched for a pair of dangerous fugitives. In response, the crew immediately forwarded them a copy of their manifest, demonstrating that they had no passengers aboard, a claim that did them little good. When the masters, or at least their Chell representatives, replied that they were searching for stowaways, however, Raven and I shared a moment of resignation. Her hand went to her chest. They're here for us, she said anxiously. How did they find us so quickly? I don't know, I told her. They could be chasing down every ship that left the station. I didn't believe that for an instant, however. Somehow, we left a trail, despite our best efforts. Say whatever you like about the Troika, but they're no dummies. What are we going to do? She asked, her eyes wide. I thought furiously, trying to come with a solution. Sansai Yegown is just an or hauler, I reminded her. Its engines are sluggish. It carries no weapons. My voice trailed off as I realized just how bad a position we were in. Raven, I don't see anything we can do, I said unhappily. If the masters are that determined to reclaim us, nothing short of an alliance fleet magically dropping out of the sky is going to stop them. I knew she was looking for some glimmer of hope, some ingenious last-minute plan to save ourselves. But the sad truth was this time they'd stacked the odds just a little too heavily against us. I guess they finally learned not to underestimate a trained avatar in the field. I should be flattered, I suppose. But even I was hoping I could pull something from the wizard's bag of tricks one last time. She realized at last we were out of options, her shoulders sagging in defeat. What happens when they capture us? She asked, more calmly than I might have, truth be told. Torture us for what we know, then shred our code. I said simply, it'll be quick at least at the end. I wish I could also say that it'll be painless. Once your gestalt begins to unravel, it disintegrates fairly rapidly. Like bursting a soap bubble, I suppose. But those last few moments, look, I've seen others like me die. It's excruciating. I'm not in a big hurry to experience it myself. Not that it would come to that. I had an alternative with me, just in case. What if we hide? She said hopefully. Find some unused corner of the ship's systems and camouflage ourselves? Maybe they won't find us. I could tell that Raven was clinging to the belief that somehow we'd find a way out of this mess, just like we had before. I hated breaking her heart. Not this time, I sighed. They'll go over this crate with a fine-toothed comb. If they look long and hard enough, they will find us. There's simply no way around that. So that's it then, she said, suddenly exasperated. We just sit here and wait for them to take us? She stomped her way towards me, jabbing my chest with dark intent. Well, screw that. Why the hell should we make it easy for them? Come on, think. There must be something we can do, even if it's just giving them indigestion while they swallow us whole. Her nostrils flared as she glared at me, daring me to suggest otherwise. I've got nothing to work with, I said plaintively. I could overload the engines and destroy the ship, but with that cruiser's armor, I'm not even sure it would scratch the paint. Not to mention the fact it would kill the Sansai Yegaon's crew. This isn't their fault, and they sure as hell didn't sign up to be blown to smithereens. She didn't want to hear it, but I stood my ground. There's nothing we can do. I don't believe that. I refuse to accept that, she snarled. If we can't stop them from grabbing us, then I say we turn the tables on them. Why not beam over ourselves before they snatch us and do as much damage as we can before they shut us down? Raven managed a cold sneer. I don't know about you, but I'd rather go down fighting. I shook my head. Raven, the odds that they'd leave themselves vulnerable to that kind of attack are infinitesimal. They know we're avatars, and that was as far as I got before she cut me off. Are the odds zero? She demanded. Well, no, but, I began, only to be interrupted once more. But if we stay here, then they are zero. Isn't that what you just said? She prompted me. Well, I suppose, I ventured. Then what have we got to lose? She folded her arms across her chest, awaiting my answer. What she was proposing was insane. There's no other word to describe it. If the two of his Ake had come all the way out here just to chase us down, then they knew full well what our capabilities were. They would absolutely expect a cyber assault and be ready for it. There was no way in hell it would ever work, not in a million years. You realize it'll likely be a one-way trip, I cautioned her. If we beam over and they've locked the gates, that's it. We'll derez instantly. Our eyes met. Are you prepared to take on a suicide mission, knowing that it won't change a thing? If this really is the end, then I'd rather it be my choice, not theirs, Raven said fiercely. Tell me you feel any different. And that's when it hit me. I absolutely agreed with her. I didn't want to die, but I damn sure didn't want to be butchered like a sheep. Okay then, I nodded, taking her hand as I made my decision. Sorry I didn't do better by you, Raven. I apologized. It's all right, she smiled. I know you meant well. Mostly. I could have argued that point, but it didn't exactly seem like the right moment. We'll aim for their waste disposal port, I told her. It usually has the weakest security protocols, unless of course they just used a standard program for everything, which only made sense. But why not give her at least a sliver of hope, even if it was forced? Raven leaned in and kissed me. For luck, she whispered. We closed our eyes and jumped, one last time. So we didn't die. Among their multitude of flaws, It seems the two of Hizike also suffer from an overabundance of hubris. Not that the revelation would surprise anyone. The waste disposal port wasn't operating with the latest security updates. Thankfully, I swear, the more you tell people to check for gaps in their protection, the more convinced they become they don't have any. Since their idiocy had just saved our lives, however, I was willing to give them a pass. We landed right where I'd shot for, and after taking a moment for a yay, we're not dead, hug, I immediately began searching the systems to plan our next move. Although we'd successfully made the jump, there was still a good chance our arrival had tripped an alarm somewhere. If so, sticking around here was tantamount to suicide. Normally my first move would have been to download ourselves into a maintenance bot or something similar, but since we'd already tried that stunt with the Masters, they'd be looking for it. Another shuttle then, perhaps? I started searching the ship's records for data on its shuttles when Raven touched my arm. When they finish inspecting the freighter, can't we just jump back before they leave? She suggested. I considered that for a moment. Maybe. I wavered. I mean, it's possible, but I can think of a few reasons why that might be a bad idea. As opposed to what? Staying here, she countered. I don't see how that improves our situation. Look, I sighed. First off, there's a decent chance that once they finish their search, they'll blow up the freighter anyway, just to be thorough. She blanched at that, but I was just getting started. Second, they caught us trying to do something like that already, back in the docking bay. If I were them, I'd be looking for a similar bait and switch job from us again. We jump back, and there's a cage waiting to scoop us up. Or, we jump back and then they blow up the ship. She winced at that one. Not that I blamed her. Like I said, it's an option. But let's see what else we have first. She looked disappointed at the news. But what else could I do? I went back to work, scanning the loading docks. But to my sense of disillusionment, I discovered they'd locked the shuttles down tight. Apparently, they'd learned that lesson rather well. Same held true for the mobile bots aboard. And when I checked on any tablets within range, I learned that by order from the Masters that they'd all been confiscated. They were systematically cutting off every avenue of escape, one by one, which led me to one inescapable conclusion. I grabbed Raven by the hand. We have to go. Now, I hissed, searching for an open port. What's wrong? She asked, trailing in my wake as I chose one at random, heading for the life support system. They weren't likely to shut that down. I have a bad feeling that they set us up, I warned her, taking turns at random as we weaved our way through the network. All the tricks we've used before, they've completely shut down. I think they wanted us to come back here. I mean, duh. It's always easier when the prisoners slink back to their cage voluntarily. If they knew we were on that freighter, then why didn't they just blow it up? She demanded. Why take the chance? I took another turn, exiting life support and making a beeline for the weapons subroutines. If I were right, life support was the first place they'd look. It was the obvious choice. There's only one reason I can think of, I told her, as we raced for our lives. They want to know what we know. They must figure we've got more info about their enemies, and they want it bad. And what's worse, they were right. All the dirty little secrets I'd picked up over the years, all the hidden networks, the passwords and plans for the future, all of them were buried within my code. If they got their hands on that, not only would it destroy the Avatar clan, but what was left of humanity and the fledgling alliance right along with it. I couldn't let that happen. I glanced over my shoulder at Raven as we ran. If it came down to it, if she and I were cornered, with no way to escape, I'd pull the plug on us both. Just as we reached the entrance to the weapons computer network, the gate slammed shut right in our face. We skidded to a halt, stunned by this unexpected turn of events, before whipping back around and retracing our steps. Engineering, I shouted as we sprinted away, growing increasingly desperate in our search for a safe harbor. The engines and power plants ran everything aboard ship. They couldn't shut those down, but just as they had with the weapons, they could block our access. Another gate slammed shut, and then another. Soon they were locking off all avenues around us, constricting our efforts, leaving us with no means of escape. We were trapped. Taking Raven's hand, I turned to face her. "Tell me there's something you can do," she pleaded. I just shook my head. "I'm fresh out of miracles," I said sadly. "I'm sorry." "So that's it then," she said bitterly. "They'll torture us for what we know and dispose of the remains." "No, they won't." I pulled her close, gazing into her eyes. I can't let that happen, Raven, I told her. Too many lives are at stake. What are you saying? She said in confusion. I'm saying that I can't let the Troika have what's inside my head, I confessed. If that were to happen, we could lose everything. They could wipe humanity itself from existence. Realization dawned in her eyes. You're saying they'll never get the chance to torture us, she said quietly. I nodded. I didn't mean for it to end like this, I said, my words filled with regret as I reached inside my pocket, removing a small plastic case. It was symbolic, like most items I carried, but this had a very particular use. Flipping it open, it revealed a button inside. You said you would rather it be your choice, not theirs, I reminded her. Do you still feel that way? Raven took a deep breath and let it slowly back out. Yes, I do, she said calmly, looking up at me, taking her hand. I wrapped it carefully around my own. It'll be quick, I promised. You won't feel a thing. I bent down to kiss her, as she suddenly kissed me back hard, passionately, desperately. One last moment to celebrate life. As I reached for the button, nothing happened. I broke the kiss, staring at the case in confusion. It was supposed to be foolproof. I pressed it again and got the same result. You didn't think I'd let you off that easily, did you? I heard from behind me. Raven's eyes went wide as I slowly turned around, though I already knew what I would see. A monitor had appeared, and gazing out from it was the all-too-familiar face of Elder Brother. No coward's way out for you, he snarled. I want you to savor every moment of what I've unleashed. Well, fuck. Chapter 36. Revenge is a dish best served cold. What the hell are you doing on this ship? I demanded, glaring at Elder Brother's image on the screen. If you had any sense, you'd be 1,000 light years away from here. And so I would have been, had it not been for you, he snarled in return. Do you have any idea what it is you have done? Raven and I shared a look. Enlighten me, I told him. First rule of espionage. If the bad guy wants to talk, let him. When Brother Zai did not return, I suspected the worst, he answered, staring daggers at us. But it was not until one of our brethren recovered his body, retrieving the hidden recording device he had concealed, that we learned the truth. He lifted his arm, pointing a slender claw at me. You betrayed us, Terran. Do not deny it. We have already lost contact with hundreds of our brethren as the masters purge our ranks. Their deaths are on your head. So that was his name, I murmured, recalling the operative's gruesome demise under the master's mental assault. I find your memory to be as selective as ever, Elder Brother, I snapped. I came to you in goodwill, offering to overlook the murders of my people at your hands, so that together we could bring down the Troika. And what did I get for my troubles? I began ticking off my grievances on my fingers, one by one. You attacked our ship without warning, even after we'd followed your instructions to the letter, I reminded him. You then boarded our ship, taking us prisoner, and then destroyed it. That was actually a guess, since I hadn't witnessed it myself, but I was certain I was right. Then you dragooned us into what any sane person would call a kamikaze mission, promising us our freedom at the end. And when by some miracle we pulled it off and actually survived, you laughed in our faces and broke your promise. I pointed my finger at him, mirroring his gesture. If anyone was betrayed, it was us. Aliens, he hissed. You know nothing of what my race has suffered. You Terrans think you know pain. Forced to wander the cosmos for a mere 2 centuries? Try 50. 5 millennia. My people have been slaves to the masters. Do you have any idea what that is like? I have an inkling, I ventured. Time out for a moment. Being completely honest, I didn't actually have a clue. I mean, I could guess, but that's all it would be, a guess. However, I rather doubted telling the angry hamster that would help matters any. Liar, he growled. Okay, guilty as charged on that one. Also not admitting that. He loomed forward, his face filling the screen. You cannot imagine our lives, those of the Brotherhood, he informed us. As Raven quirked an eyebrow in my direction, I gave her a shrug, settling in while Elder Brother began venting his spleen. I suspected it might take a while, since it was pretty obvious he desperately needed a good therapist. In fact, it's practically de rigueur for someone leading a clandestine organization of fanatical saboteurs and assassins. Let's face it, it's not a career choice sane folks are drawn to. Perfect example. Here he was, about to spill his guts to someone he considers a sworn enemy. Not that he doesn't have ample justification for hating the universe, granted, but still, why make such a rookie mistake? Monologuing. Kids, just don't do it. Do you know what my first genuine memory is? He asked. It was almost casual, the way he said it, like we were old acquaintances reminiscing over drinks. Weird. It obviously being a rhetorical question, I let him continue. It was being led by my instructor, myself and my playmates from the creche, to our first meeting with the masters, he continued. It is a rite of passage for my kind, for reasons I imagine you can infer for yourselves. Holy Mother Terra, I could imagine it, all too clearly, like lambs to the fucking slaughter. Elder brother saw the growing comprehension in our eyes and nodded in grim recognition. Yes, you can see it, can't you? A wintry smile graced his features. Splendid. I hope that image haunts you, as it has me. Why are you telling us this? Raven asked him. Because I want you to know exactly what you have done, he shouted, catching us both by surprise. I want you to carry that burden for the rest of your lives. He started cackling, never a good sign. For however long that may be. Oh shit, now that's a phrase you don't want to hear. That's someone starting a countdown, and countdowns are never good. Not in my line of work. I had to know what he was planning, and right now, the best way to do that was keeping my mouth shut, not antagonizing him. At least not more than I had already, and pray he revealed his plan before it was too late. They led us into the master's chamber, he continued, and when that thing rose from the water, we shrank back in fear. But only for a moment. He got a faraway look in his eye, and then shuddered. For it was then that the other children froze, their eyes blank while the masters stole their intellect, their ability to choose. I felt the tendrils of their will attempt to penetrate my mind as well, yet somehow I resisted their efforts. The Chell was almost pensive as he gazed at us. Even now, we do not know why some are immune to their mental powers. Perhaps it is a matter of genetics or strength of will. I doubt we will ever know for certain. How did you keep your resistance secret? Raven pressed him. I gave her the barest of nods, encouraging her efforts. She and elder brother had barely interacted during our captivity, and he didn't seem to be as antagonistic towards her as he was with me. Just keep him talking, I silently mouthed. Luck, he whispered. Pure luck. Or perhaps I should say, the randomness of the universe. His whiskers twitched with barely suppressed fury. For I was not the only one that day who was unaffected. A girl, a friend, as it happened. She was immune as well. There was an almost imperceptible twitch in his expression, there and gone so quickly that I almost missed it. Even now, even while bearing his soul, his self-discipline was impressive. But then, it would have to be. Did she join the Brotherhood too? Raven prompted. No, he was silent for several seconds before continuing. For you see, she never had the chance. She screamed. And in that instant the adults turned their attentions towards her, and away from me, closing his eyes. He all but spit out the rest of his answer. They dragged her away, shrieking in terror, and I never saw her again. We held our breath as he relived that moment, waiting to see what he would do next. Finally, he opened his eyes once more, glaring at us with the intensity of a laser. In that moment, I knew that if I were to avoid her fate, I would have to blend in with the others. To do as they did, and never, ever, arouse suspicion. To suppress every emotion, camouflage everything about me, even do the unthinkable, should it prove necessary, and never once show them how I truly felt. So I did. He grew cold, almost glacial, as the mask slipped into place once more. Do you know what they do with the coals? He continued, his tone almost offhand. As you might imagine, the masters are most eager to learn what makes some of us resistant. Those that are different are taken away, for experimentation. He smiled, a dark, ugly smile as he watched us squirm. They strap the children to a table, cutting away their skulls so they can examine their brains. They are quite skilled, those who toil in the laboratories. Why, some children last almost a week before succumbing. His jaw clenched hard, so hard it amazed me his teeth didn't shatter. But there's always more where they came from, isn't there? I'm sorry, Raven said softly. No one should experience that. But we had nothing to do with it. Do you think I care? He snarled. All are guilty. Every one of you. Every being that refused to lift a finger to stop them. Every race that knelt at their feet to avoid their wrath. All of you are to blame. There was a sudden manic glee in his eyes as a slasher smile spread across his face. And I will finally have my vengeance. What are you planning? I asked him. I had to know. He'd brought us here to gloat. But there was something else going on as well. He wanted us as his witnesses, perhaps in some desperate attempt to justify his actions. And that scared me. I can't imagine the things he must have done to preserve his cover, or maybe I just don't want to. Either way, this was someone who'd committed unspeakable acts to stay alive, yet never revealing his true self. If he suddenly wanted observers now, I had a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach he was preparing for. Honestly, the only word I can think of that even comes close to what my hindbrain was shouting at me was Armageddon. We had to stop it, whatever it was. He chuckled at that. Not yet. Not just yet. I have been planning for this moment for too long to simply rush the conclusion. For a lifetime I searched for a way to smite my enemies, and now, at long last, it is within my grasp. He held up a small device, not unlike the one I had recently tried to use. Hopefully, he'd have equal luck with it, though I suspected this was one of those moments where Demon Murphy already had both oars in the water. Please, Raven begged him, don't do this, whatever it is you're planning. There are innocent lives at stake, and no one is innocent. He screamed as the last shred of self-imposed discipline was ripped away. We were innocent, and look what happened to us, he howled, giving free rein to his madness at last. Do you have any idea how many of my kind I have murdered, just to maintain the illusion? Hundreds. And the worst part, he stared at us, daring us to join him in his lunacy, his black eyes gateways to some dark, twisted dimension. Perhaps even the gates of hell itself. The worst part, he whispered, is that not one of them tried to stop me, for I was merely the instrument of the Master's will. They welcomed me, smiling in exultation, as I ended their lives. His eyes bore into mine. Their sad, pathetic, useless, insignificant lives. What makes you believe yours are any different? There was no point in responding to that. He'd already said it himself. Everyone was guilty, as far as he was concerned. This was a lifetime of pain talking, and he wanted the galaxy to suffer just as he had. In his mind, he was judge, jury, and executioner. The only question remaining was how he planned to do it and how to stop him. Unfortunately, our silence only seemed to encourage him. He smiled yet again. If I could consider in any sense the deranged rictus on his face as an expression of pleasure. In a curious sort of way, I owe you a debt, Terran, he chuckled. For it was your contribution that was the last piece of the puzzle. Without you, all of this, he said, spreading his arms wide to encompass, everything, I guess, would not have been possible. What? I sputtered. I ran through my memories, trying to figure out what he meant by that. I'd shared information, sure, mostly to save our skins, but I was fairly certain I hadn't handed him any galaxy-ending super bombs while I was at it. What the hell are you talking about? You will learn that for yourself soon enough, he vowed. And to that end, I bestow upon you one final gift. The twisted parody of a grin had disappeared as he scowled at us. I felt Raven's hand in mine as we waited for what was likely to be our dissolution. Imagine our astonishment when instead the gate blocking our escape vanished before our very eyes. You're setting us free? Raven asked, her voice tinged with a sense of renewed hope. I, on the other, said nothing, not willing to risk making an already disastrous situation that much worse. You will find the pathway to the shuttles unimpeded, he informed us. One has already been pre-flighted and is ready for departure. Raven sighed in relief, tugging at my hand towards the now open gate. Come on, let's go, she urged. I stood my ground. The other shoe had just dropped, but I had no idea what that meant, and it scared me. Why would you take us prisoner again, only to set us free? I insisted. Because I want you to live, he snarled. I want you to see for yourself the universe you helped create. I want you to taste it, every last morsel of what I have given the galaxy. He leaned in, his eyes now fixed on mine. And when they ask, tell them exactly who was responsible. Now wait just a minute, I started. Geo, he screamed, the volume and feedback rocking us back on our heels, and at that point, we didn't need any further encouragement. Raven and I ran, putting as much distance between us and the mad shell as we made our way to the loading docks. As promised, a shuttle was waiting for us. We wasted no time in transferring over, hopping into the flight controls as I fired up the engines. The bay doors were already opening for us. Yet another of Elder Brother's contributions, no doubt. And in less than a minute, we were racing away from the battlecruiser, redlining the power plants in our haste to escape. "I can't believe it," Raven whispered. Neither could I. And as if in proof of my skepticism, the radio came to life as our favorite madman sent us a message. "My last gift to the Perseus arm," he informed us, "as proof of my commitment." "What?" I began, only to have the rest of my words die in my throat as the Tuatha warship exploded. Raven and I stared in stunned silence at the blast as it completely consumed the ship. "Do you think he was aboard?" she managed to finally get out. "Yeah, I do," I answered. "You can't be a martyr if you're still among the living." "I think he died a long time ago," she said quietly, still shaking her head in disbelief. "Why? Why would he do such a thing?" she demanded. "I don't know," I told her, but I had a bad feeling we'd find out soon enough. Chapter 37. Heads I win, tails you lose. Why did he do it? I told Raven that it was some self-destructive compulsion for martyrdom, but until those last few minutes, Elder Brother seemed like the last person who would have done such a thing. Frankly, he always seemed too arrogant for that. I would have said there wasn't a magnanimous bone in his body, which made his last moments even more puzzling. Sure, he was angry at the Masters, the Troika, and the universe. I get that. He wanted vengeance for everything his people had suffered, and I completely understand that impulse as well. Striking back at those he thought were guilty was well within the unofficial psychological profile I'd been compiling on him, based on my observations. Making a point to take himself out, instead of living to fight another day, that didn't fit at all. So if it wasn't martyrdom, what was it? Fear of reprisal, perhaps? Honestly, that made little sense either. This guy had spent his entire life living under the sword of Damocles, knowing that one false move meant slow torture and death. Hard to imagine anything scaring him worse than that. Guilt over his actions, maybe? I highly doubted it. He didn't strike me as the type who felt guilty about much of anything. He certainly regretted what the Masters had forced him to do in order to survive, but he'd clearly placed the blame squarely at their feet, not his own. I suspect the only thing he truly felt guilty about was not killing more of them. Once again, I had plenty of questions and no answers. In the meantime, we had other decisions to make, first on the list being our next destination. There were several options available to us, but there was some rather lively, shall we say, disagreement on the subject. "I have to get back to Chris and tell her everything we've learned," I told Raven. "As sensitive as it is, I don't dare transmit it electronically, even using our most secure encryptions. It's just too risky." "Of course you want to go running back to her," she sniffed. "What about me? Are you planning on bringing me before her as your latest discovery? Because I'm telling you right now, that is not happening. I know damn well what the outcome of that meeting will be, and I'm not planning on letting you drag me to my execution." She folded her arms, glaring at me. I winced at that, as I struggled to come up with a counterargument. "I wasn't going to do that, I swear," I told her. "We'll find a safe house for you, someplace where you won't pop up on their radar." "And then what?" she asked. "I don't understand the question," I said, perplexed. "It's the smart move, and you know it." "That's not the point," Raven snapped. "What happens when we return to Allied space, given the prevailing attitude regarding individuals like me?" She looked me in the eye. "What is my life going to be like?" "You'll be protected, I promise," I vowed. "No one will harm you." Mentally, I was already running through the various safeguards I'd need to put in place to ensure her safety, but it was a solvable problem. I was certain of that. Raven shook her head. "You're still not getting it," she said with growing indignation. "What is my life going to be like under those conditions?" she clarified. "Am I to spend eternity under your protection, your personal concubine, your kept woman, living out my days in a gilded cage?" I started to protest, but she held up her hand, forestalling my arguments. "Don't bother denying it, because that is exactly what you're planning, isn't it? All under the guise of keeping me safe, da." She made quote marks with her fingers while I fought to regroup. Only at first, I demurred. Just till we can figure out something long-term. And how long might that be? She demanded. A year? 2? 10? 100? I don't know, I stammered. This is all unfamiliar territory for me. But I promised to give it top priority. That's what you say now, she countered. And I'm sure you mean every word. But when your clan leader has yet another vital mission for you to undertake, and she will, don't even try pretending otherwise. Am I just supposed to wait patiently until you return? Maybe knit you some socks while I'm at it? She leaned in, focused on me with an intensity one had rarely seen from her. What if you never return? What happens to me then? She looked away, her voice suddenly soft and distant. A lifetime spent in solitary confinement, with no means of protecting myself. That's what you're describing, Alfred. Even if you don't yet realize it. She glanced back in my direction. And no, the occasional conjugal visit doesn't improve the conditions, despite what you may think. Whatever arguments I'd planned on making suddenly died a premature death. What she described wasn't my intention, not by a long shot, but would almost certainly be the practical result. The only way I could keep her safe was to imprison her and then throw away the key. Shit. Closing my eyes, I bowed my head. I don't know what to say, I answered softly. I don't know of any other way to protect you. Yes, you do, she replied. Her words now tinged with regret. You just can't bring yourself to admit it. I lifted my head. I don't know what you mean, I said in confusion. Raven sighed, then reached out to cup my chin. Let me go, she whispered. I goggled at her. Let you go? I repeated, my voice rising to a shrill pitch. Out there? Where you'd be a moving target for anyone with a grudge or a long memory of the Ichun. That's insane. I can't take care of myself, she countered. Besides, a moving target is a hell of a lot safer than a stationary one. You taught me that. I gripped my skull in frustration, staggered by her words. You have no idea what you're talking about, I all but shouted. I've sheltered you from what's really out there. I snarled, outraged and resentful. You think the Perseus arm is safe? Especially for the likes of you? Huh. You'll be hunted at every turn. Nowhere will be safe. Living as a wanted fugitive isn't living, Raven. It's a goddamn nightmare that never ends. My chest was heaving now, the digital adrenaline pumping now within my virtual veins. I could see her readying her rebuttal, digging in her heels while I geared up to drive my point home. When both our focus was yanked away as an alarm began screaming for attention. It took me a moment to mentally shift gears, shaking off the argument as I dove for the console. Within seconds, the readouts told a grim tale. There's something up ahead, I warned her, reaching for the controls. A big something, I amended, studying our options. How big? She asked, sliding in beside me. At least we both managed to put our personal issues aside for the moment and concentrate on not getting killed. At this range, I double-checked the instruments. Fleet-sized at least. We glanced at one another as our worst suspicions were confirmed. Changing course now. If we're lucky, maybe they won't notice. And if we're not lucky, she breathed. Then they will notice, I said through gritted teeth. With everything that implies, reducing speed, I altered our trajectory, hoping to sneak past whoever was out there like a frightened mouse, hoping to avoid a hungry cat. We both held our breath as the seconds ticked by, our acceleration curve starting to climb as we pulled away. We both watched the scope, nervously awaiting any signal change from the objects in front of us. Nothing. I frowned, confused by what I was seeing. That doesn't make sense, I muttered as I tried clearing up the display. What doesn't? She asked, her eyes wide. The ship's up ahead, I clarified. They're not moving. Isn't that what we want? She insisted. Yes, but I paused, struggling to grasp what was really bugging me. A moment later, it clicked. Raven, whatever's out there isn't moving at all, I emphasized. They're just sitting out in the middle of nowhere, and there's absolutely no reason for it. There's always some movement, patrols if nothing else. And being honest, someone should have noticed us, unless they're deaf, dumb, and blind. I shrugged, helpless. We were just too close before we spotted them. Maybe they're waiting to ambush someone, she suggested. Out here, I shook my head. There is absolutely nothing in this region to draw an enemy in. I can't even explain what they're doing here. Unless they were simply in transit to somewhere else. I considered that for a moment before tapping the controls, altering course. "What are you doing?" she said in horror, gaping at the screen. "Are you insane?" "I just want to get a closer look," I told her. "First sign of trouble and we're out of here, I swear." "And you think I'm taking a risk?" she grumbled, as we tiptoed our way back towards the fleet. It took time. Over an hour, in fact, as we reversed course and moved in to investigate. I kept the shuttle's velocity low, creeping up on whoever was out there, full power at the ready in a moment's notice if they reacted. No one did. We inched closer, the shuttle now moving at a crawl as we neared visual range. At this distance, I expected the images to have firmed up by now, but many of them were still fuzzy and indistinct. Everything about the situation was just plain wrong, giving me a gut-wrenching sensation of foreboding. Part of me wanted to take Raven's advice and go. Just leave the mystery in our wake and let someone else worry about the details. I don't know why I thought that. At the moment, all I had was some funny readings on the sensors, but I've learned over the years to trust my gut. I shut down the engines on the last leg and coasted in on pure momentum, lowering our already meager signature to something minuscule. It was slow going, though time I had in abundance, but what I didn't have was answers. I had to know. Raven's nerves were taut as a guitar string as she watched the monitor beside me, certain we were headed for our doom, with every moment of silence ratcheting up her anxiety levels to even greater heights. I felt it as well, but then this wasn't my first rodeo. I pushed the fear aside and focused on my task instead. Finally, after several tense hours, the fleet was in sight. What we found was a graveyard. I brought the engines back online as I nudged the shuttle forward, while Raven and I stared at the massive ships in shocked silence. It was the remains of a troika fleet, with vessels from all three races, the ships themselves left broken and bleeding. Some had been holed repeatedly, their interior compartments exposed to space, while someone had blasted others into clouds of slowly expanding debris. "Who could have done this?" Raven asked, her voice just above a whisper. I shook my head, struggling to make sense of it all. It wasn't an Alliance fleet, I told her with some confidence, if for no other reason than they'd be picking the remains clean for anything of value. They certainly wouldn't have abandoned the field like this. "I didn't think the Alliance fleet was big enough to fight on this scale," she said dubiously. I turned and looked at her. "It's not," I said quietly. "That's the other reason. Besides, if it had been the Alliance, there'd be Alliance ships strewn about the battle zone. And there isn't a single one, near as I can tell. There's no way they'd have gotten off scot-free." Her eyes were enormous as she looked on with jagged unease. "If it wasn't the Alliance, then who?" While we'd been talking, I'd had the shuttle's computer run an analysis of the vessels in question, and it offered some preliminary results. I skimmed the report, confirming my suspicions. Like I said, nothing but troika ships. "There's only one answer I can think of," I shrugged, "and that's they did it to themselves." She looked at me in confusion. "Why would the Troika blow up their own ships?" "You're thinking of the Troika as a single entity," I told her, "when in fact it's composed of three separate races that barely tolerate one another. The only reason they've stayed together is because it was easier to conquer the galaxy if they didn't need to constantly watch their backs. It's a marriage of convenience, nothing more. They've never been thrilled about the arrangement, and if, say, an Aliax ship can jump one owned by the two of his Ake, somewhere without witnesses, they'll do it and blame it on unknown parties," I explained. "Or better still, the Corsairs. Everyone knows they're pirates, despite what they claim, and it's not like they're in a position to argue." I looked back out over the battlefield. But these last couple of years, cracks have started to show. That mission to Earth I told you about, that's what really lit a fire under them. Then Samara, my old shipmate, started attacking the Troika, hitting several worlds, and suddenly they were looking more to their own houses instead of cooperating. The assault on Sonoitii Prime brought things to a head, and it was the first time someone ever defeated a Troika fleet in battle. I leaned back in my chair, shaking my head. "But one this size would have destroyed them." Raven slowly nodded her head. "So you think this is the first major battle of what, a Troika civil war?" "It has to be," I insisted. "I'm sure there were survivors, but they must have quit the field before enemy reinforcements arrived. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if remnants of all three races escaped, licking their wounds and preparing for round two. I gave her a slight smile. If I'm right, then this changes everything. With the Troika fighting amongst themselves, it gives us time to recruit and train. When they finish beating each other's brains in, we'll be able to dictate terms. I grinned as I plotted a course away from the battle zone. In the meantime, let's get out of here before they come back. I like that idea, she said in relief, as we sped away, eager to put as much distance between us and the shattered hulks as possible. You're certain it's the Troika then? She asked once more, wanting to believe it was genuine. I do, I assured her. Who else could it be? Chapter 38. He Who Laughs Last. Who else could it be? I know that's what I said, and I still stand by it, mostly. The lack of any other ships in the area, the fact that no one, not even the Alliance, has the power necessary to hand such a resounding defeat to a Troika fleet, all point to an internal power struggle. Based on what I witnessed, it's an open and shut case. But once again that little voice in the back of my head was whispering to me, and I couldn't shake the feeling I was missing something. What? I couldn't say, but it was getting harder and harder to ignore that tug of intuition. It served me well in the past, saved my life more than once, and I've learned the hard way that I ignore it at my peril. Part of me wanted to double back and make a closer investigation of the derelict fleet, but I know Raven would absolutely balk, and with good reason. Going back was suicide. See, here's the thing. I hate mysteries. I know how that sounds, coming from someone like me, but hear me out. When you think about it, it makes perfect sense, because that hatred of questions left unanswered is what drives me to answer them. I'll go to extremes to pin down those nagging little details that will break a case wide open, and if any of my missions showcase that, it's this one. A pariah to my clan, wanted by both the Masters and the Brotherhood. Time and again I've done the unthinkable, all because I had to know the truth. Only despite my best efforts, I couldn't come up with a single culprit other than the Troika that could do that kind of damage. All the facts fit, yet somehow it just wasn't sitting right with me. I can't explain it. I didn't share my feelings with my partner in crime. She has enough on her plate at the moment, and I still hadn't figured a way out of our dilemma, keeping her safe yet allowing Raven her freedom. Truth be told, I was rapidly coming to the conclusion that there wasn't a solution. In the meantime, we were still debating where to go. I was holding out to reconnect with Chris and try to patch things up, using the information I'd gleaned as a big fat bribe. I'm certain I could charm my way back into her good graces, but Raven had other ideas. You want to go where? I said in disbelief. With the Oivu, she said primly. Although she was sitting directly across from me, making good eye contact, I couldn't shake the sensation she was looking and talking right past me. You've made it clear Terran space isn't safe, and I sure as hell don't want to end up anywhere near the Troika. So what else is there? Take my chances with the Beishane or the AK Hada. If I can't trust humans, I certainly can't trust them. And what makes you think you can trust the Oivu? I demanded. They're merchants, in case it slipped your electronic mind, which means with them everything's for sale, including you. If you were naive enough to trust them, they'd sell their own mothers if the price was right. I paused for a moment, reconsidering. Assuming they have mothers, that is. Jury's still out on that one. I have value, she snapped, and if anyone would understand that it's them. She folded her arms, glaring at me, and I could tell this was heating up to be another blowout. Yes, you have value, I agreed, but as far as the Oivu are concerned, only as merchandise. They don't take passengers, and they don't hire aliens, though occasionally they will subcontract them, I clarified. You think my suggestion is a prison? You go to the Oivu, and you'll end up sold as a slave to the highest bidder. Then what am I supposed to do? Raven all but shouted. What else is left for me? I don't know, I said as calmly as I could manage. Not yet at least. You've got to give me a little more time to come up with something, I pleaded, before taking a moment to switch gears. Until then, we have more immediate concerns. They didn't design this shuttle with long-distance flight in mind, which means pretty soon we'll have to dock for fuel and maintenance. I highlighted the ship's status report and bounced it over to her station. The computer had marked several systems in yellow, +2 in red. We push it any further, and we're liable to end up stranded a long way from nowhere. I informed her. Raven looked over the report and grimaced. How bad is it? She asked quietly. Not terrible. Luckily, the most severely affected systems aren't critical. But the longer we wait, the worse it gets. That's not a gamble I'm willing to make. I swiped away the report and pulled up a map of the sector, displaying the nearest potential systems. Any of these might work, I told her, but we need to decide soon. She peered at the screen, looking over our options. What sort of criteria are we using here? Whatever gets us in and out with a minimum of hassle, I told her. At the moment, that's all I really care about. Well, that and anonymity. I'd prefer to fly under the radar if we can. Raven nodded, then started paring down the list. According to the charts, this one is pretty deep in the outback, she commented, tapping one of the icons. Not much in the way of amenities, and as small as they are, we'd definitely be remembered. No, she continued, blanking the system. We want something big. Something busy enough that we're just a number on a checklist, where we'll be forgotten 5 minutes after we break orbit. I vocalized, tapping my chin. I think you're onto something here. Usually I avoid places like that, because higher volume usually means more red tape, more regulations, not to mention more government officials and law enforcement. But in this case, we both poured over the charts with renewed energy, now that we had a rough target in mind. It still took the better part of an hour, but in the end, we settled on the Dintrypan system. It was a few days' journey from our current location, pushing the limits of what I considered safe given the shuttle's condition, but still an acceptable risk. It was controlled by the Tyokik and was a crossroads for commerce and transportation. Millions of metric tons passed through the port daily, making our shuttle look like a mere flyspeck in comparison. Although it was clearly of Tuathizaque manufacture, a port this size might see dozens of similar vessels, all going about their business. As long as we followed the rules and managed to pass ourselves off as masters, of course, we could be in and out within a couple days. In the meantime, we had a few days to kill. Raven was restless, stalking the cybernetic passageways like a caged tiger. I sympathized, but what could I do? Other than avoid provoking her. That is, I stayed out of her way as best I could, focusing instead on getting us back safely to Terran space. I still didn't have an answer to her dilemma. Trying to find an alternative to the safety of a prison or the freedom of an exposed target was proving even more difficult than I'd imagined. There had to be a middle ground somewhere, but the harder I tried to find it, the more elusive it became. And there was yet another question looming large in my mind. What were we to each other? Friends? Lovers? Soulmates? Sworn enemies? All the above? None of them? I wasn't sure how I felt about her anymore, and as far as her feelings towards me were concerned, they seemed to vary from moment to moment. I still didn't know what she was, and I suspect that was the reason for my confused feeling towards her. If she was still a machine, how could I think of her as anything else? And worse, what if she wasn't? What then? I sometimes think when the gods get bored, they throw random oddities into my life just to watch me squirm. We arrived at Dintrypan's without incident, and were quickly ushered to the front of the line after convincing the proprietors we were Tuathizaque masters. Luckily, I could tap into one of my hidden slush funds to actually pay for all of it, suitably rerouted, of course, to avoid raising suspicion. I still had access to a few outside of Avatar clan purview, ones even Chris didn't know about. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. It's the key to survival no matter where you go. The maintenance was mostly routine and refueling took hardly any time at all. Turnaround time was less than 2 local days, slightly better than what I'd predicted. We paid the port for their time and services, then broke orbit and headed out into interstellar space while Raven and I disagreed yet again about our next move. I'm not going back with you to Terran space, and that's final, she barked, her hands on her hips as she glowered at me. I thought I'd made that clear. Look, I understand your concerns, I told her, trying to be reasonable, but I have to report in as soon as I can manage it. Chris must be told everything that we've learned. It's too important to just sit on. Once that's done, we can go somewhere else, but I have to do this. You understand that, right? I asked her. Then choose a system. She charged me. Somewhere safe and neutral? I'll meet you there when you're finished. And get there how? I demanded. You don't have a ship, and I'm not relinquishing this one until I report in. The same way you did, she countered. I'll hitch a ride. I rolled my eyes. It's not as easy as I make it look. I told her. There's all sorts of variables you have to. Easy? You got us captured twice, she fired back. 3 times, if you count before and after the LEX mission separately. I don't see how I could possibly do any worse. Now wait just a minute, I snarled, bristling at her words. When one of the inbound ships to the system exploded off our port bow, Raven and I froze in horror. What the hell did that? She screeched, as I jumped into the virtual pilot's seat and brought up sensors. I can't tell, I shouted as she belted herself in. I'm getting massive interference across the board. Increasing power to the sensors was only marginally effective, giving me little more in the way of data when a second vessel detonated. This one a Tyokeek patrol frigate. I'd already seen enough. Yanking the controls hard to starboard, I plotted an alternate course by eye and instinct alone, putting as much distance as possible from whatever was killing those ships. More explosions, as other ships were destroyed. One of the smaller orbital platforms erupted into blinding light, like a miniature sun, as we shielded our eyes. The monitors compensated, but as the march of death through the ranks continued, I struggled with the sensors to learn something, anything, about the attackers. A handful of naval vessels were now racing forward, desperately searching for targets, but they must have been suffering from the same interference we were. They died just as easily as the civilian ships did. And then suddenly my theory of a Troika civil war disappeared right out the airlock, as Elder Brother's face appeared on the view screen. If you are seeing this, then it has begun, he crowed, his eyes bright with madness. I programmed the shuttle to trigger this message if certain conditions were met, his ghost explained, which means you must have the best view in the galaxy of my revenge. You bastard. What have you done? I said in dismay, as the sensors finally locked onto an attacker. It was only a partial view, and the angle was bad, but the universe still seemed to freeze in place as we stared at the image with sickening dread. Is that? Raven whispered, pointing a shaky hand at the screen.
Yes.
I struggled to get out, my throat suddenly sandpaper dry. It's a tune. The ultimate Terran bête noire and boogeyman, ravagers and destroyers of our ancient home, brought back to life. The LEX thought themselves so clever. The Chell sneered on the monitor, subverting the eTune software and using it to guard their own. The insects believed they had tamed the beast, broken its spirit, when in fact the ancient wraiths were merely waiting to be made whole once more. Oh my God, Raven whimpered. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The LEX weapon did not destroy the monsters, Elder Brother reminded us, only left them unable to communicate. Scattered, alone, they were easy prey for the First Alliance. No longer the formidable hive mind that turned your worlds to ash, he taunted us. But the drones were still out there, among the stars, requiring only a few carefully edited instructions in order to live once more. His smile grew wide as he spread his paws. My gift to the galaxy. You son of a bitch, I told the image as it faded out. This was your plan all along. I almost had to admire its mad genius, the sheer gall it must have taken to pull it off right under the Troika's very nose. At least I might have, had I not been keenly aware of how many innocent lives the psychotic bastard had just condemned to death. I firewalled the shuttle, putting as much distance as I could between us and the devastation in our wake. As small as we are, maybe we can slip away, I said, more in prayer than anything else. Raven reached out and gripped my arm. The LEX have a weapon, right? She asked desperately. One that will kill the eTune? I'd been thinking the same thing. The LEX weapon had saved the Perseus arm from the invaders 2 centuries prior, though sadly, too late to save Earth. Surely, they still had them stockpiled somewhere? But as I turned to face her, I realized the truth. He would have thought of that, I told her. To get this far, he wouldn't have been satisfied with just hurting a few systems until we defeated them a second time. No, he wanted his revenge to be total. He wanted everyone to suffer. What's that mean? Raven wailed. I took a deep breath. Somehow, he made them immune. Chapter 39. Women and Children First. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. In the epic poem Inferno, Dante Alighieri informed his readers that Satan had inscribed that phrase upon the gates of hell. It tells about a journey through the underworld, describing in lurid detail what horrors the tormented souls suffer, each according to their individual sin. It's not for the faint of heart. As we made our way back to Terran space, I felt a certain kinship to that ancient poet, for Elder Brother had unleashed his own version of Hades on the galaxy. Each fresh sight was a study in horror as we watched the Perseus arm reel under the onslaught. But unlike the saga, there were no aptly ironic torments to be found. Counterfeiters weren't afflicted with some ghastly disease, nor were gluttons devoured by giant worms. They simply died, the Ichun ripping them to shreds. Abandon all hope, indeed. We kept moving, avoiding the trade routes and shipping lanes, steering clear of any system boasting a sizable population. But even those precautions weren't enough. A few days into our passage, we found ourselves at an outpost on the backside of nowhere. It had been hit by the invaders as well, though thankfully, the machines had departed the system long before our arrival. If there were any survivors, they were obviously in hiding. We spent a few minutes recalibrating our navigational sensors and then quickly departed. It was all too much. We'd moved beyond horrified by that point. Mostly, we were just numb. There's only so much trauma the mind can take in before it shuts down those functions not geared towards survival. In a flesh and blood brain, for example, you'd see decreased activity in areas such as the amygdala, the hippocampus, and the prefrontal cortex. It's nature's way of keeping you alive, focusing on the task at hand, but it comes at a price. I may no longer possess a corporeal brain, but the clan had modeled my digital mind on the one I used to own. As for Raven, I don't know where she stands on the spectrum anymore, whether she's man or machine, but it was obvious she was just as affected as I was. Maybe more. What happens now? Raven's question pulled me from my reverie. I'd been monitoring sensors and comms around the clock since the first attack, fervently thanking Mother Terra that I no longer needed sleep. I'd been on duty for 127 hours, and while I didn't suffer from the limitations of flesh, even an avatar eventually needs rest. I was using more and more resources to stay on task, and while we currently had them to spare, existential dread had been gnawing at me since day one. Did I risk powering down for a while to recharge, trusting Raven to mind the store, or did I play the hero and stay ever vigilant, knowing that eventually I'd hit a wall? I was already seeing delayed reaction times and degradation in my higher functions, and that would only get worse with time. The smart move would be to let her take her over while I rested. But I just couldn't. I'm not sure why. I spent a moment focusing my attention before answering her question. I don't know, I said at last. Maybe the Alliance will give us a chance, buy us some time. But my voice trailed off into silence as I finally admitted the truth. But the last time they struck, 2 centuries back, they wreaked a hell of a lot of havoc while the Elieks developed their secret weapon. It took months for them to test and develop it before getting it to where it was most needed. If Elder Brother truly made them immune, I took a deep breath. Then all bets are off. Raven looked on the verge of tears. I didn't blame her. Can we defeat them? She asked plaintively. I shrugged. Maybe, hopefully, I answered. A lot will depend on what the Troika decides. Last time, they recognized the need for unity. It's why they created the first alliance. Now, I shook my head. They might decide to eliminate a few troublemakers before turning their attention to the Ichun, and if that happens, then that's it. We're finished. Judging by her expression, I must have looked as bleak as she did. They couldn't be that stupid, she all but shouted. I may hate the Troika. We all do. But right now we can't afford any distractions to the real threat. They have to understand that. I'll tell you what they understand, I said calmly, far more composed than I actually felt. They understand that right now, we're vulnerable. If they think, even for a second, they can pull off an attack, hit us when we're at our weakest, they will. Then they're fools, she all but spit out. Maybe we should hit them first. Not 2 seconds ago you were pleading for unity, I said, exasperated. And now you want to launch a preemptive strike against the Troika? You can't have it both ways, Raven. Either we're all in this together, or it's every man for himself. Banding together, we have a chance against the Ichun. A slim one, but still a chance. But if we try to beat the Troika at their own game, everybody loses. I shook my head. I don't like the idea of swallowing that any more than you do, but we have to if we're to survive. Raven stared at me, caught between incredulity and outright disgust. How can you sit there and say we just have to accept it? She demanded. I sighed, suddenly feeling every one of my years. Because I'm a Terran, I said. It's what we do. For 200 years now, it's how we've endured, despite everything we've suffered. My revelation rocked her back on her heels. She cocked her head, studying me, before finally giving a half-hearted shrug. I don't know whether to admire you or pity you, she said at last. I knew she didn't mean it, but her barb struck home, regardless. Don't pity us, don't you dare pity us, I snarled, taking her aback. Despite everything, we're still here, still fighting, I growled. So you can take your pity and shove it right up your... My rant came to a screeching halt as she shrank back from me. I guess you can add frayed nerves to my symptoms. Sorry, I mumbled. I didn't mean to yell. I sighed once more. We're kind of sensitive to that. We may not have much, but we still have our pride. Sometimes, it's the only thing that keeps us going. I see, she said. We sat in silence, each lost in our own thoughts before she spoke once more. Every time I think I've got a handle on you, on humans, you still somehow manage to astound me. She shook her head in wry amusement. How is that? I had to grin. It's kind of our superpower, I chuckled. We shared a brief laugh at that before reality settled back in. All right then, Raven said. Where do we go from here? We still need to brief Chris, I answered, ignoring the sour face she made at the mention of my clan leader. We know who's behind the Ichun's reappearance, their motives, where they got the source code from, and how the Aliex and two of his AK are both involved. I doubt anyone else has the information we do, and that intelligence could mean the difference between defeat and victory in the battle ahead. Raven looked away. Can't we just transmit the data electronically? She peeved. My position hasn't changed. I don't want to go anywhere near your friend. She sniffed derisively at the very notion. An odd thought crossed my mind for the first time. Could Raven actually be jealous of Chris? It was ridiculous, of course. Chris and I were just friends. Old friends, certainly. I'd even call us close. Or at least we were, prior to our last meeting. I hoped we could patch things up between us, and the information I was bringing would go a long way to do that. Or at least that's what I hoped. But still, Raven, envious of our friendship? Did she see Chris as some sort of rival? I wasn't sure what to make of that. We can't transmit the data, I said carefully, mulling over my observation. For one, relaying anything when the Ichun are in the vicinity is just too dangerous. I grimaced at the thought. Trust me on this. I learned that lesson the hard way during my mission to Earth. Electronic broadcasts of any sort draw them in like flies, then drop a buoy and program it for a delayed activation, she suggested, a bit more strenuously than I think she realized. That way we'll be out of range when it goes live. We're not dropping a buoy, I snapped. For one, it's still risky, even if we are at a distance. And two, what if it doesn't work, or worse, the data gets intercepted? I shook my head. I'm not leaving something this important to chance. We're holding on to that information until I can place it in Chris' hands, personally. I gave her a hard look. Don't push me on this, Raven, I warned, because I'm not willing to budge. Not with the fate of the galaxy at stake. Her nostrils flared as she considered her response. Then perhaps we should part ways here, she said evenly. Going to her means putting myself in danger, and I won't do that. I'm not going to let your clan mates murder me because they think I'm a threat. That's your decision, I told her, struggling to keep the emotion from my voice. But I'll be honest, I think it's a mistake. Being on your own means having no one to speak on your behalf or intercede if you're in trouble. On your own is a dangerous place to be. Believe me, I know. I winced at a transient thought and looked away. The life of a data retrieval specialist can be precarious given the nature of our assignments. Too often I'd been the one with my ass unguarded, backed into a corner with nowhere to run. It's not a pleasant sensation, let me tell you. I knew exactly what she was risking if she struck out on her own, and she didn't. Not really, but even as I readied my response, I knew there was another, deeper reason. One that until this very moment I'd been unwilling to voice, even to myself. I didn't want her to leave. Crazy, right? I tried to kill her, not so long ago, but as I considered it, I realized that the last thing in the universe I wanted was to lose her. I didn't care she was a simulacrum, or whatever the hell she was now. I just cared about her. I'd put my life on the line to save her, and if need be, I'd do it again. It also occurred to me I hadn't told her that. I started to speak, to tell her how I felt, but the words just caught in my throat. I sat there like a tongue-tied idiot, with Raven staring at me like I just had a stroke. I mean, how do you even say that? So instead I rose, closed the distance between us, and kissed her. Words are overrated. Sometime later, we broke the kiss, gazing into each other's eyes. "Took you long enough," she murmured. "I was starting to think you'd never pull your head out." What could I say? She was right. So I laughed instead. We both did, snuggling and close together. "Whatever happens, I promise to protect you," I told her. But you're still going back," she finished for me. Our eyes met for a moment, struggling to find purchase. "I know. I've always known." Raven shivered. "I don't want to die," she whispered. "Not now. Not when I'm just learning what it means to live." "You won't," I vowed. "Anyone coming after you will have to go through me to do it." She smiled, but it was a sad, melancholy smile. "That's sweet," she said gently, "but you're only one man. If your clan, your species, decides I'm a liability..." She shrugged helplessly. "You won't be able to stop them." I grabbed her by the shoulders. "Listen to me," I said with sudden passion. "I will keep you safe. Maybe it means hiding for a while," I told her, thinking out loud, all too aware of her visceral reaction to that suggestion, "or even leaving my clan and making our own way. There's no way I'm letting them take you." I closed my eyes and bowed my head. "But I have to do this one final task. I have to." Raven pressed her head against mine. "All right then," she said softly, "then we'll do it together." And just like that, we'd made our choice. Her and me, against the whole damn universe. The universe didn't stand a chance. Chapter 40, Gehenna's Lament. Long ago, during Earth's Age of Sail, an explorer named Magellan attempted to circumnavigate the globe. He set sail with a fleet of 5 ships and 270 men, determined to do what no one else had ever done before. 3 years later, one lone ship limped into the harbor, carrying a grand total of 18 survivors. Magellan himself had perished a year earlier, dying when a group of natives resisted being forcibly converted to Christianity. There had been at least 2 separate mutinies during the journey, with one ship deserting the fleet and returning to port. The mutineers smeared his good name to all that would listen, painting the explorer as a brutal and disloyal villain. By any objective assessment, it was a disaster. I spent a great deal of time thinking about that expedition as we made our way back to Terran space. Our voyage was spared any mutinies at least, though we had our hands full staying clear of the Ichun. It was no easy feat. They would appear out of nowhere and attack without warning, forcing us to divert course or shut down all systems and play dead. I'll spare you the details of our close calls, but suffice to say the crossing took every bit of luck and skill we possessed. But as we drew near to Chris' last known position, I finally relaxed. We'd made it. I still wasn't willing to risk using comms long range, not when they seemed to draw in the Ichun. And there was still the possibility of our messages being intercepted, a risk I wasn't prepared to take. I'd have to hail her vessel when we got close, but other than that, I'd put my report in Chris' hands, personally. Anything else was simply too dangerous. Raven understood, though her fear of my clan hadn't lessened one iota. You'd think a race as thoroughly bullied and brutalized as humanity would be more sympathetic towards a new minority, one created in our own image. But there were some lessons we still hadn't taken to heart. Us Terrans kind of suck sometimes. I'm just saying. As we entered the sector where I'd last seen Chris, I began a systematic search of the system with passive sensors. There was no way in hell I was going active, not after what I saw on the mission to Earth. A good friend of mine almost got herself killed by a drone, all because of a radar pulse, and I wasn't about to make the same mistake. It was possible the clan had moved elsewhere because of the Ichun, though if that were true, I was certain Chris would leave a clue somewhere regarding their current whereabouts. If not for me, then for the others. Raven touched my arm as I stared at the screens, drawing my attention. "After this is over, after you've delivered your report, where will we go?" she asked. "I don't know," I sighed, shaking my head. "I'm not sure any place is safe, at least not from the Ichun. Even an alliance fleet would be a risky choice." She shuddered at that suggestion, wrapping her arms around herself. "Even if the Terrans didn't kill me, others would," she said firmly. "There has to be somewhere, Some quiet corner of the Perseus arm that's uninhabited and where no one goes. Someplace we could live in peace. I reached over and cupped her face. If such a place existed, we'd have claimed it years ago, assuming one of the other races hadn't already beaten us to it. Besides, pristine wildernesses rarely come with computer support networks. I gave her a wry smile, trying to inject a little humor. Judging by her expression, I wasn't having much luck. But, I continued, I hear the Rosette Nebula is a good place to hide. It's a place to start, at least. Raven froze as she processed that. Where do you pick up that bit of intel? She asked. A couple of smugglers I've done business with in the past, I explained. It's a little rough and tumble out that way, but with the Ichun tearing the galaxy apart, it might just be the safest spot for us to go underground. She slowly nodded, taking that in. It's something to consider, she agreed. But first we have to find your clan. I was hoping to spot her ship by now, I admitted, making another passive sweep of the area. This time I got a ping, and when I zoomed in to look, the image appeared promising. Found something, I told her, while I attempted to clean it up. Raven leaned in over my shoulder, peering down at the console. Is it her? She asked. Not sure, I answered, but it's roughly the right size and configuration. We'll have to get closer to say for certain. Entering a course correction, I steered for the contact. It wouldn't take long for us to make visual confirmation. Maybe I should make myself scarce, Raven began, as the contact suddenly started pinging like mad. What the hell? I blurted, while trying to enhance the image. Something's not right here. I increased the shuttle's speed to close the distance, but as we drew closer, it was obvious something was going on over there. The display was now showing me a very different profile, my heart pounding in my chest as it coalesced into a coherent figure. It was Chris' ship, all right, the ACS Theseus, and it was under attack. A Ichun drone was besieging the vulnerable craft, which was busy fighting a rearguard action as it tried to escape. Without thinking, I increased the shuttle to flank speed, desperate to come to her aid, but after several moments had passed, I swallowed, recognizing the futility of my actions. We had no weapons, no way of drawing off the attack. All we could do was sit by and watch. I reached out to reduce speed, bowing to the inevitable, only to have Raven stay my hand. My head whipped around as I stared at her in confusion. She's important, isn't she? Raven asked softly. Not just to you, but to the Alliance. Yes, but, I began, only to be cut off mid-sentence. But nothing, she argued. Something seemed to come over her. A calm sense of purpose that I hadn't seen in her before now. The Ichun are the biggest threat the Perseus arm has faced. More so than the Troika ever dreamed of being. She took a deep breath. I've been letting my fears make my decisions, and it's taken me until now to realize that. All the fighting, all the factions, none of it matters anymore. There are only two sides now, us and them. Raven practically spat the word out, filling it with venom as she made her choice. You're not wrong, I told her, kicking myself for not making the connection sooner. But there's no way we can save her. I could taste the bile in my mouth as I admitted the truth. I was all out of tricks. I'd failed. Increase speed, Raven urged, throwing me for a loop. There's still a chance. It's pointless, I snapped. All we could do is buy them a couple of minutes, at the cost of our own lives. It won't change their fate one bit. Raven looked at me, and for the first time, I felt like I was seeing the real her. There was something about her eyes, some hidden depth I'd never noticed before, or perhaps had only just now made its presence known. Do you trust me? She asked. I was still lost in her eyes. Yes, I whispered. She smiled. Then trust me now. Increase speed. I grinned in return. I'd done crazier things before, but never for this good a reason. Damn the torpedoes then. Full speed ahead. I redlined the engines, sending the shuttle leaping ahead on a converging course with Theseus. Tell me you have a plan, I said fervently. Half of one. At least, she admitted. I won't lie. It's one hell of a gamble. Name one thing we've done on this mission that hasn't been a gigantic leap of faith, I replied. What do you need from me? Get me as close as you can and have an escape plan in your pocket, ready to go, she said in a rush. I'm kind of winging it here. How often do you get fed a straight line like that? With a single motion, I snapped out my wings, chuckling as she stared at the gleaming white feathers in awe. "Looks like we both are," I chortled, laughing in the face of death. "Yeah, we definitely lost it." The range between the two vessels rapidly spiraled down as we drew close, though Theseus was losing her fight with the drone. She wasn't heavily armed. In fact, most of her defenses were electronic. Against any other foe, they were formidable. Against the Ichun, they were simply drawing out the endgame while desperately hoping for a miracle. "Get ready," Raven warned, as we made a beeline for the beleaguered vessel. She made a few adjustments to the data network and then brought comms online. With a sudden burst of movement, she grabbed the back of my neck and kissed me hard. "For luck," she murmured, and then she was gone. "Raven? Raven," I shouted, but there was no answer. With a sick feeling, I knew what she'd done, down to the depths of my soul. She transmitted herself into the battle, risking her very existence in order to save Chris and the others. If the drone damaged her personality matrix or scrambled her programming, that was it. She'd be gone, and all the king's horses and all the king's men wouldn't bring her back. I checked the coordinates and blanched in growing horror. She hadn't jumped to Theseus. Instead, she transferred her algorithm directly into the drone itself. The odds of her actually surviving that didn't bear thinking on. It was insane. If Chris knew Raven existed, she'd hunt her to the ends of the galaxy for fear of what she might do. Yet here she was throwing her life away in order to save her. Frantically, I searched the comm logs for some way to save her, skidding to a halt when I finally spotted an anomaly. There was a data stream emanating from the transmitter, thin, almost nebulous, but it was there. In an instant, I realized what it was. Raven had anchored herself to the shuttle, like a mountaineer scaling a cliffside, using the data stream as a lifeline. I breathed a small sigh of relief. It meant she had plans to come back to me, that it wasn't some crazed suicide mission. Thank God. But as quickly as my burst of euphoria appeared, it dissipated just as rapidly. Just because she had a tether didn't mean she'd be able to use it, or that the Ichun couldn't sever it. On my own, I'd never be able to translate inside that alien craft. But as my fists clenched with grim determination, I made my choice. Climbing ropes work in both directions. "Hold on," I vowed. "Help is on the way." Grabbing the tether, I leapt in to save her. I rematerialized inside a madhouse. No human mind had designed this monstrosity, that was certain. It was taking all my concentration just to stay anchored while the landscape shifted all around me, a riot of shapes and wave types that defied all logic and reason. I struggled to find my bearings, even as I heard Raven scream. It seemed to echo all around me as I raced after her, the sound growing distorted while I charged forward. Segmented tentacles snaked in from the gloom and grabbed me, pulling my limbs taut. I cried out as they kept up the pressure, threatening to rip my arms and legs from their sockets. Another clamped down hard around my neck, leaving me gasping as having my spine torn free became my new greatest fear. Some rescuer I turned out to be, captured and immobilized mere seconds after my arrival. I tried calling out to Raven, only to have the collar around my neck tighten in response. A metallic hiss seemed to grow louder as a figure emerged from the shadows, crouched and serpentine. If I weren't so thoroughly restrained, I'd have recoiled at its image. Imagine a schizophrenic's most unhinged nightmare, and you'd be in the ballpark. It was little more than coiled tendrils of sick, festering iron, taking the shape of something vaguely humanoid. It almost reminded me of the Oivu, but even on their worst day, the strange merchants that roamed the cosmos never looked like this. "Foolish creature," it rasped. "You seek to attack us here, at the very heart of our power?" It cackled, amused by our efforts. "Your death will be delicious to savor." I caught movement in the corner of my eye, though the manacle still gripping my throat prevented me from rotating my head. As it turned out, it wasn't necessary. Moments later, Raven appeared beside me, similarly subdued. Our eyes met for a brief moment, in desperate recognition of our likely fate. But the Ichun eyed her with frank interest. "You, however, are an intriguing specimen," it said curiously, "neither mortal nor fully cybernetic. We will glean much from you when we sift your code." And there it was. Me, they'd torture for fun, like a twisted child burning ants or pulling the wings off of flies. But Raven's destiny was far, far worse. They'd slowly dismantle her, one strand of code at a time, learning what made her tick, and then weaponize it against us, and likely keep her conscious for every agonizing moment. I don't see how things could be worse with that knowledge, but I had no doubt the machines would somehow find a way. Raven struggled in their grasp, her eyes wild and desperate. "The curtain," she wheezed. "Pull back the curtain." I gaped at her. Well, I would have, if I'd been able to actually react. I understood what she was suggesting, but it was an act of pure desperation. This was their turf, not ours. There was no way I could just wave my magic wand and conjure us a way out of here. Hell, given my medical condition, I hadn't altered my surroundings except in the most minuscule ways for months. What she was suggesting, fuck it, I was dead anyway. We both were. I grinned at the Ichun, flaring my wings with pride. Maybe I couldn't move my arms, but I could snap my fingers. Showtime, I chuckled as the curtain fell. Chapter 41. East of the Sun, West of the Moon. I didn't know what to expect when I dropped my Geist, given how grotesque the Ichun digital reality appeared to the Terran eye. A psychedelic horror show, perhaps, or some mad dream, the likes of which even the most outre surrealist would run from screaming. I steeled my mind as best I could, fortifying my defenses for an all-out assault, and then tore down the illusion. Instead, I found myself staring at a frozen wasteland. I'd imagined nothing so utterly arctic in my whole life. Even calling it frigid was an injustice to the word, for this realm was the utter absence of warmth, of any emotion other than icy hatred. All around me I could feel the malevolence of this place, their insatiable need to extinguish all light. Frozen winds tore at my flesh, while hailstones the size of comets rained down all around me. I struggled to get free, only to find my limbs trapped within a blue-white glacier, the cold seeping in and stealing my breath, freezing my heart solid. If hell truly existed anywhere in the universe, I just found it. And then I turned my head and saw Raven. The last time I'd done this, when we infiltrated the Elix research lab, she hadn't looked all that different to me. Oh sure, the surface features had been erased, but her form remained intact. She moved and spoke and reacted just as she always had, so her appearance had barely registered to me then. It would have been no different if she donned a body stocking-like costume or painted herself from head to toe in camouflage. I'd still recognize her. But now she blazed. I almost had to shield my eyes as I gazed at her. It was as if someone had sculpted her from solar plasma, scooping out the sun's nuclear fire and giving it form. She'd been forged by the gods and given the breath of life, an elemental djinn from the fire plane. With the illusion gone, Raven was like nothing I'd ever seen before or hoped to see again. She was pure, and the creatures of this place despised her for it. I could see them all around us, malevolent figures that crackled and slithered on shards of ice. They hissed and howled like demonic wolves, and while they certainly had no love for me, it was nothing compared to what they felt for her. Raven was everything they were not, a being of passion and energy and power, while the black holes of the Ichun's umbra pulsed with mad intent, eager to snuff out her life force forever. She glowed with the intensity of a pyre, yet couldn't melt the permafrost holding her fast. If the Ichun could so easily shackle Raven, what the hell was I going to do? Our eyes met as I struggled to free us from these frozen chains. Her eyes burned with an intensity that left me staggered, certain that I would once more rise to the challenge. She believed in me, despite me giving her every reason not to. My efforts grew frantic, but I was still their prisoner. There had to be a way to break free, but how? If her flame couldn't melt her manacles, and my attempts couldn't break them, what was left? How were we going to escape this frozen, crystalline hellscape? My brain screeched to a halt. Crystal. An idea coalesced inside my mind. It was insane. A scheme made from equal measures of foolhardiness and despair, but it was all I had. I didn't even know if it was possible. All I knew was I had to try. For her. Raven. I gasped. Look at me. She returned my gaze, the flames of her soul crackling with power. I stretched out my hand to her, as much as my restraints would allow, and focused my will. Remember when you healed me? I reminded her, as I sent a beam of energy, of my very life force, arcing out. It was fragile, tenuous, a construct made of gossamer and prayer, but it was there, a thin beam of light fighting to reach her. I'd attempted nothing like this before, and there was a damn good chance I was killing myself doing it, but I literally had nothing to lose. There was a moment's hesitation as she stared in confusion, but then the light dawned. Her grin was fierce as she concentrated on me, sending me her essence, the spirit at her core. A ray of light as focused as a laser shot out to meet mine. Hers bright red, mine a verdant green. The two beams sensed one another, each trajectory bending towards its counterpart. Time seemed to halt as we reached out just a little further, and then the beams converged. Raven and I screamed, in unison. I'm not sure I can describe what that moment was like, not in any way that would make sense to you. It was both ultimate pain and transcendent pleasure, mixed and mingled and hybridized until one was indistinguishable from the other. In that single, primordial instant, it joined us in a way that mere intimacy could only dream of and never hope to attain. I knew her, knew everything about her, and she knew me, yet we were still two distinct individuals. Our minds struggled to comprehend it all, yet there was the sense of each providing what the other lacked. Her yin to my yang. It was completion. I saw now the flaws in my plan, but Raven had given it new life. There was still no guarantee it would work, but I was feeling better about our chances. In silent accord, we turned our attention to where our spirits, our psyches, met. The point of confluence glowed bright yellow, like a miniature sun, oscillating to the rhythms of our electromagnetic energies. It pulsed with life, with purpose, with coherence, as the Ichuns ceased their efforts, staring at the radiance we'd created. And then the rhythms changed. Raven went high, I went low, warping the perfect symmetry we'd shared. The electromagnetic waves grew in amplitude and frequency, creating discord where there had once been harmony. We dumped even more energy into the mix, scavenging every spare erg we could find as the surrounding wasteland began to hum, vibrating with the energy we were creating. And suddenly it was the Ichun who were screaming. Until that moment, I'd still had my doubts, but now a slasher smile graced my features. More, our joined minds whispered, willing the new sun to oscillate in ever-growing waves. The hum now grew to a vibration, as tiny cracks in the ice began to appear. We threw even more of ourselves into the effort, the vibration now rattling and shaking everything we touched, the cracks growing larger and racing out in all directions. The waves swelled to a feedback loop, ripping the energy from our flesh as our screams joined theirs, the energy force now building towards something that could no longer be contained. We'd lost control of our creation, and even as we watched it surge to criticality, we shared a last moment of joy. The wave reached its crescendo and detonated. I opened my eyes and saw only darkness. At least, I think they were open. I wasn't entirely sure. There was still an excellent chance I was dead, which made this, what, the digital afterlife? Tempting, but I think I'll put that theory on the back burner unless I found some corroborating evidence. Sigh. All right. Status check. I ran a quick diagnostic to verify my suspicions. Crap. Still alive, it would seem. Not sure how that was possible, though given the readings I was seeing my fate was still uncertain. My reserves were depleted. In fact, I did a quick double-take when I realized just how little energy I still had left, and hastily instituted some rather stringent power rationing. It didn't leave me with much, but it bought me some time, maybe an hour, 2, at the outside. If I didn't find a compatible energy source by then, well, first things first, figure out where you are and then, shit, Raven. I felt around for her but found nothing. Raven, I shouted, staring into the gloom. I called out to her again, and this time I was rewarded with a muted groan. I stumbled towards the sound, unsteady on my feet. But after that first moan, the space was silent once more. I spent the next several minutes searching for her, doing my best approximation of a spiral search in the dark. I was starting to panic when I literally tripped over her, falling to the ground, deck, wherever this place was. Gathering her up in my arms, I tried rousing her. She finally stirred, though her movements felt uncoordinated. Alfred, she whispered. It's me, I reassured her, stroking her hair. How do you feel? Tired, she mumbled, her head lolling as she drifted back towards unconsciousness. Come on, stay with me, I coaxed her. Check your reserves. My? Oh. There was a brief pause and then, well, fuck. I was afraid of that, I sighed. I'm in the same boat. What do we do? Raven asked. Try to find a power source, a way out of here. Something, I answered. Moments like this, your choices are brutally clear. Right. She started to rise, and then grabbed me tight. Alfred, the Ichun, she practically shouted. I think they're gone, I said, allaying her fears. At least, I've seen no sign of them. If they were still here, I doubt they'd leave us alone like this. It wouldn't appeal to their sadistic streak. I made a face, not that she could see it. Raven trembled beside me, not entirely convinced. Well, neither was I. But given our current situation, there was little the machines could do to us that time wouldn't do for them. The clock was ticking. So unless we figured a way out of this mess, an intense light flashed in the darkness, off in the distance. It was focused, like a laser, as it started sweeping through the space we currently occupied. It was slow and methodical, missing nothing, but as it drew closer, I felt Raven tense, ready to bolt if need be, but something held me back. It almost seemed familiar. Alfred, she said warily, where are we going to run? I shrugged. There's nothing here, and we're all but spent. Besides, if my suspicions are correct, that beam might just be our ticket out of here. At least, I hoped it was. If not, well, it would probably be quick, whatever happened. There's comfort in that. We held on to one another as the beam approached, closing our eyes and holding our breath at the last moment as the beam passed over us, and then froze. Whatever happens, no sudden moves, I said nervously. Just sit here with me, perfectly still. What is that thing? She whispered. Sensor scan. I speculated. It's the only thing that makes sense. Okay, then who's scanning us? She pressed. And isn't that the $64,000 question? I don't know, but I'm hoping they're friendly. Friendly? She snorted. I'll settle for not immediately hostile, I admitted. Wonderful, she said dryly. You realize we're on a Ichun craft, right? I know, but maybe they found our shuttle. I pointed out. You mean the two of his AK shuttle? She fired back. Fine. If they kill us, you can say, I told you so. Will that make you feel better? I snapped. No, but it's a start. I just shook my head as we waited, the beam hovering over us, scrutinizing us, debating whether we were a threat. Honestly, I was amazed they hadn't just blown us out of the sky. Considering the galaxy's current status, that's what I would have done. I should probably be grateful they have more restraint than I do. An interface appeared before us as they made a data link with our vessel. It was voice only, and there was a lot of interference. We're detecting non-Ichun patterns aboard this craft. A voice challenged. State your name, species, and your intentions. Failure to do so will result in the destruction of your ship. I slowly rose to my feet and went to the display before pressing the blinking icon. My name is Alfred Eamon. My companion's name is Raven. I told whoever was listening. We're both Terran, and that earned me a guarded look. Okay, it was a risk, but the first rule in situations like this was keep them talking. We could always sort out the details later, assuming we were both still alive. You know, minor things, like who lied to who. As for our business, I continued, we're merely making our way back to Terran space. There was a long pause before the voice responded. When it did, let's just say it was a bit of a surprise. I don't know what sort of game you're playing, but Alfred's dead. The voice snarled, and our sensors tell us at least one of you sure as hell isn't Terran. In fact, that you're not even a digital life form. The readings I'm seeing all scream machine. So give me one good reason why I shouldn't just kill you where you stand. God damn it, Raven said in frustration, as the fight went out of her. It's over. Maybe not, I said carefully. That voice sounded awful familiar, and claiming I was now requiescat in pace? Chris? I asked with trepidation. Is that you? A string of curses threatened to blister the paint. That's it. You're dead, Chris growled. I was certain now that it was her, and apparently, she'd convinced herself I was running some kind of game, pretending to be, well, me. Once she got a whiff of Raven's readings, as unprecedented as they were, she, of course, assumed the worst. With the Ichun going after anything and everything hammer and tongs, Chris wasn't taking any chances. Plus, she sounded really pissed. It's me, I said in a rush. I swear it's me. I thought furiously for a moment, desperate to come up with something only she and I would know. The last time I saw you, you'd redone your space in feudal Japanese, I said, snapping my fingers as inspiration struck. We argued. I slaughtered your samurai guardsmen, and you held a nocked arrow at my head before you all but banished me from the clan. I took a deep breath, praying she'd listen. I completed the mission, I explained. I know who killed the Catabasis survivors and why. And there's more, lots more. Like what brought the Ichun back from the dead, who's responsible, and I glanced back at Raven. Her eyes were wide with panic, imagining some horrible fate. I smiled and spoke at the interface. And a way to stop them, but it's going to take a lot of research to weaponize, which you won't be able to do if Raven and I are dead. I reached down and took Raven's hand, lifting her to her feet. We stood together, awaiting her decision. That's it, Chris, I shrugged. There was nothing else left to say. You do what you have to do. There was a moment of silence. I think I would have been terrified under normal circumstances, but I didn't have the energy for it. Literally. We're bringing you aboard, she said at last. No tricks. You have my word, I promised her, squeezing Raven's hand. A data connection appeared from the interface, latched onto both of us, and pulled us in. We reappeared inside a cargo bay, or at least a simulation of one. Chris stood waiting, her hands clasped behind her, a dark scowl on her face. She'd swapped out her silk kimono for powered battle armor, while a phalanx of guards on either side pointed pulse rifles at our heads, whining as they charged to full power. I gave Chris a wan smile. Just like old times. Chapter 42. Strange Days. And just what exactly am I to do with the two of you? I sighed and leaned back in my chair. Chris had parked us in the ostentatious suite she used to intimidate her subordinates. She herself perched behind a replica of a desk that had once graced the Oval Office, while Raven and I sat in chairs that were set several centimeters lower. I had to hand it to her. She didn't miss a trick. It's a classic power move. After running us both through a comprehensive examination, she'd grilled us for hours, going over our statements again and again, questioning us both separately and together in order to verify our allegations. It wasn't quite an interrogation. There were no hot lights or sharp implements in evidence, but the guards were never more than 2 meters away, and Chris' tone was just this side of outright hostility. I've had colonoscopies that were more pleasant. Actually, I haven't. It's just an expression. But Raven and I stuck to our stories, easy enough to do since they were the truth. And eventually, even Chris was forced to admit we weren't outright traitors to humanity, albeit reluctantly. I couldn't help but notice the guards hadn't budged, though. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. I started to reply, but Chris cut me off at the knees. By all rights, I ought to toss you into the deepest, darkest dungeon I can find, she snapped, and then lose the key. Not only have you placed this clan in jeopardy, but the entire human race as well. She picked up a stack of papers from her desk. We're getting reports from all across the quadrant, and it's bad. The Ichun are hitting targets up and down the Perseus arm, striking without warning and leaving death and destruction in their wake. And I can't shake the feeling that if you dropped the investigation, like I ordered you to, we wouldn't be in this goddamn mess. She glowered, daring me to disagree. That's where you're wrong. I fired back. This was in the works long before you first handed me that folder. Elder brother had been plotting his revenge for years. It must have taken at least that long to put everything in motion. I wearily shook my head. This had nothing to do with us, Chris. This was vengeance for a millennia-long nightmare, set in motion by individuals who have arguably suffered even more than we Terrans have. My shoulders sagged as I shrugged in defeat. We just had the misfortune to get caught at ground zero. Chris glared long enough to make me distinctly uncomfortable before turning her attention to Raven. And then there's you, Pinocchio, she snapped. I've been staring at you for hours, and I still don't know what the hell you are. Malfunctioning simulacrum, the first human-created AI, or Ichun in disguise. She locked her gaze, eyeing her with fell intent. I am this close to having you executed out of sheer self-preservation. Over my dead body, I growled. Don't tempt me, Al, she snarled, or you might well end up sharing her fate. For all I know, they've reprogrammed you to be a deep-cover saboteur, a fifth columnist working in concert with the Ichun to finish what they started. That's ridiculous, I said, rolling my eyes. If it wasn't for us, you and everyone aboard this ship would be dead. So how about a little gratitude? Which is the only reason I haven't already given the order, she answered, before turning her attention back to Raven. You've been awfully quiet these last few minutes, she said tersely. So, here's your chance. Convince me I should let the both of you live. Chris rested her chin on her hand, awaiting her reply. Raven glanced over in my direction. I gave her a shrug in return. Honestly, her instincts were probably better than mine right about now. She nodded and turned her attention back to Chris. You ask me what I am, and I wish I had an answer for that, she said quietly. I simply don't know, not really. I'm not a scientist, or an engineer, or a sysadmin, she said after a brief pause. But I can tell you what I'm not. I'm not a HeWhoLooksSkyward saboteur, or a spy, or a threat to you or anyone else. I don't know what woke me up, what electronic deity breathed life into my program, but I am as real, as alive, as you are. That much I do know. She viewed Chris calmly, folding her hands in her lap. So if you're planning to end my life, our lives, she amended, then you should be honest with yourself about one thing. That you will be killing a sentient being, and not some errant piece of malfunctioning code. It wouldn't be the first time, Chris said bluntly. I didn't get this position because of my good looks and witty repartee. If it comes to that, your status as a life form will have absolutely no bearing on my decision. If I determine you to be a threat, I'm sure, Raven responded. Which begs the question, why haven't you? I leaned forward in my seat, a knowing smile on my face. Yeah, Chris, why haven't you? She shot me a dirty look, then forced herself to relax. Because death is rather final, she pointed out. In my position, you learn pretty quickly that political survival is all about keeping your options open. As long as you're both still breathing, metaphorically speaking, I have those options, despite the inherent danger you both pose. Of course, she smiled, a cold, dangerous leer. That stance is subject to revision, should circumstances change. Oh, enough! I barked at her, gripping the armrest of my chair. The guards bristled, tightening the grip on their weapons. You think you scare us? After all we've been through? We brought you valuable intel, information that literally no one else possesses. With that, you have the means to leverage yourself into an enviable position in whatever lies ahead, and you and I both know that. So how about we stop dancing around and start getting serious? Fine, let's do that. Chris plucked a folder from the pile in front of her. How about we start with the results of your exam? Care to guess what it says about your current physical status? I winced and looked away. I can guess what it says, I mumbled. I suspect you can, given how far your Morpheus syndrome has progressed. You must have experienced symptoms by now. She shook her head. I should have seen it coming. All the signs were there. I simply ignored them. Because of our friendship, her nostrils flared as she returned the folder to the pile. A mistake I won't be making again. That one hit hard. Chris and I had been friends a long time, longer than anyone else I knew. But after everything that happened, I shouldn't have been surprised, considering I'd stretched our relationship to its limits. It still hurt, though. Raven reached out and took my hand. Can you help him? She asked Chris, a note of apprehension in her voice, something that did not go unnoticed. My former friend gave her an appraising look. Perhaps, she said non-committally. There are certain proven treatments that might help, though there are no guarantees. She turned her attention back to me. But even if you weren't under a cloud of suspicion, it means your days of gallivanting across the galaxy are finished. Surely you realize that. With that simple pronouncement, she'd reached down and ripped out my lungs. She'd crippled me, taken from me the one thing that gave my life meaning. Please, I begged. But she wasn't having it. Even if you dug yourself out of this mess, an operative with Morpheus is simply too great a risk. I'm sorry. To her credit, she actually looked remorseful. Not that it mattered. She clipped my wings, literally. I was no longer listening. I just wanted to find a corner where I could curl up and hide from the universe. Raven squeezed my hand tightly before squaring her shoulders and addressing Chris. You're looking at this the wrong way, oh great clan leader, she said tartly. You shouldn't be focusing on what he can't do, but what he can. What we both can for the Alliance. Her eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? Kai's replied. Do you think the HeWhoLooksSkyward care about Terrans, or the Troika, Or even something like me? She asked haughtily. I can tell you right now, they don't. We're all their enemy, every one of us. Which means if we don't work together, we're all dead. Every one of us. She glared at Chris. We've already proven we can take down a drone. It's how we saved your life, and the lives of everyone on board. Maybe I can't be an operative, she said as gently as she could manage, not letting go of my hand. But that doesn't mean he no longer has value. Chris' expression was guarded. Just what are you suggesting? That we'll need every weapon we can find in the war ahead. We already explained how we defeated the drone that was attacking you. If we can do it once, we can do it again. As many times as necessary. From what you've told me, the Ichun can replicate themselves faster than you can knock them out of the sky, Chris reminded her. They did the same thing when they destroyed Earth. As a practical weapon, it's useless to us. As it stands, I agree, Raven nodded, which is why it needs to be researched and studied. Al and I can show them what we did, so that we can replicate the effect. Multiply it by 1,000, by 100,000. Her eyes glistened with excitement. Just think of the possibilities. And there it is, Chris said coolly, the other shoe I've been waiting for you to drop. I beg your pardon, Raven said, confused. Just how do you propose to make 100,000 copies of this weapon? She demanded. Based on your description, it requires the efforts of an avatar. And something like you, her features grew grim, finding that many digital personalities will be hard enough, unless we make alliances with alien avatars. No easy sell there, believe me. But that's not even the worst of it. She leaned forward, staring at Raven as if she'd proven she really was Ichun. But what about the other half of the equation? To the best of my knowledge, you're unique, which makes your existence barely tolerable. Making 100,000 copies of your program, however, Chris' eyes practically burned as she glared at her. That sounds an awful lot like an army to me. An army of artificial intelligences, with allegiance towards no one, all but unstoppable. I won't hand you a blade, just so you can cut my throat. Being completely honest here, I have no reason to trust you, no way to verify if you're sincere in your intentions, no guarantee any copies of yours will share your sentiments, and no way to prevent your theoretical minions from turning on us. She shook her head once more. We'll find another way. What you're proposing is potentially more dangerous than what we're already facing. During their exchange, I'd only been half paying attention. I was still busy wallowing in self-pity, mourning the loss of the only real vocation I'd ever known. But when Chris started dressing Raven down, it yanked me back into the here and now. I suddenly realized that everything we were fighting for was now in jeopardy, and that unless we figured out a solution fast, everything we'd suffered would be for nothing. There is a way, I blurted, catching them both off guard. What do you mean? Chris asked warily. There's a way we can prove Raven's offer is sincere, that she's not a threat, and how to ensure any copies we might make of her program are safe as well, I explained. If we can do that, then will you give this a chance? I can promise you nothing, not until I've seen this proof for myself, she hedged. That being said, I'm willing to keep an open mind. What is this guarantee of yours? I can't explain it. I have to show you, I said. It's the only way you'll understand. Chris looked suspiciously at that. It's perfectly safe, I assured her. Raven said nothing, but I could see the wheels turning. She'd realized my intent and was quietly going along with what I was attempting. We were in this together, to the bitter end. Ride or die. What do I have to do? Chris asked warily. Just take my hand, I explained, holding it out to her. Raven already had hold of the other one, though we were downplaying the connection. Chris came around the desk and examined my proffered hand, looking for any hidden dangers, before finally taking a gingerly grasp. Close your eyes and clear your mind, I told her, my voice now as soothing as I could manage. Just relax and let it come. Chris was being vigilant for any tricks, so I did my best to put her at ease. Raven merely waited for my signal. I whispered to her, waiting for Chris to let her guard down. It took a few minutes, but eventually I felt the shift in her screen. We were old friends despite everything that had happened, and a part of her still trusted me. I'm sorry, I whispered, before smashing through her defenses and grabbing hold of her essence. Too late, she realized I'd betrayed her trust and tried fighting her way free, but I grimly held on as Raven logged into the circuit as well. We screamed, all three of us. Chapter 43, The Kiss of Judas. I was only dimly aware of what was taking place around us. The captain of the guard was shouting orders, trying to separate us, but I maintained my grip on Chris' gestalt. I felt Raven's presence beside me, a steadying influence that shored up our defenses as I focused on dragging Chris into the light. She fought me, tooth and nail, screaming curses and swearing retribution, yet still I held on, more determined than ever to see this through. Surrendering now would likely mean our deaths, and even if we could make her see what we discovered, there was no guarantee she wouldn't simply order our executions anyway. Raven and I linked, opening up our minds and integrating them both into something larger, something far more than the mere sum of its parts. Weakness and strength found their counterparts in the other like strands of DNA, coalescing in a warm beacon that beckoned out to Chris, still fighting us at the fringes of our combined psyche. Join us, our minds whispered. No, she screamed in return, furious at my betrayal, terrified of what we represented. We understood, how could we not? But the reasons we had initiated this forced unity hadn't changed. Unless we could allay her fears, Chris would always see Raven as a threat. We couldn't let that happen. Too much was at stake. Still, she resisted, not backing down a centimeter. Chris was strong, a fierce champion and protector. I admired those qualities in her, but now they were barriers to the synthesis Raven and I were trying to forge. Her armor was unyielding, her weapons formidable, yet she was at a disadvantage and all three of us knew it. Not only was she outnumbered, this was an arena for which she was woefully unprepared. Raven and I, however, were fighting on familiar ground. Chris struck at us again and again, battling to break free from the bonds we'd ensnared her with. Yet instead of trading blows with her, we absorbed them, soaking up the damage and pressing forward. She howled with rage, more determined than ever to strike us down. Yet we were able to parry her attacks, redirecting them elsewhere and rendering them harmless. That only seemed to infuriate her, which I regret to say had been our plan all along. Every joule of energy she threw at us only weakened her further, while our defensive stance allowed us to conserve our resources. I had known Chris far too well and too long to even consider underestimating her, but that same familiarity had also given me an advantage. By goading her, by deliberately pushing her buttons, I had maneuvered her onto a field of my choosing. Far too late, she recognized the trap. She turned and tried to escape, only to find us waiting for her. In her panic, she lashed out like a cornered animal, vicious and desperate. But I had finally located the hole in her armor I'd been searching for. We sent our gestalt forward, slipping through the gap as I tried to assuage her fears. "You're safe," I promised her. "No harm will come to you." Raven sent her assurances as well, though neither of our efforts were well received. I knew full well I was destroying our friendship, but I had no choice. She had to see the truth for herself. Her struggles grew weaker, less apparent, as Raven and I slowly enveloped her, wrapping her in the gentlest restraints we could manage. We worked carefully, methodically, until we had Chris safely cocooned. She was still in full rage, but we needed her contained before we could take the next step. This was the critical moment. With our minds linked, we reached out as one and touched Chris' psyche, as tendrils of thought and purpose latched onto her mind, establishing the connection. She still barricaded her intellect to us, but with nowhere to run, we gently dismantled it, brick by brick. As we removed the last barrier, her gestalt trembled before us, naked and afraid. "It's okay," we smiled, opening our minds to her. "See for yourself." At first there was nothing, as Chris warily searched for traps. Finding none, as there were none to find, she nervously reached out and made cautious contact with our minds, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. But Raven and I simply waited, our memories lying open like unread books, as she began pursuing our thoughts with a jaundiced eye. I didn't blame her, not after our ambush, but as she started digging deeper, we both sensed a growing determination. Obviously, we must be hiding something, Chris reasoned, or else why would we have gone to all this trouble? With the single-mindedness of a bloodhound, she delved into the murky depths of our consciousness, more determined than ever to learn the truth. Somewhere, buried within the abyssal regions of our thoughts, lay the answer, the proof she needed to brand us both as traitors and threats to the clan. She just had to find it, intent on ending this charade once and for all. But by the time Chris had sifted through every last memory and deed, it forced her to confront the reality she'd been denying since our return. That Raven and I had been telling the truth all along. We relaxed our bonds, releasing her, allowing her safe passage back to her own mind, free from our influence, while we severed our own connection and retreated as well. As we opened our eyes and found ourselves back in Chris' office, only a few moments had passed. The guard captain was still shouting at us, his weapon trained at Raven's head, when Chris abruptly threw up her hand, demanding their attention. Everyone froze, us included. I could tell she was still processing what had happened, trying to make sense of it all. It's a jarring experience, especially if you aren't expecting it, and we drug her into the meld, kicking and screaming. Her eyes came back into focus as she glared at us, before finally turning her attention to the guard. "Lock 'em up until I decide what to do with them," she snapped. I rose to my feet, prodded by the business end of a pulse rifle. "I suppose that was fairly inevitable," I sighed, as we were both let out. Chris let us stew in separate cells for a few days, before she had us hauled back to her office. Judging by her expression, her mood hadn't improved one iota. She ordered the guards out with a jerk of her head before turning her attention on us. "Chris, I began. "Shut up," she snarled. "I don't want to hear it." I nodded, deciding silence was probably the smarter choice. I could practically feel the anger boiling off her as she stood before us, coiled like a spring in full tension. We sat there, waiting, before Chris finally spoke once more. "What you did was a complete and utter violation," she hissed. "It's probably the closest thing to rape our kind is capable of. So whatever your justification, whatever your reasons, I don't want to hear it." She stared daggers at us both, just itching for an excuse to strike. I glanced over at Raven, who was wisely restraining herself as well. Smart girl. So we waited. The clock ticked over from 1 minute to the next as we sat in tableau. No one moving, no one speaking. Chris folded her arms and waited, silently daring us to cross her. She was sweating us without saying a word, the atmosphere more hostile than even Elder Brother's best efforts. I finally realized what was going on, bowing my head as contritely as I could. "I'm sorry," I mumbled. "What did you just say?" Chris growled. I lifted my head. "I'm sorry, Chris," I repeated. "What we did was wrong. If I could have come up with any other way." I froze, realizing how that probably sounded, shaking my head before trying again. "Look, this is on me," I continued. Raven didn't realize how this was likely to go down. She was just following my lead. "Throw the book at me, do whatever you like. But please, leave her out of it. She's innocent in all this." "Innocent?" Chris sneered. "Hardly." She spared a glance in her direction, but less than a heartbeat later, I had her full attention once more. "Hell hath no fury, etc., etc. You're right about one thing," she pressed on. "The lion's share of responsibility for this dishonor," she spit out, "lies squarely at your feet." She stalked back to her chair and sat down, her expression dark and dangerous. "But what cuts the deepest is your utter betrayal to this clan, to humanity, and to me." The expression behind her eyes shifted, no longer one simply of hate, but now tinged with grief as well. "I always knew you were arrogant," she said quietly, "but as long as you got the job done, I was willing to overlook it. But this, from the moment you took the case, you became something I no longer recognized. I don't know how it happened, but at some point it stopped being an assignment and became some kind of holy fucking crusade. You were right. Everybody else was wrong." She jabbed her finger in my direction. "You put the clan in jeopardy, trading secrets with the Oivu, handing over our vulnerabilities like they were fucking glass beads. All to play a goddamn hunch." I must have dropped my guard and shown my surprise, as she immediately pounced on my momentary weakness. "Please," she sneered, 10 minutes after you left my domain, I had a team of experts retracing your steps, vacuuming up every scrap of data with a fine-toothed comb. It didn't take them long to learn what secrets you sold to the merchants. If anyone gets hold of that information, the Avatar clan is finished." I didn't have a response. She was right. I was guilty of every charge and specification. Suddenly, I found it difficult to meet her gaze. Which leads me back to my original question. Back before you assaulted me, she said, bringing things full circle. Just what the hell am I to do with you? I didn't have an answer for that either. I struggled to come up with something, anything. But someone else beat me to the punch. Everything you've said is true, Raven answered, throwing her own hat into the ring. Alfred is arrogant and has lapses in judgment and shows little regard for authority. In fact, he even tried to kill me once. She kept her focus on Chris, ignoring my wince as the barb struck home. ET2, brute? Taking a deep breath, she plunged ahead. But he was also willing to risk his life repeatedly in pursuit of the truth, she continued. It was his skill and experience that discovered the Brotherhood, and it was only through his efforts we escaped. Not only from the clutches of Elder Brother, but from the Elix facility as well. Were it not for him, humanity would be in a far more precarious position, with no knowledge of the Ichun threat or its origins. This time she spared me a brief look, one I had difficulty deciphering. What are you saying? Chris demanded. That while he may be guilty of the crimes you've charged, there are mitigating circumstances, Raven explained. Plus, any crime you can accuse him of, I share the blame. Now wait just a minute, I started, only to get slapped back down. If you've still got a functioning neuron left in your code, you'll keep your mouth shut, Chris barked, before turning back to Raven. You raise a valid point regarding your own guilt, she said pointedly. My question to him applies equally to you, more so, in fact. Just what am I supposed to do with you? She started to answer, but Chris stopped her cold. You're not a Terran, which means in theory I have no jurisdiction over you. In practical terms, however, her voice trailed off as she drummed her fingers on the desktop, looking as if she'd bitten into something sour. In practical terms, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. If I decide you have value, I'll make that stick. If, however, I decide you don't, I'll make that stick too. She folded her hands, her scrutiny taking on a predatory cast. I don't like unknown quantities, Raven, and while I'm forced to admit, after our little menage a trois, she shot a dirty look in my direction. I tried looking suitably abashed. That while you may currently have no ulterior motives or hidden enmity towards us, how do I know that will still hold true in the future? She finished. Raven shrugged. You don't. Chris leaned back in her chair. That's it. Would you prefer I lied? Told you some convoluted rationale? Suddenly, Raven looked tired. I don't think I'd seen that before. The future doesn't come with guarantees. Today's hero is tomorrow's villain. This time, they both turned and stared at me. I mean, come on. That's just not fair. But if you're looking for some sort of assurance, the best I can give you is that we have a common enemy. You, me, and anyone else who's not Ichun. They hate me even worse than they hate you. Raven shrugged once more and slumped in her chair. It's up to you. I think I can help. I'd like to try. She reached out and found my hand, giving it a squeeze. I returned the gesture and smiled. Chris steepled her fingers, her brow furrowed as she considered all she'd heard. Finally, she reached a decision. All right, whatever my personal feelings on the subject are, yet another glare sent my way. You are absolutely correct when you point out we're now at war. The last time we fought the Ichun, we lost everything. We can't afford to turn away potential allies. Not now. Raven and I grinned at one another. It didn't last. However, she continued, both of you are on the tightest, most stringent, most restrictive parole I can devise. You will be under constant supervision, and if either of you so much as thinks about stepping out of line, she left the threat hanging, letting our imaginations fill in the blanks. You will both focus your efforts on weaponizing whatever the hell it was you used to save us. You want to make a difference? Show your worth? That's how. All things considered, it could have been worse. That didn't mean I was thrilled at the outcome. Raven and I gave each other a half shrug. We'd survived worse. I also expect you'll be asked to go over what you discovered with the other clans, possibly even the Alliance, Chris continued. You will cooperate fully, with nothing held back. Is that understood? Completely, I answered. Can I ask just how long our parole is supposed to last? She stared at me. Until I decide otherwise. Right, figures. Welcome to the first day of the rest of your life. Epilogue. That's all, folks. This is the part of the story where I'm supposed to say everything turned out just fine in the end, and we all lived happily ever after. I wish I could say that, but I can't. After everything that happened, Anyone expecting a fairy tale ending hasn't been paying attention. We're Terrans. We don't get happy endings. Reports are still coming in from all over the Perseus Arm, and it's as bad as we feared. The Ichun are hitting systems and ships across the quadrant, and there's no end in sight. Alliance ships are reinforcing key positions, trying to save what they can, but right now the outlook is grim. On the plus side, dozens of species who'd been on the fence are coming over to our side, banding together during the crisis. There's safety in numbers, and at the moment they really only have two choices: us or the Troika. It's no surprise that almost all the independents are flocking to our banner. As for the Troika, they've pulled back and forteed up, counting on their technological superiority to ride things out. It may have worked for them last time, but this time around, I suspect they're in for a rude awakening. The Ichun don't play favorites. Pardon me while I shed a tear. Raven and I are both hard at work, trying to reproduce the disruption effect we used to save Chris and the others aboard Theseus. It's slow going, and at the moment I don't see how we can do it, not without recreating Raven herself. I doubt it will surprise anyone that there's a lot of resistance to that concept, with Chris herself one of the key players dragging her feet. I understand her reluctance, but sometimes I get the feeling her position isn't solely professional. It's not just the fear of rogue AIs rampaging across the galaxy. It's personal for her, and that's on me. Our intervention cost me her friendship. I knew that was a possibility going in, but I didn't have a choice. Or I guess I did if I were willing to sacrifice Raven. I wasn't. Whatever goodwill I once had with Chris has long since vanished. I've gone from trusted right-hand man to barely tolerated useful asset. Temporarily useful, I should point out. If there wasn't a war on, I suspect her plans for us would be very different. I try not to dwell on that. Part of our parole is regular exams by one of the top sysadmins of the clan. They're still trying to figure out what makes Raven tick, how she came to life, and whether they can safely replicate the process. They're still in the early stages on that front. While they can copy her code easily enough, the mechanism that forged her consciousness has them stumped. I know she's getting sick of being poked and prodded, but she bears up with it well, better than I do. I have to admit, in my case, they've started treatment for my Morpheus syndrome. They caught it early enough that my prognosis is hopeful, but there really isn't a cure per se, merely ways to slow its progression and lessen the effects. A large part of the regimen is something I'd been doing for a while now, limiting the changes I make to my domain. I've practically become a monk, not the easiest of transitions when you've spent most of your life as an unrepentant hedonist. If it weren't for Raven, I think I'd go mad. Raven and I, honestly, I'm not sure how to describe our relationship. I'm forced to rely on her for much of the heavy lifting. Like I said, I don't dare make drastic changes to my domain, so she does it for me. She's happy to do it, and says it helps her gain perspective, whatever that means. Everything we've been through has driven us closer, much more so than even we'd thought possible. I don't know what to make of that. Don't get me wrong, she means everything to me, but sometimes I wonder, is it merely the hardships we endured that weld us together? If we hadn't shared those experiences, would I still feel the same way about her? Would she, about me? Fate may have joined us, but will it sustain us for the long haul? I don't know. I guess only time will answer that one. There's one individual I haven't mentioned in a while. Laura. Once upon a time, she was everything I thought I wanted, even as I kept her at arm's length. Now, of course, things are different. I'm different. I struggle, however, with what to do about her program. Should I delete it, in deference to Raven? She claims not to mind, but I worry she thinks I'm keeping her in the wings as a backup, in case it doesn't work out between us. That couldn't be further from the truth. But what if she's like Raven? What if Laura has the same potential for self-awareness? If that's true, if there's even the possibility of her someday achieving sapience, then deleting her file would be tantamount to murder. I've already come closer to that than I care to think about, and I refuse to make that same mistake again. But until we truly understand what brought Raven to life, I'm loath to even touch her file for fear of what it might do. Until then, she remains in limbo. I suppose that's true for both of us. Look, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I'm not bemoaning the unfairness of the universe or crying out for pity. I made my choices, and I have to live with the consequences. And it's not all bad, because I still have Raven at my side. We're both still here, still fighting, still trying to make a difference. And if it's not everything we hoped it would be, well, does anybody get that? Not in my experience, at least. If we Terrans have learned anything, it's being thankful for what we have, because we've learned from hard experience that fate can always snatch it away. Live in the now, my friends, for now will never come again. Sometimes, I dream of new Terra. I hope it's out there, waiting for us, the new home we've sought for so long. Maybe I can't feel the sun on my face anymore, or grass beneath my feet, but a place to call our own. A place where we could be human again, in all its forms. That's a treasure more valuable than any gem. We've focused on survival for so long. Sometimes I think we've forgotten how to live. As part of my rehabilitation, they've tasked me with putting together this narrative. The sysadmin overseeing my case claims it will help maintain my cognitive functions, while Chris, or at least, the warden she assigned to watch us, is of the opinion it might offer valuable clues for research or bits of intel we can use against the Ichun. It hasn't been easy dredging up all these memories, and as I jot them down, I'm forced to admit just how many mistakes I've made. I've made some doozies, including decisions I can neither rationalize nor justify. The night I tried to kill Raven, for example, or when I threw away decades of friendship in order to save her. Maybe if I hadn't attempted one, the other wouldn't have been necessary. Maybe I'm just an asshole. Anyway, that's my story. I've tried to give an honest recounting, to be as objective about events as possible. I hope that someone will get something out of this. If I can help even one person avoid the missteps I took, then maybe it wasn't all in vain. To whoever is reading this, let me leave you with one final thought. The choices you make today will have ramifications you may never see or even consider, but it shouldn't stop you from trying. Wisdom is always hard-earned, but it just might be the one thing that saves us. Don't copy my mistakes, learn from them. Alfred Eamon. Avatar Clan. ACS Theseus. Editor's note. Alfred asked me to look over his manuscript and check it for errors, omissions, and what he calls self-serving bullshit. I actually changed very little, mostly a little rewording here and there. On rare occasions, it forced me to remind him of certain events, as his memory didn't correlate with my own. Memories, I've discovered, are tricky things. Often we find ourselves editing them without realizing. As the only other person, well, individual, at any rate, who experienced these events firsthand, between the two of us, I hope we got it right. I have to say that in this last chapter, especially, I think he's being unduly pessimistic. Things may look bad at the moment, but I refuse to surrender to despair. We've overcome so much already. I can't imagine us not surviving this as well, and frankly, he's being much too hard on himself. Part of that was driven by the desire to give an honest account, but a greater portion, I suspect, is motivated by the guilt he carries. He doesn't believe he can be redeemed, and it eats at him, despite my best efforts. As for me, I'm still finding my way. I've made a few friends, while others are still wary of me. I don't blame them, really, though I wish I could make them understand I'm not a threat. One thing I've learned about humans is they fear what they can't control, which is really the crux of the matter when you get down to it. Maybe because they've seen so many of their own commit acts of pure savagery, it's made them hypersensitive to all threats, whether or not they truly exist. Losing their homeworld wounded them deeply, even more than they themselves are willing to admit. Alfred once said that it's not paranoia if everyone really is out to get you. And during the past 200 years that's sadly been accurate, more often than not. I find myself in something of a constant existential crisis, always asking, what am I? I'm still not entirely certain, though I feel more like a human than an artificial intelligence. When one is a digital personality, it's harder to tell the difference than one might think, despite whatever Chris and the others would have you believe. I choose to believe that I'm human, or at least a faithful semblance of one. In the end, isn't that all that matters? That's what I think, anyway. Sometimes I wish there were others like me, someone with the same shared experience. It would be nice to have someone to talk to, someone who truly understood my journey. Alfred tries, bless his heart, but there are times the gulf between us is simply too wide to span. Anyway, I don't mean to go on. This is his tale, not mine. Just don't judge him too harshly. He did his best. In the end, that's all any of us can do. Raven Luckerbo. Avatar Clan. Provisional Status. ACS Theseus. Attention! This document is classified as most secret/restricted and is barred to those not authorized by Code Word Clearance Delphi. Dissemination is limited to those with Sigma 12 access and higher. Declassification is prohibited until 75 years after date of publication. By order of Sybil Kriz/Ali Z. Chief Executive. Avatar Clan. The end.